Rainer, a time traveler, spent all his savings just to buy a slave, driven by his curiosity about the mysterious talent of a catgirl slave. The morning in mellowed city of the Diest Kingdom was slightly chilly, with puddles scattered across the muddy roads. A swiftly passing carriage splashed mud onto Rainer's cloak. He glanced at the stain on his cloak, cursed in the direction of the departing carriage, and then turned his attention to the largest slave market in the city. This place was bustling with all sorts of people, wealthy merchants spending money lavishly, pampered nobles, brothel owners, and adventurers like Rainer looking for a companion. Recently, Rainer had acquired the abilities of appraisal and listening to heart voices, hoping to use them to find a good and affordable slave. However, he found that cheap slaves were either defective or broken. In this world, a farmer's annual income was about 2 gold coins. Having been in this world for a year, Rainer, despite working hard, had only saved 1 gold coin. He could only afford the worst beastman slaves, as even slightly better ones cost 4 to 5 gold coins. He sighed and continued appraising the passing line of slaves. Among the 28 slaves, 25 were inferior, and 3 were ordinary. The ranks from lowest to highest were inferior, ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. Most of these slaves were malnourished and emaciated. Just as Rainer was about to leave, he caught sight of a slave at the end of the line slipping into an alley while the slaver was distracted. She was petite and agile, like a nimble cat. Following the footprints in the mud for a while, they suddenly disappeared around a corner. At that moment, a voice in his mind said, "Don't come any closer, let me go." Rainer looked towards a pile of junk, where the catgirl was hiding. Before he could react, a shadow lunged at him. Instinctively, he kicked her away, and a sharpened wooden spoon fell to the ground. Rainer knelt and used the spoon to poke her cat ears. The appraisal revealed she was an epic-level slave. The system then displayed her detailed information. Nola Hill, 18 years old, beastman of the cat species. She possessed rare level agility and perception talents, with promising potential in other attributes. Rainer spoke to her in fluent beastman language, expressing his willingness to help her. Though wary, Nola had to accept reality when the slaver came chasing. After some bargaining, Rainer managed to buy Nola for 1 gold coin and 2 silver coins worth of slime magic cores. Finally, in a dark and damp basement, Nola was branded with the slave contract mark. Her eyes brightened, she let out a few cries, and then fainted. After sealing the contract mark, Nora fell into a coma, and Lena carried her back to his home just outside Melod City. At that moment, a system notification sounded, and a task completion message appeared before him. The slave purchase task was completed, and the reward would be distributed soon. No sooner had the message finished than 10 silver coins bearing a coyote emblem appeared beside Nora, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Lena bent down, carefully picking up the coins and storing them safely. A new task quickly updated. Take Nora to the Adventurers Guild to accept and complete a commission, and upon completion, receive a bottle of healing holy water. The blue system prompt soon faded from his view. Lena gazed down at Nora, who lay unconscious on the bed. The slave trader had assured him she would wake soon, yet it was nearly afternoon, and she showed no signs of stirring. He gently prodded her cheek with a small wooden spoon and cautiously brushed aside the hair from her forehead. Despite her emaciated state, with dust smudged on her face, her delicate features still spoke of beauty. Crescent-shaped eyebrows, long lashes casting faint shadows on her face, a high nose, and full lips, pale from lack of blood. With some care, she would surely regain her former radiance. As Lena was lost in thought, Nora's brow twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and she let out a startled cry, pushing Lena away and retreating into a corner like a frightened cat. Her ears perked up. "Stay away from me. Calm down, this is my home. You're safe now," Lena reassured her, maintaining his distance. Nora warily surveyed her surroundings and, seeing that Lena wasn't approaching, tentatively licked the contract mark on her arm. "It's all over," she whispered, tears silently falling. In a gentle voice, Lena comforted her in the language of the demi-humans. "Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Nora remained silent, her head bowed, but her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Those greedy slave traders never allowed their captives to eat their fill. Judging by Nora's condition, she hadn't had a decent meal in days. "Wait here," Lena said, heading to the kitchen. He sliced a piece of black bread and poured the leftover meat broth from the previous night over it. When he returned with the food, Nora was still curled up in her spot. Lena offered the black bread to her. Nora looked up at him hesitantly, suspicion in her eyes. "Is this for me? Is it poisoned?" Eventually, hunger won over doubt. She grabbed a piece of bread and cautiously took a bite. Once she deemed it safe, she devoured it ravenously. The black bread was dry and hard, with the unscrupulous bakery having mixed in sawdust and chaff, making such hurried eating risky. "Slow down, no one's going to take it from you." Nora nodded but continued to eat quickly. Within 10 minutes, the plate was empty. Seeing her still hungry, Lena returned to the kitchen, cut another half piece of bread, and dabbed it in the remaining broth in the pot. Nora ate it just as eagerly, even licking the wooden plate clean. Lena handed her a cup of water to soothe her throat. Delicious, Nora murmured. I wonder when the next meal will be. Lena propped his chin on his hand, studying her closely, and softly said, as long as you behave, you can have meals like this every noon and evening. Nora nodded and responded softly. She carefully licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, a long-lost satisfaction in her movements. Reiner noticed her expression and sat across from her. Have you not eaten in a while? He asked. Nora nodded again, remaining silent. What's your name? Reiner asked, already knowing the answer. Nora Hill. Then I'll call you Nora from now on. Okay, master. Reiner studied the girl in front of him. Her linen clothes were stained with dirt, making her look particularly disheveled. He got up and went outside, soon returning with 2 buckets of water from the small pond. Take a bath, he said, handing her a clean woolen blanket from the cupboard. I'm a bit of a clean freak, and seeing you all dirty makes me uncomfortable. Nora watched him warily, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Her thoughts inadvertently reached Reiner. He wants to sleep with me. Don't look at me with those filthy eyes, Reiner said seriously. I'm not interested in someone so skinny. I prefer women with curves. Nora remained silent, struggling to drag the buckets into the partition. Reiner turned to the kitchen, realizing he hadn't eaten yet. After a quick inventory, he found 3 pieces of black bread in the basket. Having bought Nora, he was left with only 10 silver coins. He briefly considered the complex currency system of this world. Each country had its own currency, with varying values. In the kingdom of Diast, for example, 1 gold coin was roughly equivalent to 18 silver coins, and 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 24 copper coins. A piece of black bread cost 2 copper coins, and with Nora now to feed, they needed at least 12 copper coins a day. At this rate, his remaining money would soon be gone. Reiner planned to visit the Adventurers Guild in Merlid tomorrow to take on a commission. This way, he could earn money to support them both and test Nora's fighting abilities when she's well fed. While he was deep in thought, Nora emerged from her bath. Her hair was still dripping, and she was wrapped in the woolen blanket. Without the dirt on her face, her appearance improved significantly. Mom was right. I shouldn't clean myself up too much. Nora's thoughts drifted over again. After exchanging glances with Reiner, she quickly rubbed some dust from the wall onto her face. Reiner looked at her newly dirted face, speechless but unwilling to say more. As long as she could help him earn money, it didn't matter. As night fell, Reiner lay in bed while Nora curled up in a corner. Neither of them slept. Nora worried that Reiner might take advantage of the night, while Reiner feared she might try to kill him in his sleep. Despite the slave trader's assurances about the contract, he remained skeptical. Just before dawn, Reiner couldn't help but ask, You know you can't kill me, right? We have a contract. Nora's eyes turned fierce. Of course I know. She silently cursed the slave trader. As Reiner bent down to put on his shoes, a thought drifted into his ear. Maybe I could escape. Looking up, he saw Nora gazing intently at the woods outside the village. Rain fell during the night, leaving the air filled with a faint earthy scent, and the path to Mellowed was covered in murky, muddy puddles. Nora walked barefoot ahead, her eyes darting around cautiously as she took in her surroundings. She appeared compliant, yet she was constantly seeking an opportunity to escape. Reiner noticed her unusual behavior and couldn't help but warn her. I advise you not to think about running away. The forest outside the city is full of monsters and bandits. Being eaten by a monster would be a quick end, but falling into the hands of bandits would be a fate worse than death. Nora glanced back at him and lowered her head, denying, I'm not thinking of running away. But inwardly, she wondered how he knew what she was thinking. Reiner smirked at her furtive demeanor. Even if she did try to run, a simple gesture would activate the contract mark and bring her back obediently. After nearly an hour of walking, they finally arrived at Mellowed. Reiner led Nora through the streets to a decrepit, eerie old tower at the edge of the city, the Adventurers Guild of Mellowed. As they pushed the door open, they were met with a cacophony of voices. The guild hall was packed with all sorts of people, unscrupulous ruffians, cunning merchants, honest farmers, and a mix of bounty hunters, mages, knights, nobles, and thieves. Nearly every profession imaginable could be found here. So many people. Nora stuck close to Reiner's back, clearly uncomfortable with the crowded setting. A few small-time thugs noticed her and whistled flirtatiously, prompting Nora to bare her teeth in a fierce warning. Reiner turned to advise her. Ignore them. Just think of them as fools. But if anyone tries to get handsy, feel free to teach them a lesson. He recalled his own past as a naive college student who had once suffered due to his inexperience, though he had luckily survived. As they squeezed through the crowd, Reiner caught sight of a girl in the corner watching them. He paid little attention, as his unusually colored skin often drew stares. At the counter, Reiner accepted a commission to clear out 40 slimes, with a reward of 1 silver coin. The task was located just outside the village where he lived, not too far away. Once they exited the guild, Nora exhaled with relief. Reiner, noticing her dirty bare feet, felt compelled to take her to a shoe store in the city center. Though the cobbler was reluctant, he measured her feet and suggested a few plain styles, none of which were particularly appealing. In the bustling shoe store, Lena finally set her sights on a pair of short boots. Adorned with tiny gemstones and crafted with exquisite precision, they caught his eye, but the price of 15 silver coins forced him to suppress his impulse to buy them. For now, equipping Nora was more important, so he opted for a pair of grass shoes priced at 20 copper coins. Thank you, Nora murmured softly as she took the shoes, her head bowed. The two then headed to a nearby weapon shop. The old blacksmith, reeking of alcohol, approached them. However, upon hearing that Lena intended to buy weapons for a demi-human slave, his expression darkened. Weapons for demi-humans are over there, the blacksmith said flatly, pointing to a pile of rusty scrap metal in the corner. Lena glanced at the pile of junk and ignored the blacksmith's words. Pick out a weapon that suits you, he instructed Nora. Nora nodded and walked directly to a shelf filled with daggers. In less than 5 seconds, she picked out a cross-shaped short sword. Is this okay? Are you sure? Lena asked, a bit surprised. To him, daggers seemed the least useful of weapons, short and low in damage. They might work against humans, but against creatures like skeletons or slimes, they were practically useless. He preferred using a spiked mace, a straightforward weapon that could incapacitate an enemy with a single hit, relying purely on brute strength without the need for skill. However, on second thought, Nora's attribute panel showed her agility was excellent, while her strength and endurance were average. A lightweight dagger indeed suited her well. Seeing Nora nodding firmly, Lena was about to speak when the blacksmith approached, displeased. Don't let a demi-human touch my. How much for this dagger? Lena interrupted. 6 silver coins, the blacksmith replied with a frown. Lena immediately placed the silver coins on the counter. This is mine now, he declared, then turned to Nora. Is there anything else you need? Nora scanned the store, and her gaze lingered on a set of sharp, throwing knives for a few seconds, but she remained silent. Those could be useful, Lena noted, catching her hint, and inquired about the price with the blacksmith. 6 knives, 3 silver coins. After paying, Lena left the weapon store with Nora. The 10 silver coins he earned from yesterday's task were almost gone, leaving him with only 4 copper coins, just enough to buy 2 loaves of black bread for lunch. Looking at the reserved Nora beside him, Lena spoke gently. Feel free to tell me what you like. As long as it's within our budget, we can buy it, all right? Got it, Nora replied softly, thinking to herself. He's quite kind to me, giving me food, clean clothes, and now shoes and weapons. He seems to be a genuinely good man. Hearing Nora's thoughts, Lena's lips curled into a slight smile. As a devoted fan of beastier girls, he naturally wouldn't treat demi-humans like the uncivilized Western barbarians did. Moreover, Nora's exceptional attributes destined her to become his money-making asset. Treating such a top-tier slave well was definitely worth it. Next, he just needed to ensure she willingly worked to earn money for him. After purchasing weapons, Lena casually bought 2 loaves of black bread for lunch and set off on the road back to the small village. Along the way, Nora frequently drew her brand-new dagger from her waist, gently caressing the sharp blade with her fingers, her eyes sparkling with unconcealed joy. Her cat tail swayed happily with her mood, inadvertently catching Lena's attention, and he suddenly felt an urge to touch that furry tail. Nora, sensing his gaze, quickly turned and hid her tail behind her, silently complaining about his tendency to stare at it. Lena awkwardly coughed twice, promptly shifting his focus as he climbed the wooden ladder up the village's protective wooden wall. From the high vantage point, he spotted several clusters of green lights flickering in the dense forest, slimes bouncing around, gradually approaching the village. Although these creatures weren't dangerous individually, their numbers could accumulate and corrode the wooden walls, potentially damaging crops and causing losses akin to a bandit raid. Thus, regular cleanups had become essential. Lena jumped down from the wooden wall and headed towards the forest with Nora. As they neared the slime-infested area, a pungent stench of decay hit them. Inside the nearest slime, the half-digested body of a wild rabbit floated visibly. Do you know how to kill a slime? Lena asked, turning to Nora. My mom taught me. Just pierce the shiny gem at the center of its body. Nora nodded confidently, drawing her dagger and approaching the slime. With a precise strike, the football-sized slime was easily dispatched, and she carefully wiped the slime off her dagger. Lena retrieved the magic core from the sticky remains and tucked it into his waist pouch. These can be exchanged for money. 10 magic cores are worth 1 GSR copper coin. Nora blinked in confusion. What does that mean? What's a copper coin? What do you beast folk usually use to trade? Food or animal hides, bones? Lena understood, still in the barter stage. He waved the magic core before Nora and pointed to the black bread at his waist. 20 of these gems can get you a loaf of black bread. Nora nodded in realization and eagerly continued the hunt. With her help, their pace in clearing slimes doubled. Lena was secretly pleased with his wise choice, considering that with some extra money, buying a few more slaves might lead to a comfortable life in this other world within a few years. Though the process of hunting slimes was somewhat monotonous, they quickly gathered a bag of magic cores. Lena carefully counted them. 36. Just 4 more to complete the task. He glanced up at the sun obscured by clouds, noting it was already noon. Despite the forest's depths being frequented by bandits, robbers, and even goblins, they had to risk venturing further to complete the task. Let's eat something first, Lena suggested, taking out the black bread. After we eat, we'll head deeper into the woods, kill 4 more slimes, and then head back. Okay, Nora agreed cheerfully. Nora put away the dagger and watched eagerly as Rainer held the black bread, swallowing involuntarily. As soon as she received the bread, she started devouring it, her sharp teeth making quick work of the rock-hard loaf. Take it slow, don't choke, no one's going to take it from you, Rainer said. But Nora had already torn off a large piece with her impressive bite, her cheeks bulging as she chewed rapidly. Seeing this, Rainer handed her a water pouch, watching as she took a big gulp before continuing to wolf down the bread. In just 5 minutes, the black bread had disappeared into Nora's stomach. Rainer cut himself a slice and tasted it. The familiar salty, sour, and tooth-chipping flavor made him remark, "Once we're well off, we'll never eat this stuff again." What would we eat then? Nora asked curiously. White bread. What's white bread? Nora blinked. It's a much finer bread, Rainer explained. Pure white, without bran or with chips, and made with eggs and milk, soft and delicious. If you spread some sweet jam on it, it's even more. Before he could finish, Nora's thoughts reached him. I don't understand, but it sounds delicious. If only I could try it. Seeing Nora drool, Rainer knew her reaction was only natural. Slave traders, eager to maximize profits, typically fed their captives scraps and swill. Only those who were strong or exceptionally beautiful got slightly better food. Wipe your mouth, Rainer said. Work hard, earn some money, and I'll buy you some white bread. Nora's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Clearly, the allure of white bread was strong for her. But it was expensive. While a face-sized black bread cost 2 copper coins, a palm-sized white bread was 20 coins. A common farmer earned about 2 gold coins a year, enough for only 43 white breads, making it a luxury for the wealthy and noble. Seeing Nora's longing expression, Rainer resolved to buy her a piece once they completed their task. He cut half of his black bread and handed it to Nora. Eat up, you're too thin and need to gain some strength. Nora accepted it carefully, nibbling while stealing glances at Rainer, thinking to herself, he's different from others, he's so kind to me. Suddenly, Nora's cat ears perked up, and she turned to look at the bushes behind them. After putting the remaining bread in her bag, she mumbled, Master, there's a slime over there. Following her lead, Rainer indeed found a slime bouncing around. Nora's hearing was remarkable, detecting the slime from such a distance. Rainer quickly dispatched the slime, picked up the magic core, and continued deeper into the forest. Soon, they completed the task of defeating 40 slimes. He shook the bag of magic cores, and amidst the crisp sound, the system's voice echoed in his ear. As soon as the words left his mouth, a small bottle of crystal-clear holy water appeared in Lena's palm out of thin air. He had never seen such a mysterious item before and was unsure of its exact use. While he was pondering about using a silver coin to buy Nora a piece of white bread, Nora suddenly tensed, her body arching as her hands swiftly moved to her waist pouch. Master, we're being targeted by bandits, she warned in a low voice. Before the words were fully out, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight into Nora's right arm. 2 more arrows followed. One missed its mark, while the other was deflected by Lena's quickly raised wooden round shield. Nora gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain as she flung 3 throwing knives toward the source of the arrows in the bushes. A pained cry immediately echoed from within the foliage. At that moment, 4 bandits, clad in animal skins and masked, leaped out from the surrounding bushes, wielding knives. Nora's ears twitched, and she swiftly released her remaining 3 knives, taking down one of the bandits with precision. The other 3 charged in with a roar, one circling around to deal with Nora, while the other 2 attacked Lena Hedon. After a year of living an adventurous life, Lena was well-versed in handling bandits. He skillfully blocked a downward slash with his shield, then swept his hammer across the attacker's knees, incapacitating him. The other bandit seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but Lena leaned back to dodge the dagger and then struck the bandit's head with his hammer, killing him instantly. As he turned, Lena saw Nora pinned to the ground. He rushed over, using his hammer to knock the bandit off her. But it was too late. A dagger was lodged in Nora's chest, with blood pouring out. She looked at Lena in agony, and a few seconds later, lost consciousness. Lena immediately took out the holy water he had just acquired. This miraculous potion was said to heal wounds quickly when poured into them, but it was ineffective on the dead. He decisively pulled out the dagger and lifted the wool blanket covering Nora. Seeing her chest wrapped in cloth, he didn't have time to untie it and instead used the dagger to cut it open, pouring the holy water into the wound. A miracle occurred. Within just a few seconds, new flesh grew over Nora's wound, healing completely, leaving only a faint scar. Lena covered her with the wool blanket again and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Nora awoke. She lifted the blanket, staring in astonishment at the healed wound. How is this possible? I was. I was on the verge of dying. How do you feel? Lena asked. Nora instinctively clutched her chest. Thank you, Master. She then noticed the arrow in her right arm and was about to try pulling it out. Don't move. Lena stopped her. The arrowhead has barbs. Pulling it out forcefully will cause more damage. After examining it closely, he added, leave it for now. We'll deal with it at home. With that, Lena stood up and began searching the bandits' bodies. While scavenging through the spoils of battle, Lena found 3 hunting bows and 5 rusty daggers. He swiftly stripped the bandits of their animal hide clothing, knowing these would fetch a good price with winter approaching. Since the ambush site was close to the village, they returned home within 20 minutes. Lena quickly retrieved bandages from a wooden box and wrapped Nora's injured arm several times to stop the bleeding. He carefully snapped the arrowhead before pulling the arrow out, relieved that the wound hadn't bled excessively. Hang in there, Lena murmured as he rinsed the wound with clean water and poured strong liquor on it to disinfect. Nora winced in pain, her sharp nails scratching lines into the wooden table. Lena soothed her while skillfully applying herbal ash and then bandaging the wound meticulously. Don't use your right hand for a few days. I'll change the dressing daily and watch out for any signs of infection. Nora nodded slightly and whispered her thanks. At the same time, a thought drifted into Lena's mind. Lucky to be bought by a kind person. After tending to Nora, Lena set off to sell the spoils in the village. He sold the hunting bows to the local hunters, the animal hides to farmers at a good price due to the upcoming winter, and the rusty daggers to the old blacksmith at the village's edge, earning a total of 4 silver coins. Seeing there was still daylight, Lena took Nora to the city. After collecting a reward from the Adventurers Guild, he had 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins left. He then bought 2 loaves of the white bread Nora craved and 10 loaves of the cheaper black bread for daily use, leaving him with 3 silver coins. Looking at the dwindling coins, Lena sighed. So poor. Throughout the journey, Nora's gaze remained fixed on the bag containing the white bread, nearly drooling. Once home, she curled up in a corner, watching Lena with longing eyes but too shy to ask, silently praying. Just a taste. Can I have just a taste? Lena glanced at her, a teasing smile on his lips. Hungry? Come and have some bread. As soon as he spoke, a system prompt announced the task was complete, and a jar of deep red jam appeared in his hand. A new task then updated. Head to the Dawn Forest north of Melod, with a reward of 5 silver coins. Lena paused, puzzled by the need to visit the nearby Dawn Forest, but decided to go once Nora recovered, as he preferred not to delay tasks. Seeing Nora still hesitate, he called her again. Me? Nora pointed at herself in disbelief. Lena cut the white bread and spread a generous layer of jam on it. Yes, I promised you. You did well today, and this is your reward. Nora hurried forward, taking the bread with both hands, her demeanor as solemn as a worshipper before a deity. Encouraged by Lena, she finally took a bite, savoring it as tears of joy welled up. It's so delicious. It's been 5 days since Lena brought Nora home. During this time, because Nora's right arm was still injured, Lena only hunted small slimes around the village. As they spent time together, he discovered that although this quiet girl always seemed indifferent, she had a child's curiosity about the world around her. What comforted him even more was that Nora seemed to have given up the idea of escaping. When I first brought you here, you always tried to run away, Lena said softly, looking at her calm profile. Was it because you had other family? Nora stared expressionlessly into the distance, her voice steady and devoid of emotion. My family is all gone. My father was bitten to death by a monster while hunting, and my mother fell off a cliff while gathering herbs not long ago. As Lena wondered how she could speak so calmly about such things, a few tears silently rolled down Nora's cheeks. She quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand, her voice trembling slightly. I'm sorry, I'm crying again. I promised my mom I'd live on strongly. She paused, then continued. I wanted to escape before because my friend always said humans are bad. They bully the weak and are lustful. She said if you're bought by bad people, life would be worse than death. But master, you're different from them. You're polite and treat me well. Lena nodded gently, his tone warm. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. As long as I have something to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Nora was slightly taken aback, then softly said thank you. After a moment of silence, she cautiously asked, Master, can I buy my freedom? Buy your freedom? Lena smiled and nodded. Of course, but it will cost quite a bit. How much? Lena picked up a small stone and pretended to calculate on the wall. The cost of buying you, food and lodging, healing holy water, clothes, weapons. He pretended to be serious for a moment. As a friendly price, earn me 20 diaster gold coins, and I'll set you free. That way, I can break even and make a profit. He thought to himself that if Nora really could come up with that money, he would let her go without hesitation and find a new slave at the market. Nora tilted her head, full of confusion. 20 gold coins, how much is that? Lena counted on his fingers again. 1 gold coin is about 432 copper coins, so 20 would be 8,640 coins. That's enough to buy about 4,300 loaves of black bread. And how much is that? Nora blinked and asked. Laner slapped his forehead, remembering that in this world without compulsory education, literacy rates were less than 5%, and those who understood arithmetic were even rarer. He often encountered vendors in the city who miscalculated prices clearly. 1 loaf of black bread was 2 copper coins, but buying 10 was always miscounted as 22. If the human literacy level was like this, it was even more challenging for demi-humans living in primitive conditions. Let's put it this way, Laner gestured as he explained. If you stack the black bread, it could fill half the village. That much? Nora's eyes widened. Laner nodded, continuing to persuade her. Save for 10 or 8 years, and you can definitely pay it off. That's not too long, Nora said earnestly. I'll work hard for you. When I save enough, you have to keep your word. I promise I'll keep my word, Laner nodded in agreement. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. To be honest, the likelihood of her not wanting to leave might be greater. Lena thought to herself as she looked at the demi-human made in front of her. In this unstable world that is not friendly to demi-humans, having a stable source of livelihood and a certain degree of freedom is not something many would easily give up. If you were truly free, where would you go? Lena asked softly. Nora looked up, her bright eyes meeting Lena's. She didn't speak, but her inner voice inadvertently reached Lena's mind. I've heard there's a forest to the north of the city, perfect for us to live in. It's lush and vibrant, an ideal place to settle. If I ever gain my freedom, I would definitely go there. Lena felt a jolt. Morning Light Forest? Isn't that her next mission's destination? An idea of taking Nora there for a first-hand look crossed her mind. But she quickly realized that such an ideal haven might only exist in imagination. Although the forest is indeed vast, rumored to span over 100 square kilometers, its proximity to the city would inevitably make it a hunting ground for slave traders. If she were a demi-human, she would choose the remote wilds far from human settlements, not seek refuge near the city outskirts. Unaware that her thoughts had been heard, Nora apologized softly. I'm sorry, master. I can't tell you. Lena's lips curled into a slight smile. There's a forest north of the city, especially beautiful at dawn, and quite a few demi-humans live there. You wouldn't be thinking of going there, would you? Nora froze, staring at Lena in disbelief, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After a long hesitation, she finally asked, Master, have you been there? No, just heard about it from others, Lena replied with a gentle smile. The locals have given that forest a lovely name, Morning Light Forest. Nora responded softly, then stood up and stretched her arms, as if to conceal her inner turmoil. Don't move around, it'll affect the healing, Lena quickly reminded her. Nora turned to him, shaking her head lightly. Master, my hand has healed. I can go out and earn money now. Lena inspected the wound carefully, where the arrow had pierced. Now only a shallow dent remained, like a dimple. Her movement seemed unhindered, which made him marvel at the amazing recovery ability of demi-humans. A similar injury would take an ordinary person a month of rest, yet Nora had healed in just a few days. Then let's head to Morning Light Forest tomorrow, Lena suggested. Nora pondered briefly before nodding, secretly planning to thoroughly explore the area. Watching her lively cat ears, Lena suddenly felt an urge to touch them. I want to touch your ears. Nora immediately became alert, covering her ears with her hands and shaking her head repeatedly. Why? Why do you want to touch my ears? No. How about your tail then? Lena's gaze shifted to her fluffy, soft tail. Nora instinctively moved aside, her eyes more guarded, shaking her head even more vigorously. Definitely not. She lowered her head, speaking sincerely. I promise to work hard and earn money. Please don't have any strange thoughts about me. I beg you. Lena squinted, observing the wary cat girl in front of him, thinking she was quite amusing. Before heading to the Forest of Dawn, Liner bought Nora a set of throwing knives in the city. The rumors he heard along the way made him somewhat anxious. Bandits were rampant on the road to the forest, and a group of goblins had mysteriously appeared within the woods, making the area quite unsettled. Fortunately, their luck held. Not only did they not encounter the rumored bandits, but they also frequently saw fresh hoofprints on the ground, indicating the path was not entirely deserted. Nora walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Liner with a wary eye, as if he were some suspicious character. Her thoughts inadvertently reached Liner's ears. He's going to touch my ears. I must be vigilant. Liner was momentarily at a loss for words and reluctantly said, Come here, I won't touch your ears. Nora quickly returned to his side, still making excuses. I was just scouting ahead. My senses are sharp, making me suitable for leading the way. There's just the two of us, so scouting isn't really necessary, Liner replied seriously. We're about to enter the forest. Just stay by my side. Nora softly agreed and obediently stayed close to Liner. As they moved forward, the trees grew denser, and the dirt path gradually ended. Looking around, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of pine trees. They were now in the Forest of Dawn. Perhaps because it was evening, Liner didn't notice anything particularly different about the scenery compared to other forests. Just then, a system notification appeared. Task: proceed to the Forest of Dawn north of Mellowed. Current status: completed. Reward granted. Suddenly, 5 cold, hard silver coins appeared in Liner's palm. Counting the money he had earned in the past few days, subtracting the cost of Nora's throwing knives, and adding this task's reward, he now had a total of 8 silver coins. This amount made him think. With a little more saving, he could buy someone from the slave market again. Immediately after, a new task notification appeared. Task update: conduct a preliminary exploration of the Forest of Dawn. Task reward: 5 silver coins. Liner sighed at the vague task requirement, hated tasks without clear standards. How long did preliminary exploration have to be to count as complete? While he was lost in thought, Nora poked his shoulder. Master, what is it? Nora hesitated slightly. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if we should keep going. It's already dark. The dim light made her eyes appear large and round, especially captivating. Let's find a place to spend the night. Liner lit a campfire behind a large rock, and after they had dinner, they took turns resting. It wasn't until the next morning that he truly understood why this forest was called the Forest of Dawn. As the golden sunlight filtered through the morning mist, Liner felt as if the whole world had warmed up. Each breath carried the fresh scent of flowers and earth, bringing a sense of peace and joy. Looking around, the forest bathed in dawn light resembled a serene and beautiful painting, with them right in the midst of it. No wonder Nora said this place is nice, Liner thought as he took a sip from his water pouch. I wouldn't mind settling down in the Forest of Dawn when I'm older. The rumors were true. This place is indeed beautiful. At that moment, Nora was still standing in place, lost in thought, and her thoughts inadvertently reached Liner's ears. How beautiful. It's truly breathtaking. If Mom and Dad were still here, they would definitely love this place too. Nora gazed at the lush forest before her, her ears drooping slightly. She quickly composed herself and turned to the person beside her. Master, where are we headed next? Let's just wander around the forest for a bit, Lena said, while internally strategizing how to complete the task. Okay, Nora replied, following his lead. Suddenly, the sound of horses neighing reached Lena's ears. He traced the sound and soon discovered its source behind the dense foliage. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw a group of slave traders escorting 5 demi-human slaves, preparing to transport them to the city. The commotion in the bushes caught the attention of the guards. 2 sword-wielding guards immediately stepped forward, blocking the slave traders. Lena calmly emerged from the foliage, wearing a friendly smile. Hey, relax, I'm just passing through. Seeing this, the guards sheathed their swords. However, the slave trader looked displeased. Next time, don't lurk in the bushes and scare people. Goblins are thick in this area, and everyone's on edge. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake. Lena nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the demi-human slaves tied to the cart. Are there demi-humans in this forest? Oomph, you didn't know? The slave trader scoffed. But you're too late. Most of the demi-humans in this forest have already been captured. If you have no business here, don't block our way. We're leaving. Lena silently stepped aside, watching their retreating figures. At that moment, Nora's angry voice echoed in his mind. Beasts. Damn scum. She clenched her fists, her eyes burning with rage. Let's go, just wander around, Lena said. Nora quickly caught up, cautiously asking, Master, will you capture us demi-humans to sell? No, Lena replied, spreading his hands. Nora exhaled deeply, grabbing Lena's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Losing freedom is already so miserable. If bought by malicious people, there's no hope left. I said I won't, Lena mused, narrowing his eyes for a moment. If I promise you, can I touch your ears? Nora froze, momentarily stunned. Lena repeated himself, and she finally blushed, closing her eyes tightly. Please do. If you want to touch, go ahead, they're just ears. I can handle it. Not now. I'll enjoy that later at home, Lena chuckled. Nora lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her face full of embarrassment. As they strolled through the Dawnlight Forest, Lena's system task suddenly updated. Task: initial exploration of Dawnlight Forest's current state was completed, and the reward was granted. His purse now held 5 silver coins. Since purchasing Nora, his luck seemed to have improved. Just as he marveled at this, the system popped up a new message. Task update. Hidden task in Dawnlight Forest triggered and completed. Lena was instantly frustrated. Another task with no clues or conditions. It was maddening. As he got lost in thought, Nora gently tapped his shoulder. Master, it seems like someone is in danger. Nora led the way quickly, with Lena following the sounds of the struggle. The scene before them was shocking. A young dark-haired demi-human girl was fiercely battling 4 goblins clad in leather armor. Her thigh bore a deep wound, revealing bone, and blood continuously seeped from it, slowing her movements. Several goblin corpses lay scattered on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Lena hid in the bushes, carefully observing the demi-human girl. She had long, sturdy limbs and moved with agility. Her ears were pointed, resembling those of a horse or a cow, and it wasn't until Lena noticed the swishing tail behind her that he realized she was a centaur. "Stay back! Get away!" the girl shouted, her voice tinged with tears, and the dagger in her hand wavered. Suddenly, a goblin seized the opportunity, thrusting its spear and knocking the dagger from her grasp. The situation was dire, and Lena signaled to Nora. Nora immediately stood up, flicking her wrist to send 3 throwing knives through the air. 2 were deflected by the goblin's leather armor, but the third found its mark, slipping into a crevice between a goblin's helmet and armor, killing it instantly. The remaining 3 goblins, realizing the tide had turned, fled. A system prompt appeared. Hidden task completed, reward granted. New task. Decide the fate of the demi-human girl. Options include killing, releasing, or enslaving her. Each choice will have significant implications for the quest line, with rewards to be determined. Lena pocketed the holy water, thinking it was best to recruit her if possible. If not, let her go. Nora had already rushed to the girl's side, helping her up and asking with concern, "Are you okay? Is your injury serious?" "I'm fine. Just need to rest," the girl panted, suddenly noticing Lena approaching. She fearfully picked up her dagger, pointing it at Lena with one hand while pressing the blade to her own throat with the other, her voice trembling. "Don't come any closer. Don't force me." Nora quickly held her hand. "Don't be afraid. He's a good person." Lena stopped and spoke soothingly in Devante. "I'm here to help you. Stay calm." The girl paused, tears welling up. "You speak Devante?" She began to pour out her story in Devante, leaving Lena confused. When she finished, Lena said helplessly, "I'm not a slave trader. Why are you telling me this?" Meanwhile, Lena used an appraisal skill on her. Name, Martina Shirley. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, demi-human, centaur. Current status, seriously injured, bleeding, hungry. Talent, strength S, endurance A, agility B, perception C, spirit C, intelligence D. Measurements, 865,089. Her talents were even more impressive than Nora's. If trained as a warrior, she could become a formidable asset to the team. The appraisal revealed her slave quality as legendary, a rare find. Moreover, her figure was more voluptuous than Nora's. From the looks of it, she seems to be at the top level, like a prized cantaloupe. Such an exceptional demi-human is not someone Reiner would let slip away. He must have her join his ranks. "Master, master, master," Nora called out to him as he was lost in thought. "What's wrong? What should we do next?" Reiner pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Either let her go, or take her home." Martina rubbed her eyes and struggled to stand, intending to leave. After only a few steps, Nora stopped her. "You're injured, and the green-skinned creatures will follow the scent of your blood. You can't escape now. There are many slave traders outside the forest. You might be captured the moment you step out, and it would be a fate worse than death." Martina looked at Nora, her eyes full of helplessness. "I have nowhere else to go." Reiner realized it was time for him to step in. "Why don't you come with me?" Martina glanced at Reiner and replied sarcastically, "Huh. I don't believe humans can be that kind-hearted. You must have ulterior motives for me, right?" She covered her chest, speaking with disdain. "Is it my body, or something else?" "It's definitely my body. After all, he's never seen a demi-human with such strong attributes before." But before Reiner could speak, Nora interjected. "Even though I also dislike humans, my master is different. Not only does he not mistreat me, but he also gives me delicious food and has never forced me to do anything against my will." Martina furrowed her brows, incredulous. "How can there be such a kind human?" Nora solemnly declared. "I swear on my soul." Martina fell silent. Seeing this, Reiner slowly spoke. "Of course, I won't support you for free. You'll need to contribute your labor and sign a contract with me, following my orders." "A contract?" Martina asked, puzzled. Nora pointed to the circular, light-colored mark on her arm. "It's this. Once it's imprinted, we can't defy the master, or we'll die. Other than that, there's no difference. So, once that's imprinted, even if you regret it, I can't do anything about it." Reiner nodded, clarifying. "Believe it or not, once you've earned enough money, around 10 years, you can choose to leave, and I won't stop you." Martina fell into deep thought, torn inside. Humans are the most cunning. But if I want to survive, this is my only path. After a long pause, she spoke again. "Will you really set me free then? The money you'll earn for me could buy 2 of you at the slave market. So why would I force you to stay? I'd rather let you go and gain some goodwill." Martina lowered her head, silent. "Mom, Dad, please bless me. 10 years is too long. Set me free in 5. Reiner let out a long sigh, ultimately agreeing. He couldn't afford to miss out on such a powerful slave. 5 years would suffice. This period of stability would be enough to make her reluctant to leave. In this world, which harbors deep malice towards demi-humans, there's hardly a safe place to live permanently. And so much could happen in 5 years. Reiner agreed readily. Deal. On the way back, Nora carried Martina, whose leg injury hadn't fully healed, while Lena dragged a set of damaged leather armor he had stripped from a goblin's corpse. He planned to sell the gear at the Adventurers Guild. After a long day's journey, the distant silhouette of Melod City finally came into view. Lena was pondering the matter of getting a slave mark for Martina when a faint thought drifted into his mind. When can we eat? I'm so hungry. He turned to look at Martina, meeting her hungry eyes. It wasn't his intention to starve her. It was just that her appetite was astonishing. She needed at least 2 loaves of black bread per meal. They had only packed provisions for 3 days, and now, just before entering the city at noon, they hadn't eaten since morning. Martina's stomach, along with Nora's, grumbled in protest, but knowing her own appetite, Martina was too embarrassed to speak up. Just hang on a bit longer. Once we're in the city, I'll get you something to eat, Lena said. Martina silently nodded. The crowd at the city gate made Martina increasingly uneasy, her thoughts flooding into Lena's mind. So many people. People everywhere. I'm doomed. How foolish of me to come with him, and now I can't escape even if I wanted to. Lena glanced at her, then headed straight to a bakery and bought a few loaves of black bread, handing them to Martina. She blinked, pushed her worries aside, and devoured the bread ravenously. While she ate, Lena made a quick trip to the Adventurers Guild to sell the leather armor. However, the tattered gear was worth only a meager 10 copper coins, causing him to sigh in disappointment. Afterward, he led the two of them towards the slave market. Before they even reached their destination, Martina sensed something and began to struggle fiercely. Where are we going? To the slave market, Lena reassured her gently. Don't worry, I won't sell you. We're just going to sign a contract. Master wouldn't lie to you. Don't worry. Nora also turned to persuade her. Martina fell silent, but her mind was still in turmoil. When she saw the scene inside the market, terror gripped her completely. The platform was crowded with beast folk for sale, whipped by slave traders for the slightest disobedience. In the corners, dozens of corpses, crawling with maggots, were piled up. The sight made Martina tremble all over. In contrast, Nora appeared much more resilient, silently cursing the slave traders in her heart. Don't be afraid. I told you I won't sell you. Lena reassured her once more. Martina could only silently pray in her heart. Mom and Dad, please protect me. Lena casually called over a slave trader and explained his intentions, and they were quickly led to the basement. Martina clung tightly to Nora's leg, as if holding onto her last lifeline. The slave trader's eyes roamed over Martina, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Where'd you buy this slave? She's quite a specimen. Long, strong limbs, perfect for farming or training as a warrior. And that face, a real beauty in the making. If she weren't a horse type and a bit shorter, nobles would pay a fortune for her. Nora and Martina couldn't understand the language of humans. They exchanged a worried glance, doubt filling their eyes. Nora's animal ears twitched slightly as she whispered, could it be that they want to sell us? But she quickly shook her head with resolve. No, the master promised me. He's a man of his word. Martina, however, nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes. It's over. They must be planning to sell me. The slave trader's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached Lena. Why don't you name a price and sell her to me? If she's a virgin, she could fetch even more. Lena frowned, his voice cold. Do your job. I won't sell this slave. 5 gold coins. Seeing Lena's displeased expression, the slave trader quickly increased the offer. 8 coins. No more than that. Lena scoffed. A legendary demi-human like her would undoubtedly create value far exceeding 8 gold coins in the future. He wasn't so short-sighted. Not selling. The slave trader sighed. What a pity. Martina's physique was unusually strong. Although she didn't pass out after the contract was signed, she was left in a state of extreme weakness. Before leaving Melod City, Lena made sure to buy several loaves of white bread, intending to win their favor. By the time they returned home, the sun was already setting. Martina curled up in a corner, watching Lena's every move with caution. He really didn't sell me, she thought to herself. It seems humans can be both good and bad, but I can't make a judgment yet. I need to observe more. Lena smiled slightly and beckoned to the 2 girls with animal ears. Come over for dinner. After eating, take a bath, and I'll treat your injured leg. He placed the white bread and jam on the table. Nora immediately ran over cheerfully and sat obediently, waiting. Seeing this, Martina hobbled over as well. She sniffed the white bread and jam cautiously, unable to help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Lena handed her a piece of bread spread with jam. Martina tentatively took a small bite, then quickly devoured it, not forgetting to lick the crumbs from her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, so similar to Nora when she first came, Lena felt a softening in his heart. This ordinary white bread, which seemed so bland to him, moved these poor demi-humans so much. Don't cry, he said gently. Work hard, and together, I'll make sure you can have white bread at every meal. Martina and Nora nodded earnestly. Just then, a system notification sounded. Task. Decide the fate of the demi-human girl has been completed. You chose to take her as a slave. Task reward has been granted. Lena felt a weight in his hand and looked down to find 3 diaster gold coins imprinted with a dragon. The reward for this task was unexpectedly generous. Achievement unlocked. Master of beast-eared girls. Bonus effect. Easier to gain the favor and trust of demi-humans. You can view your current achievements at any time. Lena scratched his chin thoughtfully. This achievement seemed useful. Perhaps it would be easier to recruit talented beast-eared girls in the future. Task update. Clear the goblin nest in the Forest of Dawn. Task reward. 10 gold coins. Lena was stunned. A task of this scale should require the kingdom's army to handle. How could a third-rate adventurer like him accomplish it? Just as he was internally criticizing the system, Martina suddenly undid the linen cloth wrapped around her, revealing her curves. Martina's skin had a healthy tan, and her athletic build was beautifully outlined by her well-defined muscles. Her leg muscles were firm and strong, with a flat and toned abdomen, slightly showing her abs. Her shapely figure made her look like those aloof seniors from the college track team. However, like Nora, she had the habit of wrapping her private areas tightly with cloth strips. We're about to take a bath. Why are you putting that on? After the bath, I need to check your wound, Lena said. Hesitantly, Martina bent down to pick up the linen cloth and wrapped it around her body again, a complex look in her eyes. She thought to herself, better to be cautious. This person seems to have some intentions towards my body. At Lena's urging, she reluctantly unwrapped the linen cloth, sitting with her legs together at the table, waiting. Lena poured 2 buckets of warm water into a wooden basin, checked the temperature, and called her over. Come take a bath. Martina walked over slowly, peering into the partition, hesitant to speak. I'd like to bathe alone. Of course, you'll bathe alone, Lena said, pushing her into the partition and drawing the curtain. Throw out those dirty cloth strips. Poor hygiene can make you sick. Clean clothes are at the door. Okay, Martina replied. Moments later, the cloth strips were tossed out of the partition, followed by the sound of splashing water. Nora stepped forward to gather the strips, placing them in a wooden bucket by the door. Half an hour later, Martina first reached out for the clothes at the door, and a few minutes later, she emerged from the partition. Lena beckoned her over. Come, let me check your leg wound. Martina hesitated for a moment before limping over to Lena's side. She silently thought to herself, what a frivolous man. Lena ignored her attitude and crouched down to examine her leg wound. What was a 2-finger-wide penetrating wound yesterday was now healing with new flesh and beginning to scab, astonishing him with the remarkable regenerative ability of her kind. The wound is healing well. The vitality of your kind is truly impressive. Yes, as long as we have food and water, we can slowly recover from even severe injuries. Martina nodded in response. Lena turned to retrieve a wool blanket from a box, spreading it by the fireplace. As he pondered how such a resilient race could be conquered by humans, Martina gently tapped his shoulder. What should I call you? I don't know your name yet. My name is Lena. You can call me by my name or master, I don't mind, Lena replied, turning to ask, and you? What's your name? I'm Martina Shualai. Just call me by my name. I won't call you master, she said earnestly. Lena nodded, pointing to the bedding on the floor. You'll sleep here tonight, with Nora right next to you. Any objections? No objections. It's really warm here, but I need to be careful tonight. It seems like Lena is quite interested in me. This thought flashed through Martina's mind. At that moment, Lena had already set aside all his concerns. As long as Martina could generate revenue for the shop, he no longer cared how she viewed him. After a quick hot shower, Lena lay down on his bed. The days of traveling had left him wanting nothing more than a good rest, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a soft voice reached his ears. Nora, Martina is finally asleep, but it seems the master has also fallen asleep. This was followed by another voice. Maybe tomorrow. It wouldn't be good to wake him now. He's probably very tired too. Lena's eyes snapped open to find a pair of deep blue eyes staring intently at him, as if straight out of a horror movie. What are you doing up so late? He asked, perplexed. Nora stepped back a few paces, pointed to the black cat ears on her head, and earnestly said, Master, I'm here to fulfill my promise. You said I could let you touch my ears when I came back. Lena almost forgot about that promise. Come, sit on my bed, he said, finally getting his chance to pet her. Nora looked particularly cautious, shaking her head repeatedly. You can only touch the ears. Nothing else. Don't get any strange ideas about me, master. All right. You're so skinny there's nothing to be interested in but your ears, Lena said helplessly. Nora relaxed slightly. Okay, I'm coming over. She tiptoed to the bed and sat with her back to Lena, her black cat ears twitching. Lena reached out to touch the furry ears, and Nora shivered instantly. Ugh, I still hate having my ears touched, but master seems to like it, so I'll endure it. Don't like it? Lena asked, feigning ignorance. No, I don't dislike it, Nora replied softly. Just go slow, master. My ears are really sensitive, and if you rub too hard, it feels uncomfortable. Lena slowed down his movements, gently playing with the fur inside her ears. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't helped me back then, I might not be here now. It's nothing, as long as you're working well now, Lena said, continuing to ask, is there anything you particularly like to eat? Having black bread is satisfying enough. Nora shook her head and whispered, no, nothing in particular. Since you're working for me, I'll take care of you. Just let me know if there's anything you want to eat. It would be nice to have some meat. Lena silently noted her words. In this world, meat was expensive. Poultry cost 3 silver coins each, 3 times the price of premium white bread. Pork, beef, and lamb were even pricier, nearly 3 silver coins per pound, which was beyond the reach of ordinary families. But Nora, being a cat-person hybrid, naturally needed meat in her diet. Black bread alone wouldn't suffice. Yet this girl was always overly polite, saying the opposite of what she meant. Thank you, master. I'm already very content with my life now. Seeing her dishonesty, Lena gently scratched the fur inside her ears as a small punishment. He planned to buy 2 chickens for Nora to supplement her nutrition when he went to town the next day, in addition to getting equipment for Martina. Early in the morning, Lena brought 2 demi-humans to the melod weapon shop. The shop was filled with an array of weapon swords, axes, spears, and more. With a goblin extermination mission on the horizon, finding a suitable weapon for Martina was a top priority. Martina entered the shop like a curious child, crouching in front of the shelves to examine each weapon closely. Her slender fingers occasionally brushed over the blades, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. The old blacksmith stood nearby with his arms crossed, frowning, and occasionally letting out grunts of impatience. Well, have you made your choice? Lena asked. At that moment, Martina was wielding a 2-handed sword taller than herself, swinging it back and forth in the narrow aisle. Not yet. Can you check this one for me? Lena took the 2-handed sword and tested it. The heavy blade made it difficult for him to move. He couldn't help but glance at Martina's arms, though her biceps were not as developed as his. She could easily handle such a heavy weapon. The blade is still too narrow. Martina shook her head. I need something heavier and sturdier. Lena conveyed her requirements to the blacksmith. The blacksmith glanced at Martina, muttering under his breath, a brute is still a brute, all brawn. This kind of prejudice against demi-humans was common, but such blatant insults irked Lena. The blacksmith turned and went into the storeroom, returning with a heavy wooden crate. He lifted the lid and brushed away the straw covering to reveal a massive sword with a shimmering sheen. The broad blade glimmered under the light, exuding a sense of weight just by looking at it. I thought this old fellow would be lying in the storeroom forever, the blacksmith said, scratching his ear. To everyone's surprise, Martina lifted the giant sword with one hand as if it were just a stick. She swung it a few times, and the whooshing sound it made through the air drew gasps from everyone present. This is the best weapon I've ever seen, Martina praised. It's not only comfortable to wield, but also exceptionally sturdy. What is the brute saying? The blacksmith asked. After Lena translated, the blacksmith eagerly explained, the brute knows quality. This is crafted from top-grade steel and mithril, perfect for vanquishing evil. It's my life's masterpiece, capable of cutting through anything and dispelling any evil. I never thought a demi-human would appreciate it. I dare say, this is the best 2-handed sword in the city. With his ears ringing from the blacksmith's long-winded speech, Lena simply summarized to Martina, he says it's a good sword. Then he asked, how much? The blacksmith squinted in thought for a moment. At least 15 diaster gold coins. The price left Lena speechless. He had anticipated it to be expensive after all. Iron was scarce in this era, let alone a weapon infused with mithril that even the kingdom's elite knights couldn't afford. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Please plan your finances wisely and spend money where it counts. The materials and craftsmanship of this sword are top-notch, definitely worth the price, the old blacksmith said, his rough hand gently caressing the blade with a proud gleam in his eyes. Lena sighed, calculating the steep expense in his minda sum that would take a farmer 7 years of saving without spending a penny. Noticing Lena's hesitation, the old blacksmith's eyes flashed shrewdly. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Seeing Lena nod, he quickly moved to the counter and retrieved a yellowed map from a dusty cabinet. His finger rested on a spot in the wilderness west of Melod City, and he lowered his voice. There's a bandit leader named Reinhardt in this area. Bring him in, and the sword is yours. He handed over a sketch, a man with a scruffy beard, a scarred face, and one eye the typical villainous look. Lena took the sketch and inquired, what's your grudge against him? He killed my only son, the old blacksmith said, his fists clenched white, his voice trembling with anger. Why not hire a bounty hunter? I did. No news for months. The blacksmith shook his head. There's probably a group of them, from a few to a dozen. Alive or dead, I need proof. Lena weighed his options for a moment and decided to set aside his main quest. After all, the sword seemed more valuable than the system's reward. I'll give it a shot, but don't get your hopes up. Turning to the shelves, Lena let Martina choose a 2-handed sword, paying a gold coin for it. Noticing how easily she wielded it with her right hand, Lena suggested, how about getting a shield? After her agreement, he spent 10 silver coins on an emblazoned shield from the wall. His gaze shifted to Nora, who was intently selecting throwing knives. Lena offered, let me know if you need anything. These are consumables, so it's good to have extras. Nora shyly voiced her request, and without hesitation, Lena spent 6 silver coins on 2 sets of throwing knives for her. With 2 gold coins and some copper left in his pouch, Lena took the 2 to a shop to order custom leather armor. The craftsman there quipped, first time seeing someone buy armor for female slaves. After measuring, they were told it would take 3 days to complete. Lena planned to use this time to scout the bandits in the west. He turned to Martina. How's your leg? Almost healed, Martina replied, expressionless. Lena nodded. Then let's see you in action later. The city of Mellowed wasn't large, with only a small gate on its eastern side. Raynor walked slowly along the weathered city walls, eventually reaching the desolate area to the west. Tall weeds grew unchecked, taller than an adult, and not even a small path had been cleared. Nora, Raynor said in a hushed tone, go ahead and scout. There must be sentries near the bandit camp, and approaching carelessly might alert them. If you notice anything unusual, come back immediately. Remember, be cautious. Nora nodded silently, unsheathing her dagger, and her agile form disappeared into the dense grass. What about us? Martina asked Raynor, her brow slightly furrowed. Wait here, Raynor replied tersely. From the talent panel, Nora was undoubtedly the best choice for reconnaissance. If the two of them went along, they might only hinder the mission. As time ticked by, Raynor grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, half an hour later, Nora returned, a few green leaves clinging to her hair. I've searched the area thoroughly, she reported quietly, and found no signs of anyone. The bandits are likely hiding in the woods ahead. All right, lead the way. The trio pushed through the grass, advancing a few hundred meters before Nora suddenly stopped and listened intently. Someone's coming, she whispered alertly. Should I capture him? He won't understand beastmen language and might resist in panic. Follow my lead. Raynor took a deep breath and began teaching her just stand. Stay quiet. We need to talk. Come with me. Nora picked it up after just one try. Though her accent was noticeable, it was clear enough. If he dares resist, she said, gripping her dagger, I'll just take him out. Understood. Nora vanished into the grass again. Soon, there was a slight rustling not far away. When she returned, her dagger was stained with blood. He was uncooperative, so I killed him. It's fine. They continued forward, and soon Nora stopped again. In the distance, a man's gruff shout rang out. Turner, remember to bring back some booze. When there was no response, the voice grew angrier. Turner, don't play deaf with me, or I'll beat you up. Raynor signaled to Nora, who nodded and slipped away. Moments later, she returned with a bald man in tow. Apart from his eyebrows, his face was bare, clearly not the Leonard they were looking for. The man begged on his knees. Please don't hurt me. I'll tell you anything. Raynor waved an image in front of him. Do you know this person? Yes, the man replied hastily. He's our leader. Where's your camp? When he hesitated, Nora's dagger lightly nicked his neck. No, the camp's in the woods ahead. He pleaded desperately. Please let me go. Raynor nodded to Nora, and the man was swiftly dispatched. They advanced several hundred meters towards the woods when Nora halted once more. Master, I hear them. Let me scout ahead while you wait here. All right, be careful. Raynor pondered quietly, knowing that if they could truly eliminate the bandit leader, Nora's contribution would be invaluable. This time, the wait felt particularly long. When Nora finally reappeared, her face was covered in blood. Are you hurt? Raynor asked with concern. No worries, it's just from dealing with the lookout, Nora said as she wiped the blood off her face with her arm. She reported briefly. I scouted 15 bandits, including the one from the portrait, Reynard. She paused and added, there's only one lookout in this area, and I've already taken care of it. Lena took a deep breath, quickly calculating in his mind. 15 enemies meant a direct confrontation was not wise. He turned to Nora, giving a low command. Stay hidden and wait for the right moment to strike. The two of us will draw their attention from the front. He paused for a moment and reminded, be careful. Nora nodded in agreement and then disappeared into the shadows like a ghost. Lena turned to Martina, whispering, stay close to me, follow my lead, and stay sharp. After waiting for a moment as dusk settled in, Lena led the way toward the forest. Soon, they saw the flickering firelight among the trees exactly where Nora had mentioned the bandit camp was. As they moved closer, Lena spotted several bandits sitting around the campfire, one of whom matched the blacksmith's description of Reynard perfectly. In the dim light, Reynard seemed unable to see them clearly. Who goes there? He asked warily. Lena deliberately feigned panic, his voice trembling. Sorry, I'm lost. Can you tell me which way to Merlit? Reynard drew a dagger from his waist and approached with several of his men, a dangerous smile on his face. Lost, are you? He said, his eyes fixed on Martina. Lena backed away a few steps, holding his round shield in front of him. I really just came to ask for directions. Reynard chuckled ambiguously, stepping forward to lay a hand on Lena's shoulder. Merlit is to the east, just keep walking. At that moment, a scream echoed from deeper within the camp. The bandits instinctively turned to look, and Lena seized the opportunity, striking Reynard on the back of the head with his shield and knocking him out cold. The remaining bandits reacted, brandishing their daggers as they lunged at Lena. Martina's greatsword sliced through the air in a deadly arc, decapitating the two bandits at the front before they could make a sound. The last three realized the danger too late. Martina's sword cut through them like they were nothing. Master, I've cleared my side. Nora emerged from the shadows to report. Lena nodded. It's taken care of here too. Nora then slipped back into the shadows to keep watch. Seeing Reynard lying on the ground, Martina was about to bring her sword down when Lena quickly stopped her. Wait. We can't kill him. Why not? Isn't he a bandit? He's the leader. Alive, he's more valuable than dead, Lena explained. Martina nodded thoughtfully. Lena pulled out some rope and securely tied up Reynard. The two of them searched the camp, but the bandits seemed to be quite poor, as they only found a few copper coins. With night falling, Lena didn't want to linger in the wilderness, so he called Nora over, and they carried the unconscious Reynard away from the camp. All right, this is all a misunderstanding. If you let me go, I'll tell you where a great treasure is hidden, Leonard said urgently upon waking, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Where? Lena asked coldly. You have to let me go first, otherwise how can I be sure you won't? Lena glanced at Martina and said, our friend talks a bit too much. Help him take a nap. Understanding the signal, Martina delivered a precise chop to Leonard's neck. With a dull thud, he collapsed limply. As night fell, Lena carried the unconscious Leonard to the blacksmith shop in town. The shop was closed, but Lena persistently knocked on the heavy wooden door. After a moment, the old blacksmith appeared at the door, holding a flickering candlestick, his face marked with irritation. It's you? What's going on? I've brought Leonard for you alive. The old blacksmith visibly trembled. He grabbed Leonard's hair, bringing the candle closer to confirm his identity, then delivered a fierce punch while cursing under his breath. He swiftly returned inside, lighting all the candles and securely binding Leonard to a sturdy wooden chair. About that sword, is it time to settle up? Lena inquired. Of course, I'm a man of my word, the old blacksmith replied, retrieving tools like a scythe and tongs from the rack. Give me a moment, I'm in the middle of something. Lena watched silently. Leonard's fate was sealed. He wouldn't survive the night. The old blacksmith soon dragged out a heavy wooden box from storage. What you asked for is in here. After confirming the contents of the box, Lena signaled Martina to take the sword, then turned and left. What happened next was no concern of his. Passing by the brightly lit tavern, the rich aroma of smoked meat stirred Lena's memory. Nora needed nourishment. He entered the tavern and bought a prepared chicken. If not for having spent all his money on 3 sets of leather armor recently, he would have bought some smoked pork for Nora as well. Returning to the dark village, Lena saw the 2 blood-stained, bee-steered girls and insisted they bathe first. Meanwhile, he focused on roasting the chicken by the fireplace. Before long, Nora, her hair still dripping, quietly sat beside him, eyes fixed on the roasting chicken, drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. It smells so good. It's been so long since I've had meat, she murmured. Lena gently pinched her cheek. Wipe your drool. This is bought especially for you. It will be ready soon. Thank you, master, Nora said, her gaze never leaving the chicken. Martina, having finished her bath, came out carrying a basin to empty the dirty water outside, then curiously approached. Meat? Yes, do you eat meat? Martina shook her head. I prefer grains and vegetables. Looks like a treat of white bread is in order for her. Lena checked Martina's leg wound, noting the scab forming, indicating it was nearly healed. Then you're off the hook. Go to the kitchen and grab 2 pieces of black bread. The jam is in the cupboard. Help yourself. Okay. Martina happily ran to the kitchen, leaving Nora and Lena by the fire, continuing to roast the chicken. When the fragrant roasted chicken was finally served, Nora, despite her eagerness, sat quietly, waiting for her master's permission before indulging. Let's wait a bit before eating. It's still too hot, Raynor said, glancing past the dining table towards the kitchen where Martina was yet to come out. He noticed that Nora's cat ears still had droplets from her bath, so he got up and fetched a clean towel from the cabinet. Here, let me dry your ears. Raynor gently wiped her ears. You need to dry them properly after a bath, or you might get sick. Nora obediently lowered her head. Okay, I'll remember that. A warm feeling spread in her heart. Only my parents used to be this attentive when drying my ears. Why does it feel so comforting to be treated so well by my master? She was lost in thought, staring at the tempting aroma of the roast chicken in front of her, until Raynor placed a bowl before her. He deftly tore off 2 golden drumsticks and put them in her bowl. Stop overthinking and dig in. Nora nodded and began devouring the food eagerly, clearly starving. Slow down, don't choke, Raynor advised, watching her. I bought 2, so there's plenty. Soon, only the bare chicken carcass was left on the table. It had been a long time since Raynor had eaten meat, making this meal particularly satisfying. He silently vowed that once he had money, he would return to a life of comfort, if not lavish meals, at least as secure as before. As he envisioned the future, Nora suddenly stood up. Master, you rest. I'll clean up. Thank you, Raynor said, picking at his teeth and sitting at the table for a moment before heading to the pond to fetch water for a bath. After washing up, he lay in bed, quickly succumbing to drowsiness. By then, Martina was already asleep by the fireplace, clutching her greatsword. Just as Rainer was about to pull up the covers, a gentle thought drifted into his mind. Master is probably still awake. It's time to let him touch my ears. Then, Nora softly called in his ear, Master. Rainer opened his eyes to see her crouching by the bed, looking at him expectantly. What's up? He asked, feigning ignorance. My ears, Nora whispered. Rainer patted the bed's edge, and Nora naturally sat up. He began to gently rub her ears, but she suddenly let out a distressed whimper. My ears are so itchy. I really don't like having them touched. Hearing her thoughts, Rainer slowed his movements. This is okay, just keep it like this. Having my ears touched for a while isn't so bad. Nora thought to herself. I should thank him now. Thank you for taking care of me, Master. Really? Thank you, she suddenly said. It's nothing. Cats are meant to eat meat. So I'll make sure to get you more, Rainer replied. Why are you so kind to me? Why exactly? Is it because of my body? Nora hesitated. Master, can I ask you a question without you getting upset? Go ahead. Nora fell silent, seemingly choosing her words carefully. She berated herself internally. How could I even think like this? It's an insult to the Master's kindness. Nora, you're shameless. She used every harsh word she could think of to scold herself. Rainer was amused by the sight of her swaying cat tail and suddenly asked seriously, Nora, can I touch your tail? Huh. After 3 days of rest at home, Martina's leg injury had healed, leaving only a small white mark where the scab had fallen off. Today was the day they planned to head to the Dawn Forest to deal with the goblins, and the group was currently at Melod's armory to pick up their gear. The leather armor Rainer had ordered 3 days ago was ready. This light armor, which protected only the chest, forearms, and thighs, was affordable and practical. 3 sets cost just 2 gold coins in total. In comparison, a chainmail shirt would cost 3 to 4 gold coins, and plate armor, offering greater protection, was exorbitantly priced. How's the fit? Is the chest plate comfortable? Rainer asked. Speak up if it feels too tight. Nora had no issues due to her moderate build, but Martina, with her impressive figure, had to adjust the chest plate slightly. Mine fits perfectly. Both women replied almost simultaneously. Rainer nodded in satisfaction and led them out of the armory. As they passed through the square, they saw Reinhard's body hanging from the gallows, gruesomely dismembered. The old blacksmith stood beneath the execution platform, eagerly chatting with passers-by. Martina nudged Rainer's arm when she noticed the blacksmith. What's up, Rainer? How much is that sword? She asked, pointing to the greatsword on her back. I'll earn the money to pay you back. 15 gold coins. How much is that? Martina blinked in confusion. Like Nora, she had no concept of numbers. Rainer patiently explained. If we filled our entire village with black bread, that would roughly be its value. He silently resolved to find time to teach the 2 bee-steered girls literacy and numeracy, as communication was proving challenging. Thinking of this, Rainer glanced at Nora and happened to meet her gaze. She quickly looked away, flustered, ever since Rainer had jokingly suggested touching her tail that night. She had been acting awkwardly, lost in her thoughts. Noticing this, Rainer reached out to ruffle her cat ears. He'd done it so often recently that Nora had grown accustomed to it, sometimes even leaning in for more. It tickles. Wait until tonight. Martina's watching. Nora protested softly. Sure enough, Martina was watching them with wide eyes, intrigued. Martina, what are you staring at? I don't let just anyone touch my ears, Rainer teased. In truth, he wasn't particularly interested in touching horse ears. He'd observed them closely before. The outside was covered in smooth short hair, and the inside had insulating fur, likely not as pleasant to touch as Nora's cat ears. Besides, Martina was always either thinking about eating or sleeping, far less entertaining than the cat girl. On their way to the Dawn Forest, Martina suddenly asked, Are we just going back to deal with the goblins? Yes, Rainer replied, recalling the scene when he first encountered Martina fighting goblins. You're more experienced with them. Are these goblins easy to handle? Martina shook her head vigorously, her expression turning serious. These goblins are not easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by their small stature, each one is cunning. They might pretend to surrender and then ambush you when you least expect it. Worst of all, they're experts at setting traps. Rainer nodded thoughtfully. This mission is mainly reconnaissance. If the risk is too high, we'll retreat and come up with another plan. He turned to Martina. Do you know the exact location of their lair? Not exactly, Martina replied, shaking her head. I heard rumors and fled here, and soon after, I met you. Then we'll have to search slowly, Rainer said, glancing at Nora. With Nora's scouting abilities, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. Just then, Nora, who was walking ahead, suddenly perked up her ears. Master, there's someone ahead. Bandits. Rainer immediately tightened his grip on his spiked hammer, and Martina drew her greatsword. Nora shook her head. Seems not. After advancing a little further, a group came into view, around 20 middle-aged men armed with weapons, led by 2 knights, heading towards the Dawn Forest. Raynor's gaze fell on the end of the group, where a particularly striking female adventurer stood out. The blonde, blue-eyed young woman looked about 17 or 18, dressed in a deep brown waist-long dress. She carried herself with elegance and spoke with poise, clearly of noble origin. She noticed Raynor as well and greeted him amicably. "Are you, Mr. Raynor? You know me?" Raynor was somewhat surprised. Although he had seen her a few times at the Adventurers Guild, they had never spoken. "I've observed you for a while," she said. "Your complexion is unique, different from ours." Raynor nodded in acknowledgement as someone from the distant east. This was indeed true. "Are you also here to deal with the goblins?" the young woman asked. Raynor nodded, inwardly worrying that the mission might be taken from them. The system promptly reminded him, as long as the goblin lair is cleared, the task is considered complete, though some achievements might not be activated. This reassured him after all, he wasn't a collector. "We are indeed here for that," the young woman explained. "A few days ago, a slave trader was killed by goblins here, and the Lord issued a bounty for 20 people. I'm one of them. What's the reward?" "Quite decent, 10 silver coins per person if successful." She smiled and extended her hand. "By the way, my name is Junice Baker. Just call me Raynor." Raynor shook her hand. Junice's gaze moved to Nora and Martina, clearly curious about the two demi-humans. "Are they your slaves?" "Yes. They have clear eyes. It's obvious you treat them well." Raynor smiled slightly. He indeed regarded these two bee-steered girls as his own, making them vastly different from other unfortunate slaves. After chatting for a while, Junice was called to the front of the group. Raynor quietly followed with his companions at the back. At that moment, Nora's thoughts drifted into his mind. "She's really beautiful. She must be the master's woman." As night fell, the group arrived at the Dawnlight Forest. 2 campfires flickered among the trees, with adventurers gathered around, chatting and laughing. Liner, however, chose to sit alone by a large tree, accompanied by 2 bee-steered girls, quietly nibbling on a hard, dry black bread. This rugged atmosphere made him feel out of place, and it was evident that Nora and Martina preferred the quiet as well. After the meal, Martina was visibly tired but hesitant to sleep with so many humans around. Liner softly reassured her. "Go ahead and sleep. I'll be here to make sure no one bothers you." With this assurance, Martina nodded and rested her head on Nora's shoulder, closing her eyes. At that moment, a young knight approached with his squire. The noble youth, in his early 20s, held his head slightly high and asked in a condescending tone, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Liner calmly explained, "I happen to be heading to this forest too, and joined your group for safety since there are many bandits around here." The knight's sharp gaze lingered on Liner's face for a moment before he coldly remarked, "Next time, show some respect when you speak." With that, he turned and left, leaving Liner puzzled. Was he expected to address him as Sir Knight or Lord Knight? What's he so high and mighty about? He might not even be as strong as me. Martina mumbled before drifting back to sleep. Turning to Nora, Liner gently stroked her furry ears. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "You rest, master. I'll keep watch. I'll wake Martina to take over in the second half of the night." "No need. You sleep first, and I'll wake you later." Liner continued to gently scratch the soft fur inside her ears. Nora yawned, her eyes drooping with sleepiness. "Then, I'll really sleep." "Go ahead." With permission, Nora hesitated for a moment before cautiously leaning against Liner. "Am I too heavy?" "Don't strain your neck, just relax. After you sleep, it'll be my turn." "Oh, okay." Nora finally relaxed completely, letting out a long sigh. Much more comfortable. Master is so considerate. She quickly fell asleep, not even realizing how readily she obeyed Liner's words without question. Liner gazed quietly at the distant, lively adventurers when Junice approached. "So this is where you were hiding? Aren't you joining them?" Liner quickly gestured for silence, pointing to the 2 bee-steered girls sleeping beside him. Junice immediately covered her mouth and sat down quietly next to him. "I prefer the quiet, so I won't join in the noise." "What about you?" Liner thought. Perhaps it was the cultural differences from his upbringing that made it hard for him to understand these people with their unpredictable emotions. One moment, they were happily drinking and bragging, and the next they could be brawling over something trivial. Junice spoke in a low voice, her eyes scanning the bustling crowd in the tavern. She leaned slightly forward and looked at Nora, who was sleeping beside her, with a hint of curiosity in her voice. "She seems to trust you completely." "It's the first time I've seen a demi-human trust a human like that." Liner noticed her familiarity when talking about demi-humans and asked, "Are you a slave trader?" Junice shook her head and pulled a book from her bag. "My family has many demi-human servants. I used to interact with them often." As she spoke, a bright ball of fire appeared in her palm, illuminating her surroundings. It was the first time Liner had observed magic being performed so closely. The flame appeared in her hand without any spark or incantation. Junice noticed his astonished gaze and smiled slightly. "Amazed, aren't you? Can you teach me?" Liner asked directly. Junice hesitated. "I can try to teach you, but I must warn you, not everyone can master magic. You might put in a lot of effort and still achieve nothing." "All right." Junice sat across from Liner and gently held his left hand. Close your eyes. I'll give you a simple test. Darkness enveloped Liner's vision. Juni's soft voice reached him. Don't be afraid. Let your mind calm down. Tell me, what do you see? I'm closing my eyes. What can I see? Nothing. Juni's chuckled softly. It's not about seeing with your eyes, but feeling with your heart. As Liner puzzled over her words, a giant, translucent crystal appeared in his mind amid the darkness. He couldn't help but look up. I see a crystal? Juni's voice was filled with excitement. You're lucky. You have the talent to become a mage. That's a magic crystal, the place where you'll store your power in the future. Its size determines your maximum magic capacity. How big is it? It's hard to describe, like a mountain. I can't see the end. Juni's tone suddenly turned puzzled. Really? Typically, a mage's magic crystal is the size of an apple or a tree crown. I've never heard of one as vast as a mountain. What else do you see? In Liner's consciousness, a wisp of pale green mist drifted in and entered the crystal. Then came yellow, red, purple, blue. Sweat appeared on his forehead. Can I ask you something? Are there mages who can use more than 2 types of magic? Juni's replied with some pride. Of course, you're looking at one. I can proficiently use both water and fire attributes. And 3 types. Unheard of. Mastering 2 is already rare in this world. Liner took a deep breath, his voice barely audible. What if someone can see 5 colors? Nora followed closely behind Rainer, occasionally sneaking glances at him. She was full of curiosity. What exactly did the master do last night? When she woke up, it was already daylight, and that human woman was still by his side. Rainer yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. In fact, he had spent the entire night discussing the mysteries of magic with Junice, doing nothing untoward. Just then, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement, Magic Enlightenment. Rainer pondered to himself. Does this achievement come with any bonuses? A moment later, he realized with disappointment that it seemed to be just an insignificant title. Looking around, Rainer noticed that after last night's tests, his vision was constantly filled with colorful elements. Whenever there was slight physical contact, these elements would be absorbed into his body. Each absorption subtly colored the crystal in his mental world. Junice had explained that these were natural elements, closely linked to the casting of magic. Rainer privately compared them to the mana bar in a game. Though since the elements couldn't be used interchangeably, they were more like 5 different energy bars. At that moment, Nora lightly tapped Rainer's shoulder and asked with concern, Master, do you want to take a nap? You seem very tired. Rainer waved his hand. No need, staying up all night is nothing. A few years ago, I spent 3 days and nights in an internet cafe without sleep. What cafe? Nora was puzzled. It means playing continuously for 3 days and nights, Rainer explained simply. Nora nodded, somewhat understanding, and said no more. By this time, the adventurers had split into several teams, conducting a thorough search of the entire Dawn Forest. Rainer estimated it wouldn't be long before they found the goblin lair hidden in the woods. Master, should I go help? Nora asked again. Rainer reached out to touch Nora's ear and gently said, No need, scouting isn't the safest job. Better to avoid it if possible. We can help once they actually find the lair. Martina nodded in agreement, saying earnestly, Rainer is smart, smarter than me at least. Being praised by a bestiared girl with a D intelligence trait didn't bring Rainer any joy. Just then, Junice tapped him on the shoulder from behind and asked curiously, What are you doing here? Just waiting. I'll help once they find it, Rainer replied truthfully, then asked, What about you? Searching for the lair isn't my task. I'm only needed if someone gets hurt, Junice said, sitting under a tree with her staff and starting to doze off. Remember to call me before you leave. All right, Rainer agreed, patting Nora and Martina on the shoulder to signal them to take a break. He sat down next to Junice and, after a moment of hesitation, asked cheekily, Could I borrow your magic book to take a look? Junice opened her eyes and handed over the book without hesitation. In this world, books were precious, especially those about magic. While Rainer wasn't sure of its exact value, it was certainly significant. He carefully touched the rough, worn cover and gently opened the first page. Junice watched him quietly and after a while, softly asked, Can you read? Of course, I can read and understand many languages, Rainer replied confidently. After all, with the system's help, he could translate anything he didn't understand. Junice suddenly spoke in another language. The weather is nice today. Liner responded fluently in Rosnor. The sun is shining beautifully today, indeed. This border dialect is not commonly spoken in the neighboring Rosnor kingdom of Diast, usually only by those living in the borderlands. Then, Liner showcased his linguistic talent, conversing with Junice in several different languages. Junice could occasionally respond, but mostly she remained silent. This language show inadvertently highlighted Liner's erudition. Junice exclaimed in amazement. I never expected that besides the language of the demi-humans, you could be fluent in so many languages. That's incredible. Liner smiled awkwardly, not offering much explanation. Junice eagerly suggested, After we return this time, how about I become your magic teacher? and you become my language teacher? If you have time, you can find me at the Adventurers Guild. I'll be there most of the time. Sure, Liner agreed briefly. He thought to himself that after completing this mission, with 10 gold coins in hand, he could take a short break and use the opportunity to discuss things with Junies. He found that spending time with this well-mannered girl was quite fulfilling. Afterward, Liner focused on studying a magic book, while Junies concentrated on fishing. At that moment, a thought drifted into Liner's mind. Master seems to be enjoying the conversation with her. I envy their topics. Liner looked up at Nora, who was hugging her knees and sneaking glances at him. When their eyes met, Nora quickly looked away, pretending to be busy. Oh no, I must have disturbed the master. Her thoughts echoed again. Liner reached out to rub Nora's ear, then continued reading. The magic book contained only fire magic spells. Liner skimmed through the table of contents and decided to start with the basic fireball spell. He raised his hand, reading and softly chanting the incantation, but after a while, nothing happened. Junies, noticing, woke up and smiled as she guided him. You need to focus while casting. To truly use it, you need to practice consistently over time. Liner memorized the incantation, closed the book, and concentrated fully on trying again. Soon, he felt a faint burning sensation in his palm, with wisps of smoke emerging from his hand. Junies exclaimed in surprise, your talent surpasses mine. You've learned the fireball spell after just a few glances. It's not learned yet. It fizzled out right after smoking, Liner said modestly. Just as Junies was about to explain, a small, scorching fireball suddenly appeared in Liner's palm. Nora and Martina watched in awe, clearly witnessing magic for the first time. Liner felt his palm burning, but didn't know how to release the fireball. He tentatively asked, how do I shoot this thing out? Junies was momentarily speechless, stammering, just do this, then that. Unable to hold back, Liner stood up and flung the fireball. It hit a pine tree squarely, setting it ablaze instantly. Junies quickly reacted, grabbing her staff and chanting a spell to shoot a water ball, extinguishing the flames. That was close. Junies sighed in relief, then said seriously, Liner, I'm even more certain now. You are truly a 9 genius. As Liner was deeply engrossed in his spell studies, the knight he encountered last night rode up on horseback. His expression was stern, and he was without a helmet. He said curtly to Junies, come, we've found the nest. Junies responded, and the young knight's gaze shifted to Liner, remaining silent. Liner met his look with a calm glance, also choosing silence. Sensing the subtle tension, Junies gently patted Liner's shoulder and explained to the knight, this is my friend. The knight merely gave Liner a silent look before riding off. Do you know him? Liner asked quietly. Junies briefly introduced, Demas of Melod, the Lord's son, a righteous and selfless knight. He often helps the poor, but is quite stern with strangers. Liner took note internally, muttering under his breath, he does seem rather harsh. Junies chuckled and suggested they follow. At that moment, Nora's voice echoed in Liner's mind with a hint of grievance. Master is having such a good chat. You've forgotten about me. Liner turned back, locking eyes with Nora. She immediately averted her gaze, pretending to look around aimlessly. Liner thought, I'll tease her later, the task is more pressing now. After following the knight for a while, they arrived at a pine-covered hillside. Scattered at the base were several goblin corpses. Looking up, a cave entrance was barely visible amidst the pines. Adventurers, weapons in hand, were already lying in ambush on both sides. Demas tethered his horse at the foot of the hill and began to climb on foot. Liner followed closely. Another knight pointed his sword at the cave entrance, saying coldly, Demas, they're hiding inside and won't come out. Let's go in. Though Liner had rarely faced goblins in this world, his gaming experience told him that such nests often had complex tunnels. Completely blocking them was almost impossible. If the goblins wanted to escape, they would find a way. Demas turned around and arrogantly commanded, Junies, throw a fireball into the cave. Let me see what's inside. Junies raised her staff, standing at the cave's center. After a brief incantation, a fireball shot into the cave's depths. Instantly, the entire cave was illuminated, and Liner could vaguely see a few goblins who couldn't dodge in time. Not many of them. Light torches and let's go in, Demas ordered. The adventurers lit their torches. Demas and the other knight took the lead, with the others following closely behind. Martina, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Liner, are they trying to get themselves killed? What do you mean? Liner asked, puzzled. These aren't ordinary goblins, Martina explained. They set traps in the caves. If there are rolling stones, they won't even have a place to hide, and will be crushed. She added, they're being too careless, it could cost them their lives. As the team moved further away, with Junies among them, Liner shouted in urgency, wait a minute. Demas, at the front, stopped, along with a dozen adventurers, all turning their gaze to Liner. Raynor translated Martina's warning to the group, only to be met with laughter. Goblins using traps? Ridiculous, they scoffed. Just a bunch of green-skinned beasts. Someone mocked, young man, don't be such a coward. If you're scared, why not go home and hide? With that, the group continued deeper into the cave, leaving Rainer speechless. Although Martina couldn't understand Diast language, she could guess the gist. She shrugged and muttered, "Let them fend for themselves then. Foolish, arrogant bunch. Little do they know, goblins can be both smart and dumb." Eyes came running, out of breath, and asked urgently, "Rainer, is what you said true?" "Can't be certain, but it's very possible," Rainer replied. "Then I'll try to convince Demas," Eyes suggested. Rainer shook his head. "He won't listen. Just stay with us. I just wanted to give a heads up." Eyes thought for a moment and decided, "Then I'll stick with you guys." The four of them trailed the group from a distance. Suddenly, Nora grabbed Rainer. "Master, something's wrong." Before she could finish, a heavy stone wall crashed down behind them, shaking the entire cave. Their way back was completely blocked, forcing everyone to move forward in search of an exit. Rainer gripped his spiked hammer and instructed, "Nora, stay alert and let me know if anything happens." "Understood," Nora responded. Soon, they encountered two returning squires. Seeing the stone wall, the squires asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Rainer explained, "A trap was triggered, and the way back is blocked." The squires kicked the stone wall in frustration before hurrying back to the group. Junai sighed. "Looks like you were right. I've cleared out plenty of goblin nests, but never encountered this. Thinking about it, the goblins here are indeed unusual, even making their own armor." Before she could finish, a wail of pain came from ahead. The four rushed over to find an adventurer had stepped into a trap, a wooden spike piercing his leg. Demas cut the spike with a sword and, with the squire's help, pulled the injured man out. Junai stepped forward, removed the spike, and water flowed from her hand to envelop the wound. Soon, the torn leg stopped bleeding and began to heal. "You'll have to walk for now, or the wound will reopen," Junai warned. Demas left the injured man behind and led the others onward. Rainer's group followed from a distance. The cave was riddled with traps, and people were getting hurt frequently. The group's numbers dwindled rapidly, with only about a dozen, including the knight squires, still able to move. Demas, once dismissive, was now proceeding with caution. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared deep within the cave. The adventurers entered the room one by one, and Lena felt a sense of foreboding. He glanced upwards, wary of repeating past mistakes and having their path cut off by falling stone walls. Nora squinted, sensing something amiss. However, before she could investigate, the ceiling suddenly crumbled and boulders rained down. Amidst the rumble, the adventurers who had entered the room found their exit blocked, while Lena's group was trapped in a narrow passageway. Several unfortunate adventurers were buried instantly, their desperate cries, screams, and angry roars echoing through the confined space. "Help! There are goblins in the room," a voice shouted from the other side of the stone pile, followed by the clang of clashing weapons. It was clear that those in the room were also under attack by goblins. The surviving adventurers sprang into action, struggling to move the stones in an attempt to rescue their trapped companions. Even the petite Junice, despite the disparity in strength, put in every effort to help. At Lena's command, Nora and Martina joined the rescue efforts. Soon, they managed to pull one person from the rubble, but it was too late. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, and nose, and his chest was crushed beyond recognition. He was already dead. Just as despair began to set in, an adventurer suddenly shouted, "There's someone alive here. Dig here." Everyone rallied to the call, working together to carefully extract the injured person from beneath the stones. This fortunate soul, though his legs were crushed, was at least alive. Junice quickly cast a healing spell, while Lena led the others to continue the search. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, sending debris tumbling down. Lena heard terrified cries from the room. "Oh my God! It's huge! We can't hold it off!" Lena shouted, "What's coming?" But no response came from inside, perhaps drowned out by the chaos. A few seconds later, Demas's voice faintly reached them, seemingly trying to rally the spirits. Then, a deafening crash echoed. The surviving adventurers hurried their efforts to clear the stones. "They can't hold out much longer. We need to speed up." Finally, the last stone was pushed aside, and light streamed in. A few adventurers squeezed through eagerly, only to retreat in terror moments later. Lena took a deep breath and cautiously entered the room with three companions. As soon as he steadied himself, he was taken aback by the sight. Bodies were strewn everywhere, human and goblin corpses intermingled, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Suddenly, Lena locked eyes with a pair of murky eyes. A giant goblin stood proudly in the center of the room, surrounded by a group of smaller goblins. This goblin general was not only enormous but also clad in rusty armor, wielding a dull blade in its right hand, exuding a menacing aura. Lena noticed the goblin general's left hand was swinging a blood-stained iron hook. Demas and the few remaining adventurers and retainers were locked in a standoff with this formidable foe. Another knight had already perished, his body embedded in the wall, blood seeping slowly from the gaps in his armor. At that moment, a system warning sounded in Lena's ear. "Warning! You are in a standoff with the goblin general. Demas shouted back. Watch out for its hook. But before he could finish, the bloodied hook shot towards Lena like lightning. Lena hastily raised his round shield, but the immense force caught him, and he was slammed to the ground. Seeing the situation, the goblins rushed forward, engaging Demas and his companions in combat. A few cunning goblins attempted to sneak around from behind, but Martina quickly decapitated them with her greatsword. Nora, aim for its eyes with your throwing knives. Before the words were fully spoken, Nora had already launched 3 knives like lightning, one of which hit the goblin general squarely in the right eye, causing it to roar in pain. Junis followed up with a fireball, but it had little effect on the tough-skinned goblin general. Chaos reigned on the battlefield once more. Martina, find a chance to take it down, ordered Raynor. Martina charged forward like an untamed stallion. Nora took her place alongside Raynor to fend off goblins attempting a sneak attack. With Martina's aid, Demas and his group cut through the enemies swiftly, soon reaching the goblin general. At that moment, the general charged like a bull, slicing through several adventurers. Martina met the attack with her sword, and though she was smaller in size, she skillfully engaged the general. After a clash, the goblin general's machete was partially severed. Realizing it was outmatched, the general threw a chain hook that caught Martina's great sword, and after a brief struggle, flung it away. Nora seized the opportunity to hurl 3 throwing knives, but the general blocked them with its arm. The goblin general swung its hook again, this time targeting Nora. Watch out! Nora deftly dodged, avoiding the attack with ease. The general did not retract the hook. Instead, it swung it like a whip. Nora leaped aside, feeling lucky, when Raynor sensed danger. 2 goblins had snuck up from behind in the chaos. Nora quickly dispatched one, but was grabbed by the arm by the other. The goblin general's hook came swinging in again, and Nora could only struggle helplessly as danger loomed closer. In a split second, Raynor instinctively dived toward Nora, intending to push her aside. Unfortunately, he was a fraction too slow and was caught by the hook, which yanked him away. After being dragged a few feet, the hook suddenly went slack. Raynor struggled to his feet to find the goblin general had been beheaded by a bloodied Martina. The remaining goblins, sensing defeat, fled through a hidden door. At that moment, Raynor felt a sharp pain. The general's hook, thrown just before its death, had deeply pierced his arm, blood trickling down the iron hook. A dirt-covered Nora rushed over. Master, your hand. Martina approached, carrying the general's head, and glanced at the wound. Need me to pull out the hook? Pulling it out will make the blood flow faster. Let's wait for Junis to handle it, Raynor said, stopping Nora with his uninjured left hand as she turned to find Junis. She'll be here soon, and there are others more seriously injured. A moment later, Junis arrived. Brace yourself, she said, yanking the hook out painfully, nearly causing Raynor to faint. But the pain soon subsided, and the wound began to heal. Avoid moving for the next 3 days, or it might reopen at any time, Junis advised before tending to the other wounded. Just then, Raynor felt an itch on his arm. Turning to look, he found Nora carefully licking his wound. At this moment, a battered group is struggling on their way back. Originally consisting of over 20 people, now fewer than 10 can walk on their own. The rest are either too severely injured to move or have closed their eyes forever. Demas borrowed a cart from a passing slave trader, now laden with the bodies of adventurers, the air thick with the scent of blood and death. Wearing a helmet, Demas's expression is hidden, but his tense body and heavy footsteps make it clear that his mood is extremely grim. His 2 most trusted attendants, one has already passed on, and the other is gravely wounded. What cuts him to the core is that, according to Junis, another fallen knight was his childhood friend. Although Lena never had much fondness for Demas, he had to admit that the knight showed admirable courage in the recent battle. Facing fear, he led the charge without a moment's hesitation. If Demas is as proud as the rumors suggest, this defeat might deeply affect him. As Lena pondered, Nora's thoughts drifted into his mind like a wisp of smoke. It's my fault my master got hurt. I should have been more careful. I'm so stupid. With his only movable left hand, Lena gently stroked Nora's ear and softly said, "Please don't lick your wounds anymore." Nora was slightly taken aback, a hint of insecurity flickering in her eyes, and she replied quietly, "I'm sorry. My mother taught me that if you're hurt, licking the wound helps it heal faster. She used to do it when I was injured as a child. I'm a demi-human, so it's normal for the master to find it distasteful. I'm just too stupid." Hearing her self-deprecating words, Lena felt a wave of helplessness. He explained, "I just think the dirt and blood on the wound make it unhygienic to lick. How could that be seen as distasteful? That's pure slander. I'm just worried you'll ingest something dirty and get sick." Nora blinked her deep ocean blue eyes, realization dawning on her. "It's okay, master, I'll spit it out." She felt relieved, realizing she'd overthought it. Lena gently rubbed her soft animal ears again, feeling a warmth in his heart. Just then, Martina, for some reason, squatted down in front of him, excitedly asking, "Lena, want me to carry you? My leg isn't hurt, no need." Lena politely declined. He could sense Martina's current joy. A torrent of thoughts surged into his mind. This sword is amazing. If my parents were alive to see me take down such a big foe, they'd be so proud. At that moment, Junis came panting up from the rear of the group. Her face was pale, clearly exhausted from treating the wounded, on the verge of collapse. Her thoughts echoed as well. It's finally over. This was brutal. I need a good rest once we're back. Junis circled to Lena's right side, concerned. Does your hand still hurt? Let me treat it again. Go ahead. Lena nodded in agreement. As Junis continued to treat Lena, Nora's resentful thoughts floated over. This woman took so long to come over, letting the master lose so much blood. Lena looked at Nora and saw her frowning, seemingly upset. He understood, though, as many others had injuries far worse than his. His arm, pierced by an iron hook, although excruciating, was better than those adventurers with severed limbs. Thank you, Lena said sincerely to Junis. Junis smiled. No big deal. They traveled from day into night, finally returning to Melod City. Lena felt utterly exhausted, as if every muscle was screaming in pain, yearning for a place to rest. The city gates opened slowly before them, as if welcoming these adventurers back to a safe haven after their ordeal. Raynor dragged his weary body into the town's inn, deciding to rest for the night before returning to the village. After a brief farewell to Junis, he had barely left the group when he heard a familiar male voice call out, Raynor. Turning around, he saw Demas on horseback, looking down at him. Raynor frowned and asked, What do you want? Without a word, Demas tossed a pouch of money over to him. Raynor caught it and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy with mostly copper coins, and he could hear the occasional jingle of silver. That's your share, Demas said curtly. Raynor shook his head and tossed the pouch back. I didn't take the job from the Adventurers Guild. I just helped out along the way. He didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Demas, however, insisted, throwing the money back to him. Take it, you put in a lot of effort. Also, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. With that, he turned his horse and left, not giving Raynor a chance to refuse. A little way down the street, Demas turned back and shouted, Raynor, I owe you one. Then he disappeared around the corner without looking back. Raynor looked at Nora helplessly and shrugged. He then bought 2 smoked chickens and headed to the town center to find an inn with the beast-eared girls. Upon opening the door to their room, Raynor frowned. The small, shabby room felt like a dungeon, especially with the moldy pillows that made him worry he might wake up with mushrooms growing on his head. He went downstairs to find the innkeeper to complain, but was deterred when he glimpsed the crowded dormitory room, filled with 7 or 8 people. In comparison, his room seemed like paradise. Raynor sat at the table and took out some black bread and smoked chicken. Martina immediately came over, while Nora sat on the bed with her knees drawn up, saying softly, I don't deserve to eat today. Raynor paused, then put down the food and looked Nora in the eye. Really? Say that again. Nora held his gaze for a moment before guiltily looking away. Raynor sighed. My hand is hurt. I need someone to feed me. Martina blinked and was about to get up when Raynor quickly signaled her. Nora got the hint and hurried over. I'll feed you, she said. She carefully cut the bread and offered it to Raynor, piece by piece. Then she tore off a chicken leg and handed it to him. Raynor noticed her swallowing involuntarily as she looked at the food. Take a bite yourself, he said gently. I know you're hungry. When Nora hesitated, he added more sternly. Do I need to feed you personally? Nora shook her head repeatedly and finally took a small bite of the chicken. Inside, she berated herself. Nora, you fool. Why do you always upset the master? So stupid. Raynor watched her helplessly, deciding to have a proper talk with her the next day. After they finished eating, he collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. Sometime later, the room was dark except for Martina's soft snores. Raynor suddenly felt someone poking his face. The master seems to be awake, Nora whispered. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Raynor asked groggily. Nora's voice trembled as she replied. Master, please punish me. Punish you? How should I do that? Lena chuckled softly as he reached out to gently stroke Nora's ear, finding the soft texture irresistible. At that moment, Nora hesitated, unable to speak a word for quite some time. However, her inner thoughts were clear to Lena. Touch my tail. Lena's eyes lit up, and he suggested, I've got an idea. How about you let me touch your tail? To his surprise, Nora blurted out, No way. Lena was taken aback, agreeing in her heart, but refusing with her words. Wasn't this the classic case of saying one thing and meaning another? Soon, Nora's inner monologue drifted into Lena's mind again. She thought in frustration, how could I refuse? Nora, are you crazy? I wasn't this foolish before. Watching Nora berate herself over such a trivial matter, Lena couldn't help but laugh. He feigned seriousness and said, If you agreed, it wouldn't be a punishment, would it? Now, sit on my bed and obediently show me your cat tail. All right. Nora sat on the edge of the bed, her black tail barely visible in the dim light. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lena swiftly grabbed her tail. Ah, Nora yelped, looking pitifully at Lena. You can touch it but don't pull, or I'll get a stomachache. Feeling trapped yet unable to resist, Nora experienced a strange sensation. Lena smiled knowingly and gently ran his hand from the base to the tip of her tail. Nora let out a painful sound, clutching the bed frame so tightly that her nails dug into the wood. Just then, Martina's thoughts came through. What are they doing? Is Nora being? Lena looked up to see Martina's eyes shining in the moonlight, clearly awakened by the noise. Need to pee. When will they finish? Still not done with the tale? I'm about to burst. I shouldn't have drunk so much water. Relieved to realize it was only Martina's need, Lena relaxed. Nora, apparently unaware that Martina was awake, continued to plead softly. Master, I'm sorry. Please let go. I'll be more careful in the future. Martina thought. Their relationship is something else. No wonder Nora trusts Lena so much. Whatever, I can't hold it any longer. She suddenly sat up, startling Nora, who then pretended to nonchalantly pace around the room. Martina quickly took care of her business in a corner bucket and returned to bed, falling asleep almost immediately. Within seconds, her snores filled the room again. Nora, however, was still flustered, standing by the bed unsure of what to do. Her thoughts streamed into Lena's ears. She saw us. What will Martina think of me now? She'll surely see me as shameless. Never mind, just this once. I won't give Master another chance to punish me. Lena grew curious about what touching a tail meant to beast folk. He resolved to ask Junice about it the next time he saw her. Seeing Nora seated across from him, Lena couldn't resist teasing her. How about you let me hold you? Nora's cat ears perked up immediately. She shook her head vigorously, remaining silent. Liner gently stroked Nora's soft tail, thinking to himself, the master is a bit frivolous. Touching the tail is the limit. Hugging is absolutely not allowed. As this thought crossed his mind, he found it somewhat amusing. After all, the days ahead were long, and the future was uncertain. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again, announcing the completion of the task, clearing the goblin nest in the Dawn Forest. The reward had already been granted, and 10 diaster coins embossed with dragon emblems appeared out of thin air beside the bed. Liner carefully placed the shimmering coins into his pouch, feeling a surge of joy. The system continued. Achievement unlocked, Goblin Slayer. Liner was taken aback, as he hadn't personally killed the Goblin General. The system seemed to sense his confusion and explained, Martina is your slave. Her kills count as yours. Liner pondered for a moment and found the logic quite reasonable. Soon after, the system updated with a new mission, learn basic magic from Junice, with a reward of 5 silver coins. Liner exhaled a long breath, recalling that Junice had mentioned needing a few days of rest, which meant this mission would have to wait. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and Liner yawned. Having not slept the previous night and enduring intense battles and long journeys today, he was utterly spent. He closed his eyes and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, after getting up, Liner headed straight to the market to buy some essentials, planning to take Nora home for a few days of rest. Just before leaving Melod, he remembered the Adventurers Guild and decided to try his luck there. The guild was unusually quiet, with hardly any adventurers in sight. Liner surveyed the room and soon spotted Junie sitting alone in a corner, absorbed in petting a white cat in her lap, oblivious to Liner's approach. Aren't you supposed to be resting these days? Why are you still at the Adventurers Guild? Liner asked softly. Junies looked up at him and replied quietly. As long as I'm not taking on any commissions, it counts as rest. Are you here to learn magic? Just then, the white cat in her arms suddenly kicked its legs and darted into a pile of clutter in the distance. Liner replied earnestly. Yes, you teach me magic, and I'll teach you other languages. Didn't we agree on that? He realized the importance of completing the mission, but knew that improving his strength was even more crucial. Simply training his body was too slow and had limited potential. From what he had observed, his talent for magic seemed promising, so perhaps that was the route to pursue. At that moment, Liner noticed some people around him whispering. Turning around, he saw several adventurers quietly discussing him. Junies lowered her voice, saying, Your exploits from yesterday have spread through the guild. I expect quite a few people will seek you out for help soon. Liner was reminded of the system's explanation. Although Martina had killed the Goblin General, she was his slave, so the credit naturally went to him. He suddenly realized he hadn't properly rewarded Martina. As a responsible master, fair treatment was essential. Liner planned to buy her some white bread before heading back. Just then, Martina's thoughts reached him. When's the meal? I'm hungry. Junie stood up, holding her staff, and said, Let's head out now. We'll go outside the city. Liner glanced at Martina and then said to Junies, Hold on for a moment. Lena bought a whole bag of white bread with a gold coin. He took out a few pieces and handed the rest to Martina. Here, these are all yours. At that moment, a system alert rang loudly in Lena's ear. Host, please manage your funds wisely. You can't just spend money like this. Lena argued internally. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? Besides, this isn't wasting money. It's rewarding Martina for killing the Goblin General. It's important to be fair with rewards and punishments. The system fell silent. Returning to the present, Lena noticed Martina's reaction. She swallowed, her gaze flickering between Lena and the bread, but she hesitated to reach out. This was unusual, as she would normally devour the bread without hesitation. As Lena pondered, Martina's thoughts drifted into his mind. Is this my last meal? Or does he expect something like touching my tail like with Nora? I won't let that happen. These thoughts circled in her mind but weren't spoken aloud. Lena felt like he was being misunderstood as a creep, even though he was a person with a strong sense of justice. Go ahead and eat. You were very brave yesterday. This is a reward, he explained. Martina realized her misunderstanding and sighed in relief. Oh, I see. What else did you think it was for? Lena asked. Martina didn't answer, but her cheeks turned red. I was being silly, she muttered, opening the bag and nibbling on the bread, occasionally stealing glances at Lena. So much white bread must be expensive. Lena spent a lot on me again, making the day I can buy my freedom even further away, she thought to herself. Lena then turned his attention to the others, giving 2 pieces of bread each to Nora and Junies. As the 4 of them walked and ate, Junies took a bite and remarked, "It's been so long since I had white bread. It's delicious." Lena's curiosity was piqued. If you don't eat white bread, what do you usually have? Junies shrugged, stewed peas or black bread. And if I have some money, maybe some thick vegetable soup. She carefully tucked half a piece of bread into her pouch. Lena was slightly surprised, as these were typical foods for commoners. Yet, Junies didn't carry herself like a commoner. You must be from a noble family, right? He guessed. Junies smiled and replied, what noble would spend their days at the Adventurers Guild playing with cats like I do? Lena squinted, studying Junies closely. Her fair skin and slender limbs suggested she wasn't accustomed to hard labor. More importantly, training a mage requires significant resources. Hiring tutors and buying books is beyond the reach of most families. Although her staff was wooden, the vibrant red gemstone at its tip was extraordinary. She always kept it wrapped in black cloth, only revealing it when in use. Stop guessing and just think of me as a wandering mage, Junie said with a smile, skillfully deflecting Lena's speculation. Before they knew it, they had reached the outskirts of the city of Mellowed. Junies found a spot of open ground and pulled out her magic book, ready to begin her daily practice. Junies handed the magic book to Lena, a hint of an expectant smile playing on her lips. Here you go. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Tomorrow, I'll bring you a book on water magic as well, she added. Let's meet at the Adventurers Guild in the morning. Lena nodded solemnly and immediately immersed himself in the book. Not far away, Nora and Martina were chatting comfortably, with Martina occasionally letting out a bell-like laugh. Junies followed Lena's gaze and suddenly remarked, no wonder they trust you so much. Lena looked up, a bit puzzled. What do you mean? You're different from most people, Junies explained with a smile. Besides me, I didn't think anyone would give demi-humans white bread. Lena raised an eyebrow. You've given demi-humans white bread too? Seems like you're not just anyone. Junies leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Do you really want to know my identity? A bit curious, Lena admitted with a glance. Why not just tell me? I promise I won't say a word. Junies sighed, a trace of reluctance in her confession. Actually, I'm not from Diest. I escaped here. A noble, I presume? Lena guessed. Junies nodded in acknowledgement. Lena's mind raced with the thought that she might be the daughter of some duke. Which country did you escape from? That, I can't say. Junie shook her head sincerely. Please understand. Lena speculated she might be from Rosno, as aside from Diest language, her Rosno was the most fluent. Junies rested her chin on her hand, gazing directly into Lena's eyes. Now it's my turn to ask. Why are you so kind to demi-humans? Demi-humans are people too, Lena replied. Apart from being a bit stronger, they're not much different from ordinary people. Besides, they're more genuine and kind-hearted. If you're good to them, they'll repay you. You and I think alike, Junies chuckled, patting Lena's shoulder. Keep studying, I won't disturb you. In the morning, under Junies' guidance, Lena finally mastered the fireball spell. In the afternoon, it was his turn to teach Junies the languages of other countries. Junies was a diligent student with an impressive memory, able to memorize 20 words in just half an hour. Watching Junies write the words fluently, Lena couldn't help but marvel. You learn so quickly. At this rate, you'll master Barnet language in no time. Junies squinted and smiled. You learn magic quickly too. I used to be terrible at foreign languages and often got scolded by my teachers, but I eventually got the hang of it. Lena silently thanked the system for its language switching function. Otherwise, he might have starved in the first week after crossing over. You must know at least a dozen languages, Junies said, closing her notebook and standing up to dust off her dress. If you ever get tired of being an adventurer, you could make a good living as a teacher. Lena looked up at the sky and noticed it was nearly dusk. It's getting late. I should head back. See you tomorrow. He waved goodbye, calling over the 2 bee-steered girls playing nearby. Martina stifled a laugh, while Nora blushed deeply, but both remained silent. Lena couldn't help but wonder what they had been discussing. On the way back, the 2 bee-steered girls walked ahead, playfully teasing each other. Martina occasionally let out a mischievous laugh, catching Nora's sideways glances. Rainer gently reminded them, You two better stop fooling around. Although there are militia patrols, there can still be bandits lurking. Better to be cautious. Hearing this, Nora stopped paying attention to Martina, and the two fell silent. However, they were unaware that their thoughts had already drifted into Rainer's mind. Martina thought, she actually likes having her tail touched by Rainer. She must be longing for a man. It won't be long before they get together. Nora, on the other hand, silently grumbled. Martina is so annoying. That's not what I meant at all. She deliberately misled me into saying the wrong thing. I'll definitely make her pay when we get back. Rainer deduced that Martina likely saw Nora's tail being touched last night and teased her about it. He mused to himself that once he was done with Nora's tail, it might be time to consider Martina's. Back home, the two bee-steered girls continued their playful chase in the room. Eventually, Nora, being more skilled, easily caught hold of Martina's ponytail. I was wrong. Don't pull my tail. Martina quickly pleaded for mercy. Nora snorted softly, letting Martina go, and then picked up an axe to head outside and chop wood. Seeing this, Rainer said to Martina with a straight face, I want to touch your tail too. Huh? No way. Martina instinctively refused, but secretly thought, what's going on? Suddenly he's interested in me? No, definitely not. Why not? Nora, let me. Rainer pressed. Martina waved her hand, explaining, tails have a special meaning for us. Women can touch each other's tails, but Rainer, you're a man, so it's not allowed. What about ears? Rainer persisted. Nope. Rainer, you're too weak, Martina said seriously. This statement was like a dagger to Rainer's heart. He had to admit that in an unknown fight, he couldn't defeat Martina. Then I'll just use the power of the contract, Rainer threatened. Martina quickly covered her ears, thinking fast. If you can beat me, I'll willingly let you touch my ears. Or even my tail. But you can't force me. We agreed when I started working for you that there'd be no tail touching. A real man never goes back on his word. So Rainer, if you can beat me, I'll let you touch them. Rainer recalled Martina's display of strength yesterday. She could grab a goblin by the neck and toss it like a sandbag, taking out many at once. With such monstrous strength, winning against her seemed impossible. But if he learned magic, the outcome might be different. You said it. If I beat you, I can touch your tail whenever I want, Rainer confirmed. Martina nodded confidently. Of course, I'm a woman of my word. If you can beat me, I'll agree to anything you want. But you can't beat me. I can take on at least 20 humans barehanded. You said it, Rainer repeated. That's right. I never go back on my word. Martina stated earnestly, successfully igniting Rainer's competitive spirit. He resolved that when he finally won against Martina, he would make sure she knew it. After dinner, Rainer sat on his bed, recalling the spells from the book earlier, and began pondering over the fireball technique. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when Nora suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Master, the hot water is ready. You can take your bath now. After thanking her, Lena picked up his change of clothes and entered the cubicle. His right arm was still a bit troublesome, with any large movement causing sharp pain. Just as he was about to undress, the curtain of the cubicle was suddenly pulled aside, and Nora walked in. What's going on? Lena asked, puzzled, turning to look at her. Nora didn't speak, but her thoughts were clear in Lena's mind. Just helping. The master has a hand injury, and it's hard to bathe with one hand. Lena couldn't help but imagine himself naked, with Nora behind him helping to scrub his back. This made him feel a bit awkward, considering he was the type of person who wore swim trunks even to public baths. As Lena's mind wandered, Nora finally spoke, her cheeks slightly flushed. Master, let me help you bathe. With your hand injured, it might be inconvenient for you to do it yourself. Lena immediately declined politely. No need, you should go rest. Nora let out a long breath and left the cubicle. Then I'll go rest first. Good night, master. Lena responded, and then he painstakingly finished his bath. The task of washing clothes was left to Nora. Ever since he brought her home, Lena hadn't washed his clothes himself. Upon coming out of the cubicle, Lena saw the two bee-steered girls cuddling in their sleep. Just as he was about to remark on their cuteness, Nora's thoughts drifted over. Master is done bathing, and Martina is asleep. It's my turn now. So, she was pretending to sleep. Lena sat on the bed, and Nora got up and approached him. They both had become accustomed to this pre-sleep, ear-touching ritual. However, today, Lena only rubbed her ears twice before feeling a bit bored. His gaze fell on Nora's swaying tail, and he had a bold idea. He decisively reached out and grabbed Nora's tail. Ah! Nora yelped, turning to look at Lena. The noise only caused Martina to turn over in her sleep, without waking. What's wrong? Lena asked. Nora said with a hint of grievance, you can't touch my tail. Saying this, she carefully pulled her tail away from Lena's hand. Weren't you okay with it yesterday? Lena asked, puzzled. Nora lowered her voice to explain. That was punishment. It's different. Lena suddenly feigned pain, clutching his right arm. It suddenly hurts. Feels like the skin is tearing. Nora thought to herself. There's no way it suddenly hurts. He just wants to touch my tail. But she still turned around and exposed her tail. You can touch it, but don't wake Martina, or she'll tease me again tomorrow. Lena, without hesitation, grabbed her tail, and began to stroke it up and down. He enjoyed the sensation of the fur slipping through his fingers, feeling incredibly soothed. Meanwhile, Nora remained tense and uneasy, worried her tail might get pulled. Lena asked curiously, "What's so special about touching a tail?" Nora hesitated for a while before speaking. Only very close partners can touch each other's tails. Her thoughts followed. Between different genders, only a husband can touch a tail. If you let just anyone touch it, you'd be seen as a loose woman. Lena suddenly understood why Nora was so resistant. He deliberately said, "Aren't we close partners?" That's really hurtful. Nora was at a loss for words, unable to refute him. In the end, she could only silently offer her tail, letting Lena do as he pleased. Early in the morning, Rainer was awakened by the sound of two bee-steered girls arguing outside his room. "You definitely let Rainer touch your tail again last night," Martina teased with obvious amusement. "I did not," Nora quickly retorted, but her voice lacked conviction. Nora, you're already on the wrong path," Martina said confidently. "I would never let Rainer touch my tail, not even for a moment." "I said I didn't." Rainer yawned as he got out of bed, suddenly noticing the quiet outside. It was clear Nora had sensed his movement. After getting ready, Rainer took the two girls out, heading to meet Junice for magic lessons. As soon as they reached Melod Square, he saw a group of knights surrounded by townsfolk, with Demas among them. After overhearing some news about recruitment, Rainer turned away and headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. Junice was already waiting there, wrapped in a thick black cloak that covered almost her entire body. "Rainer, come over here. What's up? Is someone following you? You're dressed so heavily." Junice blinked, glanced down at her attire, and then realized, "Oh, this? I'm just a bit tired today and didn't have anything else to wear, so I threw this on. Anyway, let's get to the main topic." Rainer nodded for her to continue. Several villages outside the city were attacked by goblins last night. Those goblins came from the Forest of Dawn. The Lord is recruiting soldiers to completely clear out that forest. Should we join? At the mention of goblins, Rainer's face immediately showed reluctance. "Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days?" "True." Junice sighed. "Hearing you say that, I suddenly don't want to go either. Our last experience taught us that these goblins are indeed very dangerous. Not only are there many of them, but they're also equipped with armor. If we run into their leader, it could be life-threatening." "Definitely too dangerous," Junice agreed with a nod. "These aren't ordinary goblins. The risk and reward don't match at all." "Let's continue our studies outside the city," Rainer suggested, signaling for Junice to follow as she pulled out another book on water magic from her bag. Eager to achieve his goal of touching Martina's tail, Rainer quickly flipped through the table of contents. Junice patiently explained, "Water's nature is very gentle, and water elements are calm. Unlike fire magic, water magic isn't known for its offensive capabilities. It's more about supportive spells, which can be used to restrain enemies or heal allies. I suggest you start with water healing or water ball spells, as both are relatively simple." After thinking for a moment, Rainer replied, "I'll go with water healing. Nora is agile but somewhat frail, and when she gets injured, it's serious. Martina, though tough and resilient, is the team's frontline and will inevitably get hurt, so she needs someone to heal her quickly." "You really care about them," Junice said with a smile. "Of course," Rainer replied, recalling Junice's previous demonstration of water healing, secretly contemplating how this magic might be somewhat underwhelming in intense battles. "The enemy isn't going to just stand there and watch you heal your teammates on the ground." Rainer looked up at Junice, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Is there a water magic spell that can heal allies from a distance?" Junice nodded slightly. "Of course there is, but it's particularly complex and quite draining on magic power." "Draining on magic power?" Rainer chuckled lightly. "That's not a problem. Over the past few days, he had been absorbing the natural elements around him at every opportunity, and his magic crystal had grown as massive as a mountain peak. In his current state, the consumption of magic power was no issue. Can I learn that spell directly?" Junice suddenly flashed a meaningful smile, as if she had thought of something amusing. After a moment, she shook her head. "No, you have to start from the basics." Rainer shrugged, accepting the reality. "In that case, I'll take it step by step." Junice handed him a spell book, turning to the page on water healing. "Just like learning the fireball spell, memorize the incantation first, and once you've got it down, focus on casting it." She suddenly stood up, her gaze searching the surroundings. "What's up? We need a living creature to practice on." Rainer immediately called out to someone not far away. "Nora, catch me a bug." Soon, Nora brought over a beetle the size of a palm. Without hesitation, Rainer used it as a test subject. After a whole day of practice, he was able to heal scrapes and superficial wounds. "Rainer, you're learning so fast." Junice praised genuinely. "You have a real talent for this. You'll definitely become a renowned mage one day. You learn quickly too." Junice stretched and brushed the dirt off her dress. "I just hope you slow down a bit, or soon I won't have anything left to teach you." "No worries. If I have time, I'll continue teaching you other languages." "You're so kind, Rainer." Junice smiled, glancing at the sky. It's getting late. I'll head back now. Make sure to be careful of goblins when you rest at night. As he watched Junice leave, Rainer released the beetle that had been his test subject all day. Just then, a system notification sounded. Task: learn the basic magic from Junice. Current status: completed. Task reward: granted. Rainer placed 5 silver coins into his money pouch. Task update: hidden task triggered and completed. Task reward: unknown. Another hidden task. Rainer felt a bit frustrated. The lack of a clear goal left him feeling very lost. Then, the system prompted again. Recommended course of action. 1. Spend the night at Melodzen. 2. Return home as usual. 3. Camp out in the wild. After careful consideration, Rainer decisively chose the second option. As night fell, Rainer had just locked the doors and windows, preparing for bed, when a loud crash shattered the silence of the night. Immediately, the urgent sound of alarm bells echoed all around, and the villagers' cries rang out. The goblins are here. Quick, protect the children. The wooden house across the pond suddenly burst into flames, the fire illuminating the entire village. Rainer quickly woke Martina, and after getting their gear on, they followed Nora out the door. Surveying the surroundings, he saw the village's wooden walls already swarming with goblins, as lightly armored militia fought desperately against these savage creatures. Task triggered: protect the village and defeat the goblin general. Task reward: a staff of unknown quality. Task condition: villager survival rate must remain above 60, otherwise the task fails. Current villager survival rate: 98. Rainer stood in the center of the village, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Villagers armed with pitchforks and scythes rushed out of their homes, engaging fiercely with the small, green-skinned goblins. The air was filled with the clashing of weapons and the shouts of battle, yet the goblin general was nowhere to be seen. Nora, lead us to where the goblins are thickest, Rainer ordered decisively. Nora nodded in agreement and led the group swiftly through the village, stopping at the western side. The scene before Rainer quickly revealed the cause of the goblin influx. The western wooden wall had collapsed, and new goblins were pouring in through the breach. More goblins were making a mad dash out, carrying stolen supplies, while several militia members lay lifeless in pools of blood. The system alert began to sound urgently. Current villager survival rate: 98, 97, 96. Almost every few seconds, the percentage dropped, the rate of decline increasing. Martina, seal the breach, Rainer commanded immediately. Martina swung her large sword, slicing a group of goblins in two. She stood alone at the breach like a deity descended from the heavens, embodying the spirit of a one-person army. Rainer and Nora remained behind her, focused on taking down any goblins that slipped through. Master, they're climbing the wall, Nora shouted, hurling knives that precisely struck goblins on the wall. She agilely climbed up the wooden wall to scout, exclaiming, "Oh my! They're setting up ladders outside and climbing in masses." A gleam appeared in Rainer's eyes. He quickly chanted a spell, continuously hurling fireballs at the wooden wall. The raging flames soon engulfed the entire wall and spread around. The battlefield was illuminated by the fire, the air thick with the smell of char, and goblin screams echoed all around. "Martina, fall back!" Rainer shouted as the collapsed wall was set ablaze, the intense flames successfully blocking the goblins outside. With this area temporarily secured, the rate of villager casualties slowed, stabilizing at 76. Rainer approached Martina, asking with concern, "How are you holding up? Are you hurt?" "I can keep fighting all day," Martina replied resolutely. "Then let's go support the others," Rainer said. But then a troubling thought struck him: the goblin general had still not appeared. At that moment, a thunderous crash sounded nearby. Rainer witnessed a massive green foot smashing the wooden wall to pieces, solid logs splintering apart. An enormous figure clad in iron armor and wielding a giant spiked mace charged into the village. The goblin general. With a single swing, it could level a house, followed by a swarm of smaller goblins flooding in. Rainer pulled his companions into the shadows, frowning. This village would be difficult to defend. He pondered silently. What would be the penalty if the task failed? At that moment, Nora's voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Martina is strong, but she can't fight the goblin general and fend off all the goblins at the same time. We can't hold them off either, master. Let's run." Lena's gaze fell on the unsuspecting goblin general, and he quietly asked Martina, "Can you beat him?" Martina gripped her greatsword tightly, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Honestly, in an unknown fight, I might not win." "What about a sneak attack? How confident are you?" Lena pressed further. Martina's eyes sharpened. "If he's facing away, I can kill him in an instant." The flames hadn't yet reached their position, so Lena and Nora seized the opportunity, quickly climbing the wooden wall and rushing towards the goblin general. Suddenly, Lena noticed a villager brandishing a pitchfork, confronting a group of goblins. The villager showed no signs of retreat, as his wife and daughter were hiding behind him. "Get away, filthy beasts! Stay away from my family," the villager shouted fiercely. Lena acted decisively, firing several fireballs in succession, scattering the goblins around. This sudden commotion caught the goblin general's attention. He turned sharply, spotting Lena and Nora running along the wooden wall. "Stop them! Don't let them get through!" the goblin general barked. Immediately, several short axes flew towards Lena. He dodged left and right, but was still struck in the right arm. Seeing this, Nora quickly threw a knife aimed at the goblin general's eyes, but it was blocked by his hand. Lena seized the moment to launch another fireball, but its power was too weak to cause any real damage and only succeeded in enraging the goblin general further. "I'm going to crush your skull," the goblin general roared, hurling his massive hammer, which smashed through the wooden wall. Losing his balance, Lena fell off the wall. "Master!" Nora cried out, leaping forward with her dagger aimed at the goblin general's head. Before she could get close, she was sent flying by a heavy punch, tumbling across the muddy ground, her pouch of knives scattering everywhere. The goblin general picked up his hammer, his voice dripping with mockery. "Weren't you so proud just now?" He raised his hammer high, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. In a split second, Lena suddenly shouted in fluent Orcish, "I surrender. Don't harm us." The goblin general looked surprised. "A human, speaking our language? But it's too late now. You'll at least pay with a leg." Just as the hammer was about to fall, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, a sharp sword precisely striking the goblin general's shoulder armor. Lena casually scratched his nose, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Did you really think I was serious?" Immediately, Martina let out a fierce cry, her arms surging with power, slicing the goblin general in half. Without pausing, she swiftly decapitated him and stomped his head into the ground. Seeing their leader dead, the goblins lost their will to fight. They dropped their stolen goods in panic and fled through the breach. Martina stood triumphantly over the goblin general's head, laughing loudly. "Lena, we make a great team. These goblins are nothing." Lena was about to check on Nora's condition. She had been knocked out by the goblin general's punch and lay motionless on the ground, likely injured. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a goblin at the breach, drawing a bow aimed at the unsuspecting Martina. "Danger!" Lena shouted, but it was too late. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing Martina's leather chestplate and embedding itself in her left chest. "Huh!" Martina's voice of shock hung in the air. The green-skinned creature ran so fast that by the time I gave chase, it had already vanished. Just as everyone thought the danger had passed, an unexpected event occurred. As Martina was about to pop a champagne bottle in celebration, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air, striking her chest armor. Fortunately, her robust build turned this mishap into a life-saving barrier. Ignoring the pain, Martina picked up her greatsword, ready to pursue the goblin that attacked her. Lena shook his head at her impulsive action. Nora, on the other hand, wasn't seriously hurt, only suffering a minor scratch. After fainting briefly, she sat up on her own, looking worriedly at Lena. "Master, how are your injuries?" "It's just a scratch. I can handle it myself," Lena reassured her, gently patting her head. Perhaps she hit her head, as Nora seemed a bit dazed, instinctively grabbing Lena's arm and licking his wound like before. By this time, the village militia had arrived, and it seemed the goblins in the village had been temporarily cleared out. Lena noticed Martina awkwardly trying to pull out the arrow from her chest. "What are you doing?" "Stop!" Lena shouted sternly. Martina froze, mumbling with a pout. "It hurts whenever I move the arrow." "Don't move it, even if it hurts." "Who told you to let your guard down so quickly?" Lena patted her shoulder, leading her back home. On the way, the ground was littered with goblin corpses, and a village woman was weeping over a beheaded body. Unable to bear the sight, Lena quickened his pace back to the house. Though the house had been ransacked, a thorough check confirmed no one was hiding inside, so he shut the door. After lighting a candle, Lena had Martina lie on the bed and carefully removed her chest armor. As he looked at the two soft shields that had blocked a fatal arrow, Lena pondered. Martina was brave, but got injured too easily. It would be great if she could get better armor. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he focused on the task at hand. He took out the holy water he had obtained from a mission. Just in case if the bleeding was heavy after removing the arrow, he would use the holy water. If not, he would use a healing spell for practice. As he prepared to cut the fabric on Martina's chest with a knife, she grabbed his wrist warily. "What are you doing?" "Obviously, I'm treating your wound. Unless you want that arrow to stay there forever." Martina hesitated. "But, won't you see everything?" Lena was amused that this rough woman, who had relieved herself in front of them at an inn, was feeling shy. "I'm really not interested in looking at that. Let's get this over with. We need to treat the wound, bathe, and rest. The village isn't safe tonight, and we'll need to take turns keeping watch." Reluctantly, Martina nodded. Lena used the knife to cut the fabric, and two large bunnies immediately bounced out, one still pierced by the arrow. "You're still looking? What kind of look was that?" Martina blushed, covering half of her face with her hand. "Disgusting, lewd. Hurry up and heal it." Rainer swallowed hard and carefully grasped the arrow. "Hold still," he said softly, then slowly pulled out the arrowhead. Blood immediately gushed out, but fortunately, It hadn't hit a major vessel, so the bleeding wasn't severe. Stop touching it, stop touching it, Martina said urgently. Just heal it quickly. Rainer placed his palm over the wound, recalling the incantation for the water healing spell. As he chanted, the blood turned the healing water a light red, and Martina's wound began to heal visibly, leaving only a tiny scar. All right, try not to touch the wound for the next few days, Rainer reminded her. Martina immediately stood up, walked briskly to the cabinet, and quickly found a strip of white cloth. Don't bandage it, Rainer said, watching her. Let the wound relax for a few days. Once it's fully healed, you can bandage it however you like. By the way, he added, unable to resist, constantly binding it might affect development and it might not grow properly. Not growing would be better, Martina retorted, sounding displeased. It only becomes troublesome when it gets bigger. Her cheeks were noticeably red. It's so embarrassing. Nora will definitely tease me about this tomorrow. You should go take a bath and rest, Rainer suggested. You're on watch for the second half of the night. Got it. Martina dressed and left with a bucket. Rainer turned to Nora, gently stroking her hair. How are you feeling? Still in pain? Yeah, he hit me on the head, Nora replied weakly. But I'll be fine after some rest. Rainer checked her status on the system. Name, Nora Hill. Current status, weak, dizzy. Relieved that there was no concussion, Rainer relaxed a bit. Get some rest. Martina and I will keep watch tonight. Nora nodded and lay down on Rainer's bed, falling asleep within seconds, her breathing steady and calm. Rainer covered her with a blanket before tending to his own arm injury. If not for the pain, he'd almost forgotten had taken an axe to his right arm. Luckily, the wound wasn't deep, and the water healing spell quickly stopped the bleeding. After removing his leather armor, Rainer exhaled deeply. Seeing Nora asleep in her armor, he quietly helped her remove it. A sudden wave of drowsiness hit him, and after a moment's thought, he lay down on the bed as well. Just then, Martina returned with the water. Martina, you take the first watch. I'll get some sleep. Wake me for the second half. Understood. With her response, Rainer settled down. The cold wind blew in through the window, making him shiver as he snuggled into the blanket. Looking at Nora's defenseless sleeping face, he suddenly felt the urge to hold her. As he hesitated, Nora's body trembled slightly and moved closer, hugging him tightly. As Rainer puzzled over this, Nora let out a soft whimper. She must be cold too, Rainer thought, carefully wrapping his arms around her. Only then did he realize how delicate Nora's frame was, like a fragile blade of grass. She carried a faint scent of sweat, surprisingly comforting. Rainer's eyelids grew heavy with sleep. In the morning, as Lena opened his eyes, he saw Martina sitting by the bedside. She had faint dark circles under her eyes, indicating she had stayed up all night. Seeing Lena awake, she gave a knowing smile and her thoughts echoed in his mind. Finally awake, Nora was holding on so tightly. Lena looked down to find Nora curled up in his arms, fast asleep. The warmth under the covers was comforting, making him reluctant to leave. His hand instinctively stroked Nora's tail, savoring the morning's peaceful moment. Just then, Nora stirred slightly, then stretched in Lena's embrace. Her hands pressed gently against him like a cat kneading, only to find the texture unfamiliar, prompting her to open her eyes. Instead of Martina's impressive headlights, she was met with a firm chest. Nora slowly lifted her head, meeting Lena's gaze. Awake? Mas, Tur, she murmured, still dazed. A flurry of confused thoughts rushed into Lena's mind. Why am I in the master's bed? Oh right, I had a terrible headache yesterday and fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. It must have been just sleep, right? My clothes are still on. She carefully lifted the blanket to check, relieved to see she was fully dressed, and gently covered herself again. Nora, you're so useless. Would it kill you to walk a few more steps to your own bed? Luckily, the master didn't do anything, or else I would. She shook her head vigorously, quietly getting out of bed, keeping her back to Lena. But her flushed cat ears betrayed her feelings. Sensing the need for a change of subject, Lena turned to Martina. Weren't you supposed to wake me for the second half of the night? You two were sleeping so soundly and cuddled up together, Martina replied, giving Nora a meaningful glance. Especially Nora. She was holding on tight. Spit. Cough cough. Nora, in the middle of drinking water, choked and shot Martina a fierce glare. After a quick wash, Lena headed out. The goblin raid from the previous night had left the kitchen in disarray, with even the black bread looted, so none of them had breakfast. Villagers were busy cleaning up the village and fortifying the walls. A small boy timidly stopped Lena. Thank you for saving me last night, he said before quickly running off. Lena nodded in acknowledgement and continued on. Although the darkness of the previous night made it hard to recall exactly whom he saved, there were noticeably more friendly greetings from villagers than usual. Upon reaching Melod, the number of patrolling soldiers at the city gates had noticeably increased. According to passers-by, Melod was also attacked the previous night, but with sturdy stone walls and well-trained guards, the town had easily fended off the threat. After purchasing a few loaves of black bread, Lena made his way to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that June Ice hadn't arrived yet, He sat down in the corner with the two bee-steered girls and took a big bite of black bread. Amidst the bustling adventurers, a familiar figure soon caught his eye. Junice, with her messy hair, looking as if she had just rolled out of bed. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Junice said, tidying her tangled hair and explaining. "Goblins invaded the town last night, and many city guards were injured. I had to deal with it, and it got really late, so I overslept this morning. My apologies." "No worries, let's head out of the city." The two of them made their way back to the open field outside the city. Martina, clearly having had little rest the previous night, lay down on the ground as soon as they arrived, her breathing soon becoming steady. Just as Junice was looking through her books, a system notification sounded in Liner's ear. "Task completed. Rewards are being drawn." Seconds later, the system announced, "Ding. Rewards have been distributed." At that moment, a heavy metal staff materialized in Liner's left hand. At the top of the staff floated a deep red, spiral-shaped gem, which was both its most distinctive feature and the finishing touch, giving the staff an aura of a legendary artifact. Instantly, Liner felt his magic power surge restlessly, pouring into the staff. Soon, the staff's handle began to glow with a red light. The system then displayed the staff's information. Name: Frenzied Breath of the Red Dragon. Description: crafted by the most renowned ancient dwarf artisan. The fire demon stone at the top of the staff seals the soul of a red dragon, offering a tremendous boost to fire magic. Note: the original staff was destroyed thousands of years ago. This is a replica, but can unleash its full power. Quality: legendary. Just as Liner was about to marvel at the system's generosity, the system's voice came again. Task update: kill the goblin tyrant. Reward: 15 diest gold coins. Liner drew in a sharp breath. The goblin tyrant was a lord-level monster. The three of them had struggled so much against just one goblin general, let alone a tyrant. At that moment, Junice looked up, her eyes immediately drawn to the staff. "Wait, what is that?" "My staff," Liner replied with a smile. Junice moved closer, examining it intently. "Wow, this must have cost a fortune. Where did you get it?" "That's a secret," Liner said, maintaining his smile. "Can I touch it?" "Sure." Junice, as if discovering a treasure, carefully inspected every detail of the staff, her fingers gently playing with the floating red gem at the top. "If I'm not mistaken, the handle's material must be mithril, right? Not only is it indestructible, but it also has great magic affinity. The most remarkable thing is, even a small piece is worth a fortune," she exclaimed again. "Oh my god, where did you get this?" "Still a secret," Liner responded with a silent smile. "Can I try it?" Junice asked eagerly. With permission granted, she cautiously took the staff and began chanting a spell. However, just then, the fireball forming at the top of the staff suddenly extinguished. "Strange, what's wrong with this staff?" Junice frowned as she stared at the staff in her hand. She tried repeatedly to cast the most basic fireball spell, only to see the fireball at the tip of the staff almost form, then extinguish silently at the last moment. After several failed attempts, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. "This staff keeps draining my magic but releases no spells, whether it's water or fire magic," she said, just as something unexpected happened. The breath of the red dragon suddenly soared into the air, as if it had come to life, gracefully swirling above them. Lena and Junice exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not anticipating this scene. Nearby, Nora watched the swirling staff in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible, incredible." Moments later, the staff seemed to exhaust its energy and gently fell back beside Lena, playfully tapping his head with the gem at its tip. "This can't be possible," Junice exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Your staff has a mind of its own. It recognizes its master. No wonder I couldn't cast any spells earlier. It was resisting me." To test this theory, Lena grasped the breath of the red dragon firmly and began chanting a spell aimed at an open field in the distance. As the final syllable fell, a blazing fireball immediately formed at the tip of the staff. With the infusion of magic, the fireball rapidly expanded, eventually shooting toward the distant grassland. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Startled awake, Martina sat up abruptly. "What happened?" she exclaimed, just as a wave of scorching heat rushed over them. Squinting against the heat, Lena looked out to see a fiery vortex forming on the distant grassland, which persisted for half a minute before gradually dissipating. The area within a 40-meter radius had turned into a charred wasteland. "That's incredible." Junice was left speechless. Lena was equally shocked, as the power far exceeded his expectations. He thought to himself that if he had this staff last night, the goblin general could have been dispatched with a single blow, sparing Nora and Martina from injury. With such an enhancement, even the goblin tyrant might be easily handled. At that moment, Nora nudged Lena's leg and pointed towards the city. Turning, Lena saw two knights galloping towards them, clearly drawn by the commotion caused by his experiment. The lead knight reined in his horse in front of Lena, his tone reprimanding. "What are you doing? Was that explosion you're doing? The city's warhorses are spooked and are running wild." Junice promptly stepped forward to explain. "Honorable knight, We are developing powerful magic to combat the goblin invasion. The knight was momentarily taken aback, his tone softening slightly. I see. But as a knight, I must ensure the safety of civilians. Your actions are too reckless, and I cannot allow you to continue your research here. We understand. Junies nodded in acknowledgement. Lena stood silently beside her, clearly recognizing that Junies was more adept at handling such situations. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Adney, you can head back. I'll take it from here. The other knight was Demas, and although it had been a few days, Lena immediately recognized his voice. Knight Adney returned to the city. Demas slowly removed his helmet, his gaze assessing the two people in front of him from atop his horse. His eyes finally settled on Junice, and with a hint of admiration in his voice, he asked, was that spell earlier yours? Junice shook her head gently, her slender finger pointing to Lena beside her. It was his work. Demas's attention shifted to Lena, scrutinizing the staff in his hand. Lena, join our expedition team. Tomorrow, we will head back to the Dawn Forest to completely eradicate the nests there. He paused for a moment before adding, this city has only 4 magicians. We need your power. Lena fell into deep thought. The information from the system left him uneasy. Tomorrow, they might encounter a goblin tyrant in the Dawn Forest. Such a foe would undoubtedly be more troublesome than a goblin general. Considering how a group of 20 adventurers barely survived against a general, almost facing total defeat, the thought of facing a tyrant was daunting. I can, but, Lena began cautiously. About the reward. 1/10 of the spoils, how about that? Demas offered readily. Lena was secretly pleased, imagining that high-level monsters must guard precious treasures. Even 1/10 of a chest of gold would ensure his comfort for life. Deal, Lena agreed, nodding. Tomorrow at dawn, gather at the city gates, and we'll head straight to the Dawn Forest. As he left, Demas turned back to remind him, save your magic for the goblins tomorrow. Avoid using dangerous spells for now. Once Demas was gone, Junice chuckled, glancing at Lena. Honestly, I thought you would demand a lot more. I'm surprised you settled for just 1/10. Lena looked puzzled. Huh, what valuable things could goblins have? Just rusty daggers and wooden clubs? Maybe a few pieces of leather or iron armor if you're lucky. 1/10 of that might just be a few coins, Junice explained. No treasure. Junice laughed. Lena, you're amusing. Goblins know nothing but eating, drinking, sleeping, and breeding. If they have any treasure, it's probably the smoked meat stolen from villagers. Lena fell silent. Lies don't hurt, but the truth cuts deep, he mused to himself. No wonder Demas agreed so readily. Video games really mess with your head. After a moment, he consoled himself. It's fine, I'll just think of it as doing a good deed. I'm a kind man. Junice nodded and replied in a language of the beast folk. You are indeed kind, as your 2 beast folk companions surely believe too. Nora nodded firmly in agreement, while Martina had already dozed off on the grass. At that moment, Nora's thoughts drifted into Lena's consciousness. Of course, Master is kind. He gives me nice clothes to wear, and lets me eat my fill every day. He's the best human, without a doubt. Lena looked down at Nora, shaking his head helplessly at her whimsical thoughts. Why is he so good to me? What could Master possibly want from me? Nora's thoughts continued to echo, leaving Lena both amused and exasperated. As dusk fell, Lena returned home as usual, only to find a pleasant surprise waiting at his doorstep. Fresh vegetables were neatly stacked outside, with vibrant carrots and crisp green cabbages particularly standing out. He keenly noticed a few small figures hiding behind a nearby tree and recognized the little boy who had come to thank him that morning. Whenever Lena glanced over, the child shyly ducked behind the tree, and this innocent gesture made Lena smile. Thank you. Lena called out towards the tree. The children flashed bashful smiles and ran off. He then called Martine and Nora to help bring in the vegetables. In this place where resources were scarce, fresh vegetables were a rare commodity. Most farmers were self-sufficient, and green vegetables were seldom seen at the market. Lena was already planning the stew for that night's dinner. As night descended, Lena had just settled into his warm bed when his leg brushed against something cold. He lifted the blanket to find the crimson dragon's breath curled up inside. So that's where you are. Isn't the weapon rack good enough? Before he finished speaking, the crimson dragon's breath tapped his head in disapproval and then flew over to settle by the fireplace. Just as Lena was getting comfortable again, he heard a slight rustling behind him. Turning around, he saw Nora standing by the bed. Although they rarely spoke, there was a peculiar understanding between them. Nora looked down, and Lena instinctively petted her ear, his fingers inadvertently brushing her shoulder, the cold touch sending a shiver through him. It's getting colder. You should wear more layers. You're too thin to handle the cold, Lena said with concern. Nora nodded silently, but her inner voice drifted into Lena's mind. Why are you so kind to me? Why do you care so much? I just can't understand. It's so cold outside. Why don't you come in and warm up? Lena patted the spot next to him. Nora hesitated for a moment and shook her head repeatedly. Yesterday was a mistake. I'm fully awake today and won't fall asleep again. Come on, you're shivering. If you catch a cold, It'll be troublesome, Lena insisted. Seeing the lively inner world beneath Nora's cool exterior, he grew more fond of this contrast. He mused to himself how wonderful it would be if she became his wife. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a great figure, though too slender. If she could gain some weight, she'd be perfect. With that thought, he couldn't help but rub her ear again. Nora hesitated briefly. Martine is already asleep. Lying down for a bit should be fine. Finally, she nodded gently. Okay, just for a little while. She cautiously lay down on her side, and Lena immediately covered her with the blanket. Give me your hand. I'll warm it up for you, Lena offered. Nora woodenly placed her hand on his chest. So warm. Despite this, they maintained a respectful distance. Before long, Nora seemed uneasy and turned to move away. Lena, summoning his courage, gently wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer. Why so far away? Come closer. Although he appeared calm on the surface, inside he was a whirlwind of emotions. Nola could distinctly feel her master's hand gently resting on her abdomen, the warm touch making her feel flustered. Rainer held her quietly, savoring the softness of the person in his arms, thinking to himself that it was indeed comforting just to hold a cat girl like this. Nola was nearly at her breaking point, repeatedly calling out to Martina for help. However, Martina was already fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening around her. After some time, Nola finally spoke in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's. Master, it's getting late. I should go back to sleep. Rainer shook his head and shamelessly said, I'm cold. Let me hold you a little longer. He knew well the art of pursuit. One shouldn't just cater to the other, but must also be thick-skinned. Reluctantly, Nola replied, all right, just a little longer. She silently added to herself, Master is so warm, even more comfortable than my bed. But let this end soon. I'm really tired. Rainer half-jokingly suggested, why don't you just sleep in my bed tonight? That way you won't have to warm up your own. This suggestion jolted Nola awake. She shook her head vigorously and struggled to get up. No way. I really should go, Master. I need to sleep alone. Her inner voice strongly protested. No, absolutely not. Ears have been touched, tail has been patted, hugs have been given. This is the limit. Seeing her determination, Rainer knew that pressing further would be counterproductive, so he let her go. He understood that pursuing a cat girl required a gradual approach. Once freed, Nola darted back to her bed like an arrow released from a bow. That night, Nola tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Rainer's words replayed in her mind as she overthought everything. Rainer, too, lay awake, quietly listening to her inner thoughts. What does Master mean by that? Inviting me to sleep together. Does he have those kinds of thoughts about me? Impossible. Nola recalled how her master once said he didn't like her body type. Even if he were to like someone, it should be someone like Martina, with the best figure. Is he just trying to amuse himself? No, Master isn't that kind of person. Rainer yawned, feeling a bit tired from a night of eavesdropping. If he hadn't promised Demas to join him in the Dawn Forest to hunt goblins, he would have slept already. With this in mind, he got up, woke Martina, and after a quick preparation, they set off. As they reached the gates of Melot City, they were greeted by a group of about 200 people, militia, adventurers, and even a few ruffians. Several knights on horseback stood at the front of the group, seemingly in discussion. Rainer exchanged a brief nod with one of the knights, guessing it to be Demas, even though the helmet obscured his face. While Rainer stood idly among the crowd, someone suddenly grabbed him. It was Junis, smiling brightly. Rainer, let's go together. I don't know many people here and could use your company. Rainer was surprised. Weren't you planning to rest for a few days? Junis explained. I thought about it and decided to come. Since you're here, I'd just be idle otherwise. As the two chatted, Nola's thoughts drifted over again. Nola, you're such a fool. Even if Master were really desperate, he would only seek a human. Why would he choose a demi-human like you? Stop dreaming. On their way to the Forest of Dawn, Rainer and Junis' conversations were frequently interrupted by the fleeting thoughts of Nora. What does Master mean by wanting to hold me while sleeping? This thought clearly troubled her. Throughout the journey, whenever Junis and Rainer talked, Nora would unconsciously spiral into self-doubt, her lack of security and slight inferiority complex evident. Seeing her like this, Rainer gently stroked her animal ears, silently resolving that once they returned, he would make Nora his wife. During their midday rest, the four sat side by side, gnawing on hard black bread. Chilly winds swept through, and Nora, sitting next to Rainer, shivered. With winter approaching, the temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees. The robust and energetic Martina was unbothered by the cold, but Nora was particularly sensitive to it, sneezing at the slightest breeze. Seeing this, Rainer conjured a small fireball in his palm and offered it to Nora. Thank you, Master. Nora whispered, nibbling on her bread. Master is so kind to me. Her thoughts echoed again. Rainer, make the fire bigger. My hands are cold too. Martina blinked, extending her hands. Just tuck your hands inside your clothes to warm them up, Rainer replied. Why are you playing favorites? Is Nora human and I'm not? Martina squinted, staring intently at Rainer. Alright, alright, I'll warm you up too. Raynor reluctantly infused more magic, causing the fireball to grow. Junice joined them, and soon other passing adventurers gathered around. Raynor decided to collect some branches and started a bonfire for everyone to warm themselves. In a moment of leisure, Raynor noticed Nora secretly taking another piece of black bread from her bag. As he wondered if she hadn't eaten enough, her thoughts came again. I need to eat more to gain weight. Master said he likes women like Martina. Raynor was taken aback. He had never expressed a preference for Martina's type. True, Martina was strikingly attractive with an impressive figure, but her nearly 6-foot height and formidable presence weren't his preference. He leaned more towards petite, delicate women with a bit of softness. However, Nora's thoughts indicated she might harbor similar feelings, though her shy nature made it hard for her to express them. Taking advantage of Martina's focus on maintaining her greatsword and Junice's conversation with other adventurers, Raynor sat next to Nora, gently pulling her small hand into his clothing. Master, Nora whispered, then fell silent. Don't move, just warming your hands, Raynor said softly. Nora stayed still, her cheeks flushing. Master is so warm and firm. Unlike Martina, her thoughts revealed her joy. When she cautiously spread her palm, the coldness made Raynor shiver. Your hands are really cold. I'm sorry, I've always been sensitive to the cold since I was little, especially in winter, Nora explained, then drifted into thought. My mom used to warm my hands. I can't believe Master is doing the same. He's so kind. Raynor thought to himself. Once they were back, he would buy her some more clothes and a pair of gloves. Nora nodded, but then suddenly furrowed her brow and asked, Won't it be too expensive? Raynor smiled gently. It's all right. This is a gift for you. It doesn't count towards the redemption fee. This left Nora stunned. Her recent comfortable life had almost made her forget her original goal to earn money to buy her freedom. Yet at this moment, a different ripple stirred in her heart. After leaving him, who else in this world would take us in? In a world not friendly to demi-humans, he might be the only human willing to treat me kindly. I must stay by his side. Raynor, hearing this inner voice, was taken aback. He recalled when he first bought her, Nora was always thinking of escaping, and now she was contemplating staying. His gaze unintentionally shifted towards Martina, the one who spent her days eating and sleeping, never pondering such matters. No wonder her intelligence was rated D. As he silently mocked, Martina suddenly looked up, meeting his eyes. She put down her large sword, blinking her confused eyes. Why are you staring at me? Is there more food? Hearing this thought, Raynor could only sigh in resignation. Oh well, even someone as clueless as Martina would eventually figure things out with time. After resting for an hour, the group continued onward. As they neared the Forest of Dawn, goblin traces began to appear. In the grass by the roadside lay several goblin corpses, cut in half. Martina gazed at these bodies and slowly said, I didn't expect green-skinned creatures to show up here. Raynor patted her shoulder. Even though we have a lot of people this time, we still need to stay alert. Martina nodded, leaning closer to Raynor, and whispered, I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to die this time. Though Raynor shared the sentiment, he lightly tapped her head with his staff. We haven't even reached the forest yet, don't jinx it. If we encounter danger again, don't be as careless as last time. I don't want to have to heal those wounds again. You just want an excuse to touch them more, don't you? Pervert. Martina grumbled quietly. By evening, the group finally reached the Forest of Dawn. Along the way, Raynor witnessed numerous goblin corpses slain by knights ahead, and news of injured adventurers kept reaching him. This was not a good sign. Junice returned from the front, looking exhausted. Raynor, be careful. These cunning goblins have set many traps along the path. They wait for the knights to pass before triggering them to ambush the adventurers behind. Several people have already fallen into their traps and lost mobility. A sense of foreboding washed over Raynor. It seemed this battle had started the moment they decided to head to the Forest of Dawn. At that moment, Nora's inner voice reached him. Master, something's wrong. It seems we're surrounded by green-skinned creatures. She tugged hard at Raynor's sleeve. Raynor looked around in confusion. They were at the edge of the Forest of Dawn, with the woods stretching ahead and thick shrubs on either side. Are you sure? Nora perked up her ears. The sounds are all around us. If you don't believe me, light a fire around here, and you'll see them jump out. Junice, with sweat beading on her forehead, whispered in a low voice. Understanding the demi-human language, I'll go tell Demas. Hurry. The news of the goblin encirclement spread through the ranks like ripples in water. On the surface, the adventurers remained focused on their tasks, but in reality, everyone was secretly on guard against the surrounding thickets. Junice quickly returned to Lena's side, speaking rapidly in a low voice by his ear. Demas and the others have noticed the situation too. He suggests you use fireball to ignite these bushes. Retreating is not an option. No, if the goblins realize we've stopped advancing, they'll launch an attack. It's better to strike first rather than be caught off guard. She succinctly laid out the plan. You handle the left side, I'll take the right. Once I cast my spell, follow up immediately. Understood, Lena replied briefly. Junice swiftly removed the black cloth from her staff, and the two quickly split up. They each found a relatively open spot on the outskirts of the group and began to chant spells softly. When Lena saw the gem at the top of his Crimson Dragon's Breath staff emit a dazzling red light, he decisively aimed it at the nearby undergrowth and unleashed a fireball. With the staff's enhancement, the magic's power was terrifying. A tongue of flame, 20 to 30 meters high, shot into the sky, the searing heat wave engulfing the area, instantly turning a large swath of bushes into a raging inferno. From the thickets, a cacophony of screams erupted as goblins, engulfed in flames, rushed out, engaging the adventurers in fierce combat. Once the battle erupted, Lena refrained from casting more spells to avoid harming his comrades. He stood back to back with Nora, wielding his staff as a weapon crafted from adamantine. Every swing of the staff was heavy and forceful, toppling any goblin that approached. Lena's only concern was the fire magic stone at the top, which he feared might shatter. "Don't worry about using it," the system chimed in. "This thing is nearly indestructible. It's perfectly fine against goblins." "Really, it won't break?" Lena asked as he swung the staff. "Is it as tough as vibranium?" "Not exactly. That's why I said nearly," the system explained. "But it's definitely sufficient for goblins, rest assured." Reassured, Lena swung more boldly. The staff, with its forward-weighted design, felt like a war hammer, each strike hitting its mark with precision. "Martina, go support the others," Lena shouted. "Nora and I can handle ourselves." Martina responded, charging into the fray with her greatsword like a tiger unleashed. Nora, meanwhile, stayed close to Lena, gripping her dagger tightly. The intense battle lasted about 10 minutes, ultimately ending in victory for the adventurers. While Lena used a newly learned healing spell to tend to his injured comrades, a blood-soaked Martina excitedly returned to his side. "Lena, this was just the vanguard. There are definitely more greenskins waiting for us." Lena agreed with this assessment. The goblins they'd faced were poorly equipped, lacking even basic leather armor, clearly not an elite force, but rather cannon fodder meant to wear them down. As Junice treated the wounded, she wiped sweat from her forehead and remarked, "I never expected goblins to become so cunning. I've only ever encountered small scattered groups before, never anything like this." After repelling this wave of goblins, the group continued deeper into the forest. Demas and the others had also clashed with goblins ahead. Not far along, Lena spotted a massive, grayish-blue corpse lying on the ground, a creature with only one eye, exuding a nauseating stench. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. Judging by the crisscrossing cuts and bruises, the knights had clearly paid a hefty price to subdue this behemoth. Martina glanced at the corpse on the ground, her voice tinged with surprise. "I didn't expect to find an ogre here. You know this creature?" "Of course." Martina's gaze dimmed, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "I lived in this area for a while. These monsters usually only appear north of the forest. They'll eat anything that moves. They're not very smart, but they're incredibly strong and tough. Whenever I encountered them before, I kept my distance." Junice added in a language of the demi-humans. "Cyclops ogres often collaborate with goblins. We need to be even more cautious." Liner nodded in agreement and continued to follow the group. His recent adventures had made him increasingly aware of the dangers of this profession. Facing life and death situations was a regular occurrence, and a single misstep could cost him his life. He was secretly planning to save enough money for retirement, hoping to buy a house in Mellowed and live a peaceful life with Nora. However, for now, he had more immediate expenses to consider. Last time, Nora was knocked out by a goblin general, and Martina took an arrow, prompting him to seriously consider upgrading his armor. His current hard leather light armor was convenient, but offered limited protection, only blocking minor attacks. Against arrows, it was still penetrable. Switching to chainmail would significantly reduce the risk of injury. His gaze involuntarily fell on Martina, who was leading the group, imagining her fully armored in plate armor. Just then, Martina shivered suddenly, her inner voice echoing, "Why do I feel like someone's looking at me inappropriately?" She instinctively turned to look at Liner. Their eyes met, and Liner squinted. "What are you looking at?" "Watch the road." Martina turned back, but inwardly she pondered. Could Liner be interested in me? In some sense, she was half right. Liner was indeed observing her, but he was focused on her robust and powerful physique. With Martina's strength, a full suit of armor would certainly enhance her combat prowess. At that moment, Nora's thoughts drifted in. Why is the master always looking at Martina, and always at her backside? Does he really like big butts? Should I gain some weight? This was a complete misunderstanding. Liner was clearly observing Martina's strong and muscular legs. Just as he was about to reach for Nora's hand, he noticed her ears twitching, her expression suddenly alert. "Master." Nora tiptoed, tugging at Liner's sleeve. "There's movement in the woods. I hear goblins whispering." "Which direction?" Nora's ears rotated like radar, listening intently before pointing deep into the woods. "That way." Liner squinted into the darkness. He couldn't see anything in the pitch-black forest, but soon a light, the size of a torch, appeared and began to grow rapidly. Junice frowned in that direction. Is that? Alarm bells rang in Liner's mind as he quickly pushed Nora and Martina out of the group. Spread out quickly. Lena's shout came just in time. The surrounding adventurers scattered instantly at the sound. In the next moment, a dazzling fireball tore through the forest's darkness, striking the center of the group. A few adventurers who couldn't react quickly enough were engulfed in flames, writhing in agony on the ground. The fire hungrily licked at the surrounding trees, threatening to cause a disaster. Lena acted decisively, swinging his staff to unleash a torrent of water, dousing the flames on his comrades before extinguishing the spreading forest fire. Master, greenskin creatures are coming, Nora warned, her dagger drawn and eyes fixed on the forest. Following the sound, Lena saw countless shadows darting through the dense woods, sending chills down his spine. The knight's shouts echoed. Enemy attack. Spread out. Light the torches. The passing of torches was like a chain reaction, quickly illuminating the battlefield. Only then did Lena see the enemy clearly a Nurt-Hausen-strong horde of goblins surrounding them, intermixed with a few club-wielding Cyclops ogres. Lena considered retaliating with fireball magic, but realized the downwind fire could backfire on his team and potentially ignite the entire forest. The goblin shaman on the opposing side had no such qualms, raining fireballs down on them. Within half a minute, their side had already suffered significant casualties. Meanwhile, the goblin army had closed in, engaging the adventurers in close combat. The enemy's fireballs were indiscriminate, even harming their own kind. Is that guy crazy? He's killing his own. Junice shouted in anger, raising her staff. Lena, protect me. Nora and Martina quickly gathered around to shield her. As the incantation completed, a cold raindrop fell on Lena's face, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain not only extinguished the torches, but also greatly weakened the enemy's fireball attacks. In the darkness, Lena and Junice raised their staffs in unison, conjuring fireballs to illuminate the battlefield for their allies. Under the dual protection of water and light, the tide of battle began to turn. Although the goblins were numerous, they were no match for the well-trained adventurers. However, the Cyclops ogres were formidable foes, capable of sending multiple adventurers flying with a single swing of their clubs. Focus on those big ones, Lena advised. Deal with them as soon as they get close. Got it, Martina responded, moving with her greatsword, cutting down the unarmored ogres with deadly efficiency. Despite their thick skin, they fell swiftly under her blade. The battle was decisively turning in their favor, and the adventurers' morale soared, with knights pursuing the enemy into the forest. Just then, a system warning suddenly rang in Lena's ears. Warning, you are being targeted by the Goblin High Priest. Warning, the host's life is in serious danger. Before the system's voice faded, thunder roared overhead. Rainer's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The words Junice had once told him flashed through his mind. There are 5 elemental magics in nature, and lightning is one of them. In that split second, a system notification chimed. The main quest has changed to survive, with a reward of 10 gold coins. Spread out, Rainer shouted desperately, but it was too late. A blinding white light exploded in his vision, and then he lost consciousness. Master, Master, wake up. Nora's anxious voice echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. Rainer felt a sharp pain in his ears, his skin burning all over, and the afterglow of the intense light made it hard to open his eyes. Thank goodness, you're alive. Nora's voice was choked with relief. It's a blessing from our parents. Rainer struggled to adjust, finally opening his eyes. The sight that greeted him was Nora's mud-splattered face, her characteristic cat ears also covered in grime, her entire body drenched. The breath of the red dragon hovered quietly nearby, the red gem at its tip emitting a faint glow, providing them with a little warmth. Where are we? Rainer asked, struggling to sit up and looking around the forest. The sudden pain reminded him of everything that had happened. Is it morning already? Yes, Nora shivered, shaking off the rainwater as she explained. After you were struck by lightning and passed out, I carried you away. Carried me away? Rainer rubbed his aching temples as memories flooded back. That damn goblin priest had been truly cunning, using fireballs to force Junice to use water magic to protect the team, which played right into its hands. Nora spoke in a low voice. I was standing far enough away that I only felt a little numb. But most of them were knocked down by the lightning, so I carried you and ran. What about Martina and Junice? Rainer asked urgently. Nora shook her head. Martina was far enough away, she should be fine. But Junice, she was hit directly by the lightning. She was still on the ground when I left. Rainer gasped. If that's the case, Junice might already be. He couldn't bear to finish the thought. Master, I'm sorry, Nora said guiltily. I couldn't carry 2 people at once. It's not your fault, Rainer interrupted. I didn't anticipate this. I planned to deal with the goblin tyrant, but didn't expect a high priest proficient in both fire and lightning magic to show up, and that's why we suffered. Suddenly, Nora's cat ears twitched, and she quickly covered Rainer's mouth. After a moment, she whispered, Master, the goblins are searching for us. The entire forest is crawling with them. We have to be cautious. Raynor nodded, asking, where exactly are we now? Nora tilted her head, thinking, maybe to the north? I'm not sure. It can't be the north, Raynor disagreed. With Nora's stamina, she couldn't have carried him over 10 kilometers in one night. Can you help me find the others? Preferably Martina. Nora squinted slightly. I'll try. The rain just stopped, and their scents have been washed away. Follow me. As Raynor treated the burns left by the lightning on his skin, he followed Nora. Before long, the system notification sounded in his ears again. The main quest has been completed, and the system has issued a reward and updated the new main quest to kill the Goblin Tyrant. Additionally, the side quest has also been updated to kill the Goblin High Priest with a reward of 10 gold coins upon completion. While Raynor was eager to eliminate the detestable Goblin Priest, reason dictated that the priority was to find Martina and Junies and ensure their safe evacuation. He and Nora searched along the path where they had fought the previous day. The rain had washed away the bloodstains from the battlefield, leaving only a muddy ground. Nora looked at the empty battlefield, feeling heavy-hearted. Although she often bickered and tussled with Martina, the thought of what Martina might be enduring made her heart ache. Poor Martina, no matter how strong she is, she can't hold off that many goblins. She loves eating so much, yet she didn't even get to have one last good meal. Seeing Nora's worried expression, Raynor tried to comfort her. With over 200 people, the goblins can't have eaten them all at once. Martina still has a chance. With so many captives, the goblins can only deal with about 50 people a day. Besides, they might not be too keen on a muscular woman like Martina. Before he could finish, Nora suddenly covered her nose and whispered, Master, I smell meat. It's the scent of human flesh. Raynor felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing hard, he said, lead the way. Nora crouched down and led the way, the two of them cautiously navigating through the dense forest. As they got closer, the overwhelming scent of cooking meat became unmistakable. Raynor smelled it too, but knowing it was the scent of human flesh made his stomach churn. Suddenly, Nora stopped in front of a thicket, gently parting the branches and whispered, Master, you need to see this. Raynor leaned in for a closer look, and his pupils constricted sharply. The sight before him was horrifying. The goblins had cleared a large area in the forest, constructing several crude, flat-roofed wooden huts. In front of the clearing, more than a dozen large iron pots were set up, cooking dismembered limbs, most of which were an eerie green color. These beasts were even eating their own kind. Beside the iron pots stood a particularly conspicuous figure, a gaunt, insect-like goblin, covered in strange runes, wearing a grotesque demon mask, with a staff topped with several bloody human heads. Without a doubt, this was the goblin priest who had launched the magical attack the previous night. In the center of the clearing stood a stone throne, upon which lay a massive, bloated goblin covered in sores, with blood-red eyes and a pale yellow crown on its head, seemingly devoid of combat ability. This must be the goblin tyrant mentioned by the system. In the area, two strong one-eyed ogres were selecting adventurers for execution. Nearly 100 adventurers were bound on the ground like ants, divided into two groups, one awaiting slaughter, the other temporarily pinned. Raynor didn't see Martina or Junies, but he spotted Demas. The once spirited warrior now looked utterly defeated, his plate armor stripped away, and his woolen clothes soaked in mud. Even so, he did not surrender and continued to shout the most venomous curses at the goblins. The harsh words echoed in the air, though the goblins couldn't understand a single one. Suddenly, Nora's pointed ears perked up alertly. She quickly turned towards the dense bushes not far away and whispered, Master, I can smell Martina and Junies. Let's go check it out. Lena followed closely, moving cautiously through the underbrush. Just as Nora emerged from the thicket, a cold gleam flashed. A great sword whooshed down, stopping inches from her face just in time. Nora. Martina recognized her old friend, her gaze moving past Nora to Lena behind her. Her tense expression relaxed. I'm so glad you're all right. Junies was also there, accompanied by a few weary adventurers. After a brief silence, Junies lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. I put everyone in danger. Lena didn't comment on this. In his view, Junies' decision at the time was understandable, would have made the same choice. Facing the goblin high priest who could manipulate two types of magic simultaneously, using water magic for defense was necessary. Without it, the casualties from the constant fireball bombardment would have been even worse. Lena took a deep breath, his gaze passing through the bushes to the camp outside. Let's find a way to rescue them first. Time was of the essence. Every 2 minutes of delay meant another companion would be cruelly killed by the Cyclops ogres. Is it just us left? Lena looked around, finding only 10 survivors in total. A bloodied adventurer answered bitterly. Yes, counting those already cooked, the numbers match. The injured were thrown into the pot by the goblins. He paused, then continued. Frankly, we should retreat now. I counted earlier. There are at least 10 ogres and 200 goblins here. 10 of us can't make much of a difference. Hearing this, Junies lowered her head in shame. Another adventurer agreed. Right. We should escape while we can. Once we're discovered, it'll be too late to run. Lena carefully assessed the enemy camp. The rescue was indeed risky, but not impossible. The goblins were unguarded, wandering around perfect for a surprise attack. The 10 ogres could be handled by Martina, and with the skill of the renowned adventurers present, they could manage the goblins with proper coordination. Can you take out those 2 goblins in the middle? Lena asked the bloodstained Martina. Martina snorted disdainfully, raising a finger. If I can get close, it'll be over in an instant. This was exactly what Lena anticipated. The fat goblin tyrant was slow and nearly negligible in combat, while the goblin priest, though powerful in magic, was a fragile long-range caster, defenseless once Martina got close. What happens if I charge up and use a fireball against the goblin priest? Lena asked Junice. Junice shook her head. You'd be detected as soon as you start. If I'm right, that goblin priest likely has magic sensing abilities. That makes it easier, Lena said, lowering his voice as he looked around at the group. I'm planning a rescue mission for our companions. There's some risk involved, and anyone not willing to participate can back out now. The adventurers exchanged glances, but said nothing. Let me rephrase. Lena's eyes swept over each person. Who's willing to join? I'm in. Lord Demas once saved my father's life. Count me in. Without Lord Adney's help, my sister wouldn't have recovered from her illness. My brother is still in there. I have to save him. Seeing everyone willing to participate, Lena gathered them closer and said in a low voice, I have a plan. Laner cautiously peeked out, observing the situation outside. The goblin high priest was engrossed in adding various spices to the stew, completely unaware of the impending danger. He gently rested his staff on the bushes and began chanting a spell in a hushed tone. However, the goblin priest's instincts were exceptionally sharp. It suddenly lifted its head, scanning the surroundings warily, and quickly spotted Laner hiding in the bushes. Goblins! Catch him! The priest roared, raising its staff with a deafening shout. In an instant, the entire camp erupted into chaos. The goblins dropped their tasks, grabbed their weapons, and swarmed towards Laner. The one-eyed ogre responsible for butchering adventurers joined the chase, wielding a blood-stained cleaver. The other large ogres formed a defensive formation around the priest and the tyrant in a coordinated maneuver. Laner gripped his staff tightly, initially aiming at the nearest goblin, but then he reconsidered and raised his staff to target the distant goblin priest. Surprisingly, the priest remained unmoved by the lethal threat, a slight disdainful smile playing on its lips. The fireball shot forth, skimming past the ogres and heading straight for the priest, but at the last moment, it was deflected by an invisible force, exploding loudly on the ground. Simultaneously, Laner noticed the bone pendant around the priest's neck shatter. What is that? Some kind of talisman. Laner muttered, frowning. The goblin priest let out a shrill laugh, like a leaking bellows. The goblin tyrant, who had been silent, finally lost patience. Kill that human, it bellowed, issuing the command. The priest immediately began chanting a spell. Laner, meanwhile, fended off approaching goblins with his staff as he retreated towards a wooden cabin, seeking to use the structure for cover. But the goblin priest was indifferent to the safety of its own kind, launching a powerful fireball that blasted Laner away and set several cabins ablaze. Laner frantically patted out the flames on his clothes, cursing as he dodged the goblins closing in from all sides. In this dire moment, he shouted, Junice. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a water ball sliced through the air, heading straight for the goblin priest. Though also deflected by the mysterious force, the attack successfully diverted the priest's attention. Meanwhile, Nora had quietly cut the ropes binding the other adventurers, who quickly grabbed weapons and launched a counterattack. Cunning humans, the goblin priest fumed. Big one. Go capture them. I don't need you anymore. The one-eyed ogre clumsily turned to pursue the escaping captives, while the priest engaged in a magical duel with Junice. Seizing the opportunity, Laner climbed onto a rooftop, dodging arrows as he brandished his flaming staff. At that moment, Martina seized the chance, charging at the unsuspecting goblin priest with her sword like a bolt of lightning. Demi-humans. Cunning demi-humans. Priest, the goblin tyrant shrieked, tumbling from its throne in fear. The priest realized the danger too late, hurriedly chanting a spell to counterattack, but it was futile. Martina's sword flashed with a cold gleam, swiftly severing the priest's head. The tall body collapsed with a thud, and Martina elegantly flicked the blood from her blade. Well done. Lena lay on the rooftop, taking in the entire battlefield. When the goblins realized the dire situation, they fell into chaos, scrambling to flee towards their tyrant. Quick! Protect the king! Amidst the rising screams, the Cyclops ogres abandoned their skirmish with Demas and Junice and turned to join the goblin tyrant. Martina's dual swords flashed across the battlefield. With each swing, several goblins fell, and soon the tribe's land was stained with blood. She stepped onto the goblin tyrant's face, slicing open its bloated belly, spilling colorful entrails. The tyrant let out a piercing scream that echoed through the tribe. Stop playing around. That's disgusting. Lena couldn't help but call out from the rooftop. Aren't you grossed out? Apparently finding the scene revolting as well, Martina decisively thrust her sword through the tyrant's throat and turned to engage in new battles. At that moment, Lena's pupils contracted sharply. The goblin priest's corpse was writhing in a bizarre manner, and its severed head rolled back and reattached to its neck. "Martina, watch your back," Lena shouted, but Martina was already entangled with the swarming goblins. Junis noticed the anomaly and immediately hurled a fireball, which was deflected by an invisible force. Demas charged with his sword, only to be blasted several meters away. The goblin priest raised its staff, laughing maniacally as it ignited its body. The surrounding goblins dropped in succession, turning to husks as their green souls were absorbed by the staff. Martina seized the opportunity to kill the priest again, but it was too late. The green soul energy had already been infused into the tyrant's corpse. Sensing danger, Lena dashed down, shouting "Get away," as she launched a fireball at the corpse. The tyrant's body burned in flames, filling the air with a foul stench. "Lena, are you okay?" Junis approached with her staff, asking confusedly. "I saw something green enter his body," Lena explained. "What green thing?" The others cast puzzled looks. "Didn't you see? It was like a soul. Could it be dark energy?" Junis suggested tentatively. "My teacher said only a few can see the flow of dark energy. It's a power from demons, and if it's as you say." Before she could finish, the goblin tyrant suddenly stood up from the flames. Its skin was charred, its rotten intestines emitted a stench, and its shriveled legs were bulging with veins. "Get back!" Nora reacted the quickest, pulling Junis away. But two adventurers closest to the tyrant weren't so lucky, as it grabbed their throats, extracting their milky white souls from their orifices, leaving them as dried corpses. The flames on the tyrant's body began to subside, its form twisting painfully between decay and regeneration. "All together now. Finish it off." Yet the tyrant moved with astonishing speed, hurling the two corpses as weapons, causing the group to stagger back, then seized a cleaver left by an ogre, unleashing a thunderous roar as it charged madly at the adventurers. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The tyrant's butcher knife sliced through the air, instantly felling dozens of unarmored adventurers, leaving their broken bodies scattered. The fireballs released by Lena and Junis struck the tyrant accurately, engulfing him in flames, yet failing to halt his frenzied assault. "He'll heal himself. This kind of attack is useless," someone shouted. Martina let out a thunderous battle cry, charging forward with her shield, knocking the massive tyrant back. Seizing the opportunity, she deftly severed one of the tyrant's arms. However, a grotesque sight unfolded as a viscous liquid surged from the severed limb, and a new arm swiftly regenerated. Martina frowned, clearly unprepared for such a bizarre regenerative ability. "Cut off his head," Lena shouted just as the tyrant, in a frenzy, barreled past Martina, charging straight at him. A fully armored knight stepped forward, bravely intercepting the tyrant's powerful blow. A crack appeared in the thick plate armor. This strength far exceeded that of an ordinary goblin general. "Run!" Lena turned and fled. The tyrant grabbed the knight by the waist, hurling him against the wall like a projectile. More armored knights swarmed in, hacking at the tyrant with their swords, yet unable to break his bones. With a sweeping strike, the tyrant sent sparks flying, forcing the knights to retreat several meters. In the shadows, archers fired arrows in rapid succession, but they were as ineffective as tickles. Just then, Martina suddenly appeared, leaping off a knight's shoulder, her sword flashing coldly as she severed the tyrant's head. Yet the monstrous figure continued to swing his butcher knife wildly, showing no signs of falling. "What a monster, it won't die even like this." Martina's eyes burned with fighting spirit, fearlessly charging again. With astonishing speed, she severed the tyrant's legs, though was struck on the left arm by the tyrant's wild swing while retreating, causing her arm to fall with a thud. Nora seized the moment, rolling forward to retrieve Martina's severed arm. "Lena, let's roast him," Junis shouted urgently, launching fireballs to ignite the tyrant. The flames noticeably slowed his regeneration. Every time a new limb grew, the injured Martina rushed forward to cut it off. Lena continued chanting, the fireball at the tip of his staff compressing, its color shifting from crimson to sky blue. "Get back," he commanded, prompting all the adventurers to swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. As the tyrant regrew his limbs, Lena released the blue fireball decisively. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, a terrifying heat wave sweeping through the forest, shaking the earth violently. Lena was blown back by the blast, his cloak catching fire. He quickly tore off the burning cloak. Looking up at the silhouette gradually fading in the flames, the tyrant's flesh peeled away in the intense heat, finally reduced to ashes. The searing flames continued to burn, unyielding. As Lena regained his senses, he felt the fiery sting of his skin, clearly suffering severe burns. After confirming the goblin tyrant was truly dead, he immediately turned and hurried towards Martina. The female warrior, despite losing an arm, sat there unfazed, as if nothing had happened. "Doesn't it hurt?" "It hurts, but I can endure it," Martina replied calmly. Nora handed the recovered arm to Lena, expressing concern. Master, you're injured. I'll take care of it myself later. The healing spell will quickly mend the burn. Lena gently stroked Nora's soft beast ears, his voice gentle. Nora nodded slightly, her thoughts echoing. This is what I should be doing. Lena turned to look at Junis, who was pale and unconscious. The continuous use of fireball spells during the fight had drained her magic, but a short rest should help her recover. His gaze fell on Martina's broken arm. The clean cut was alarming. Hang in there. I'll fix it for you, Lena said, holding the broken arm in place with one hand while casting a healing spell with the other. Despite Martina's resilience, the intense pain brought beads of sweat to her forehead and made her body tremble. It hurts, it really hurts. If you can't bear it, just cry out. No one will laugh. No need, just hurry. Martina gritted her teeth, her breathing becoming more rapid. The healing spell wasn't as effective as expected. The cut was too severe, the bone completely broken, and the reattached arm slipped helplessly. Martina held back her pain, but tears fell uncontrollably. If it doesn't work, just leave it. I can still be strong with one less hand. At that moment, Demas hurried over. Lena, I need your help. Many people are injured. Hold on, I'll be right there. Lena took a spare vial of holy water from his pouch, carefully dripping it onto Martina's wound, then pressed the arm in place. The flesh healed at an astonishing rate, leaving only a faint scar. My arm doesn't hurt anymore. Lena, you're amazing, Martina said incredulously. Even if it doesn't hurt, don't move it around. Rest and let it fully heal. Okay. Lena turned to check on other wounded adventurers. Many had lost limbs, and he could only attempt to reattach them with healing spells and secure them with splints. He had no experience with such injuries and would have to wait for Junis to wake up and confirm. Demas stayed by his side, hesitant to speak. Once the crowd dispersed, he finally said, Lena, I owe you another favor. We're in a contract. I'm just doing my job, Lena replied calmly while treating his own burns. If it weren't for you, we would have likely fallen to the ogres. It was just luck. If anything had gone wrong, I couldn't have saved you. After a long silence, Demas added, if you need any help in Melod, you can come to me. With that, he turned and walked toward a group of knights. Lena focused on healing his burns, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a slight movement from Junis. Are you all right? Junis struggled to sit up, nodded while holding her staff, and suddenly turned back to ask, Lena, is your magic crystal really as large as a mountain? After the campaign ended, the adventurers did not immediately return home. They set the goblins' wooden huts ablaze, ensuring the evil tribe's traces were completely obliterated in the towering flames. For the remains of comrades they could identify, they carefully loaded them onto carts to take back. Those that were beyond recognition were buried in a peaceful spot by a gently flowing stream, chosen by Demas. Out of a group of over 200, less than half remained. Although they succeeded in eradicating the goblins, the victory came at a heavy cost. Reiner, exhausted, followed the slow-moving group. With many wounded and carts laden with spoils, their progress was sluggish, and it wasn't until midday the next day that they finally reached Melod. Just as he was about to greet them and head home, Demas called out to him. You haven't received your reward yet. Come get it after we sort things out. Let's leave it for later, we'll see each other again soon enough. I need to get some sleep first, Reiner replied, too tired to keep his eyes open, and waved his hand before leaving the group. Back in the village, a familiar scene greeted him, piles of fresh vegetables from the villagers at his doorstep. Bring the ingredients inside. I'm going to rest for a bit, he instructed the two bestiared girls before leaning against the wall and quickly falling into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, his grime washed away and dressed in clean clothes. A warm presence beside him stirred, and he touched a pair of soft cat ears. Nora let out a soft mm, looked up at him, and asked, You're awake? Yeah, is it midnight now? Yes, Martina and I have already eaten. Are you hungry, master? Reiner shook his head. Watching Nora yawn and prepare to get up, he quickly pulled her back. Don't go. Let's sleep a bit more. It's cold outside. Seeing her hesitate, he added, I haven't even petted your tail and ears yet. I can just sit. But if you sit, I can't reach your ears. Lie down, it's so cold outside. What if you get sick? Nora didn't protest further and obediently snuggled back under the covers. Reiner gently stroked her cat ears while tentatively wrapping an arm around her waist. Master won't let me go again. Though Nora said nothing, she felt a twinge of fear about what might happen next. Who helped me with the bath? Reiner asked with a teasing smile. Martina, Nora quickly explained. We used a towel to cover. We didn't see anything. However, her true thoughts revealed the truth. They bathed him together and saw everything. Reiner was momentarily speechless. Though he had mentally prepared for this, hearing her thoughts still made him feel a bit awkward. And who changed my clothes? Martina changed your top, and I changed your pants. Reiner gently tugged her tail, causing Nora to mumble softly. Be gentle. He nodded, pulling her closer. Nora's body was soft and cat-like, emitting a faint fragrance that made him want to lean in and inhale deeply. After a moment, Reiner took her small hand in his. In the darkness, he could feel her body temperature rising, her cheeks flushing. As a young girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, Nora felt shy yet slightly expectant, her thoughts beginning to wander uncontrollably. Reflecting on their recent adventures, Lena looked at Nora beside him, feelings he couldn't suppress welling up inside. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Nora, will you be my woman?" This statement hit Nora like a bolt of lightning. She froze, clutching the blanket tightly, her mind blank. Is this a hallucination? Master, don't joke like this. It's not funny. Martina, help me. Seeing her in a daze, Lena gently poked her furry ear, making Nora shiver. Why aren't you saying anything? Master, stop teasing me. Nora's voice trembled. I'm not teasing. I'm serious. Lena said, lightly rubbing her animal ear again. Nora fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts. If she refused, would the master still treat her the same? If she agreed, would they have to do that right away? She wasn't ready. But her mother had said to seize opportunities that could bring happiness, and the master had always been good to her. This might be her last chance to change her fate. Taking a deep breath, Nora tightly held Lena's hand, whispering like a mosquito, I agree, but we can't do that yet. She added hastily, her voice breaking. I'm still too skinny, not tasty at all. At least wait until I gain some weight. Can I at least touch your tail? Okay. With her permission, Lena immediately acted, gently stroking from the base to the tip of her tail. The feel of a cat's tail was as delightful as expected. They lay in bed, whispering to each other until the tired Nora gradually fell asleep. In her sleep talking, Lena heard a joyful murmur. Mom, I have a home. The next morning, Lena awoke to find Martina crouched by the bed, holding a long sword and scrutinizing them with a serious expression. What are you doing? You scared me. Why are you two sleeping together again? Martina squinted, interrogating them. The sound woke Nora. She glanced at Martina, blushing furiously, and quickly buried her head under the covers. Lena, did you bully Nora again? A strong male would never bully a female. Lena retorted immediately. When did I ever bully her? Don't slander me. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Nora's waist. Martina's eyes widened, clearly shocked by the intimate gesture. To tell you the truth, Lena began slowly. Nora is my woman now. She agreed last night. You must have threatened Nora. Martina insisted. You're talking nonsense. As the two argued, Nora timidly spoke up. I chose this willingly. I've fallen in love with the master, and I want a home. Martina scratched her head. Though she said nothing, she thought to herself, this doesn't seem right. How could Nora fall for Lena? Just because she bathed him? Just because he's a bit bigger? Hearing this, Lena felt offended. In the early morning, Lena set off for Melod with two besteered girls. Throughout the journey, he frequently glanced at Nora, and whenever their eyes met, he would instinctively look away, like a child caught doing something wrong. He mustered up the courage to hold Nora's hand, but she quickly pulled away. This stubborn girl always withdrew her hand under Martina's watchful gaze. Before they knew it, the trio arrived in the city of Melod. Lena had two objectives for this trip, to find a suitable set of armor for Martina and, if funds allowed, to rent a place in the city. After all, most of his activities, whether accepting tasks from the Adventurers Guild or purchasing weapons and armor, required him to be in the city, and frequent trips back and forth were inconvenient. Lena was now quite well off. His original 10 gold coins, combined with the earnings from completing 3 tasks in the Dawn Forest, had swelled his purse to 45 gold coins, a sum equivalent to 20 years' savings for an average farmer. While this amount wasn't enough to elevate his social status, it was sufficient for his current expenses. As soon as they stepped through the city gates, a familiar voice called out, Hey, Lena. Looking up, Lena saw Demas standing on the city wall, hands on his hips, clad in a simple chainmail. Demas casually tossed down a pouch, which Lena caught. Inside, it was neatly filled with silver coins worth about 3 gold coins. That much? Lena exclaimed in surprise. The loot sold for a good price, Demas nodded. He then tossed down another small, but heavy pouch. Opening it, Lena found it contained a dozen gleaming gold coins. Are you serious? Lena's eyes widened. Of course, this is the bounty for the tyrant and the priest. You did the most work, so you deserve the lion's share. Lena tucked the pouch into his purse and thanked Demas. Just as he was about to leave, Demas called out again. I'm usually around here on the wall during the day. You know where to find me. They nodded to each other, both of them not being the talkative type. Watching Demas turn to chat with other knights, Lena led the two besteered girls onward. Their first stop was the cobbler, where they each got a pair of well-fitting ankle boots to replace the nearly tattered straw sandals they'd worn for a month. With the weather getting colder, this was indeed a necessity. Nora was enamored with her new shoes, frequently crouching down to gently wipe them. Even Martina, who was usually rough around the edges, surprisingly showed great care for her new footwear. These shoes are really nice. You humans sure know how to enjoy life, Martina said earnestly, with Nora nodding in agreement. The cost of the shoes will be deducted from your redemption fee, Lena suddenly said. Deduct away, Martina replied nonchalantly. I'm actually quite happy to work for you. At least I don't have to worry about going hungry. Just as Lena was about to take Martina to the armor shop, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Mission update. Begin exploring the southern ruins of Melod. Mission reward, 5 silver coins. Reiner, being incredibly wealthy, wasn't particularly interested in the 5 silver coins. However, driven by his commitment to completing tasks, he decided to investigate further. More pressing, though, was the need to find suitable armor for Martina. Witnessing her arm being injured in the Dawn Forest, he resolved to equip this frontline warrior with reliable protection. Entering the armor shop, Reiner immediately inquired about the price of chainmail. The blacksmith, stroking his beard, explained, there are many types of chainmail, some that protect the torso and others with reinforced shoulder guards. Do you have full body protection? Only half body, the blacksmith replied, shaking his head. And it's quite expensive. With the recent rise in iron prices and craftsmanship fees, it costs 8 diaster gold coins. This price far exceeded Reiner's expectations, as he thought 3 or 4 coins would suffice. After all, their leather armor had only cost 2 gold coins in total. What about plate armor? Even pricier, the blacksmith explained. The cost mainly depends on the extent of protection. There's a big difference between full body and half body armor. Reiner leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Do you know Master Demas? Can you craft the kind of plate armor he has? He was impressed by the armor that could withstand several blows from a goblin general without a scratch. The blacksmith glanced at Nora and Martina standing behind, and said seriously, that kind isn't suitable for you. It's extremely cumbersome to wear, requiring squires to help knights put it on for a long time. It's also quite expensive, around 30 gold coins. Reiner pondered, stroking his chin. Although expensive, it was still within his means. How cumbersome. It needs to be fixed with nails. That alone made Reiner dismiss the idea. No wonder Demas had only managed to don half of his plate armor during the battle with the goblin tyrant in the Dawn Forest. The blacksmith scrutinized the leather armor on them, recognizing Reiner. After a moment of thought, he asked, who is the armor for? Reiner pointed to Martina. Strange fellow, the blacksmith frowned. Why give such good armor to a demi-human? Just buy a new one if they die. Reiner was momentarily speechless. Legendary demi-humans weren't easy to come by, and after browsing the slave market, he found that apart from Nora, who was epic level, the best he could find was rare level. That's none of your concern, Reiner waved dismissively. The blacksmith sighed, contemplated, and suggested, how about this? A set of chainmail with half-plate shoulder guards, plus arm and hand protection for the upper body. As for the lower body, there's a skirt armor currently popular among noble ladies, which is both elegant and allows for movement. Reiner thought the skirt armor, while offering some protection, wasn't very practical. How about adding greaves? That way, the protection would be comprehensive, the blacksmith added. How much would this setup cost in total? The blacksmith picked up a stone from the ground, calculated on the wall, and turned to Reiner, saying, 18 gold coins in total. After discussing with Nora and Martina, Lena decided to have a set of lightweight and practical armor custom-made for them. Considering Nora's agility, he opted for lighter protection rather than heavy chainmail. Martina, with her extraordinary strength, could easily handle full heavy armor, including a cumbersome bucket helmet. Lena also adjusted his own armor configuration, removing the cumbersome skirt armor and reinforcing the leg protection. After measuring their sizes and paying the deposit, the three left the blacksmith shop and headed to the tavern owner. As the town's information hub, the tavern owner was well acquainted with people and well informed. With his guidance, Lena quickly found a singlestory house for sale at the corner of the town. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, they saw a well-laid-out 4-room house, 3 bedrooms, a storage room, and a fully equipped kitchen. The small vegetable garden in the back, though only 9 square meters, filled Lena with endless imagination about future life. The only downside was the small and simple bathroom, but compared to the old house in the village, this place was heaven. The owner was an elderly man with gray hair, leaning on a cane. He looked at Lena with clouded eyes and weakly named his price. 2 gold coins a year for rent, 40 gold coins to buy outright. After careful consideration, Lena decided to rent for a while and experience living there before deciding on a purchase. Once the house was rented, Lena wasted no time starting the move. Although the villagers were reluctant to see him go, they eagerly helped. It wasn't until late at night that the new home was finally in order. Exhausted, Lena took a bath and wanted to say goodnight, but found Nora's room empty. Opening Martina's door, he indeed saw 2 small heads huddled together, for bright eyes staring at him. Nora's cheeks were slightly flushed, and there was a hint of guilt in their expressions. Lena asked curiously, "What are you 2 up to? You look suspicious." "Nothing," Martina replied, a slight smile playing at her lips as if she could barely hold back laughter. Their thoughts involuntarily flowed into Lena's mind. Martina thought, I can't help Nora with her questions, since I've never been with a man. But who would have thought Nora would start pondering those things already? Nora, on the other hand, was contemplating, judging by how things are going, staying with Lena seems like a good future. If I have nowhere else to go, I might as well keep working for Lena forever. Lena was about to say something to Nora when he suddenly heard footsteps. He immediately covered his mouth and listened carefully. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have been awkward if the master heard them. Lena secretly guessed that Nora and Martina were probably chatting about some girlish secrets earlier. Are you two planning to sleep together tonight? Lena asked, glancing between the two besteared girls. Nora didn't respond, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Martina, however, nodded and explained, the room is a bit cold, and there's no fireplace. I plan to keep warm with Nora. Tomorrow, I intend to bring some burning charcoal into the room. Hearing this, Lena frowned slightly and said seriously, that could be deadly. Don't do it. Martina blinked innocently and replied, I'm not stupid. If the house catches fire accidentally, I'll open the window and escape. Besides, you could put out the fire quickly, right? Lena explained sternly. Charcoal produces carbon monoxide when burning with insufficient oxygen. It's colorless, odorless, but toxic. It reacts with hemoglobin, reducing the blood's ability to carry oxygen, leading to poisoning. It can cause nausea, vomiting, dizziness, and even life-threatening risks. Martina scratched her cheek, looking confused. Carbon what? Hemoglobin? What is he talking about? She turned to Nora. Do you understand what Lena is saying? Nora shook her head, clearly unfamiliar with such scientific knowledge. Lena sighed inwardly, thinking this world really needs compulsory education. He simplified his explanation. Just remember, don't burn charcoal in the room. If you must, keep the doors and windows open for ventilation, or you risk dying. Understand now. The two besteared girls nodded earnestly and repeated Lena's warning. Seeing Martina still there as a third wheel, Lena couldn't do anything with Nora, so he obediently returned to his room. In the stillness of the night, Lena heard the sound of his door being gently pushed open. Soon, Nora's thoughts reached him. Is the master asleep? Seems like I came late today. I should have come earlier. Lena turned to see Nora sneaking toward the bed. Not asleep. Lena yawned. I'm not used to the bed yet. It'll take a couple of days, then I'll be fine. As he spoke, he lit the candle by the bed. Nora whispered. You seemed to sleep quite soundly when we were outside. Sleeping rough is different from being in a room, Lena explained. They fell into a brief silence. Nora sat quietly at the bedside, seemingly waiting for Lena to pet her ears as usual. However, Lena unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly for a moment. Stay with me tonight, Lena said softly. Okay, Nora replied gently, lifting the corner of the blanket and slipping under it. Lying on the bed, they exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Suddenly, Nora moved closer to Lena and closed her eyes. In the dim candlelight, her full, rosy lips were particularly tempting. Lena couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. To his surprise, Nora was startled and pulled back, falling off the bed. Master, what are you doing? She asked, flustered. Lena was also taken aback and asked, weren't you inviting me to kiss you? No, I was just getting ready to sleep. Nora explained softly as she climbed back under the covers. It was a bit too sudden. I didn't expect you to kiss me. Lena held her gently and said, then let's kiss once every morning and night from now on. He could feel Nora heating up in his arms, clearly both nervous and excited by this sudden intimacy. Nora stared at the black bread for a long time before taking a bite, her eyes vacant. Ever since the unexpected kiss that morning, she had been in a daze. Her inner voice echoed in Lena's ears. Master doesn't mind me. The first kiss feels so strange, I can't catch my breath. Lena watched Nora's flushed face and remembered how she had been so nervous she forgot to breathe, which made him smile. Nora sneaked a glance at him, and Lena, pretending not to notice, asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Nora replied, lowering her head and continuing to nibble on the bread. Martina observed the two of them with a knowing smile. She was evidently curious about what had happened the previous night and was planning to ask Nora about her feelings later. Breakfast ended in this subtle atmosphere. Lena, along with the besteared girls, stepped out of the house. Just as he was about to take a deep breath, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. He frowned at the roadside excrement, silently cursing those who lacked hygiene, and quickened his pace towards the Adventurers Guild. Since defeating the goblin tyrant, Lena's reputation in Melod had soared. Passers-by greeted him, and even the grumpy old blacksmith nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the guild, he was met with enthusiastic greetings, which made him a bit uncomfortable with the attention. He headed straight to the corner where Junice usually sat, ready to continue his magic studies and discuss plans to explore the southern ruins. At that moment, Nora's inner voice drifted over again, with a hint of jealousy. Master is waiting for that woman again. I hope he still likes to touch my ears and tail in the future. Lena felt that Nora was overthinking it. He and Junice were just friends. But considering Junice's charm, Nora's anxiety was understandable. He reached out to gently stroke Nora's ear, soothing her emotions. Finally, Junice appeared. She was dressed as simply as ever, holding her staff wrapped in black cloth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Junice lowered her voice and asked Lena how he felt about his newfound fame. Lena admitted he wasn't used to the attention and preferred to work quietly. Junice encouraged him, saying it was a good thing as it would lead to more high-value commissions. Lena suggested going outside the city to practice magic together, but Junice hadn't brought her books. She offered to go back and get them, adding that Lena's fireball and healing spells were already quite proficient and that he was ready to learn new skills. Lena sighed and waved it off, saying, "Never mind then." Their conversation ended, marking the conclusion of a morning that was ordinary, yet filled with subtle emotions. Learning can wait until tomorrow. Let me teach you today, Junice said with a gentle smile. We're friends, so there's no need to worry so much. On their way out of the city, Liner shared his plan to visit the ruins south of the city with Junice. The southern ruins? Junice blinked, her expression turning to concern. Liner, how much do you know about the ruins? Nothing, Liner replied bluntly. Junice became serious. Exactly. For someone inexperienced, the ruins are extremely dangerous. She then explained in detail. This continent once had a powerful ancient kingdom that was engulfed by darkness overnight, scattering nearly 1,000 cities across the world by mysterious forces. There are two types of ruins: surface cities in ruins and underground lost cities. The former is relatively safe, but has long been scavenged by adventurers. The latter, though dangerous, might contain invaluable treasures like ancient spellbooks or precious metals. The ruins you're talking about belong to the latter category. Feeling parched, Junice took a sip from her canteen and continued. If you're lucky, you might find treasure. But if not, her tone turned grave. The place is filled with deadly traps and countless malevolent entities. One wrong step could cost you your life. This sounds like something out of a novel. Who told you all this? Liner asked, scratching his head. Junice's eyes shone with respect. My magic mentor, who is an experienced ruins adventurer. So I can't go? Junice's serious expression suddenly broke into a smile. You can go, but you need to be prepared and have a guide. Liner was thinking about asking around for a guide at the tavern when he noticed the unusual look in Junice's eyes. He asked casually, "What? Do you know a guide?" Junice puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. Liner, you're talking to an experienced ruins guide right now. Are you reliable? Liner squinted, suddenly doubting her reliability. Junice seemed a bit sheepish, lowering her head and saying quietly, I've been to 2 surface cities and 1 lost city with my mentor. It should be fine. Really? Yes. Junice nodded firmly. Though saying experienced might be a stretch, I do have the basic knowledge. Do you charge for guiding? Seeing how eager you are, Junice said with her hands on her hips, looking earnest. This is a great opportunity to gain experience. Of course, I want to go, but if we find any valuable treasure, remember to share some with me. They quickly reached an agreement. Liner said, I've ordered custom armor from the armory. Once it's ready, we'll head out, which should be in about a week. Just let me know a day in advance when you're ready. Junice nodded with a smile. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lena was almost entirely engrossed in learning magic with Junice, occasionally taking on some commissions for extra money. Finally, the day to pick up the armor arrived. Lena eagerly hurried to the armory, where the craftsman had already brought out the finished equipment from the storeroom. Here it is. Try it on, the craftsman said. Lena nodded in agreement and gestured for Nora to extend her arms. He carefully helped her don the plate armor, meticulously adjusting each strap. As each piece of equipment was secured in place, Lena's excitement grew. When the final greave was fastened, Martina couldn't help but exclaim, Impressive. Lena stepped back a few paces to take a good look at Nora. Her appearance reminded him of a certain anime character, a black-haired, beast-eared saber. He took the greatsword from Martina and handed it to Nora. Give it a lift. Nora obediently raised the sword, but her arms soon began to tremble. Master, it's so heavy, she whispered. The greatsword was indeed hefty, weighing at least 20 pounds. Lena took the sword back and returned it to Martina, gently patting Nora's side. Move around a bit. See if it affects your agility. Nora moved her limbs, finally showcasing an agile backflip. Despite the added weight, she made almost no sound, and the armor fit her perfectly. Looks like everything's in order, Lena said with satisfaction, turning to help Martina with her armor. Initially, he wondered why Martina's plate armor was a size larger than Nora's until he saw how her ample chest filled out the breastplate perfectly. It dawned on him that he had spent an extra 20 silver coins for those soft curves. Once fully armored, Martina exuded an intimidating sense of power. Her gear weighed at least 40 pounds, yet with the slightest movement, the chainmail and plate armor emitted the unmistakable sound of metal clashing. Lena recalled that Demas also had a similar sound, which seemed unavoidable and might affect stealth. Lena, I feel invincible, Martina declared with a straight face, standing tall. I think I could take on 10,000 greenskin monsters now. Her stance with the greatsword had an air of a true warrior, but Lena felt something was still missing. Looking at Martina's refined features, Lena suddenly realized she needed a helmet. He picked an iron bucket helmet from the shelf and carefully placed it on Martina's head. How does it feel? A bit loose, and it obstructs my vision slightly, but it's manageable, Martina replied. Lena tried it on himself, surprised by how little it affected his vision. He could clearly see the outside world through the gaps. Removing the helmet, Lena turned to Nora. She immediately understood his intention and softly replied, "Thank you, Master, but I don't need it." Lena nodded in understanding. Nora's greatest strengths were her perception and agility, and a helmet would impede her hearing and sight, so it was better without one. He handed the helmet back to the craftsman, inquiring, "Do you have one a size smaller?" "No." The craftsman shook his head. "Hardly any women come to buy from me." He took a measuring tape and measured Martina's head. "I can get you a suitable helmet by the day after tomorrow at the latest." "All right," Lena agreed, overall satisfied with this equipment purchase. Lena handed over a coin, paying for the helmet. As the three of them exited the armor shop, they immediately drew the attention of passersby. It was clearly an unusual sight in this city for a human to buy such fine armor for two demi-humans. Martina asked softly, "Lena, how much did the armor cost?" "I promise to pay you back once I earn enough," Lena replied as they walked. Including the helmet, it was 20 gold coins. He paused, patted Martina on the shoulder, and half-jokingly said, "Why don't you just stay with me forever instead of buying your freedom?" Martina chuckled at first, then replied seriously, "Since you said that, I'll stick with you from now on." Lena nodded, secretly pleased. Keeping this legendary demi-human by his side was certainly a great advantage. "Wearing armor is a bit cumbersome," Lena suggested. "Let's take it off and then head to the Adventurers Guild to find Junies." Back home, Lena sat tiredly on a chair. Having taken off his armor, he was too exhausted to move, his gaze fixed on the untidy table as he fell into thought. At that moment, Nora, quick and efficient, began tidying up the table. Lena felt his pocket, finding he had 15 gold coins left. Suddenly, he had the idea of buying another slave. Although Nora could act as a maid, she often returned home exhausted. If possible, he wanted to buy another slave, one who didn't need to be of high quality, just someone who could serve as a full-time housekeeper. "Let's make another trip to the slave market," Lena said. Upon hearing this, Nora and Martina both perked up their ears. Although they knew Lena wouldn't sell them, the mention of the slave market still made them a bit wary. Lena explained, "I want to buy another demi-human to handle the laundry and cooking for us, so we can have it easier." The two remained silent. Even though Lena could sense their thoughts, he pretended not to know and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Nora replied, "We follow the master's wishes." Seeing this, Lena decisively took them to the slave market. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. In early winter, the temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees, but the slaves in the market were barely covered in thin, tattered linen, hardly enough to fend off the cold. Noticing the disgust on Nora and Martina's faces as they watched the slave traders shouting loudly, Lena also felt the urge to quickly buy a slave and leave, to avoid upsetting them further. Suddenly, Martina tugged at Lena's sleeve, pointing to a group of demi-human children, and pleaded, "Lena, if possible, please buy the children. They're too young to be treated this way." Lena responded, "I'll try, but very young children can't work. If we buy any, they should be around 14 or 15. As Lena carefully observed the children, he suddenly realized Nora wasn't by his side. She was moving through the group of slaves, seemingly searching for something. "Nora, what are you doing? Come over here," Lena called out, gently stroking her animal ears. Nora clung tightly to Lena's clothes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Master, I can smell my mother. She's here." Lena stood bewildered in the slave market, with Nora's words echoing in his mind. Her mother had accidentally fallen to her death while gathering herbs. Yet here he was, following Nora through the crowd, searching for someone who was supposed to be dead. Lena approached every slave trader with urgency, asking, "Do you have any catfolk with black hair and blue eyes for sale?" When he received affirmative answers, he scrutinized each potential match, unsure how to identify Nora's mother. Just when Lena was about to lose hope, he noticed Nora suddenly stop in her tracks. Following her gaze, Lena saw a catfolk woman with vacant eyes. Her long black hair and profile were strikingly similar to Nora's, stunningly beautiful. Lena couldn't help but think to himself, "This lady has aged gracefully." Upon closer inspection, Lena found that although the woman's mental state seemed poor, her body showed no signs of injury or malnutrition. He silently assessed her. Rare name, Daisy Hill. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, catfolk. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Endurance. D. Agility. B. Perception. C. Spirit. E. Intelligence. A. Just as Lena was about to speak, Nora rushed forward and tightly embraced the woman. Daisy looked down at the girl in her arms, first in shock, then with a trembling voice of disbelief said, "No, R.A., my daughter." Tears streamed down Nora's face as she choked out, "Mom, is it really you?" This heartfelt reunion moved Martina, who discreetly wiped away her tears. However, the mother and daughter embracing blocked the path, quickly attracting an irate slave trader. He raised his whip, ready to strike, but Nora immediately broke free from her mother's embrace and stood protectively in front of her, baring her teeth fiercely. Lena swiftly intervened to stop the slave trader. The man was about to curse but fell silent upon seeing Lena, eventually managing to say, "Sir, control your slaves. We need to move on." Lena nodded and then pointed to Daisy, asking, "How much for this slave? I want to buy her." The slave trader shook his head, replying, "Unfortunately, this catfolk has already been reserved. Not for sale. Perhaps you could choose another? They're all prime stock, raised strong and healthy, and each costs only 4 gold coins, quite a bargain." Unwilling to give up, Lena raised 2 fingers. "I'll pay double." "Sir, it's not about the money." "Triple." "Sir." 4 times. Lena's raised voice drew the attention of nearby catfolk. The slave trader sighed deeply. "Normally, for that much, I might breach the contract and sell her to you. But the person who reserved her is a noble, one we can't afford to offend." "Who?" Lena pressed for an answer. "The Lord." Lena was momentarily taken aback by the response. Upon hearing that Demas might be the Lord's son, Rainer decided to seek his help. He turned to the slave trader and said, "Hold on to this demi-human for now. I'll be right back." The trader impatiently urged, "You'd better hurry." Rainer prepared to leave with Nora, but the little girl stood still, clinging tightly to Daisy's hand, unwilling to let go. Rainer gently coaxed her, "We need to go now. I'll figure something out." Daisy was surprised to find that Rainer could speak the demi-human language and earnestly said, "Sir, please take care of my daughter. She is very smart, please treat her well." As she spoke, she tenderly stroked Nora's hair, soothingly adding, "Don't worry, I'll be all right." As the trader pushed them to move on, the group continued forward. Nora rubbed her tearful eyes and choked out, "Master, that's my mom." Rainer comforted her. "I know, don't be sad." Nora's inner thoughts drifted to Rainer's ears. "I can't trouble Master anymore. He's already been so kind to me. But if my mom gets bought by bad people?" Rainer gently patted her ear, trying to calm her. After leaving the slave market, Rainer searched for Demas at the city gate, but did not find him. Usually, Demas was like an NPC, sitting on the city wall gazing into the distance, but today was different. His usual spot was empty. With no other option, Rainer randomly asked a few patrolling soldiers and finally learned that Demas was training militia outside the city. Rainer and Nora headed east out of the city, soon spotting Demas clad in chainmail, training a group of spear-wielding militia alongside other knights. They were practicing thrusting techniques on straw dummies. Rainer approached and waved to Demas. Recalling Demas's full name, Rainer cleared his throat and, with a hint of flattery, greeted, "Lord Demas Russell Merritt, good morning." Despite his reluctance, he adopted the respectful tone used by other adventurers when asking for favors. Demas squinted, remained silent for a moment, then responded expressionlessly, "Rainer, just call me Demas. No need to be as stiff as the others. What do you need? If it's within my power, I'll help." Rainer pointed to Nora behind him and got straight to the point. "I'll be direct. I heard your family recently bought several demi-human slaves. One of them is her mother, and I want to buy her back to reunite them." A flicker of respect crossed Demas's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "What does this demi-human look like?" "She's a cat-type demi-human, with long black hair and blue eyes, a high-quality slave," Rainer described in detail. "Understood." Demas whistled, and his horse trotted over immediately. "I'll go ahead, you follow." With that, he rode off towards Merid City. Rainer and Nora followed closely behind. As they entered the city, they saw Demas on horseback, leading Daisy towards them. Nora immediately quickened her pace and rushed into her mother's embrace. Nora hugged Daisy tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered, "Thank you." Rainer stood nearby, deep in thought, with a serious expression. It was fortunate that he hadn't offended Demas earlier. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy for Nora's mother to return. He took 5 gleaming coins from the pouch at his waist and offered them to Demas. Demas glanced at them and shook his head, refusing. "I didn't help you for money." Rainer insisted, "But fair is fair. I can't let you put in effort and money." He extended his hand further. "Take it. Even though this amount might not mean much to you, I don't want to take advantage of your generosity." Demas pondered for a moment before finally accepting the coins. "Then I'll be on my way." "All right, goodbye," Rainer said, watching Demas leave with a sigh of relief. He turned to Nora and patted her shoulder. "Let's head home." "Okay." Nora nodded in agreement. Back home, Nora was unusually talkative, eagerly sharing her experiences with her mother, her voice filled with excitement and joy. Rainer had never seen her so lively. Usually, she sat quietly in a corner sharpening her dagger unless he initiated a conversation. Daisy, on the other hand, seemed more reserved, occasionally glancing at Rainer's expression and responding quietly to her daughter. Sensing her mother's apprehension, Nora reassured her softly. "Mom, our master is very kind. He's been good to me, making sure I'm well fed and clothed, and he's never mistreated me. He's different from others." Daisy's inner thoughts reached Rainer's ears. "Silly child, you have no sense of caution. Not mistreating you is just because he's in a good mood. If his mood changes, that could be dangerous. And if he's truly a good person, we should try to please him." There's no place for demi-humans like us in this world anymore. If we can live under the protection of a kind person, that's a blessing. Before she finished speaking, Daisy suddenly knelt down, her forehead touching the ground. Thank you, Master. Nora blinked, about to help her up, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Rainer sighed helplessly and, after a moment of reflection, said, We don't do that here. Please don't do it again. Yes. Daisy responded, standing up and waiting motionlessly for the next instruction. Rainer pointed to a nearby stool. Sit here. Yes. Daisy obediently complied, like a puppet awaiting orders. Nora turned to her mother, curiously asking, You fell off a cliff while gathering herbs. What happened next? Daisy recalled the events and slowly began to recount. I was lucky. The branches broke my fall. Although the mountain was high, I only broke my leg. A human found me and took me to a small hut where I stayed with other companions for a while before being brought to this city to be sold. And then, what just happened? Hearing this, Rainer frowned. A demi-human with a leg injury alone in the wilderness would likely starve or become prey for monsters. Daisy's experience was indeed a fortunate turn in unfortunate circumstances. His gaze casually shifted to Martina, noticing her persistent silence and downcast demeanor. Rainer wondered what might be causing her low spirits. She watched enviously as Nora reunited with her mother, a bittersweet feeling rising in her heart. Rainer sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere and cautiously probed, Your family. Before he could finish, Martina coldly interrupted, They're all dead. I buried them myself. Her tone was filled with an undeniable finality, instantly killing the topic. Just as the awkward silence threatened to spread, Daisy spoke up at the right moment. Master, is there anything you need my help with? Her gentle voice effectively eased the tension. Rainer gave Daisy a grateful glance and then said seriously, Of course, in this household, everyone has their duties. He succinctly assigned tasks. Nora, Martina, and I will be responsible for earning a living. Starting tomorrow, you will take care of our daily needs. This includes preparing 3 meals a day, handling laundry, regularly cleaning the house, and fetching water from the nearby well. Once these are done, you can manage your remaining time as you wish. Daisy nodded respectfully. Yes, Master. She calculated internally, thinking this effort was worth the stable food and lodging. Rainer added, Tomorrow, come with me to the slave market to get your contract mark. Upon hearing this, Nora gently tugged at Rainer's sleeve, hesitant to speak. She struggled internally. The Master has done so much for me, and going further would be too much. It's just a contract mark. Sensing Nora's hesitation, Rainer gently stroked her beast ears and explained, The contract mark not only serves as a deterrent, but also protects you. With it, others won't dare have any ill intentions towards you. Nora nodded in understanding. I'll do whatever the Master says. Then let's eat. You must be hungry, Rainer said, turning to Daisy and deliberately asking, What's your name? Daisy Hill, she replied softly. Rainer smiled. Then Daisy, we'll be relying on your care from now on. Daisy responded humbly. It will be my honor. Nora showed Daisy around the kitchen, then brought out 4 pieces of black bread and a smoked chicken. Rainer glanced at it and suggested, Let's have white bread instead. We should have something nice to welcome a new member. Nora's eyes moistened at his words. She took her mother's hand and whispered, Mom, white bread is really delicious. You'll love it. The 2 cat girls went into the kitchen, leaving Rainer and Martina looking at each other. Soon after, Daisy came out with the white bread. Although she appeared calm, she was secretly pleased. As a high-quality slave, her treatment was indeed better than that of ordinary slaves. But compared to what Nora had experienced, it was a world of difference. Mom, you must try this white bread. Nora enthusiastically cut the bread for her mother, carefully spreading a spoonful of jam on the wooden plate. Daisy elegantly tasted the white bread. Though she found it delicious, she maintained her composure, constantly observing Rainer's reactions, appearing even more perceptive than Nora. After dinner, as night fell, Rainer bathed and then sat in his room, absorbed in studying magic. Nora and Daisy shared a room next door. However, Rainer waited for a long time, yet Nora didn't come over for her usual ear rub. The next morning, as Rainer awoke, he found Daisy quietly sitting nearby with a breakfast tray, while Nora leaned against the headboard with a smile. Master, it's time for breakfast, Daisy said softly, holding the tray with both hands. I'm used to eating after freshening up. Just leave it on the table. You can go ahead with your tasks, Rainer replied. Daisy nodded and left the room. Nora shut the door and nimbly climbed onto the bed, nuzzling her head against Rainer's chest. Master, scratch my ears. You didn't come last night. I waited for so long, she complained playfully. I accidentally fell asleep in Mom's room last night. I'm sorry. Rainer apologized while skillfully massaging Nora's ears and gently tugging her tail with his other hand. Nora carefully climbed onto Rainer, her cool hands cradling his face. She closed her eyes, her lips parting slightly as she gathered the courage to kiss him. Let me freshen up first, then you can kiss me, Rainer said, turning his head away. Nora's face flushed with embarrassment. It was usually Rainer who initiated things, and this was her rare attempt to take the lead. Before Raynor could react, Nora decisively kissed him. As they parted, Raynor felt a slight sting on his tongue. "Did you bite me? I have some sharp teeth, it wasn't intentional," Nora explained, lowering her head, then knelt on the bed. "Master, thank you for helping me. I will always remember your kindness." Raynor heard her thoughts. "To save my mom, you even reached out to people you don't get along with. Can I ever repay this kindness in my lifetime?" "Really?" Raynor raised an eyebrow. "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Raynor said seriously, "Then have a child with me." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Nora's skin turned visibly pink, and her breathing quickened. Her mind raced. Mom was younger than I am now when she had me, and Master is so charming, kind, and gentle. I mustn't let go of a man like him. "Don't rush, let's talk it through first," Raynor reminded her, noticing her incoherence. Nora took a deep breath. "As long as Master doesn't mind me being a demi-human, you can do whatever you want. After all, I'm your woman." With Raynor's affirmative response, a surge of emotion overwhelmed him, but Nora sensed something amiss and instinctively backed away. "Master, not during the day," she exclaimed, then darted out of the bedroom like a gust of wind, leaving Raynor to cool down on his own. After breakfast, Raynor took the three bestiared girls to the slave market. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Nora and Martina not to act impulsively, no matter what they saw at the market. Yesterday at the slave market, Nora nearly lost control because of Daisy's situation. Raynor intervened just in time. Otherwise, the slave trader wielding the whip might not have survived, and Nora could have faced execution. This scene left a deep impression on Nora, and she solemnly told herself, "I will remember this." Upon arriving at the slave market, the three bestiared girls remained silent, following closely behind Raynor. After Daisy fainted from being branded, Nora carried her on her back. Although Raynor intended to head back, he passed by an armor shop and decided to take a look inside. The craftsman quickly approached Raynor, saying, "You're just in time. I've sorted out the helmet issue." He retrieved a slightly smaller bucket helmet from the shelf. Raynor handed it to Martina to try on. She nodded and said, "It fits now." After paying, Raynor led the group on their way home. With all the gear in place, Raynor was ready to explore the ruins in the southern part of the city. Once Daisy woke up, he instructed her, "We'll be gone for 2 or 3 days. You'll have to stay home alone. There's food in the kitchen, and you know where the well is." Daisy, still in a daze, hesitated before softly replying, "Okay." The three of them donned their gear, ready to depart. Before they left, Daisy opened her arms and hugged Nora. After leaving home, Raynor headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, the fully armed trio drew the attention of numerous townsfolk. Upon arriving at the guild, they immediately became the center of attention, with many adventurers casting curious glances their way. Junice, as usual, sat in the corner petting a cat. Because Raynor was wearing a helmet, she didn't recognize him at first. It wasn't until she saw the staff in his hand and the unhelmeted Nora that she tentatively asked, "Are you Raynor?" Raynor lifted his visor and smiled. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Junice put down the cat and jogged over to Raynor, gently touching his armor. "Not bad. The craftsmanship on this plate armor is decent. What made you decide to buy a set of armor?" "Self-preservation. The life of an adventurer is too dangerous. Any slip-up could lead to injury. So, I figured it's better to wear something sturdy. A mage with some defense can still put up a fight, even against a blue wraith," Raynor explained. Junice examined Nora and Martina, asking, "You must have spent quite a bit, right?" "A total of 44 gold coins, quite a sum," Raynor indicated the guild's entrance. "Now that we're fully equipped, shall we go conquer the ruins?" Junice nodded. "Anytime. But make sure to bring enough water and food. I've done some scouting. The ruins in the south aren't very large, and a thorough exploration should take about 2 days." "No problem. I've prepared provisions for 4 people for 5 days. No time to lose. Let's set off now," Raynor said. Just then, a low, raspy male voice came from the side. "Sir, are you planning to go to the southern ruins?" Raynor turned to see an old farmer with a scruffy beard, hands covered in dirt. "There's no need to call me sir. I'm not a noble. My name is Raynor. Mr. Raynor, could you do me a favor? I'll compensate you." The old farmer pleaded earnestly. The old farmer sat across the table, his head lowered, looking anxious and uneasy. He lifted his calloused hands and spoke in a trembling voice. "My child is an adventurer like you. 5 days ago, to earn money for my wife's treatment, he went with a group to the ruins south of the city. But there's been no word from him since, and I'm very worried." Lena turned to look at Junice, her brow slightly furrowed. Junice understood and said softly, "The situation inside the ruins is complex, but it's a small ruin after all. If they haven't come out in 5 days, they might be in danger." She paused and then asked, "How many people were in the group?" The old farmer thought for a moment and answered uncertainly, "About 6 people. He doesn't tell me much about these things, so I'm not very sure." "Do they have any experience exploring ruins?" Junice pressed further. The old farmer shook his head again, clearly ignorant of the details. Junice rested her chin on her hand, thinking aloud. If they were 6 experienced adventurers, it's unlikely they would all be wiped out. Unless... Unless what? Lena couldn't help but interrupt. Junice's expression turned serious. Lena, the dangers in the ruins aren't just traps and evil spirits. The place is shrouded in darkness that constantly erodes one's sanity. Any small negative emotion can be magnified infinitely. Those with poor psychological resilience can easily have a mental breakdown and fall into madness. Lena was slightly taken aback, remembering the sanity attribute on the status panels of the 2 bestiar girls. He had thought it only related to magical aptitude, not realizing it was also connected to mental stability. What's your son's name? How old is he? What does he look like? Any distinctive features? Lena asked the old farmer softly. Without hesitation, the old farmer replied. Pierre Craig, 19 years old. He has a scar on his nose from a childhood fight. Lena noted this down and then asked, what will you give me as a reward? The old farmer carefully took out a yellowed book from his tattered backpack. Junice's eyes lit up as she took it and began to leaf through it. The old farmer explained, my grandmother found this when she was young, but I can't read, and I don't understand the writing. Junice flipped through the pages, her brow gradually furrowing. These characters, I don't recognize them either. Lena, take a look. Lena took the book and activated a translation function. In his eyes, the characters on the pages quickly rearranged into a language he could understand. The system provided an explanation. The language was Osakan. Lena browsed the table of contents and discovered it was a book on rock magic, exactly what he needed at the moment. Just then, Junice spoke up. Lena. Osakan is the language of the Western Old Empire. Yes, so? The Old Empire fell over 1,000 years ago, and the language has long been lost. Where did you learn Osakan? Junice looked at him wide-eyed, full of surprise. Lena looked at the magic book in his hands and had a quick idea. How could it possibly be lost? Someone must know, Lena said nervously, his eyes involuntarily flicking to the well-preserved ancient book. Junice, keenly observing his change in expression, squinted and earnestly explained. Many ancient books and scrolls were blessed, preserving them for thousands of years. My mentor was always overwhelmed trying to translate text from the Old Empire, consulting many learned scholars without success. Yet you seem to. Lena felt a cold sweat break out, sensing trouble. He stammered in defense. What blessing? Junice is hard to fool. I don't know everything, just recognize a few scattered characters. Junice persisted, leaning closer to Lena with curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Really? Her breath nearly brushed Lena's cheek, causing him to hold his own. Nearby, Nora watched silently, thinking, she's really close. Lena forced himself to stay calm, continuing, really, I'm not lying. I'm the most honest person. Junice studied his expression carefully before slowly replying. You have quite a few secrets, don't you? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an old farmer across the way suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Mr. Lena, can you help me? Lena was relieved, quickly returning the book to the farmer and changing the subject. Of course, just post a request, and we'll head out to find it. The old farmer nodded and headed to the counter. Lena exhaled, turning to Junice. Lead the way, guide. The force soon left the town, embarking on a journey to the ruins south of the city. Nora scouted ahead cautiously, while Lena, Junice, and Martina followed behind. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived at an open field south of the city without incident. Lena looked around, seeing overgrown grass and a lush forest in the distance. He asked in confusion, where are the ruins? Junice lightly tapped the compacted soil with her foot, explaining, the lost city is underground. Lena joked, so, should we start digging now? Junice laughed, patting Lena's shoulder. You're quite the comedian. She then explained, ruins are often marked by peculiar magical stones, indistinguishable from regular rocks but covered in magical runes. Using her staff, she parted the thick grass and led the way. Soon, she found a weathered stone etched with crooked runes. This is the entrance to the ruins, Junice said, pointing to the stone. Once a magic stone is used, it can't be used again immediately. It needs time to recharge. She explained this thoroughly, like a dedicated teacher. Lena responded seriously. I'll remember that. Junice was amused by his sudden seriousness. Why so serious all of a sudden? You're hard to understand. She chuckled, blowing dust from the stone. Let's go in when we're ready. Lena glanced back at the 2 bestiar girls. Nora and Martina were ready, saying in unison, we're ready anytime. Junice nodded, naturally linking her arm with Lena's. Their eyes met, and Lena asked, puzzled, why are you looking at me? I could ask you the same. Junice replied with a smile before turning to Nora and Martina. Speaking fluently in their language, she explained, it's best to maintain physical contact when entering the ruins, or you might end up in different places. The 2 bestiar girls quickly mimicked Junice, linking their arms with Lena's other arm. Junice added, it doesn't have to be this way. As long as Nora and Lena are in contact, Martina, you can hold on to Nora. Oh, Martina promptly released Lena's arm and held Nora's instead. Seeing everyone ready, Junice took a deep breath and placed her hand on the magic stone. In an instant, Lena's vision was engulfed in endless darkness. A mysterious force pulled him into the abyss, rendering all his senses dull. It wasn't until the flame in Junice's palm dispelled the darkness that he regained his awareness. Lena, are you okay? Junice asked with concern. I'm fine, Lena nodded, looking around. Apart from a slight eeriness, he felt no other discomfort. They found themselves inside an ancient stone house. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and moss covered the rough stone walls. Overhead, a palm-sized spider crawled silently. The wooden door leading outside was decayed and crumbled to the ground with the lightest touch from Lena. There might be traps nearby, Junice warned. Lena, be careful. Nora decisively pulled Lena behind her. Let me lead the way, master. You handle the lighting. The group stepped out of the stone house one by one, facing a dilapidated ancient street. Ruins lined both sides, and a black mist loomed in the distance. Here, there seemed to be no distinction between day and night, only pervasive darkness. Lena was about to expand the flame in his hand when Junie stopped him. Try not to attract attention inside the ruins, she whispered. It's said there are quite a few troublesome skeleton soldiers here. What is the overall structure of this place? Lena asked curiously. Junies carefully observed their surroundings and explained slowly. I heard from my mentor that the Lost City is a spherical structure wrapped in a magical barrier. It's supposed to be circular, with diameters ranging from a few hundred meters to several kilometers. How do we get back when we're done? Lena asked, concerned for Junies' safety. Junie smiled. You're already thinking about leaving? It's actually simple. There are several magic stones used for teleportation within the ruins. Once found, a touch and a bit of magic of any attribute will send us back. Lena made a mental note of this information, thinking he might bring Nora and Martina for an adventure next time. Where should we go next? Lena asked, looking around. Anywhere is fine. I'm not familiar with these ruins either, Junies admitted. After pondering for a moment, Lena realized their immediate priority was to complete the system task and find an adventurer named Pierre Craig. He gently tapped Nora's shoulder and asked softly, Can you pick up any scent of other people? I need to find someone. Nora lifted her head and sniffed around, answering quietly, I can try. She led the way, with the other three following closely behind. Suddenly, Nora halted and swiftly drew a dagger from her waist. Martina also unsheathed her great sword, watching the front with vigilance. At that moment, a creaking sound came from ahead. A tattered skeleton emerged slowly from the darkness, unarmed. Nora instinctively stepped back, thinking, a moving corpse? In contrast, Martina appeared much more composed. Even faced with the sudden appearance of a skeleton creature, she showed no fear, maintaining a guarded stance. Lena recalled that Nora's mental resilience was slightly weaker than Martina's, realizing that her resistance to such terrifying creatures might be lower. He decisively raised his staff and cast a water ball spell, hitting the skeleton precisely. The round skull rolled into the nearby ditch. Lena then turned, gently stroked Nora's cat ears, and softly reassured her. Don't be afraid, I'll always be here with you. Junice observed their interaction and said seriously, encouraging teammates can reduce the risk of mental breakdown. If she's really scared, comforting her a bit more would help. Nora quickly defended herself. I'm not scared, just a bit surprised. However, her tail's slight tremble betrayed her inner unease. Martina glanced coldly at the scattered bones on the ground and said expressionlessly, What's there to be afraid of? It's just a pile of bones. I've seen things 100 times scarier than this. Her tone carried a hint of disdain, as if boasting about her experiences. Junice bent down and carefully searched through the pile of bones. She skillfully snapped off a piece and handed it to Lena. This is a skeleton's thumb bone. You can exchange it for money at the Adventurers Guild. How much? Lena asked, already having a rough estimate in mind. Creatures this easy to defeat shouldn't be worth much. Junice replied softly. The same price as a slime's magic core. As expected, 20 thumb bones would only get you a loaf of black bread. Despite the low value, Lena decided to collect them diligently, adhering to the principle that every little bit counts. The four continued onward, encountering more monsters than anticipated in the ruins. In a short stretch, Lena had already slain dozens of skeletons. These skeletons had no equipment, appearing to have been ordinary civilians in life. Didn't you say there might be treasures here? Lena asked, puzzled, as he saw no sign of anything valuable around. Junice explained. The treasures could be hidden anywhere or might have been taken by other adventurers. Decades ago, being a ruins explorer was quite popular, and many became rich overnight. But in recent years, the profession has declined. Lena shrugged, not particularly concerned about treasures. His main goal was to complete a system task, and finding Pierre would just be a bonus. After some time, Nora, who was leading, suddenly stopped. She closely examined the ground, then picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it forward. With a dull thud, the dirt path ahead collapsed into a deep pit. Lena asked in amazement, That's impressive. How did you notice? The trap was incredibly well concealed, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding path, Yet Nora spotted it effortlessly. Nora explained, "It's just a feeling, like something was hollow underneath. I tested it with a stone, and it turned out I was right." Laner gained a deeper appreciation for her keen senses. At that moment, Junice raised her staff cautiously, aiming in the direction of the pit. Nora quickly drew her dagger and whispered, "Master, there's something in the pit." Junice added, "There's a creature called the cave spider that often hides in these trap pits, and they're quite dangerous." As she finished speaking, Laner saw a dark figure dart out of the hole, charging at them like lightning. It was a giant black spider, as large as a bull, with 8 eyes glinting with bloodlust. Ah! Martina let out a thunderous battle cry, unleashing incredible strength as she slammed her shield into the spider, flipping it over. She swiftly cleaved the spider's head with her sword, causing green blood to gush out. The spider twitched a few times, then lay motionless, legs in the air, lifeless. Laner was about to praise Martina's bravery when he noticed Nora's face change. He turned to see her pale and slightly trembling, clearly shaken by the sudden battle. Junice approached Martina and softly praised her. "Martina, you're amazing. You knocked that spider away in one go." A hint of pride flashed in Martina's eyes as she replied with a touch of delight. "Of course, it's so light that it flew away with just a hit." While the two were exchanging compliments, Lena noticed Nora nearby. He walked over to her, gently touched her cat ears, and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Nora looked up at Lena and quickly stood up. "I'm fine." She said that, but inside she screamed, "I feel dizzy, short of breath, like something's choking me. What's happening to me?" Lena sensed something was wrong with Nora and quickly called out, "Junice, what's going on with Nora? She seems a bit off." He recalled Nora's earlier warning. She mentioned that the ruins could erode one's mind. Nora hasn't been herself since we got here, likely due to the ruins' influence. Hearing this, Junice walked over quickly, touched Nora's forehead, and gently asked, "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Nora tried to hide her discomfort, thinking to herself, "I don't want to be a burden to my master." So she forced herself to say, "I'm not uncomfortable." Seeing this, Lena revealed the truth for her. She's dizzy and short of breath. Both Nora and Junice looked at Lena in surprise and asked in unison, "How do you know?" Lena solemnly joked, "Nora is my woman. We have a connection, so I guessed." Hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Nora's cheeks. Junice thoughtfully touched her chin, a meaningful look in her eyes. Junice turned to Nora and tentatively asked, "Is that true, Nora?" Nora lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes. I'm my master's woman, willingly." Junice keenly noticed something was off and concluded, "It seems her thinking is a bit muddled." I asked about symptoms, and she answered something else. After hesitating for a moment, Nora nodded, acknowledging Junice's assessment. Junice explained, "She's been slightly eroded by the ruins. It's mild, so aside from some physical discomfort, there won't be any other effects." Lena sighed in relief but quickly asked with concern, "What does it look like when it's severe?" Junice answered gravely, "There would be hallucinations, leading to madness." She examined Nora carefully and added, "However, the likelihood is low unless the team is in danger, which could cause a mental breakdown. But with Martina here, hardly any creature can harm us." Lena gently patted Nora's shoulder, comforting her. "Rest here for a while. Take it easy." "Okay." Nora responded obediently. Lena turned his gaze to Martina, who was crouched by the spider's corpse, observing it without any sign of distress. He thought to himself that her mental resilience seemed much stronger than Nora's, as her expression hadn't changed since earlier. Junice approached the spider cautiously, poking it with her staff to ensure it was dead, then used a dagger to pry out its venomous fang. She explained, "This can be exchanged for money at the Adventurers Guild. One fang fetches 10 copper coins. Rounding up, a spider is worth about 1 silver coin. 18 spiders are roughly equivalent to 1 gold coin." Hearing the calculations, Lena pondered. If they could keep this up, the earnings would be considerable. But he quickly remembered their true objective. "Our priority is still to find the farmer's son." Suddenly, Lena thought of something and turned to ask, "Junice, how much do magic books usually cost?" Junice explained, "Prices vary by attribute. Fire magic is more common, so those books tend to be more expensive. Lightning magic users are rarer, so those books are slightly cheaper." She looked at Lena curiously. "Why? Are you looking to buy a book?" Lena didn't answer directly and instead continued to ask, "Are earth magic books expensive?" "About how much?" Junice asked curiously, tapping Lena's shoulder lightly with her staff. Lena thought for a moment and replied, "In a place like Diest, an ordinary book costs about 20 gold coins. However, Melode is just a small town, and to find good books, you need to go to a bustling big city." Junice pressed on, "You haven't answered me yet. Why do you ask?" Lena hesitated but then confessed, "Remember the book the old farmer showed us? The one about ancient rock magic. You just told me like that?" Junice blinked, her expression earnestly adorable. Lena retorted, "Should I have kept it to myself?" Junice smiled warmly. "If I were you, I would have. You don't know the words in the book anyway. I could easily fool you." give you some money, and send you on your way. Lena couldn't help but laugh. You're quite the cunning one. But honestly, I thought the same at first. He added, once we find that farmer's son and get the book, I'll share some of the money with you. Junice waved her hand dismissively. No need. I was just joking. You can keep the book. I just want to explore the ruins with you. Lena thought to himself. Got it. A noble lady who doesn't need money. He reached out and petted Nora's cat ears. Junice simply smiled without saying anything. Lena pondered silently, thinking Junice might not be as wealthy as she appeared. Although it's hard to go from luxury to frugality, if she were truly affluent, as a noble, she should be able to afford white bread at every meal. However, during their time together, whenever they learned from each other outside the city, Junice's lunch was consistently black bread. Lena sighed deeply, deciding not to overthink it. After all, Junice wasn't his wife, so why bother guessing? Just then, a gust of cold wind blew from the front. Nora suddenly stood up, sniffing the air intently. What's wrong? Feeling better? Lena habitually scratched the fur in Nora's ear. Nora remained expressionless and said, Master, I smell blood. Follow me. With that, she drew her dagger and continued down the street. There seemed to be something ahead attracting a swarm of skeletons. Martina, wielding her greatsword, led the charge in clearing the path of skeletons. Junice glanced down at the bones underfoot and murmured, the sword in Martina's hand seems particularly powerful. The skeletons fall apart with just a touch. Lena explained. The old blacksmith said it was mixed with mithril. It's likely true. Mithril is the bane of evil. Must have cost a lot, right? Junice turned her head to ask. Lena shook his head, thinking the sword was actually a freebie from the old blacksmith. But seeing Martina wield it so fiercely, it probably wouldn't last much longer. A few minutes later, without anyone else lifting a finger, Martina had cleared the street of skeletons. She rummaged through the pile of bones with her greatsword, then called out, Lena, you should come take a look. Lena walked over to her side and looked down, seeing 3 disfigured bodies lying on the ground. 2 of them were so decomposed they were unrecognizable, emitting a strong stench of decay. Could it be that Pierre Craig, whom we've been searching for all this time, is already dead? Junice moved closer to the 2 decaying bodies and unhesitatingly kicked them aside. She turned to her companions with certainty in her voice. Lena, these aren't humans, they're ghouls. Ghouls. Martina removed her helmet, her forehead covered in a sheen of sweat. She apologized slightly. I forgot to mention, one of these things lunged at me earlier, and I just instinctively cut it down. Lena crouched beside the bodies, carefully turning one over. Despite the body being horribly disfigured, it was still somewhat recognizable as a middle-aged adventurer in his 30s or 40s. He shook his head. Not the person we're looking for. Junice nudged the corpse with her staff, noticing it still had some elasticity. She mused. It seems he died not long ago. The person we're searching for might be nearby. With that, she quickly incinerated the body with a fireball spell, explaining, it's best to dispose of bodies in the ruins, or they'll soon turn into ghouls. Lena took note of this information silently and held Nora's small hand. The surrounding bones clearly unsettled the young girl, and she couldn't stop trembling. Don't be scared. I'm here, Lena comforted softly. I'm not scared, Nora replied stubbornly, though her true feelings echoed loudly in Lena's mind. Can you still smell the scent of other adventurers? Lena asked. Nora shook her head. I can't, but I can keep looking. Lena surveyed the dark surroundings, guessing it might already be late at night outside. He turned to Junice. Should we rest for a bit or keep searching? Up to you, Junice shrugged. Although Lena was eager to find the target adventurer and claim the reward, he was concerned about Nora's condition and the potential risks of continuing. So, he decided to take a break. The 4 of them found a relatively sturdy old stone house nearby. After ensuring it was safe, they sat down to regain their strength. Nora didn't have much appetite and only nibbled on a piece of black bread before putting it back in her pouch. Are you still feeling unwell? Lena asked with concern. I'm fine, Nora insisted. Lena spoke sternly. Just be honest. I don't like it when people pretend. Nora paused, her voice softening. I do feel a bit unwell. Lena turned to Junice. Can sleep help her recover? It can. Junice glanced around at the cobweb-covered ceiling and the palm-sized bugs scuttling in the shadows. But can she really sleep in this environment? Master, I don't really want to sleep. Nora muttered quietly, though her thoughts betrayed her true worry. If I sleep here, I'll get bitten by those bugs. Lena squinted, swiftly removed his arm guard, plate armor, and chainmail, and patted his chest. Take off the armor and sleep here with me. Nora shook her head, her face flushing. I can't sleep like this. Martina and Junice are watching. It's too embarrassing. Lena knew this girl just needed a little coaxing to comply. Without another word, he helped Nora remove her armor and then lifted her into his arms. Master, Nora exclaimed, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Nora screamed in panic as her skin began to change color. Reiner quickly reassured her. Shoo, keep your voice down, or you'll attract the skeletons. You need to rest now. Nora stubbornly replied. I can't sleep. Reiner gently urged. How do you know if you don't try? With that, he opened his arms and embraced the soft Nora, gently stroking her furry cat ears. If there weren't others around, he would have loved to give her a full body massage. At first, Nora resisted slightly, but soon she couldn't help curling up in Reiner's warm embrace. Her eyes gradually became hazy with sleepiness. She thought to herself, his embrace is so warm, it always makes me feel safe. I wish I could stay like this forever. The two nestled in the corner while Martina and Junie sat upright across from them. Suddenly, Junie asked, Nora, how did you fall in love with Reiner? The question made Nora shiver, and she felt herself getting warmer. After a long silence under everyone's gaze, she finally managed to say, I didn't. Junie's put down the partially eaten black bread, added some magic to the fireball on her staff, and pressed on. It's nothing to be ashamed of. What's so hard to admit? The first time I saw you was at the Adventurers Guild. You took a mission and left, and I watched you from the corner. Back then, you looked at Reiner with such wariness, like a frightened hedgehog. But now, just over 2 months later, the way you look at him has changed. You're more willing to rely on him. Nora covered her ears, trying to block out Junie's words. She cursed Junie's in her mind while reluctantly thinking, Stop it, stop it. Fine, I admit I like him. He saved my life, gave me food and clothes, and he's so gentle with me. Who wouldn't like a man like that? Reiner, overhearing Nora's thoughts, felt a bit embarrassed. He mused to himself. In the end, it's because the situation for beast-eared girls in this world is so tough. Even treating them like ordinary people feels like a privilege to them. Martina took a big bite of black bread and mumbled. Nora will never admit it. She's too stubborn. I think powerful men are the most attractive, and Reiner is too weak, so he doesn't do much for me. Reiner was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, this horse girl really knows how to get under my skin. Just wait a few more months until my magic is fully mastered, then I'll have to teach her a lesson. At that moment, Nora spoke up. Martina is a muscle-brained fool. She doesn't understand anything. Martina shot back. You're the fool. Why want so much? I just want enough to eat and wear, and if I get the chance, have a child with someone stronger than me. Muscle-brained fool, Nora muttered again, then snuggled deeper into Reiner's embrace and closed her eyes. Reiner softly cooed to her, and soon Nora was asleep. The three who remained awake fell into a synchronized silence. After a long while, a scream shattered the peace within the ruins. It was a man's scream, not far away. Nora was jolted awake by the sound, and they all exchanged glances. What the heck was that? Creepy, Martina said as she put on her helmet. Reiner and Nora also hurriedly donned their armor. Reiner said gravely, I don't know, but let's go check it out. It might be the person we're looking for. The group moved through the dark alley, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. After running for about a dozen meters, they unexpectedly collided with a group of skeleton soldiers. These skeletons were different from the ones they encountered before. They were clad in tattered, rusted iron armor and wielded worn-out swords with jagged edges. Hearing the commotion behind them, the skeletons turned in unison, their hollow eye sockets staring intently at Lena and her companions. Martina was about to charge forward and unleash havoc, but was stopped by Lena. Let me handle this. I'm a bit faster, Lena said as she raised her staff and cast a scorching fireball towards the skeletons. Crackle, crackle. The fireball instantly ignited the approaching skeletons, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, and before long, the skeleton soldiers toppled over like dominoes. Lena noticed Junai staring at her and asked, What's up? Is there something on my face? Junai hesitated, then shook her head, saying, I'll ask you when we're out of here. After clearing the alley, Nora cautiously peeked out onto the street. Master, there are monsters eating people outside. Lena stepped forward and saw ghouls crowding the street corner, along with several skeleton soldiers feasting on corpses. Martina, take them out, Lena instructed. Be careful, these skeletons are armed. Don't worry, Martina replied, charging out of the alley and engaging the skeleton soldiers in fierce combat. In just half a minute, the street was littered with bones. Lena examined 2 corpses closely. Although they had been ravaged beyond recognition, one corpse still displayed female characteristics, which Lena quickly dismissed. The other corpse was gruesome, eyes gouged out, face skinned, and skull split wide open. Lena shook his head, sighing. It's too disfigured to tell if it's who we're looking for. Before this adventure, Lena often watched mystery videos on his phone and knew that forensic experts could estimate a victim's age through skin, bones, and teeth. However, he had no idea how to make such assessments himself. Junice whispered, We found 3 bodies so far. If they were a 6-member team, then 3 are still missing. At that moment, Nora's ears perked up. She closed her eyes, sniffed carefully, then took Lena's hand. Master, follow me. Martina and Junice followed closely behind. After running for a short while, Nora led them into a small alley and stopped. We're here. Lena followed her gaze, peering into the shadows ahead. He was about to step forward when Nora stopped him. Let me go, she whispered, drawing a dagger and moving cautiously. After a few steps, a man wielding a short knife lunged out of the shadows. Nora deftly dodged, causing him to miss. Lena immediately raised his staff, aiming it at the man. Calm down, we're not monsters. The man looked up at Lena through the dim light. His face was covered in blood, eyes bloodshot, and he mumbled incoherently, appearing disoriented. Lena noticed he was young, with a prominent scar across his high-bridged nose. Without a doubt, this was their mission's target. But to be sure, Lena asked, "Are you Pierre Craig?" Hearing this, the man began to breathe heavily, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes as he glared at Lena. Junis grabbed Raynor's shoulder and pulled him back slightly. Her expression was grave as she warned in a low voice, "Be careful, he's lost his mind and is in a frenzy. In this state, he won't answer any questions." Raynor frowned as he studied the crazed man in front of him, calculating in his mind. Adventurers were rare, and the features of this man matched the description of the missing person they were searching for. However, seeing him in such a state of madness, Raynor couldn't help but worry about Nora's condition. Although she seemed better after some rest, who knew if her situation would worsen again? "So what do we do? Is he just going to stay like this?" Raynor asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Junis reassured him, "If we take him out, he'll recover soon enough." Raynor felt a bit relieved but quickly followed up, "That's good, but what if we don't take him out?" Junis's expression grew more serious as she replied, "He'll either be killed by the creatures or suffer a mental breakdown and become one of them." Just then, Pierre lunged at them again. Nora quickly dodged and tripped him, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, his angry roars echoing through the ruins. Raynor turned to Martina and decisively instructed, "Put him to sleep." Martina nodded and swiftly moved forward. She deftly dodged the incoming dagger and then struck Pierre on the head with her shield, knocking him unconscious. Raynor immediately stepped in, kicked the fallen dagger away, and tied Pierre up with a rope. Even though two more people were still missing, their current task was complete. Raynor turned to Nora and asked, "Do you smell anyone else nearby?" Nora sniffed the air carefully and shook her head. Raynor looked at Junis and asked, "Shall we head back?" Junis sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "We have to go back. It's hard to move with him, and we haven't fully explored the situation here or found any treasure." Raynor consoled her. "It's okay, we can always come back." Junis nodded in agreement. The four of them began searching the ruins for a magic stone that could take them out of there, with Raynor carrying the unconscious Pierre behind them. After a thorough search, Junis finally discovered a magic stone on a street. However, she didn't leave immediately and instead surveyed the surroundings carefully. "What's wrong? Didn't you say we'd come back next time?" Raynor asked, puzzled. Junis patiently explained, "It's best to remember the location of each magic stone in the ruins. If we encounter danger next time, it will be easier to escape." With that, she approached the magic stone. Everyone held hands, and Raynor's vision suddenly shifted dramatically. In an instant, they had left the ruins. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten, indicating that only a day had passed. Raynor carried Pierre through the underbrush, heading towards Melod City. Junis yawned sleepily and said, "I want to sleep. Are you going back later?" "No, I have something to discuss with you," Raynor replied. "Something? What is it?" Junis teased, "I'll tell you later." Just then, Pierre stirred on Raynor's back. He struggled a bit and asked irritably, "Who are you? My head hurts." "Back to normal?" Raynor set him down. Junis crouched down, examined Pierre's eyes carefully, and then untied him. Raynor looked down at him and explained softly, "I'm Raynor, an adventurer hired by your father to rescue you. What happened to your team in the ruins?" Pierre held his head and looked at Raynor in confusion. "Ruins?" Junis explained from the side. "After a mental collapse, there's temporary amnesia. Give him some time, and he'll remember everything." Pierre initially appeared very confused, but soon his memories rushed back like a tide. His expression gradually twisted into a grimace of pain, as if he was reliving some terrible memory. Pierre suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. Lena looked at him in confusion, but Pierre just kept sobbing, avoiding any questions. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Lena's patience was wearing thin. He patted Pierre on the shoulder, his tone slightly impatient. "Stop crying and come back with me. Your father is probably still waiting at the guild." With his head down and voice trembling, Pierre said, I killed them." The group exchanged glances, the air seemed to freeze. Lena cautiously asked, "Your companions?" Pierre nodded slightly and continued, "I'm a coward. I was so scared at the time, to save myself, I took out a dagger and stabbed Reyna. Eric was killed by a ghoul trying to protect her. I'm such a jerk." Lena was momentarily speechless, his mind flashing to the image of the deceased couple. Pierre suddenly grabbed his hair, shouting hoarsely, "Why did it turn out this way? I'm such a scumbag. Useless. Completely useless." Junice, standing nearby, calmly asked, "How many of you went in?" "7. 7 living people." Pierre suddenly seemed to remember something, grabbed Lena by the collar. "A necromancer. I saw a necromancer. He was hunting us down." And there were skeletal knights. A whole bunch of them. They're about to come out of the ruins. We have to warn everyone. Just as Lena was about to ask more, Pierre suddenly started singing madly. Lena looked at Junice in confusion. What's happening to him? Junice shook her head. I don't know. He should have returned to normal after leaving the ruins. Watching Pierre run around aimlessly, Lena sighed. He probably just needs more sleep. No sooner had he spoken than Martina knocked Pierre unconscious with her shield. Lena lifted the unconscious Pierre and headed toward the city. Once in the city, they headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. An old farmer had been waiting at the entrance for some time, and upon seeing Lena, he immediately rushed over. Upon confirming it was the long-missing Pierre, a smile appeared on his rough, dark face, but it quickly faded as he noticed something was wrong. Lena explained, he was a bit out of his mind after coming out of the ruins. I let him rest for a while. He should wake up soon. The old farmer carefully took a magic book from his backpack and handed it to Lena. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take him home now. Lena nodded, confirmed the book, and put it away. He took a gold coin from his money pouch and handed it to the old farmer. Your wife is ill, and Pierre's not in a state to work for a while. Take it, you need the money. This magic book was basically for free, so consider this coin as a token of appreciation for his help. The old farmer was deeply grateful. Thank you, Mr. Lena. I will always remember your kindness. After the farmer left, Lena handed 5 gold coins to Junice. Junice blinked in surprise. What's this for? Lena explained. I can't have you accompany me on this trip for nothing, can I? Junice declined. You already helped someone else, you don't need to help me. That 1 gold coin you just gave away, count half of it as mine, as a guide's fee. Lena nodded. All right, then I'll treat you to a meal another day. Lena reached out to gently rub Nora's cat ears, and was about to leave, when Junice grabbed his belt. Wait, there's something else, she said. Lena yawned, tears welling up in his eyes. What is it? Let's go outside the city. Junice led the half-asleep Lena out of the city to a familiar meadow. Martina, clearly exhausted, couldn't wait to shed her heavy armor and sprawled on the soft grass, falling into a deep sleep. What's so mysterious about this? Lena rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked curiously. Junice got straight to the point. Lena, show me the fireball spell again. Lena raised his staff, and instantly a fireball shot out, igniting the distant grass. He quickly followed up with a water ball to extinguish the flames. What's going on? He asked Junice, puzzled. Junice widened her eyes. Where's your incantation? You used magic without chanting. I did chant, Lena explained. I just recited it in my mind. Junice pouted, squinting at him. Nonsense, I didn't see your lips move. Lena patiently explained how he had simplified the incantation process from initially chanting it fully, to gradually shortening the words, and finally just mentally reciting key words. What took Junice 4 seconds to cast a fireball spell, he could now do in 1 second. Teach me. Junice's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lena sighed, and began teaching her on the spot. However, Junice's situation was quite different from his. After reducing the words, she couldn't even cast the basic fireball spell. Did you really recite it in your mind? Junice asked, puzzled. I did, Lena said, yawning as he lay on the grass. Maybe it's because you don't believe in this method and think I'm tricking you, which is why it's not working. If you believe, it will work. If you don't, it won't. Junice seemed to understand, closed her eyes, and tried earnestly. A few minutes later, she succeeded. She reduced a few words and successfully cast a fireball spell. It really works. Junice murmured in disbelief, watching the distant flames. Lena practiced with her the entire day. As night fell and he was about to leave, a system notification sounded, announcing the completion of exploring the ruins task, rewarding 5 silver coins. Immediately, a new task updated. Kill the necromancer in the ruins, reward 10 gold coins. Lena looked at Junice, who was still pondering over nonverbal magic, and after she took a short break, he asked, Junice, have you ever seen a necromancer? Junice sighed deeply, setting her practice aside for the moment. Are you worried Pierre might be telling the truth? Of course, we only have one life, Lena said seriously. Junice fell into thought, shaking her head lightly. I've only heard of them, never seen one. Let's avoid the ruins for now, and watch what other adventurers have to say. All right, Lena agreed with a nod. Junice stood up, brushing the dirt off her pants. It's getting late. I should head back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lena yawned, giving Nora a pat on the back, and prepared to head home. As the sun set in the west, Lena returned home exhausted. Despite having taken a short nap on the lawn with Junice at noon, he was still sleep-deprived. This led to him being distracted and repeatedly failing while teaching Junice nonverbal magic in the afternoon. Daisy brought out a fragrant stew, but Lena hardly noticed the taste, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, all he wanted was a hot bath and to lie in bed with a book until he fell asleep. Daisy, is the water ready? Lena asked. Everything is prepared, sir. You can take a bath whenever you like, Daisy replied respectfully. Then I'll take a bath and head to bed. You all eat at your own pace, Lena said as he got up, grabbed some clothes, and headed to the bathroom. The warm water enveloped his body, instantly relieving the day's fatigue. After the bath, Lena grabbed a piece of dark bread from the kitchen and lay on his bed, planning to study the magic book he had acquired that day. Just then, Daisy quietly entered the room, her blue eyes fixed on Lena. "What is it? Do you need something?" Lena asked, closing his book and looking at her in confusion. Daisy sat lightly on the edge of the bed and softly asked, "Master, would you like me to heat up the stew for you?" "No need. I'll just have some bread tonight and go to sleep," Lena replied. Suddenly, Daisy's thoughts drifted into Lena's mind. All men are the same. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. A few question marks popped into Lena's mind, but before he could ponder further, Daisy spoke slowly. "Master, let me serve you." As she said this, she climbed onto the bed, her slender fingers resting on Lena's shoulder. "Master, I've wanted to say this for a long time. I feel you're special. You always give me a sense of security." Daisy's seductive gaze and slender waist brushed lightly against Lena's arm. Lena sighed inwardly. No wonder slave traders say feline hybrids are popular among nobles. Such tactics are hard to resist. At that moment, Daisy's thoughts came again. For my daughter's future, this sacrifice is nothing. Lena suddenly understood and quickly pushed her away. It turned out she was willing to sacrifice herself to win favor, not knowing that Nora had already made an agreement with him. Lena cleared his throat and said righteously, I'm not interested in married women. You should go rest and not disturb me." Compared to mature women like Daisy, Lena preferred someone closer to his age, like Nora. Daisy was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion in her eyes, clearly not expecting such a response from Lena. But she did not give up, thinking to herself, "I'll give it my all. I don't believe you can resist. Even though I'm not young anymore, I still have some charm." With that, she placed her hand on the buttons and slowly began to unbutton the woolen garment draped over her. Daisy's skin was fair and beautiful, but to Lena, it didn't compare to Nora's youthful complexion. At that critical moment, the door suddenly burst open. Nora stood at the entrance, radiating heat, clearly having just finished a bath. She had evidently heard every word of the conversation. Daisy gave Nora a look, thinking, "Foolish daughter, what are you doing? Close the door, Mom. I'm trying to help you here," Nora said expressionlessly, pointing outside. Her voice was calm, but carried an undeniable firmness. "Mom, please go back to your room. I need to talk to the master about something." Nora's tone softened, though her gaze remained resolute. Daisy hesitated, then spoke, "But..." Nora took a deep breath and decided to be honest. "Mom, I've been afraid to tell you because I didn't want you to worry. I've become his woman." Daisy was stunned, her mind blank for a few seconds. She lowered her voice, incredulous. "Already?" Nora blushed, realizing her words were a bit misleading. She explained, "Well, more or less. I've grown up. Don't treat me like a child." Daisy was silent for a moment, then asked, "Was it your choice?" "Yes." Nora nodded gently. Seeing this, Daisy said no more and left the bedroom with mixed feelings. Rainer placed his book aside, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Nora quickly walked to the bed, her expression unchanged. "You were wavering earlier." Rainer earnestly replied, "Don't accuse me falsely." I refused very firmly. "Don't get any wrong ideas about my mom. Don't be ridiculous. She's almost 40. I'm not that desperate," Rainer added. Nora puffed her cheeks, staying silent. After a while, she reluctantly said, "I'll believe you for now." Nora blew out the candle and slipped into bed. Rainer instinctively held her close, his body reacting naturally. Nora's skin grew increasingly warm. Mom was right. Men have nothing but nonsense in their heads, even the master. Nora thought to herself, "Ready to keep your promise?" Rainer whispered, gently biting her ear. Nora shyly nodded. She thought to herself, "Instead of letting the master always think about it, I might as well let him have it. After all, the master treats me well, and I don't want to wander anymore. I want a stable home." Rainer's hand caressed her abdomen. "You should eat more. You're still too thin," he said, feeling the slight layer of fat on Nora. "Okay," Nora responded softly. Then her somewhat resentful thoughts drifted into Rainer's ears. "So you prefer better figures." "I'm not Martina, sorry." Rainer thought to himself that they each had their pros and cons. Martina might have a better figure, but as a strong warrior, she probably had a lot of muscle, not as soft as Nora. With that thought, Rainer appraised her. Afterward, the current slave quality was revealed. Epic. Epic. Rainer smiled slightly. With a thought, all the information about the cat girl unfolded. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, demi-human, cat species. Current status, healthy, in love. Measurements, 714,776. Rainer noticed her figure had indeed changed, but she usually wrapped herself up, so it wasn't noticeable. With this realization, Rainer couldn't hold back any longer. Nora softly refused. "Not yet. Martina and my mom aren't asleep. Let's wait a bit." After some time, Rainer suddenly heard Martina's snores. They must have fallen asleep. Rainer finally couldn't resist and invited. "Is it okay now?" "It's okay," Nora replied softly. Rainer embraced her, and the two became entwined. Outside, It began to rain lightly, and a cold wind seeped through the window. Nora gasped, gripping Rainer's arm tightly, her sharp nails slowly piercing his skin. In the early morning, Rainer awoke to find his arms empty. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he realized Nora was gone. Her side of the bed was meticulously made, indicating she'd been gone for a while. Rainer yawned and was about to pull the covers over his head to continue sleeping when he heard the door quietly open. Nora entered, wearing a thick wool sweater, her cheeks flushed from the cold wind. She tiptoed to the bedside and gently nudged Reiner's shoulder. "Master, breakfast is ready. Would you like me to bring it to you?" Reiner pulled her into the bed. "No need, just stay with me a little longer." As he spoke, his hands began to undo the buttons on Nora's sweater. "But I need to help my mom with the laundry later," Nora weakly protested, lightly tapping Reiner's shoulder, though memories of last night filled her mind. "It won't take long," Reiner insisted, holding her closer and coaxing her softly. Nora finally relented. "All right, just for a little while." She lay on her side, letting Reiner have his way, silently grateful she didn't have to bandage herself. Soon, a blush spread across Nora's skin as she covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stifle any sounds. Eventually, they lay entwined, with Nora panting heavily, her mind blank. After a moment, Reiner poked her stomach and softly asked, "That was quick. Ready for round two?" Nora shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Please, master, let's save it for tonight if you must." "Deal," Reiner agreed, gently holding her small, soft body. Remembering what the slave trader had said about cat people being natural charmers, he couldn't help but agree. He stroked Nora's cat ears and murmured, "From now on, don't get up before me." "Ah, it tickles." "I got it." "Master, stop blowing on my ears," Nora protested, lightly biting Reiner in mock retaliation. Just then, a system notification sounded, announcing Reiner had unlocked the Beast Ear Conqueror and Iron Waist achievements. A mysterious energy surged into Reiner's lower back, instantly banishing his fatigue. Reiner felt a renewed urge. "How about one more time?" Nora quickly shook her head, retreating to the corner. "No, let's save it for tonight." "Master, how long have you been holding back?" "Not much, just the pent-up frustration of 20 years as a single guy," Reiner joked. Suddenly, Nora's ears twitched, and she swiftly dove under the covers. The door opened a crack, and Reiner turned to see Martina peeking inside. "What are you doing?" Reiner asked helplessly, looking at Martina crouched by the door with half her face visible. "Breakfast is getting cold. Isn't Lena coming to eat?" Martina stood at Lena's door and knocked gently. "Coming." Lena's voice sounded from inside. Martina nodded but didn't leave. She looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Nora?" "Daisy said she was coming to serve Lena, but I don't see her." Lena replied guiltily, "Is Nora in your room?" As soon as he spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his backside and quickly corrected himself. "Of course not. She went out early with Junice and hasn't come back yet?" Martina frowned. "No. Since when did she become so close with Junice?" Lena shrugged, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. Maybe they just clicked suddenly." "Oh, then it's fine." Martina closed the door. Once Martina left, Nora emerged from the covers and quickly got dressed. She still had some of Lena's marks on her, especially the visible hickeys on her neck. Lena poked her cheek, teasing, "Why hide it from her? It makes it seem like something scandalous. She might already know." Nora, while fixing her clothes, explained, "I just don't want to tell her, otherwise she'll tease me. I got up earlier than her, and she didn't see me, so it should be easy to bluff. I'll sneak out the window, and then pretend to knock on the door." Lena interrupted her plan. "Isn't there a chance your mom already told her? She usually hangs out with you, and if you disappear early in the morning, she'd definitely ask." Nora paused for a moment, then sighed. "Then I won't act." She finished dressing and opened the bedroom door. Martina was sitting at the dining table and perked up in surprise when she saw Nora. "Hey, you were in Lena's room? How come I didn't see you?" "Because you're a dummy." Nora took a sip of water and sat down to eat her black bread. Daisy affectionately patted her animal ears, her expression somewhat complex. Lena got up to wash up. During breakfast, he felt Martina's gaze fixed on him. When their eyes met, she smiled knowingly. Lena heard her thoughts. How is Lena still so energetic? He doesn't seem worn out. He still has quite a masculine demeanor. Lena couldn't help but chuckle. After breakfast, Lena took them out, planning to study rock magic. Upon reaching the Adventurers Guild, Junice was nowhere to be seen. As he was about to wait, a middle-aged adventurer approached and informed him. "Junice said she's waiting for you at the usual place." Lena was surprised that Junice had gone out so early today. He headed out of town and soon spotted Junice sitting on a stump by the roadside, lost in thought. "Weren't you supposed to wait at the usual spot? Why are you sitting here?" Lena asked. Junice looked up and smiled. "Because this is the path you have to take. I have several questions to ask you." As Junice walked, her eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Her questions came in rapid succession, all centered around the theme of nonverbal magic. Rainer was surprised to realize that this was the first time he had seen Junice so fascinated by something. "Rainer, you're a genius." Junice said with clear admiration in her voice. I truly envy your talent. You're the first mage capable of casting spells without incantations, something even my mentor can't do. Raynor waved his hand modestly. You're exaggerating. My original intention was just to be a bit lazy. If I can figure out something so simple, surely others can too. Junice shook her head firmly. I've never heard of anyone casting spells without incantations. I even made up that term. I had similar ideas when I first started learning magic, but quickly gave up. Raynor, you're destined to be a legendary mage. Hearing this, Raynor squinted his eyes. Legendary? Wasn't that a bit much? Or was it that the level of mages in this world was just like that? Something so simple that no one had thought of it. I feel like this is something everyone should be able to think of, right? Raynor asked tentatively. Junice shrugged, closed her eyes, and sighed. Thinking of it is one thing. Doing it is another. Raynor, you're a genius and might not realize the average person's magical aptitude. Some people take years to master the simplest fireball spell, while you just glance at the incantation and cast it effortlessly. They said your talent was 1 in 10,000. But now it seems even that was an understatement. Raynor could hardly believe it. What you're saying? If you don't believe me, you could try teaching Nora and Martina. They should represent the average person's level. He recalled that the two bestiared girls had mental aptitudes of D and C, which were indeed quite mediocre. What about you? You must have some talent too, right? Raynor asked. After all, I only gave a simple explanation yesterday, and you managed to use it. Junice held her forehead, a hint of frustration in her voice. My mentor said I'm a ancient century genius, but next to you, I feel like a fool. Yesterday, I only managed to shorten a single word. Compared to you, that's not even in the same league. Raynor was left speechless. It seemed like mages in this world were really just support. Junice, this so-called ancient century genius, from a practical standpoint, seemed only slightly better than an average adventurer. Unconsciously, they had arrived at the grassy area where they usually practiced. Junice eagerly said, I'll start practicing now. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. With that, she raised her staff and continued practicing nonverbal magic. Raynor turned to look at the two bestiared girls, suddenly inspired to teach them magic. After all, having more skills is always useful. Fireball could provide both light and heat, very convenient. As he drifted into his thoughts, the inner voices of the two girls reached his ears. Nora thought, what does he want now? Out here in the wild, I'm not doing that kind of thing. Martina muttered to herself, finished with Nora and now thinking about me? Not a chance, I'm not someone you can have. Raynor was baffled by these inexplicable thoughts and quickly snapped out of it, turning to Junice to ask, how do I test their attributes and mana capacity? Junice answered Raynor's question succinctly. It's simple. Just have them close their eyes, focus, and then infuse them with any natural element. Do you need my help? Raynor shook his head and said, I'll give it a try myself. You keep practicing. He patted the grass beside him, signaling Nora and Martina to sit down. Nora complied obediently, while Martina curiously asked, what are we doing? Are we not allowed to roam freely today? Raynor explained, that's right. From today on, you both will start learning with me. Martina immediately complained, I want to play. Raynor sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. You're already 19. It's time to learn some skills. Trust me, I won't harm you. He thought to himself, who would have thought that after traveling through time, he'd end up being a mentor. However, they truly knew almost nothing, and if they wanted to integrate into human society, learning the language was a priority. Besides, he planned to teach them basic arithmetic. But before starting the formal lessons, Raynor decided to test their magical attributes. He turned to Nora and said, Nora, you're up first. Close your eyes, focus, and then tell me what you see. Nora asked in confusion. Can I see something with my eyes closed? Do I need to keep one eye open? Raynor patiently explained. Close both eyes. It's not about seeing with your eyes, but feeling with your mind. Nora suddenly understood, took a deep breath, and slowly closed her eyes. Raynor held her hand, mimicking Junice's earlier actions, slowly channeling magic into her to stimulate her senses. So, what do you see? Raynor asked expectantly. Nora frowned and replied, it's all dark. I can't see anything. Just then, she squirmed and burst into laughter. It turned out Martina, the mischievous one, was poking her ticklish spots with a stick. Raynor sternly warned, keep it up, and you'll miss lunch. Martina pouted, complaining, humph, threatening me with food. Raynor, that's low. She seemed to sulk, but Nora's attribute test continued. Suddenly, Nora let out a gasp. Raynor quickly asked, what is it? Did you see something? Nora nodded yes. Master, I see a white crystal. Raynor eagerly inquired, how big is this crystal? It doesn't seem very big, about the size of a watermelon, Nora replied. Raynor felt a bit disappointed, but then thought that since Nora was in charge of reconnaissance, even if she learned magic, it would likely be for support. It wasn't crucial. He continued to ask, is there any change in the crystal? Nora suddenly said, hey, the crystal changed color, like there's red mist coming in. Fire element, Raynor nodded. It's the most common attribute. Do you see any other colors? Nora shook her head. Rainer summarized. You can learn fire magic. Martina, it's your turn. Martina mimicked Nora, closing her eyes and extending her hand. Although she outwardly cooperated, her mind was unusually active, struggling to calm down. Rainer held her hand, feeling her heart racing. He reminded her, stop overthinking, calm down. I'm not overthinking, Martina retorted, showing her rebellious nature. But soon, her mind calmed down. Before long, Martina suddenly shouted, I see it. Rainer was startled and said helplessly, don't be so dramatic. He took a deep breath and continued, how big is the crystal? Martina proudly answered, as tall as a tree. Am I better than Nora? Rainer ignored her bragging and asked, what color mist do you see? Martina frowned. Purple, I don't like it. Rainer explained, that's the lightning element. You can use lightning magic. According to Junice, it's quite rare. Just as Rainer was about to let go of her hand, Martina spoke again. Hey, there's also green mist. Junice's keen ears picked up the conversation between Lena and Martina. She quickly approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A dual attribute mage? That's impressive, Lena. If she's got the talent, she might become an excellent mage. Lena shook his head decisively, his gaze fixed on Martina's attribute panel. Based on her stats, she's more suited to be a frontline warrior. Her mental aptitude is only AC, barely passing. Even if she learns magic, it would only be for support. Her future lies in wielding a great sword and engaging in close combat with enemies. Junice nodded thoughtfully. True, otherwise all that strength would go to waste. Lena sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. Even though Martina has awakened 2 magical attributes, I don't have the corresponding spellbooks. Nora has to borrow Junice's fire spellbook to learn magic. As for lightning and wind magic, we'll have to wait until we can afford to buy them in a big city. He turned to Martina. You can play on your own for now. Lena's gaze shifted to Nora. The cat-eared girl was sitting with her knees drawn up, staring intently at Lena's face. A peculiar gleam flickered in her eyes. Master looks different from most people, his skin tone is different too, but he's quite handsome. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Nora shook her head vigorously, her cat ears standing upright. Seeing this, Lena composed himself. Stop daydreaming. I'm going to teach you magic, so pay attention. Lena recited the spell for the fireball technique word by word, but Nora looked confused. He had an idea. Do you know how to read? The script of your people? He planned to write out the spell phonetically for Nora to practice. Nora shook her head. Master, I can't read. Lena sighed, slightly exasperated. All right, I'll teach you bit by bit, and you remember bit by bit. This spell isn't long, you can recite it in 5 seconds. He began instructing her clearly and precisely. Once Nora had roughly memorized the spell, Lena handed her the red dragon's breath. However, as soon as the staff touched Nora, it flew away, spun a few times in the air, and lightly tapped Lena on the head. Never mind, just practice with your hands. This staff doesn't like being touched, Lena said helplessly. Nora obediently sat on the ground, repeatedly chanting the spell. Meanwhile, Lena picked up the rock magic book and eagerly began to study. The book contained 10 rock spells, and he started with the simplest, the earthquake technique. After memorizing the spell, Lena raised his staff and cast it towards the distant lawn. Boom! The ground shook, and the spell's range quickly expanded from 10 meters to 100 meters, with everyone in the distance feeling the tremor. Lena lowered the staff, categorizing the spell in his mind. Support magic, non-damaging but capable of disrupting enemies, with low mana consumption, allowing for continuous casting. Martina, stop sleeping, Lena called out. Come over and be my target, let me know if you can't take it. Martina ran over, and Lena unhesitatingly cast the earthquake technique on her. Boom! The ground trembled once more. Martina suddenly lost her balance while running and fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up, only to fall again within seconds. Although Liner had never experienced an earthquake, the disruptive effect of this spell surprised him. After he stopped casting the spell, Martina came back covered in dirt, her face full of frustration. How are you feeling? Can you move? Liner asked. Martina shook her head, with a hint of complaint in her voice. I can't even stand properly, let alone walk. Liner, I want to learn this too. You can't. Liner shook his head and explained. You can only learn wind and lightning magic. This is earth magic. What about you? Martina pressed. I can learn 5 types, Liner replied. Martina pouted. That's not much better than me. Junice chimed in with a smile. Humans can only learn a total of 5 types of natural magic. Hearing this, Martina's smile vanished, replaced by a smug look on Liner's face. Martina put her hands on her hips, with a touch of disdain in her voice. So what? You still can't beat me. Junice stepped forward, lightly patting Martina's shoulder in a tone of both praise and reminder. The biggest issue for a mage in combat is the slow casting speed, needing protection. But Liner has figured out how to cast spells without incantations, releasing magic in about 2 seconds, which almost compensates for this flaw. He's only been learning magic for a little over a month and already has this level of skill. In a few more months, his abilities might surpass yours. Martina blushed and sat down next to Nora, grumbling softly. But for now, I'm still the best. Seeing this, Liner quickly reassured her. All right, you're the best. Martina is incredibly strong, capable of easily taking down monsters several times her size. You're my most trusted partner. Though Martina kept a straight face, she was inwardly overjoyed. Of course, I'm amazing, she responded, like a child delighted by praise. Liner returned to studying magic, but Junies leaned in with a mischievous smile. Liner, I always feel like you know everything, like you've lived for thousands of years. You picked up this ancient earth magic just by glancing at it. Liner was momentarily speechless, thinking it might be because he was a seasoned fan of anime and video games. He tried to change the subject. Well, you were the one who taught me magic in the first place, remember? Junies nodded thoughtfully. That's why I find you more and more mysterious. You have exceptional talent, yet there are so many unexplained things about you. Stop overthinking it and practice your non-incantation magic. Liner moved aside, trying to end the conversation. At that moment, Nora's thoughts drifted into Liner's mind. They were so close just now. Maybe it won't be long before she moves in too. But Junies is really nice to us, and I like being around her. But she's so beautiful. If she becomes the master's woman too, will he not want me anymore? Liner glanced at Nora, who was fiddling with her fingers, looking worried. He thought she was overthinking things. His preference was for beast-eared girls, and someone like Junies, without animal ears or tails, hardly piqued his interest. To reassure Nora, Liner suddenly lifted her chin and quickly planted a kiss on her lips. This action immediately caught the attention of Martina and Junies. Master! Nora exclaimed in a mix of surprise and embarrassment, giving Liner a playful punch as her face flushed red. As evening fell, Lena pushed open the door to his home. Inside, Daisy was diligently dusting the furniture with a cloth. Ever since she had arrived, the house felt revitalized, and even the backyard had new shoots of vegetables sprouting. Seeing Lena return, Daisy quickly ran over and respectfully bowed. Master, you're back. You've worked hard today. The bathwater is ready. Don't call me Master anymore. Just call me Lena. Daisy hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly in agreement. You've worked hard too. Go about your tasks. I'll take a bath. Lena casually set down his staff and walked into the small cubicle. The warm steam enveloped him, offering the most relaxing moment of his day. As he was lost in comfort, Martina's distinctive laughter reached his ears. Lena didn't pay much attention, covering his face with a hot towel to continue enjoying the moment. When he emerged, drying his hair, he found Martina sitting at the dining table, stifling her laughter. What are you laughing at? He asked. Martina shook her head and softly replied, nothing. Yet her thoughts were loud and clear. Nora is so weak. If it were me, I'd definitely make Lena beg for mercy. Lena turned to look at Nora, who was glancing at him now and then like a child caught doing something wrong, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Her thoughts followed. I shouldn't have told Martina. What's so funny about this? Nearby, Daisy was gently stroking Nora's animal ears, wearing a knowing smile. Her thoughts drifted over. Silly child, you're still young. In a few years, you'll understand. But having children is out of the question since we're demi-humans and Lena is human. From these thoughts, Lena pieced together what had happened most likely. The inexperienced Nora had sought advice and ended up being teased by Martina. In this world without the internet, such dilemmas were indeed difficult to resolve. Later that night, just after Lena lay down, the door was quietly opened. Expecting Nora, he was surprised when the breath of the red dragon extended into the large fire magic stone. What are you doing? Lena asked, puzzled. The breath of the red dragon floated onto the bed and suddenly slipped under the covers. Its staff, made entirely of pure gold, was icy cold in the winter, sending Lena jumping from the sudden chill, kicking it out of the bed. It's freezing. What do you think you're doing, a staff trying to get into my bed? The breath of the red dragon seemed to adopt an awkward demeanor. Lena shook his head internally, thinking that preferences could be unique, but this was ridiculous. He had no interest in a staff, as it wasn't a living being. He placed the breath of the red dragon on a shelf in the living room and returned to his room. Not long after, the door opened again. This time, it was finally the right person. Nora stood timidly at the door, her cheeks flushed, wrapped only in a thin layer of linen. Before Lena could speak, she hastily explained, Martina took over my room, and one bed can only fit 2 people at most. It's so cold now, and sleeping alone makes it easy to catch a cold, so I came to find you, not because I wanted to. Her inner thoughts, however, were in turmoil. He didn't even use his basic attack and went straight for the ultimate? What kind of idea did Martina suggest? And I actually followed it. Oh, Lena teased with a smile. Listen to what you're saying. Did you forget what you promised me this morning? Even if you don't want to come over, you have to. Knowing how stubborn Nora could be, Raynor decided to give her an easy way out. Nora blushed as she slipped under the covers, her small, cold hand touching Raynor's shoulder. So warm, she murmured softly. Give me your hand, I'll warm it for you. No, no need. Nora gently struggled, trying to pull her hand back. Why be so polite? Raynor pulled her into his arms. Nora struggled for a moment, but eventually gave in. She lay in Raynor's warm embrace, her heartbeat gradually quickening as her thoughts began to wander. The restlessness within her grew stronger until she couldn't help but blurt out, "Master, you're so good to me. Just warming your hands makes me good to you." Nora gave Raynor a light bite, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Anyway, I like you the most." Raynor had heard this sentiment countless times in Nora's heart, but it was the first time she had said it so directly, stirring something within him. Nora reached out and gently blew out the candle. The next morning, Raynor went to the Adventurers Guild as usual to find Junies. As soon as he stepped through the guild's doors, he noticed a group of adventurers talking at the counter, their expressions serious. When they saw him enter, they greeted him briefly before continuing their discussion. Raynor intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but spotted Junies in a corner. Today, unlike her usual self, she was quietly munching on a piece of black bread. Upon seeing Raynor, she waved enthusiastically. "I thought you might have run off outside the city on your own today," Junie said mysteriously. "What's going on?" This morning, the militia found a large number of undead appearing through a portal near the ruins south of the city during their training. They're currently roaming the southern area, and although they haven't attacked any civilians yet, the nearby villages are in a panic. "Necromancer?" Raynor asked, furrowing his brow. Junies nodded gravely. "Yes, that's what we thought too. The Lord plans to first clear that area and then send troops into the ruins to deal with the rampant skeletons." Raynor sighed, rubbing his forehead. "There will be heavy casualties. That place is full of traps. The cave spiders will be thrilled, not having to do anything as so many tin cans walk right in. Ruins like that are only suitable for small-scale exploration. Having too many people will just lead to chaos. One small mistake, and you'll lose soldiers, not to mention the mental debuffs in there. If someone goes mad, it could trigger a chain reaction and make the whole team collapse." Junies blinked, her eyes filled with admiration. "Raynor, we always seem to think alike. While skeletons aren't hard to deal with, even weaker than goblins, their sheer numbers make them a challenge. Add in the ghouls and cave spiders in the ruins, and this mission is as difficult as the Forest of Dawn." Raynor yawned. "So, are we joining? I was going to ask you that. Aren't you our leader?" "Leader? When did I become the leader?" Raynor looked puzzled. Junies replied earnestly, "You're the one who makes the decisions, aren't you? I'm following your lead." Raynor shook his head. "I don't really want to join." Although he had a mission, he wasn't keen on getting involved in such high-risk operations, especially since he wasn't short on money at the moment. Just then, the urgent sound of hooves echoed from outside the guild. Demas stood straight by the table in his armor, silent, but with a look of urgency and a restless stance that betrayed his need to speak. Noticing his unease, Lena finally asked, "What's going on?" "There are undead to the south of Melot. We're going into the ruins to clear them out," Demas replied calmly. "We have one mage in our team, but we need another." His gaze fixed on Lena, making his implication clear. "The ruins are dangerous," Lena cautioned. Demas waved it off. "It's just some skeletons, not very high risk. There are 100 experienced militia joining this operation," he said with pride. "Remember, Melod's total population is only about 4,000, with only 600 capable of fighting. Though it's not as big as the Goblin campaign in the Dawnwood Forest, these well-trained militia are far more capable than most adventurers." "There's a necromancer in the ruins," Lena stated bluntly. This caught Demas off guard. He blinked, skeptical. "Really? I enjoy a good joke, but I'd never jest about matters of life and death," Lena said seriously, then pointed to Junies beside him. 3 days ago, I rescued a man named Pierre Craig from the ruins. He told us during a brief moment of clarity. Junies can vouch for it." "Where does this Craig live?" "Not sure. I only know his father is an honest farmer, and his mother is recently ill," Lena shrugged. Hearing this, Demas turned and left the Adventurers Guild. Lena peeked out to see him speaking with a knight named Adney. "Lena, are we really not going?" Junies asked. "Let's see. If the reward is good, it might be worth it." Moments later, Demas returned. "I'll report this to the Lord." Another silence fell. Seeing Demas wasn't going to speak again, Lena took the initiative. "If we go to the ruins, what's the reward?" 15 gold coins, Demas answered without hesitation. Lena nodded to himself. It was a decent offer, and taking down the necromancer might earn extra bounty. "What about Junies?" Demas gave Junies a quick appraisal. 1 gold coin. Lena looked at Junies awkwardly. "Is that price acceptable to you?" Junies showed a hint of bitterness, but nodded. "I agree, better than being idle." Then it settled. "Where do we meet?" "City Gate, tomorrow morning," Demas said before turning to leave. "I have other matters to attend to. Prepare well." Watching him walk away, Lena couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Junies looked at Raynor, who had just stood there in silence, and sighed helplessly. She leaned on the table, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Raynor, I really envy your talent. Demas hired you for 15 gold coins, but he only gives me 1. Raynor was momentarily speechless and could only gesture towards the 2 beast-eared girls behind him, trying to explain, "Maybe it's because I have 2 more people with me, so he's paying me a bit more. After all, Martina is particularly skilled, and he notices that." All right. Junice pouted as she stood up. I need to go home and get ready. With that, she left. As Junice departed, Martina and Nora took seats across and beside Rainer. Remembering their last experience at the ruins, Rainer gently stroked Nora's cat ears and asked softly, "What does it feel like to have your mind eroded by the ruins?" Nora was silent for a moment, a shadow passing through her eyes. "It hurts a lot, and I feel dizzy, like I can't breathe. I can hear the whispers of the dead spirits in my ears." Her voice trembled slightly. "I keep imagining terrible scenes, like Martina suddenly dying, or all of you being eaten by spiders, or the master abandoning us and escaping alone." Hearing this, Rainer felt a surge of compassion. In such a terrifying environment, enduring the constant erosion of one's beliefs by malevolent forces, it was no wonder Pierre had gone mad and acted rashly. He continued to gently stroke Nora's ears, his tone firm. "When we enter the ruins again, no matter what the malevolent forces whisper to you, remember this: I will never abandon you. You are not just my companion, but my family, and I will do everything I can to protect you." Nora's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, gently pressing Rainer's leg with her hand. "I will also do everything I can to protect the master. I will remember his kindness for a lifetime." "Ew, it's so early in the morning, and you two are already being so mushy." Martina couldn't help but tease from across the table. Rainer turned to tease back. "Someone like Martina, if she gets hurt, I'd just turn and leave without a second thought." "Me too," Nora said with a smile, joining in. Martina rolled her eyes. "Humph, I won't get hurt. My armor is so sturdy. But I'm magnanimous, so even if Rainer treats me like that, I'd still risk my life to save him if it came to it." "Nonsense. You have the contract markings on you. If you don't save me, you'd be doomed." "Dog," Martina cursed in exasperation. After a bit of banter, the three got up and headed home. On the way, Nora quietly took Rainer's hand. They exchanged a smile. No words needed, but Rainer could hear her heart. "I'm so glad I met Rainer. He's a man I can trust my life with." "Let's go buy some smoked chicken at the tavern." Rainer suddenly changed direction. "We're leaving tomorrow, and we need to be well fed." Martina immediately leaned in, poking Rainer's shoulder with anticipation in her eyes. "White bread, you know." "What?" Rainer feigned ignorance. Martina pouted and whispered, "Rainer, I want to eat white bread." The next morning, Lena arrived early at the city gate with his fully armed beast-steered companions. In the distance, a militia of nearly 100 men, clad in half armor, stood in neat formation. Junice was conversing with an adventurer dressed like a witch and waved enthusiastically when she saw Lena approaching. "You're really early. The group isn't fully gathered yet," Junice remarked. Lena nodded in response. As someone who valued punctuality, he recalled his high school habit of arriving half an hour early for exams to avoid oversleeping, ensuring that even if he dozed off, a teacher would wake him. "This looks like 100 people already, and they're not complete?" Lena asked. Demis mentioned he requested 50 more from the Lord. Junice replied softly, clutching her staff. At this moment, the witch-like female mage spoke. "Are they reliable? Necromancers are Lord-level monsters and not easy to handle." Lena observed the female mage. Her alluring fox-like eyes, unkempt thick black hair, a thin face, and purplish lips. Despite the near-freezing temperature, she wore revealing animal skin clothing, embodying a mountain recluse witch. "Big." Nora's thoughts drifted into Lena's mind. "Master sure cares about size. Too bad I'm only this big." Lena quickly averted his gaze, silently swearing that it was just a reflexive glance, with no other intentions. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you," Junice said, trying to lighten the mood. "This is Anna Lynn, one of the 4 mages near Melod, skilled in wind magic." Lena nodded in acknowledgement, thinking it might be a good opportunity to buy some wind magic books. "And this is Mr. Lena," Junice continued, "one of the 4 mages in our city, specializing in fire magic. He's also known as the Goblin Kingslayer, having slain the Goblin Tyrant of the Dawn Forest." "Goblin Kingslayer?" Lena internally chuckled at the title's dramatic flair, feeling a bit embarrassed hearing it spoken aloud. Anna extended her hand. "Just call me Anna. I've heard about your exploits, and after chatting with Junice, I was eager to meet you." "Yeah, likewise," Lena replied mechanically. As someone with social anxiety, he struggled with small talk, effectively ending the conversation. Seeing this, Anna turned back to continue her discussion with Junice. Meanwhile, Nora gently grasped Lena's hand. "Master, your gloves are so cold. Could you warm them up for me?" Lena nodded, crouching by the roadside to conjure a small flame for Nora's comfort. Junice and Anna soon joined the impromptu warming circle. Anna crouched down, breathing into her palms. "This damn weather. It's getting colder and colder." Seeing her scanty attire, Lena couldn't help but think to himself, wearing so little, no wonder she's cold. The only thing covering her chest were 2 pieces of animal hide, which threatened to be blown away by the wind. After a brief pause, the group suddenly began to move forward, and Lena quickly blended in with the beast-steered girls. Demis deliberately rode to the end of the line, exchanging a knowing glance with Lena. No words were needed for them to understand each other. Not long after, the group reached the entrance of the ruins on the south side of the city. At the front, Demas shouted, "Everyone, place your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you." Following his command, they formed a long line, resembling zombies with their hands resting on the shoulders of those ahead. Where will such a long line be transported to? Lena asked anxiously. What if someone gets unlucky and ends up stuck in a wall? Junie shook her head and explained, the magic stones will automatically transport us to a suitable location, likely an open street. Lena nodded in understanding. So it's like automatic formatting. As Demas's countdown finished, darkness engulfed them. Almost simultaneously, Lena and Junie's cast fireball spells for illumination, and the militia quickly used the flames to light their torches, passing the fire down the line like a relay. In no time, the surroundings were as bright as day. Just as Junie's had predicted, they had indeed been transported to a wide street, with a few skeletons lurking in nearby alleys. Everyone, follow the group and clear out the skeletons around us. Do not stray too far from the team. Demas commanded. Yes. They responded in unison as the outer militia members spread out to begin clearing the skeleton soldiers. Aren't they worried about stepping on traps? I should speak to Demas, Junie said seriously. Lena held her back, pointing to the dispersed teams. Look, each team is made up of 5 members, with one agile militia member responsible for detecting traps, while the other 4 handle clearing the creatures. Demas has learned from past mistakes. Despite this, Lena still had reservations about their method of probing with sticks, which seemed prone to missing things. His leg is about to get caught. Nora suddenly pointed to a militia member. There's a bear trap below, and he hasn't noticed it. Lena gestured to her, and Nora threw a dagger, triggering the trap with a metallic clang. The militia member turned back to thank her, while Nora stepped forward to retrieve her dagger. We'll have to make do, Lena thought to himself. People with heightened senses like Nora are rare. We can't rely on that for everyone. A distant scream echoed, likely someone stepping into a trap. Junie's immediately left the group. Lena, I'm going to help. Stay safe. You too, Lena replied just as Anna approached him. Is Junie's your girlfriend? Anna asked with a dry smile. She's very pretty. We're just friends. Really? Anna smiled knowingly before returning to her place. The group continued moving forward, and Junie's rejoined Lena. The scouts reported something unusual ahead. We need to check it out. The group moved forward through the ruins, with Lena in the middle, his view obscured by the people ahead. He turned to Nora beside him, gently rubbing her furry cat ears. How are you feeling? Do you still get dizzy entering the ruins this time? No dizziness. I'm feeling great, Nora replied softly, her blue eyes glimmering in the dim light. Lena nodded to himself. Having more people around seemed to give the demi-human a sense of security, which might help her resist the ruins' influence. Just to be sure, Lena turned to Martina. How about you? Any discomfort? None at all, Martina said earnestly, scratching her head. I don't feel anything. Lena was about to relax when a chilling cold swept over them. The entire group stirred uneasily, and both Martina and Nora shivered. Junie stood on tiptoe, frowning as she peered into the darkness ahead. Lena, something seems to be coming. Nora reacted the most strongly, instinctively stepping back and drawing a dagger from her waist, her cat ears flattened against her head, her blue eyes filled with fear. There's a monster up ahead. Nora, don't be afraid, Lena said, gently holding her arm to reassure her. Just then, a sharp screech pierced the darkness. A swarm of bats suddenly flew out from the shadows, scattering the panicked crowd. Startled, Nora leapt into Lena's arms. Stay calm. Watch your formation, Demas shouted from the front of the group, raising his sword. Then, a chilling creaking noise came from the darkness, more ominous than any skeleton soldier Lena had heard before. A knight called out, Lena, light up the street ahead. Immediately, Lena focused a fireball at the tip of his staff, pouring magic into it. The brilliant fireball streaked down the street, striking a distant stone house and dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the firelight, Lena saw their foes, clearly skeletal knights pieced together from disparate bones, were slowly advancing. They wore rusted iron armor and wielded heavy iron hammers, leaving orderly tracks in the mud. More alarming was the short skeleton in a black robe standing behind them, holding a staff with a green gemstone that shimmered with an eerie light. This was the necromancer Pierre had mentioned. Lena's eyes lit up as he began chanting the spell for an earthquake, intending to first slow down the skeletal knights and then find a chance to deal with the necromancer. Lena, no. Junie suddenly reached out to stop him. We're underground. The ruins are far less stable than we thought. If it collapses, we'll all be buried here. Lena considered casting a smaller spell, but seeing the beast-eared girl beside him and the hundreds of militia ahead, he decided against it. Meanwhile, the skeletal knights had picked up their pace, charging toward the group. Demas led a group of knights at the front of the formation, forming a defensive line. His mithril sword glinted with a strange light as he sliced off the arm of an attacking skeleton with a single strike. The well-trained militia worked in perfect harmony, their impenetrable line keeping nearly all the skeletal knights at bay. Whenever someone was injured, a militia member from the rear would immediately step forward to replace them, maintaining a tight defense. Lena, I want to join in too. Martina exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining with the thrill of battle. Go ahead, but be careful. Before the words were fully spoken, Martina dashed forward like an arrow, displaying incredible combat prowess, even tearing apart several skeletal knights with her bare hands. Just as the battle seemed to be turning in their favor, a necromancer in the distance raised his staff, summoning countless green souls that gathered around it. Lena felt a surge of unease and, seeing the necromancer unguarded, quickly cast a fireball spell. At that moment, the necromancer let out an ear-piercing scream, and a green shockwave swept toward the group. Master, watch out! Nora lunged at Lena. The fireball dissipated in the air, and all the torches were instantly extinguished, plunging the ruins into darkness. Lena felt a sharp pain in his heart, surrounded by the wails of fear. He quickly ignited a flame to light up the area. As he searched for Nora, he noticed Junice and several militia members cowering on the ground in terror. Junice, don't be afraid, get up. At Lena's urging, Junice shakily lit a flame. Lena continued to search for Nora, calling out anxiously. In a dark alley, he finally found her, trembling slightly in the shadows. There you are, get up quickly, this necromancer is tricky. Demas might order a retreat. Before he could finish, Nora suddenly lunged at him with a gleaming dagger. Lena couldn't dodge in time, and the dagger sparked against his armor. Nora's eyes were bloodshot and her expression dazed, muttering to herself. Nora, Lena took a few steps back. She's been corrupted by evil. She's dangerous now. Keep your distance. Anna, who had appeared unnoticed, said, pulling Lena back by his armor. Nora, it's me, don't you recognize me? Lena tried to awaken her. Master! Nora's eyes flickered, and she dropped the dagger. But as she tried to approach Lena, she suddenly clutched her head and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. At that moment, Junice arrived with Martina. Lena, Demas has ordered a retreat. We have to go. A large number of militia members surged through the alley, retreating in the direction they had come from. Where's the magic stone for escaping? Demas had scouts find it. It's nearby. Suddenly, a half-armored knight crashed heavily against a wall, blood splattering onto Lena's face. Skeletal knights were pursuing the fleeing militia, and Demas led the knights in a desperate effort to cover the retreat. Junice, carry Nora and run. Martina and I will help Demas and the others. All right, be careful. As they fought and retreated, they gradually moved towards the magical guiding stone of the ruins. From 100 meters away, the militiamen who had retreated earlier were already gathered around the stone. Lena quickly spotted Junice sitting there holding Nola, with blood still flowing from the wound on her thigh. On the battlefield, the knights were gradually retreating, leaving only Demas and 2 other knights to cover the rear. Form up. Prepare to retreat. Demas shouted back, his voice tinged with exhaustion. A new wave of skeletal knights surged forward like a tide. These undead creatures seemed endless. As soon as one fell, another took its place. However, their quality was noticeably declining. Their armor had fallen away, leaving only bare bones. After the 2 knights retreated, only Demas and Lena remained, fighting side by side. Lena, you go first. I'll follow soon, Demas said, panting. His plate armor was battered and bloodied, clearly showing he had sustained significant injuries battling the skeletal knights. Although the full body armor provided strong protection, it was less effective against blunt weapons and hindered mobility. Lena understood that leaving Demas to cover the retreat was tantamount to a death sentence. These skeletal knights clung to them relentlessly, and fighting while retreating was not enough to shake them off. To break through successfully, they needed to clear an area and then sprint with all their might. Demas, you go first. I'll cover the rear, Lena said, launching a fireball that incinerated an approaching skeletal knight. Meanwhile, Martina was a force of nature within the enemy ranks, her battle cries sending skeletal limbs flying as she demonstrated her unmatched melee prowess. Given the current situation, the 2 could hold their ground for quite some time. Demas weighed the situation and finally chose to heed the advice, turning to run towards the evacuation line. Half a minute later, his voice rang out again. Lena, hurry up. Lena glanced back and saw the militiamen forming a long line, holding onto each other's arms, with Demas at the end reaching out to him. Martina, it's time to retreat. Lena shouted. Got it, Martina replied, grabbing the neck of a skeletal knight and using it as a weapon to sweep through the enemies, knocking down a large group. The 2 then dashed towards the magical guiding stone. The militiamen were shouting, "Oh my God, you are true heroes. Brother, come on. Watch out for the necromancer. He's coming after us." Lena looked back just in time to see a fireball coming at them. Thanks to his training in nonverbal magic, he quickly conjured a water ball to extinguish it. Come on, Lena. Demas's hand was within reach. In that critical moment, the militiamen at the front of the line prematurely activated the magical guiding stone. In an instant, the group of over 100 people vanished into thin air, leaving the ruins in a deathly silence. with only the stone emitting a faint red glow. Lena stood there, stunned. Holding Martina's hand, he tried to reactivate the stone. But as soon as he channeled his energy into it, a burning sensation shot through his fingertips. Remembered Junice's words. The teleportation stone of the ruins requires a cooldown period before it can be used again. A horde of skeletal knights was closing in, and Lena's magic stone hadn't cooled down yet, making the situation dire. Lena! Martine shouted, quickly raising her shield to block a whistling hammer. With a loud clang, the shield shattered. Undeterred, she discarded the broken shield and swung her sword in a cold arc towards the attacking skeletal knight. The necromancer's staff began to glow with a pale green light again. Lena raised his staff to interrupt, but two skeletal knights had already charged at him, forcing him to deal with them first. At that moment, an ear-piercing roar echoed, causing his ears to ring. In a daze, he looked up to see flames rushing towards him. In the nick of time, Lena unleashed a torrent of water to shield them both. However, Martine still suffered burns on half of her body. Worse, a skeletal knight broke through the water barrier and slammed its hammer onto her knee guard. With a sharp crack, Martine stumbled back. With the situation critical, Lena made a quick decision. He dispersed the surrounding skeletal knights with water and pulled Martine out of the water sphere, dragging her towards a narrow alley. Seeing the knights in hot pursuit, he released an earthquake spell, caring little if the ruins collapsed. The stone buildings around them crumbled, and unexpectedly, the water-soaked earth turned into a quagmire, trapping the skeletal knights. Without stopping to think, Lena hoisted Martine's arm and continued their desperate escape. Fortunately, they didn't trigger any traps along the way. Eventually, they found a hidden stone house. Lena burst through the rotting wooden door, quickly checked the area for safety, and slipped inside. Martine was severely injured, sweating profusely under her helmet. Lena immediately enveloped her in water for preliminary treatment to prevent her burned skin and clothing from sticking together. Don't move, I'll help you with your clothes. Martine weakly shook her head, whispering, No. Now's not the time to be shy. I've touched you already. What's there to be afraid of? Don't move. Lena carefully removed her armor and gently peeled away the clothing stuck to her skin. Her exposed breasts were red and white, and he immediately performed a water healing spell. Noticing she hadn't removed her waistcloth, Lena reached to help, but Martine pushed him away nervously. I'll do it myself, she murmured. Lena noticed the burn on her outer thigh and promptly treated it. The burned skin turned an eerie white, likely to scar. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Lena saw everything again. Lena chuckled angrily. At a time like this, you're worried about that. The sooner we treat burns, the better. You humans are so unreliable, leaving your teammates so easily. We almost caught that knight's hand, Martine muttered. Lena nodded in agreement. Their actions had nearly cost them their lives, though fortunately, they had temporarily escaped. Damn it, I won't let it happen again, Lena vowed silently, then began planning their escape. They hadn't brought any food and couldn't stay in the stone house indefinitely. Seeing the burns mostly treated, Martine slowly got up, picked up the burnt rags, and carefully wrapped them around herself again. Don't use that anymore. It's dirty and unsanitary. If we make it back, I'll buy you something more practical. Martine was silent for a moment before murmuring, Easier for you to take off, right? Lena ignored her remark and focused on her injured knee. How's your leg? Let me see. Martina stood up, intending to take a few steps, but almost fell to the ground as soon as she tried. She looked down at her injury. There was no visible sign of a fracture, but the intense pain made it nearly impossible for her to stand. The healing spell could repair surface tissue, but if the bone was damaged, it was a matter of fate. That hit. She recalled her encounter with the skeleton knight. The pain in my ear, my mind went blank. He was too fast. I should have been able to dodge. Reiner and Martina were silent. The usually proud demi-human girl now hung her head, using her long sword to support her trembling body as she limped to a corner to sit down. She gazed at Reiner for a long time, her mind racing. She was almost incapable of moving now, and continuing would only be a burden to Reiner. If he died here because of her, Nora and her mother's situation would become even more dangerous. Reiner, she finally spoke, with determination in her voice. You should go. I'm staying here. What will you eat? What will you drink? Reiner asked with a frown. Martina shook her head. I won't die from not eating for a short time. I'll find a way to escape. With a lame leg? Against ghouls and cave spiders? Which can you handle now? Even if you find a magic stone by chance, do you know how to use it? Reiner said sternly. Martina was silent. She knew she couldn't leave, but secretly hoped Reiner would stay. Logic, however, reminded her that staying together would mean certain death for both, while Reiner leaving alone might give him a chance. I'm your slave, and I still owe you wages, she forced a smile. If you die, where will I earn money? Reiner gently patted her shoulder, his voice firm. I won't abandon you. We will find a way out. Martina was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled as if relieved. No wonder Nora likes you. You've probably had many girlfriends, haven't you? Reiner was momentarily speechless. He resolved internally. Martina was injured protecting him, and he couldn't leave her behind. Besides, after 2 months together, even if he treated her as a pet, he had grown attached. Carrying her carefully, they might still have a chance to leave the ruins. When we get out, I want to touch your tail, he suddenly said. Martina blushed and refused without thinking. No, didn't Nora tell you? A female demi-human's tail can only be touched by her husband. Can't you make an exception for saving you? You stubborn dog. No, her face reddened further. If you want to touch my tail, you'll have to defeat me in a duel and prove you're a stronger man. Otherwise, you can only touch my ears. Reiner looked at her agile horse ears with sudden interest. Forget it, Martina whispered. You can touch my ears if you want. I might not make it out anyway. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I should have died in the forest. Living one more day, eating white bread, I'm already content. Hearing her words, Reiner felt a pang of sorrow. Although Martina could be a bit silly sometimes, she was mostly quite endearing. Don't talk nonsense. I'll find a way to get you out of here, Lena assured, gently rubbing Martine's horse-like ears. The feel was completely different from Nora's ears. Apart from the outer layer of fuzz, they were almost like human ears, but more flexible. He made a mental note to explore these intriguing differences once Martine was safe. After a brief rest, Lena crouched in front of Martine. I'll carry you, he said. Martine hesitated for a moment, then obediently climbed onto his back. Instantly, Lena felt as though he was carrying a mountain, silently marveling that she must weigh at least 150 pounds. Considering Martine was only a couple of centimeters shorter than him, combined with her solid muscle mass and the difference in bone and muscle density between demi-humans and humans, it made sense. Still, he couldn't help but think of how Nora had once managed to carry Martine, even with her smaller frame. You're heavy, like a pig, Lena remarked as he set her down, and Martine merely nodded without protest. Lena quickly shed his armor, tossing it aside, and hoisted Martine onto his back again. This time, it was much easier. He tied a shaped knot with a rope, securing Martine's legs before fastening it around his shoulders, ensuring she wouldn't slip even without gripping his waist. Finally, he tied their waists together tightly. Carrying Martine surprisingly wasn't bad. The soft flesh provided excellent cushioning, making it comfortable despite the weight. What about the armor? Martine asked. Leave it here, what else? Wearing it all is too heavy. Leave your greatsword too. We can come back for it if we get the chance. But this sword, you said it was expensive. No amount of money is worth more than your life. You fool, Lena scolded. Money can be earned back. A lost life is gone forever. Martine hesitated briefly, then gently leaned the sword against the wall. I'll listen to you. Of course, I'm not running a charity here. These costs will be deducted from your bail, Lena said seriously. Lena, let me work for you forever. I don't want to leave, Martine said softly. Fallen for me, have you? Martine punched Lena's back, nearly causing him to have a heart attack. You ungrateful dog. If you kill me, you won't survive either, Lena shouted angrily. Martine didn't respond, merely muttering to herself. There's no place in this world for demi-humans like us. At least with you, I can live a bit easier. Thank you, Lena. At that moment, Martine's thoughts came through. Apart from my parents, you're the first man who's been so good to me. No wonder Nora likes you. Lena felt her tighten her grip. What am I thinking? How ridiculous. Though Martine's thoughts were captivating, Lena's nerves were too strained to focus on them. Without Nora to help sense danger, he had to rely on the red dragon's breath to scout ahead. Suddenly, hands emerged from the darkness, and Lena instinctively swung a punch, only to feel a dull pain in his wrist. It's me. The familiar voice made Lena breathe a sigh of relief. Demas emerged from the shadows, helmetless, accompanied by the mage Anna and 2 other retainers. Demas? Weren't you supposed to be outside? Rainer looked in surprise at the knight, who had suddenly appeared. Demas, with a solemn expression and a firm voice, replied, I am a knight, and I will not abandon any of my comrades. After a brief pause, he continued, I apologize for what happened earlier. I'll make it up to you once we're out. With that, he donned his helmet, the metal clinking crisply. Anna, holding a torch, cast flickering shadows across her face. We've been looking for you for a long time, she said urgently. There's a magic stone nearby, only a few hundred meters away. The necromancer isn't far from us. We need to move quickly. Rainer followed the group into the narrow alley, their footsteps echoing clearly in the silence. He turned to Anna, his voice filled with concern. How are Junies and Nora? Junies accidentally stepped into a trap as we retreated and got her leg caught, Anna replied tersely. As for your slave, I don't know. She's still unconscious. Rainer felt a pang of worry for Nora's safety. They maneuvered through the shadowy alley, occasionally encountering a few stray skeletons. Anna handled them with ease, summoning a green wind blade that swiftly decapitated the skeletons. Finally, they reached the magic stone, surrounded by wandering skeletons, but no skeletal knights. Demas brandished his knight's sword, ready to lead his 2 squires to carve a path through. Rainer raised the red dragon's breath, gathering fireball energy. Let me handle this, he said. I'll blow them away, and then we'll run for the magic stone. Boom. A loud explosion erupted as the fireball detonated near the magic stone, a fiery vortex engulfing the surrounding skeletons. Those nearby turned to ash, while those farther away were blown back by the heat wave. That noise will surely attract the necromancer, Raynor warned. Seizing the opportunity, the group quickly made their way to the magic stone. Raynor was the first to lay his hand on the magic stone, and once everyone was ready, he channeled his magic. The scene before them shifted instantly, and they found themselves at the militia's outpost. We made it out. God bless, it's a miracle, the militiaman exclaimed. Raynor exhaled deeply, scanning the area for the culprit. He finally spotted the bruised and battered militiaman in the bushes. The man hung his head, voice trembling. Please forgive me, Sir Raynor. I thought you had already grabbed Sir Demas's hand. When I saw the necromancer chanting, I was so terrified that I instinctively channeled my magic. I'm truly sorry. Before he could finish, another passing militiaman kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Raynor, seething with anger, pointed his staff at the militiaman's head, gritting his teeth. Consider yourself lucky. I'll deal with you later. He quickly moved to Junice's side, finding Nora lying on her lap, her hair disheveled, seemingly asleep. Thank you for bringing her out, Raynor said softly. Junice replied. No need to thank me. Nora is my friend too. How is she now? Raynor asked with concern. She's still unconscious, Junice said with a frown. She's been like this since we left the ruins. I don't know what's wrong with her. I've never seen anything like it. Anna approached from a distance, efficiently crouching down to gently open Nola's tightly shut eyelids with her fingers for a closer inspection. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. Mental trauma can cause madness, and in severe cases, lead to a deep sleep, Anna said with an air of experience. I faced the necromancer in these ruins 10 years ago. Lena gently stroked Nola's soft cat ears, asking quietly, how can we cure her? You just need to kill the necromancer who cast the spell, Anna replied, glancing around at the devastated battlefield. The militia were either injured or disabled, some shouting madly, others lying motionless on the grass. She sighed, continuing, given the current situation, they won't be able to enter the ruins again anytime soon. It's almost impossible for you to kill that necromancer alone. Lena gently cradled the unconscious Nola in his arms, pressing further. Is there no other way? Those with strong willpower might recover on their own, but such cases are rare. Anna shook her head, her tone indifferent. If it doesn't work out, just buy another slave, it doesn't matter. She's not ordinary, Lena protested softly, then turned to Junice. I heard you stepped on a trap. Is your leg all right? Do you need me to take a look? Junice scratched her head. I've already treated it with a water healing spell. I can't run, but walking is fine. At this moment, Demas approached, handing Lena a bulging pouch of coins. Here's your payment. Thank you for your hard work. Lena looked at the heavy pouch in his hand, sighing inwardly. This mission was a complete loss. Martina's leg was still injured, Nola was in a coma, and the necromancer remained at large, leaving the mission stalled. Worse, they had abandoned nearly all their equipment to escape, including valuable plate and chain armor, now left with only a staff. Demas gave Junice a gold coin, and Lena took 2 coins from his pouch, handing them to her. I don't need. Junice began to refuse. Just take it, Lena insisted, pressing the coins into her hand. Demas noticed Martina behind Lena and asked, what happened to your armor? It was too heavy. I had to abandon it to carry her to safety. This is my fault. Demas lamented. I will compensate you. With that, he turned to tend to the other injured militia members. After a brief rest, Lena picked up the sleeping Nola. However, carrying both Martina and Nola was beyond his strength. He set Martina down and used a water spell to knock down a sturdy branch. Use this as a crutch and walk on your own. You're too heavy for me to carry. Martina immediately puffed out her cheeks in protest. I'm not heavy at all. How is she? Martina asked as she carefully made her way to the bedside with the help of her crutch, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at the still sleeping Nora. As a fellow demi-human, worry flickered in her gaze. She's just unconscious for now, nothing life-threatening, Lina replied, gently stroking Nora's soft cat ears. She can still drink water and eat. Daisy knelt by the bed, tears silently streaming down her face as she tenderly wiped the dirt from Nora's face with a damp cloth. She softly called Nora's name from time to time, hoping for a response. Night had already fallen when Liner brought Nora home. At first, Daisy thought Nora was merely asleep when she saw Liner carrying her in. But upon learning the truth, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, and tears flowed freely. She's just temporarily unconscious. She'll be all right, Liner reassured, trying to suppress his own worry as he comforted the sobbing Daisy. He rubbed his throbbing temples, exhaustion washing over him. You two should go rest. I'll watch over her tonight. I'll come back first thing in the morning, Daisy said softly. Liner nodded, watching Daisy and Martina leave the room. Just as Liner was taking off his coat to go to bed, the door opened again. Thinking it was the red dragon's breath causing trouble, he grumbled impatiently. Go away. I'm really tired today. Don't bother me. Liner, it was Martina. She hobbled into the room, her eyes darting nervously. Thank you for saving me today. Take care of your injuries. Demas might send us to the ruins again in a few days, Liner said. Martina stood at the door, neither speaking nor leaving, just staring at Liner. Soon, her thoughts reached him. Aren't you going to touch my ears? Since learning of Nora's condition, Liner hadn't felt like teasing demi-human ears as he usually did. But seeing Martina's flushed cheeks, he extended his hand. Since I saved you, shouldn't I get to touch your ears? Martina huffed softly, sitting by the bed and lowering her head. Can't win against you. Go ahead, touch them. Liner pinched her warm, springy horse ears absent-mindedly, thinking the sensation didn't quite compare to Nora's cat ears. All done, go get some rest. Martina glanced up at him, biting her lip gently, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. You're so happy touching Nora's ears, but not mine. Such a big difference, she thought to herself. Maybe it's because Nora's hurt, so Liner's not happy. I hope Nora recovers soon. Without lingering, she turned and left the room. Liner blew out the candle and lay down, holding Nora close. That night, he tossed and turned, waking often to check that Nora was still there beside him. It wasn't until the rooster crowed at dawn that he finally fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Liner became a lord of his own domain. His land was inhabited not only by humans, but also by a variety of demi-humans. In this thriving city, all races lived in harmony, with no worries about food or clothing. As he strolled through the streets, he was always greeted with warm smiles and sincere greetings from the townsfolk. Nora's personality underwent a subtle change. She now clung to Lena like a playful kitten. Most striking was her left eye, which had turned a golden hue at some point, as enchanting as a Persian cat's heterochromatic gaze. Are you Nora? Lena asked, puzzled. I'm Martina, she replied earnestly, then cradled Lena's face with a mischievous smile. You were the one asking strange questions. If I'm not Nora, who else could I be? In that elusive dream, Lena saw the three women he had loved in his life. One was Nora, but the other two figures remained indistinct. Just as he tried to get closer for a better look, the dream dissipated like a thin mist. Lena awoke suddenly, finding his arms empty. Looking up, he saw Nora standing by the window, staring blankly outside. Nora, he called gently, but she didn't respond, as if she couldn't hear him. Lena quickly got up and went to her side, gently tapping her shoulder. When she still didn't react, he turned her to face him. Nora's eyes were vacant, like a lifeless doll. Lena repeatedly called her name and gently rubbed her animal ears, trying to bring her back to consciousness. Finally, when he scratched the fur inside her ears, they twitched slightly. Seeing this worked, he carried her to the bed and began to play with her sensitive tail. Nora squirmed uneasily in his arms, and seeing her discomfort, Lena released her, allowing her to calm down. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Master. Nora raised her head, her delicate fingers touching Lena's cheek. Master. Lena sighed in relief, his eyes slightly misty. I'm glad you're okay. Why are we at home? Weren't we supposed to gather at the city gate? Nora blinked rapidly, seemingly uncomfortable with her eyes. We encountered a necromancer while at the ruins, Lena explained softly, holding her close. His magic was terrifying, and the expedition was defeated. Some things happened, and we returned. You were unconscious for an entire night. Mage Anna said you might sleep until the necromancer was defeated, but here you are, miraculously awake. I remember everything. Nora exclaimed excitedly. Master, I think I saw a deity. She was more beautiful than Junis. I was in complete darkness, and she asked if I wanted to return to you. I said yes, and then I came back. Before I left, she said she gave me a gift. Nora kept rubbing her eyes, and Lena quickly stopped her. Don't rub them, you'll hurt your eyes. Nora turned her head, testing each eye in turn, then suddenly exclaimed in panic. Master, I can't see anything with my left eye. Lena examined her eye, but found nothing unusual. He immediately used his identification skill. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, demi-human, cat type. Current status, healthy, left eye blind. Just as Lena was about to speak, the door suddenly opened, and their conversation woke Daisy. Daisy held Nora tightly, her arms trembling slightly with emotion. Just then, the door swung open, and Martina staggered in, her disheveled hair hinting at the turmoil she had just been through. Seeing Nora back to normal, a relieved smile spread across her face. I knew everything would be fine. After exchanging a few words, Rainer got straight to the point. How's your eye? Can you still not see? Martina frowned slightly, and Rainer quickly clarified. Her left eye is completely blind. He recalled the golden eyes from his dream and wondered if there was a connection. In this world with primitive medical practices, where doctors resorted to bloodletting or enemas, such harsh treatments were not only ineffective, but could also cause immense suffering. If they were in the modern world, he would have taken Nora to a hospital immediately. Rainer conjured a crystal-clear water sphere in his palm. Let me try to heal your eye. Nora obediently leaned in, allowing her blind left eye to undergo the treatment. A moment later, she raised her head and looked around, regrettably saying, I still can't see anything. She waved her hand, her tone surprisingly calm. It's fine, it's just one eye. As long as I can still see, it's okay. Raynor was at a loss for how to respond to her excessive optimism. Daisy sighed, her inner thoughts slipping out. What a foolish child, but at least she's awake now. She gently stroked Nora's ear, then left the room, giving the three of them some space. Nora noticed Martina limping and asked with concern, How did you hurt your knee? I was injured by a skeleton knight, but I can walk now. I should be healed by tomorrow, Martina replied, leaving Raynor amazed at her incredible healing ability, thinking it rivaled that of Wolverine. My greatsword and armor are still in the ruins, and I haven't had enough fun with them yet. Martina suddenly perked up, her ears twitching. By the way, Nora, I've decided. I'm going to follow Raynor and not leave. Nora rubbed her eyes, looking at Raynor in disbelief. Why? What happened while I was unconscious? Didn't you say you had to leave? She bluntly asked. Are you going to be Raynor's woman? This unexpected question made Raynor choke on his own saliva, coughing uncontrollably. Martina blushed furiously and retorted angrily. What are you talking about? Even though Raynor saved me, he's not stronger than me, and I won't be his woman. Raynor quietly sat to the side, watching the two argue. Nora asked again. So, you're not looking for a man? Martina replied firmly. No, I don't need a man. As long as there's food and monsters to slay, that's enough. Lena certainly gave Martina a different feeling, but she still maintained her arrogant attitude. Only a man stronger than me can truly be called a man. You're boasting to Nora again. Lena couldn't help but tease. You might not even be tougher than me now. It's just that my leg is injured, Martina stubbornly replied. Even without the injury, you're not tougher. Martina squinted her eyes, a sly glint appearing. Once my leg heals, let's have a duel. If you lose, you'll be my servant for a few days. Dare you? And if you lose? I won't lose. Martina lifted her chin confidently. You, Lena, I can throw you out with one hand. There's always a chance, Lena smirked. I've said before, as long as you win, I'm at your disposal. Is that so? Then just clean yourself up and wait for me. Martina's face flushed bright red, gritting her teeth. Disgusting. Vulgar. I'll make sure to beat you black and blue. Lena gave her the finger, and just as the verbal sparring intensified, a knock on the door interrupted them. Daisy quickly entered the bedroom, whispering, Lena, there are two unfamiliar people outside. Should we open the door? Lena got up to open the door and found it was the armorer from the shop, holding a measuring tape. Why are you here? I'm here on Lord Demas's orders to take measurements for you and the centaur. You're getting a set of fine-fitted plate armor, and I heard Lord Demas even got a nun from the church for enchantments. Does it cost anything? Lord Demas is covering it. Lena immediately welcomed him and enthusiastically. Please, come in. So this was the compensation Demas mentioned yesterday. What a treat. The armorer scratched his cheek, first taking Lena's measurements, then moving on to Martina. With admiration, he said, I heard you stayed behind in the ruins to fight off the undead to protect your team. You're so brave, sir. I swear I'll forge the best armor for you. Lena was momentarily speechless. The rumor had gotten way out of hand, making it seem like he volunteered. If he hadn't been trapped, who would want to stay in that godforsaken place? A few minutes later, the armorer left the house quickly after getting the measurements. Are we getting new armor? Martina asked excitedly. Seems like it. Yay. Martina hopped on one leg with excitement. Lena stretched and headed towards the bedroom. He hadn't slept well last night and planned to take a nap. Upon entering, he saw Nora sitting on the edge of the bed, looking anxious. I actually raised a hand against the master yesterday, even though I didn't hurt him, but it was too much. How are your eyes? Lena asked, knowing Nora had been mentally shattered at the time, and it wasn't her fault. I still can't see anything, but I feel like it's not serious. Nora slowly got up, closed the small window, drew the curtains, and locked the door. Then, she knelt on the bed with a thud. What are you doing now? I'm sorry, I almost stabbed you with a dagger yesterday. I didn't mean it. I know that. Nora clutched the bedsheet, struggling to suppress her shame. I can't forgive myself. Please, master, punish me. I'll willingly accept anything. Lena narrowed his eyes, questioning, really? Nora caught the implication and spoke hurriedly. I'll go take a bath first. I didn't wash up yesterday, just change clothes. It can wait. Lena gave her a gentle push. 3 days later, a horse-drawn cart filled with wooden crates stopped outside Lena's door. As the craftsmen were about to unload the boxes, Martina burst out like a whirlwind, hoisting a heavy crate onto her shoulder with one hand and swiftly carrying it inside. Watching her agile movements, Lena couldn't help but marvel. Had thought she'd be bedridden for at least half a month, but here she was, fully recovered and bursting with energy. The craftsman exchanged a glance of resignation but remained silent out of respect for Lena. After all, word around town was that the only flaw of this upright and kind-hearted magician was his fondness for demi-humans. The craftsman briefly explained, Mr. Lena, the goods have been delivered. If there are any issues, you can find my apprentice at the shop. With that, he quickly left to deliver the next batch of goods. Turning back, Lena saw Martina eagerly prying open a crate. She was about to put on a chainmail suit and then a set of plate armor. That's the wrong one. This set is mine, Lena said, handing her the other set of plate armor. How do you know? Martina asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Lena pointed to the distinct bulge in the chest area of the armor. This part has been specially crafted to accommodate your assets. Martina paused, then obediently switched the armor as instructed after comparing the pieces. 10 minutes later, fully armored, she stood proudly before Lena. The new armor was almost identical to her previous set, but with noticeable improvements in the details. The knee and shin guards were reinforced, providing comprehensive protection for her knees, eliminating the risk of them being shattered with a single blow. The crude bucket helmet was replaced with an elegant Gothic-style plate helmet, which not only offered better defense, but also enhanced the aesthetic appeal. Lena also noticed the armor's surface was covered in mysterious runes, likely serving more than just decorative purposes, potentially offering protection against malevolent forces. Demas had indeed thought of everything, upgrading their gear in the process. He took a few steps back, scrutinizing Martina. Without the unsightly bucket helmet, she looked heroic and imposing. However, when she lifted the visor, her goofy grin instantly dispelled any sense of majesty. Lena, look at this, Martina exclaimed, pulling a knight's sword from the crate that shimmered with an unusual light. She swung it a few times before frowning. What, not satisfied? Martina nodded seriously. This sword is too light, feels like it's made for a woman. Lena weighed the knight's sword, finding it indeed only 2 or 3 pounds, much lighter than the 4 or 5 pound swords he'd seen at the blacksmith's when he first arrived in this world. It's probably because it contains a lot of mithril. Seeing Martina's dissatisfied expression, Lena was momentarily at a loss for words. It was understandable. After all, she was the kind of woman who could wield a 20-pound greatsword single-handedly, so using such a light weapon was indeed unsuitable for her. Make do with it for now, Lena comforted her. Next time we explore the ruins, we'll definitely find your greatsword. Lena looked her up and down, his gaze sweeping from head to toe. Besides, aren't you a woman? He teased lightly. Martina puffed out her chest and proudly declared, I'm a female. Lena shook his head, too tired to argue. Female, woman, it's all the same. Don't get too hung up on it. He began to put on his armor, feeling the metal fit snugly against his body. This new armor was much more comfortable than the last one, not as stiff, and he was quite pleased with it. Just then, Nora peeked out from the bedroom, sneakily observing the two of them. She thought to herself, they got new stuff again, and I don't even have my daggers and throwing knives. Noticing Lena turning his head, she quickly ducked back inside. Lena couldn't help but chuckle. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Nora peeked out again, stealing a glance at Lena before retreating. In a small voice, she asked, Master, are you heading to the ruins again? No, just trying things out, Lena replied. I don't have any weapons. Nora's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Lena teased her on purpose. Next time we go to the ruins, we won't take you. Nora's animal ears perked up sharply, and she quietly questioned, why? Lena explained earnestly, your mental resistance is too low, you'd be an easy target for necromancers. However, in recent days, Lena noticed a subtle change in Nora's innate attributes. Her mental strength had inexplicably jumped from a D level to a B level. Normally, such innate qualities shouldn't change so easily. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Lena's ear. A small percentage of random events can change a unit's innate level. Lena recalled Nora mentioning she had seen some goddess, thinking it might be related. Nora ran to Lena's side, gently shaking his shoulder and looking at him with pleading eyes. Master, take me with you. Her adorable demeanor was hard to resist. Lena weighed the situation. Nora's mental strength was now higher than Martina's, so taking her along shouldn't be a problem. Don't leave me at home, please. Nora continued to plead. Lena finally relented. He noticed something about Nora's eyes and asked with concern, your eyes? It's nothing, just lost one. I still have the other. Nora shrugged, speaking casually. Lena removed his gauntlet, gently stroking her soft animal ears, and said warmly, all right, I'll take you to the blacksmith later to buy weapons. Okay, Nora replied happily. At that moment, the sound of steady hoofbeats came from outside. Lena thought to himself that in this remote corner, visitors were rare, and it could only be Demas. Sure enough, when he opened the door, Demas was standing outside. The mage Anna was on another horse, following behind Demas, still wearing her revealing animal skin outfit. Demas dismounted and stood before Lena without speaking, seemingly waiting for him to initiate the conversation. Heading to the ruins again? Lena asked. Yes, I found Juni's at the guild. She said she'll go if you do. Demas replied sincerely. Are you going? I'll respect your choice. Lena glanced at his brand new armor. He thought to himself that the last incident wasn't really Demas's fault. It was the militia who activated the magic stone out of fear. Let's go. I already took the money, Lena said, rubbing his eyes, thinking he might be seeing things. The usually impassive Demas had a slight curve to his lips. See you at the city gate tomorrow morning. I have other matters to attend to, Demas said before turning to leave. Anna dismounted and tied her horse at Lena's door. She approached him with a hint of flattery in her tone. Lord Lena. Lena instinctively took half a step back, asking cautiously, just say what you need. Anna smiled warmly. During the recent adventure in the ruins, I noticed your actions. I saw that when you cast spells, you didn't seem to chant incantations, and your speed was much faster than that of ordinary mages. If it's convenient, could you teach me? I'd do anything for you. With that, she slightly lowered the neckline of her outfit. Lena thought to himself that if he hadn't just recently graduated from being enchanted by Nora, he might have actually been swayed by this alluring woman. The morning sun bathed the street as Lena opened the door to find Anna leaning against the wall across the street, waving at him. This was the same woman he had turned away the day before. Lena couldn't help but make a mental comparison. Although Anna had a nice figure, her looks paled in comparison to Nora. More importantly, she wasn't a beastkin, and he found her utterly unappealing. If it had been Martina approaching him like this, he might not have been able to resist. Beside him, Nora's cat ears perked up, and her thoughts inadvertently reached Lena's mind. That wild woman again. Why does she keep bothering the master? So annoying. Anna quickly approached and confidently placed a hand on Lena's shoulder, her fox-like eyes fixed on him. I don't live in the city. I stayed overnight at an inn just to come see you. Even after I begged you yesterday, you still didn't let me stay the night? Just as the rumors say. What rumors? Lena frowned, brushing her hand away. Anna chuckled softly. Everyone says you have a preference for beastkin, not just the tall ones, but even older widows. If not for these rumors, your admirers would line up from here to the city gates. Lena was momentarily speechless. He knew well enough that the tall and strong referred to Martina, and the older widow was likely Daisy, though she looked as young as any girl in her 20s. He was inwardly annoyed, wondering who was spreading these rumors. At first, I didn't believe it, Anna continued. But after yesterday, it seems true. I've been around taverns since my teens, and have seen all kinds of men. If I can't win you over, something must be up. Lena was unimpressed. Only Nora understood his true nature. These people would never comprehend the unique charm of beastkin. So what would it take to win you over? Anna asked directly. What do you want from me? Lena looked her up and down, and the question struck a chord. He replied without hesitation. Teach me wind magic. Learning it would allow him to teach Martina too, killing two birds with one stone. Aren't you a dual attribute water and fire mage like Junis? Why learn wind magic? That's not your concern. Do you have a magic book? I do, but can you read? Of course, Lena nodded. Just then, Nora's thoughts reached him again. Why are you chatting with her? Master, don't. Too many women. Lena thought she was overthinking. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation to get a wind magic book for free. Times were tough. Borrowing when possible was wise. He turned and pulled Nora in front of him, pointing to her left eye. By the way, didn't you say you had knowledge about necromancers? After she was cursed, this eye suddenly became blind. He had taken Nora to several doctors recently, but to no avail. The eye looked the same as before, yet she couldn't see with it. Anna squinted and asked in surprise. You really consider her a person? Isn't she a person? Lena stood at the city gate, her gaze sweeping over the team before her. Compared to last time, the number of people heading to the ruins had noticeably decreased. 15 knights and 30 half-armored attendants had replaced the previous militia, their armor engraved with strange runes, clearly blessed by the nuns. Including Lena's group, the total was only about 50 people. In the distance, Junis, draped in a white rune cloak, was looking around. When her eyes met Lena's, she quickly walked over. Lena, how's your leg injury? Junis asked with concern. Lena briefly explained Nora's condition and recovery. Just then, she noticed Anna behind her, and Junis' smile disappeared. You too. Junis hesitated. Lena quickly clarified. Just friends. Anna shrugged, her tone light. I tried, but I'm not pretty enough to charm Lena. With that, she moved aside to chat with another female adventurer, occasionally sneaking glances their way. Lena detailed Nora's unusual situation to Junis. Junis examined Nora's eyes carefully but couldn't provide a definite answer. At that moment, Nora gently tugged on Lena's sleeve and whispered, Master, I think I can see things again. Startled by her words, Lena was about to inquire further when Junis interrupted his thoughts. Speaking of which, Lena, what are your thoughts on slaves? Junis suddenly asked. Lena pondered for a moment and replied, In my view, slaves are merely tools for various purposes, be it farming, fighting, or even for venting. Essentially, they're no different from other tools, not even biologically isolated. Junis nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, most people subconsciously consider demi-humans to be inferior. Lena continued, I've learned quite a bit about this world's history lately. Demi-humans are actually quite pitiful. They've been oppressed for hundreds of years despite not doing anything wrong. Although some capable demi-humans have tried to establish their own nations for self-rescue, they've all failed for various reasons. Now, most demi-humans can only live scattered in small tribes. As he spoke, Lena wrapped his arm around Nora's waist, a hint of pride in his voice. I don't care what others think. To me, Nora is my woman. She's not spoiled, has a good temper, is hardworking, and pretty. You wouldn't find a woman like her in my homeland. Though Nora couldn't understand their conversation, she blushed slightly at Lena's affectionate gesture. Where's your homeland? Junais asked curiously. Lena answered proudly in his native language, Huaxia. Never heard of it, Junais said, puzzled. Are there no demi-humans in your homeland? Lena was momentarily at a loss for words, then replied after some thought. No, but there are people who pretend to be demi-humans. Junais fell silent, eventually saying, I can't quite understand, but I respect your perspective. She then asked, by the way, how are Nora's eyes? I've only fought necromancers, so I'm not sure about the specifics. But seeing her standing unharmed beside you yesterday was surprising. Most who've suffered mental erosion are still bedridden. She's a miracle. Lena was about to respond, but was interrupted by Nora's words. He turned to examine Nora's eyes closely, feeling both delighted and puzzled, unsure what this sudden change might signify. On the way to the ruins, Nora kept looking around, rubbing her left eye with her small hand. Her restless demeanor caught Rainer's attention. Don't keep rubbing your eye with your hand. Rainer gently grabbed her left hand, speaking in a soothing tone. Do you want me to rinse it with some water? Exactly, Junais chimed in, hugging her staff as she approached. The dirt on your hands could get into your eye. Upon hearing this, Nora immediately switched to scratching her eye with her right hand, muttering, but it itches so much. If you say your vision is slowly recovering, you really shouldn't rub it. Rainer turned to Martina and said, can you hold her right hand for me? Sure. The two of them restrained Nora's hands from either side. Rainer then used a skill to assess her condition. The panel information appeared. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, beastkin cat. Current status, healthy, awakening magic eye. Magic eye. Rainer frowned, quickly stepping in front of Nora and gently pulling her eyelid open to examine her eye closely. To his surprise, Nora's originally blue left eye was gradually turning golden from the inside out, just like he had seen in his dream. Persian cat. Rainer lowered his voice and asked, Junais, what is a magic eye? Junais explained, a magic eye is a special type of eye that awakens later in life and has various magical abilities. Some can foresee the future briefly, some can see the flow of magic, and others can enhance the user's strength. She then switched to speaking in the beastkin language. Magic eyes are extremely rare in this world. Has Nora really awakened one? Rainer nodded in confirmation. Junais' expression turned serious as she solemnly said in beastkin language, this must be kept a secret. Do not let outsiders know. A magic eye could contain incredibly powerful abilities, and many influential lords covet such power. I will help keep your secret. Thank you. Junais then walked quickly to Nora, examining the changing eye with shining eyes. This is the first time I've seen a magic eye in person. It's beautiful. At that moment, Rainer noticed changes on Nora's panel. Name, Nora Hill. Talent details. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, S. Perception, S. Spirit, DB. Intelligence, B. Current slave quality, epic legendary. Rainer squinted, pondering what abilities this magic eye might possess to have elevated Nora's level to match Martina's in an instant. Do you feel any changes in your body? Rainer asked. Nora blinked and earnestly replied, my eye doesn't itch anymore. Anything else? Nope. Nora shook her head and then pulled out the mithril dagger Rainer had bought for her yesterday for 20 gold coins. It was meant to help fend off evil spirits in the ruins, but she now used it as a mirror. My eye color changed. It feels strange, she said, looking at her reflection in the dagger's smooth blade. It's quite beautiful, like a gem, Rainer genuinely complimented. Oh, Nora lowered her head and put away the dagger, her cheeks slightly flushed. As long as Master likes it. Rainer gently rubbed her ear and whispered, no matter what abilities your magic eye has, try not to use them in front of others. It could lead to danger. You must use it secretly, understand? Nora nodded solemnly, committing Rainer's words to memory. Rainer turned and patted Martina on the shoulder, only to find her looking bewildered. And you? What? Is it time to eat? Martina slowly lifted her visor, clearly having been lost in thought. Rainer rolled his eyes in exasperation. Never mind. We'll duel when we get back, and I'll let you win with just one hand. The team soon arrived at the southern ruins of the city. Demas peeked to confirm that Rainer was ready, then activated the magic stone. In an instant, they were transported into the pitch-black depths of the ruins. Rainer and Junais lit flames in unison, dispelling the surrounding darkness. After a moment of thought, Rainer placed his helmet on Nora's head. Wear this helmet. It will protect your mind from being corrupted. The helmet was clearly too large for Nora, hanging loosely on her small head. She lifted the visor and asked softly, what about you, Master? My mental resistance is stronger than yours. Last time, I was only disoriented for a couple of seconds. I'll be fine, Rainer reassured her. Although he couldn't see his exact stats, he estimated his mental aptitude to be at least level. After all, he could use 5 types of magic, and his mana crystal was so substantial that his mental resistance was naturally high. Master, you are my family, Nora said with determination, removing the helmet and standing on tiptoe to place it back on Laner's head. I must protect you. Laner felt a warmth in his heart and blurted out. Let's take a bath together when we get back. Nora's face turned crimson, and she shyly glanced at Martina and Junis before nodding. Okay. The group advanced slowly through the ruins. Laner noticed that many of the militia who had died last time had become ghouls, their flesh gnawed away, yet they were unusually agile and attacked from every corner. Nora's keen senses allowed her to predict their positions in advance, while Laner constantly reminded the knights to stay vigilant. A knight unfamiliar to Laner raised his shield and turned to him, asking, "You're Laner, aren't you?" "Yes, sir," Laner replied, mimicking Junis' tone. He realized the importance of building good relationships with these knights to make a name for himself in this other world. "Lord Demas thinks highly of you and says you're an excellent mage. Your 2 demi-human companions are impressive, too," the knight praised. "You're too kind, sir," Laner responded modestly. "No need to be so modest. I've seen your magic firsthand, and its incredible power is unforgettable. I have high hopes for you," the knight said sincerely. At that moment, Nora urgently tapped Laner's shoulder. "Master, he's coming." A swarm of bats suddenly surged down the street. The runes on everyone's armor lit up, emitting a holy light. The bats caught in the light were instantly reduced to ashes. "Laner!" Demas shouted. Before he could finish, Laner's fireball had already shot down the street, temporarily dispelling the darkness. 30 skeletal knights were slowly advancing, and as the darkness lifted, they suddenly charged. The leading skeletal knight was enormous, over 3 meters tall, wielding a very familiar large sword. "Laner, that sword is mine," Martina yelled. "It stole my weapon. I'm going to take it down." With that, she drew her longsword, ready to strike. "Then it's all yours," Laner reminded her. "But be careful, no matter what." Martina charged forward in a fury, her knight's sword gleaming coldly in the dim light. Several skeletal knights immediately noticed her presence and turned their horses to encircle her. "Give it back, you thief," she shouted. But her unfamiliarity with the knight's sword prevented her from gaining the upper hand in several clashes. Seeing that the skeletal knights were about to surround her, she quickly retreated to the shield wall formed by her fellow knights. Behind her, the necromancer raised his staff high, and green soul energy swirled and gathered at its tip. "Watch out, here it comes again," Demas warned just as the necromancer struck the ground with his staff. Instantly, waves of green soul energy rippled outward, eroding everyone's consciousness. The fireball at the staff's tip extinguished, and the glow from the armor dimmed, shrouding the ruins in darkness once more. Even with the protection of her cloak, Junis painfully covered her ears. Lena, though wearing a helmet and less affected, could tell from his companion's reactions that this mental attack was more intense than before. In the faint light, he glanced to the side and saw Nora curled on the ground, hands clamped over her ears, face contorted in pain. Without hesitation, Lena removed his helmet and placed it on Nora's head. Instantly, a strange force invaded his mind, disrupting his thoughts and making it difficult to concentrate. 10 seconds later, the necromancer's spell finally ceased. Lena immediately raised his staff, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The skeletal knights had already closed in on the group, and the knights roared as they swung their swords to engage the enemy. The necromancer began casting fireball spells, which Lena and Junis countered with water spells. Although they easily gained the upper hand, the necromancer was shrouded by an invisible barrier that deflected their water attacks. Lena recognized this kind of defense from the goblin high priest. Only stronger magic or close combat weapons could break through it. "Give me back my greatsword." Martina's furious shout rang out again. She was still locked in combat, with a sword-wielding skeletal knight. Despite being at a weapon disadvantage, her incredible strength allowed her to maintain the upper hand. Each of her heavy blows sparked brilliantly, forcing the skeletal knight to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, Anna stealthily moved to the side and sliced off the skeletal knight's arm with a precise wind blade, causing the dual-handed sword to drop to the ground. Martina seized the opportunity, bashing the enemy with her shield and reclaiming her greatsword. With her beloved sword back in hand, she seemed transformed, charging into the skeletal horde with powerful, sweeping strikes. The necromancer raised his staff once more. "Another wave is coming, fall back," Demas shouted urgently. Lena instinctively searched for Nora's figure, only to find the little cat had vanished. "Lena, help us hold off the necromancer." Although anxious, Lena prioritized the bigger picture, immediately forming a fireball at his staff's tip. Just as he was about to release it, he saw a dagger with an eerie glow pierce the necromancer's chest from behind. It was Nora, emerging slowly from behind the necromancer. The necromancer let out a terrifying roar, his eyes blazing with blinding light, and the surrounding skeletal knights instantly crumbled into piles of bones. The souls absorbed by the staff scattered and fled, with the dark green glow gradually dissipating into the air. A timely system notification chimed, Quest: kill the undead sorcerer of the ruins. Current status: completed. Quest rewards have been issued. Nora's figure quietly emerged into everyone's view. With a swift and clean motion, she decapitated the necromancer with her sword, a scene fully captured by the knights who had looked up at the sound. Phew, it's finally over. Demas exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground and removing his helmet. The surrounding knights erupted into cheers as they watched Nora approach, carrying the skull. This demi-human is amazing. My God, how did she manage it? We won. Under the gazes of everyone, Nora walked towards Lena. He reached out to gently stroke her cat ears. Nora, well done. You are an excellent warrior. Nora removed her helmet and set it aside, then knelt down, raising the necromancer's skull with both hands in a gesture of deep reverence, presenting it to Lena. On the way back, many knights came to commend Lena's bravery. Although he hadn't actually done much, they naturally credited Nora's accomplishments to him. Lena, you're quite the talk of the town now, Junai said softly. Who knows? Maybe soon the Lord will reward you with land. I'm not a noble. Mercenaries don't get land grants. You have a good reputation in Melot. If you swear allegiance to the Lord, you could become a minor noble. If there's a war and the Lord gains new territory, he might grant some to you. Junai paused before adding. Of course, you'd need to work hard, not just slack off. This is serious business, so think it through. Being a noble isn't easy. Yes, teacher Junai, I'll keep that in mind, Lena replied earnestly, making Junai laugh. At that moment, Martina came over and nudged Lena with her elbow. So how about that? I was impressive, wasn't I? Huh? You didn't kill the necromancer. Don't give me that. You definitely saw me fighting the skeleton knights. Martina lifted her visor, her expression serious. Lena was momentarily at a loss for words. His attention had been focused on Nora, and he'd only glanced at Martina's performance. Having seen her strength so often, he wasn't particularly impressed anymore. I saw, Martina, you're really awesome. I wish I could be as strong as you. Martina initially basked in the compliment, but then squinted her eyes. Lena, you're mocking me. You're unhappy if I don't compliment you, and just as unhappy if I do. Off you go. Lena gently pushed her away. He planned to study Nora's invisibility ability thoroughly once he got home. Meanwhile, different thoughts were running through Nora's mind. I want to take a bath with Master tonight, then fall asleep comfortably in his arms. If possible, I also want. Lena smiled silently, deciding to follow that plan for the evening. Just then, Martina, still sulking, grabbed Lena's arm and pointed to the nearby woods. Let's have a duel. Lena waved her off. Another time. You know I've got important things to do when I get back. Demas removed his helmet and called out to Lena, who was about to leave. He took a bulging pouch from his waist and handed it over. The 20-something gold coins last time were your payment and compensation, and this is the bounty for the necromancer, Demas said earnestly. Also, thank you for your trust. Lena accepted the pouch, calculating in her mind, along with the necromancer's staff. This unexpected fortune was indeed considerable. I'm off now, see you next time. Demas mounted his horse and rode away. Clutching the heavy pouch, Lena headed straight to the market. She first bought a heap of freshly baked white bread from the bakery, then purchased various fruits, vegetables, and premium meats, planning to treat the two bee-steered girls at home. By the time she returned home with her arms full of groceries, the sun was setting. Daisy warmly took the food, but quickly noticed something different about Nora's eyes. Your eyes? Nora was slightly taken aback, recalling Lena's instructions. She smiled and played it off casually. I don't know what happened. My eyes just changed color suddenly. The important thing is, I can see now. She closed her right eye and pointed to her bright left eye, continuing, Look, Mom, not only is it not affected, but it even looks prettier. Daisy gently stroked her daughter's ear. As long as it doesn't affect your health, you are my child, and I will love you no matter what. With that, she turned and went to the kitchen. Lena led Nora into the room, carefully closing the doors and windows. Nora sat obediently on the edge of the bed, hands clasped in front of her, looking at him expectantly. I haven't bathed yet. I sweated a lot fighting those monsters. Nora whispered. Master, not during the day. Lena squinted his eyes and said seriously, What are you thinking? I just want to see the abilities of your magic eye. Nora blushed instantly, internally chiding herself. Oh no, what's happened to me? My mind's filled with nonsense. She sighed, and a flash of light passed through her golden left eye. In an instant, she vanished from the room, leaving only the impression of where she had been sitting on the bed. Nora, I'm here. Lena reached out, and, though he couldn't see her, he could certainly feel her. Impressive, Lena thought. Glass agility plus glass perception and invisibility. This is the ability of a top assassin. He recalled his childhood fantasies of being invisible, never imagining that Nora would gain such a power. Wow, so you used this to get behind the necromancer? Nora reappeared and nodded vigorously. Yes, once I was invisible, those skeletons couldn't see me. I saw you all in more and more danger, and feeling helpless, I suddenly just vanished. Lena noticed that her dagger also turned invisible with her and had a sudden idea. If your gear can turn invisible, can you take someone else with you? Can you try it with me? Nora blinked and took Lena's hand. I'll give it a try. In an instant, Lena's body became transparent. While in an invisible state, his hearing seemed to have heightened. He could even hear his own heartbeat. Lena closely observed this peculiar phenomenon. Although he could turn others invisible with him, a faint outline would remain around them, noticeable if one paid close attention. As he let go of her hand, Nora immediately became completely invisible, as if she had vanished into thin air. How long can you stay invisible? Lena asked curiously. Nora reappeared, shaking her head. I don't know. I've only tried it for a short time. Let's do this, Lena suggested. From now until evening, try to stay invisible. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. Nora nodded in agreement. I'll take a shower first, then start. All right, I'll bring dinner to you, Lena said just as there was a knock on the door. Opening it, he found Anna holding a thin book of magic at the door. I brought you the wind magic book, she said expectantly. Teach me that magic. Lena took the book and flipped through it, finding only a few spells on wind magic, far less than the 2 books Junie's had, and not as comprehensive as his own rock magic book. There's so little. Anna playfully leaned closer to Lena. Even though there are only a few, once mastered, they'll surely be powerful. Teach me. If not, I can compensate you in other ways. Don't let a good opportunity go to waste. Before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. Martina, what a shameless woman. Lena turned to see Martina peeking out from the bedroom. As their eyes met, she slowly retreated her head. Seeing Anna's eager eyes, Lena, wanting to make a new friend, agreed. All right, I'll teach you. He explained the principles succinctly, and Anna quickly caught on. I'll head back now and come find you again later, Anna said excitedly, running to the door. Shouldn't I ask for a deposit? It's quite valuable, after all, Lena asked casually. Anna shrugged. No need, it's fine. Okay, goodbye, Lena said cheerfully, thinking he must carefully study wind magic tomorrow and set aside rock magic for now. Late at night, Nora lay motionless on the bed. Lena sat at the bedside, gently poking the invisible figure. How do you feel? It doesn't seem any different from usual, Nora replied softly. Lena slipped into the warm covers, gently hugging the unseen Nora. It seems your magic eye ability is really strong, maybe even stronger than Martina's. Nora climbed onto Lena, gently nuzzling him with her cheek. Although not seeing her was a bit odd, her body was extraordinarily soft. Feeling a surge of warmth, Lena hesitated before speaking. Do you want to test if physical stimulation will make you visible? How to test? Nora asked, puzzled. Lena fumbled to cup her face, and Nora quickly understood his intention, softly replying, Nora's stamina wasn't very impressive. Her ability to turn invisible was relatively stable at first yesterday, but it wasn't long before she struggled to maintain it and revealed her true form. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Lena noticed a change in the atmosphere around him. Passers-by greeted him more frequently, and the way they addressed him shifted from Mr. Lena to the more respectful Lord Lena. This change made Lena feel a bit uneasy, yet he couldn't help but feel a hint of satisfaction. The shift became even more apparent once he entered the Adventurers Guild. Junie's maintained her usual habit, leisurely sitting in a corner petting a spotted cat. When she saw Lena approaching, she immediately let go of the cat, leaned over the table with a mischievous grin, and said, Lena, your fame is really growing. I envy your talent. Cut the flattery. Let's go outside and train, Lena replied bluntly. All right. The group met up and headed straight out of town. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Martina eagerly nudged Lena. What? Martina pointed to the nearby woods with a serious expression. A duel. Don't tell me you've forgotten our agreement. I can't wait to make you experience being a slave. Are you serious? Lena raised an eyebrow. If you lose, you'll end up as my little dessert. Little dessert? What's that? Martina furrowed her brow in thought, then said confidently, whatever, I accept the risk. No backing out. Junie's watched with interest from the side. Are you too serious? Be careful not to get hurt. Martina shrugged nonchalantly and began removing her gear. She first took off her helmet, followed by her plate armor. Lena, no staff and no armor. We're going bare knuckle, she said, bending down to unbuckle her greaves. Lena calculated his chances. In terms of raw strength, he was no match for Martina, and he likely couldn't outskill her either. Can I use magic? Of course, Martina nodded. Otherwise, with your scrawny arms and legs, how would you win? Lena smirked, feeling confident. Though Martina was indeed formidable, she was still a carbon-based life form, and magic was his advantage. He began removing his armor as well. Junie's chuckled softly and moved to Nora's side, taking the opportunity to playfully touch her ear while they prepared to watch the duel. Once ready, Lena and Martina headed into the woods. Martina raised her fists, full of energy. I won't hold back. You better give it your all, Lena. Seeing her fists, which were as menacing as sandbags, Lena couldn't help but recall Martina's ferocity in battle. He took a deep breath, realizing that taking a hit from her would likely mean immediate defeat. This thought made him retreat a few more steps. In the complex forest environment, maintaining distance was to Lena's advantage. Without his staff and without charging his spells, his fireballs and water balls were limited in power, and Martina's solid build meant that ordinary magic might not significantly harm her. Noticing his retreat, Martina smirked. What's wrong? Afraid? Don't worry, it's just a few days as a slave. I won't be too harsh. Lena was momentarily speechless, but after a few seconds, he quipped back. I think you've got it all wrong. I'm ready, bring it on. Martina's smile faded instantly, her eyes locking onto Lena's with a hawk-like intensity, clearly in battle mode. Lena raised an eyebrow and taunted. Come on, are you just going to stare me to death? Seeing she still hadn't moved, he took the initiative and shot a water ball at her. Martina dodged to the side, but she was a step too slow, and the water ball slammed into her right shoulder. She merely shuddered slightly, standing firm with determination. Reiner, holding back is an insult to me. If that's how it's going to be, I won't duel with you anymore. It's pointless. Got it. No more holding back. Reiner quickly raised his hands, and a series of water balls whizzed toward Martina, each carrying enough force to easily break a tree trunk. Martina deftly used the trees for cover, weaving through the forest and steadily closing the distance between her and Reiner. Although she was knocked down by water balls twice, she always managed to roll behind a tree and launch a counterattack from another direction. As the distance between them grew shorter, Reiner gathered a massive water ball and shot it directly at Martina. The water ball crashed into a pine tree, exploding and sending water splashing everywhere. Your aim's off, Martina teased. Reiner didn't respond, continuing to unleash water spells to keep his opponent pinned behind the trees. Soon, the surrounding soil was soaked. Suddenly, Martina burst from behind a tree, charging at him with a roar. Reiner began chanting a spell, but was interrupted when a clump of wet mud splattered across his face. Despite this, he managed to cast an earthquake spell without chanting, predicting where Martina would be. She stepped into the suddenly appearing quagmire, sinking deeper the more she struggled. Spitting out mud, Reiner couldn't help but complain. You're sneaky. Who taught you to throw mud in people's faces? You're the sneaky one, Martina retorted. Just as Reiner was about to taunt her, Martina suddenly raised her hand, and a stone whizzed past his forehead, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. You little rascal, going for the knockout blow? If I hadn't dodged, I'd be on the ground right now. Reiner picked up a long stick and poked her forehead. Do you give up? Martina, thoroughly provoked, struggled in the mud, grabbing more mud to fling at Reiner's face. He stepped back and retaliated with a small jet of water aimed at her face. You're too much. You win and still humiliate me. Just wait until I get out of here. Martina shouted, frustrated. You were the one who started throwing mud at me from the quagmire, Reiner replied earnestly. Martina bit her lip, her fierce gaze gradually turning to one of distress, and finally, she burst into tears. Crying, Reiner crouched in front of her, leaning in to check. Really crying? At this moment, Junice had quietly approached Reiner, softly scolding. Were you two trying to kill each other in this spar? It was terrifying. If you hadn't dodged that stone, your head might have been cracked open. Seeing Martina sinking deeper into the quagmire, Reiner quickly extended the red dragon's breath. With the three of them working together, they finally pulled her out. Don't cry. I won't spray you again, Reiner comforted. She wiped her tears, sniffling in distress. Let's drop it. No need to cry, right? Reiner said as he helped rinse the mud off her. His words only made Martina cry harder. Her inner voice echoed in Reiner's ears. You bully me. With all the commotion, Reiner's study plans were ruined. To prevent her from catching a cold, Reiner had no choice but to take her home. Junice took the warm water Daisy handed to her, took a small sip, and glanced around the tidy and orderly room of Lena's house. She said with slight surprise, Lena, your home is much neater than I imagined. Lena explained earnestly. It's been like this ever since we got Nora's mom. She's a hardworking woman. Daisy bowed slightly and said modestly, it's all part of my job. While the two were having a pleasant conversation, Martina, with Nora's help, finished her bath, changed into clean clothes, and came out of the small cubicle. Her tall and strong build contrasted sharply with her 19-year-old appearance, yet her mind remained as innocent as a child's. Lena instinctively looked up at Martina, and their eyes met. Martina, however, just went back into her room, leaving Lena to ponder. Martina didn't come to me. Maybe I should go apologize to her later. Reflecting on his observations over time, Lena thought that Martina's world revolved around just three things: sleeping, eating, and fighting monsters. Most of the time, she was straightforward, except when she was shy. Lena said a quick goodbye to Junice and hurried to Martina's room. After knocking twice, he entered. Martina was lying quietly on the bed, glanced at Lena, and asked indifferently, what do you want? They were silent for a moment, and Lena, after a brief pause, started with a compliment. I came to hang out with you. Martina, you were amazing just now. If it weren't for my luck, I might have lost. Martina, upon hearing the praise, lifted her head slightly with pride, and said, "Of course. I knew you weren't familiar with that earthquake spell and had to chant first, so I grabbed some mud to seal your mouth. Who knew you could already do it without chanting?" Miscalculation. Lena was slightly taken aback, thinking that her limited intelligence was entirely focused on fighting. Martina continued, "You're impressive too, definitely better than me. In a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance." After exchanging compliments, Lena decisively said, "Let's make up." Martina was momentarily stunned, then sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Lena. I was the one who threw mud at you first. Besides, do whatever you want of me. I'll keep my promise." She then shrank into the corner of the bed, watching Lena like a child who had done something wrong. Lena had a fleeting negative thought, but felt compassion seeing her like this. He thought for a moment and then instructed, "Let me touch your tail." Martina's face turned crimson, and after a moment of inner struggle, she agreed. "Fine. I lost, after all. It's my punishment for not being as good." She got up, closed the doors and windows, then sat on the bed's edge, bashfully raising her tail. "Go ahead, but my tail isn't as interesting as Nora's." Lena reached out, cautiously grasping and tugging her tail. Unlike Nora's soft cat tail, Martina's horse tail was more rigid and sturdy, with hair almost like human hair. Though he often felt tempted to grab it, upon actually touching it, Lena found it rather ordinary. Just touching the tail isn't enough, Lena thought. Martina asked, embarrassed, "What else do you want?" Looking at her flushed cheeks, Lena felt his affection for her peak at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, Rainer made a bold decision. He looked directly into Martina's eyes, his voice firm yet gentle. "Martina, be my woman. I want to give you a home." This statement was like a ticking time bomb dropped into the room. Martina stood frozen, her usually quick mind now feeling like rusty gears that refused to turn. Her face, usually tanned from the sun, flushed with an unusual redness. Suddenly, Martina sprang up from her chair, staring at Rainer with the wariness of a startled beast. "If you think you can take advantage of this situation to do something like that to me, that's just despicable. I respect you, but such things cannot be forced." Rainer couldn't help but laugh, his gaze sweeping over her sturdy frame. "Force you? With your build, if you really didn't want to, I'd probably end up the one getting hurt. A little more excitement from you, and my bones would be in trouble." This made Martina's face turn even redder. She recalled the private conversations she'd had with Nora before and instantly understood Rainer's insinuation. Seeing this, Rainer carefully reached out to hold her hand, speaking with solemnity. "So, do you agree?" Martina jerked her hand back as if shocked, stammering, "I, three should agree, right?" Before the words were even fully out, this nearly 6-foot female warrior did the most unexpected thing. She dived under the covers, wrapping herself up tightly. Rainer was both amused and exasperated by the sight. The usually carefree Martina was now more bashful in the face of emotions than the timid Nora. He said helplessly, "What are you hiding for? Agreeing or refusing is just a matter of saying a word." "I don't know either," came a muffled voice from beneath the blanket. "Rainer, just go out for a bit and let me think." As soon as she spoke, Martina regretted it. Her inner turmoil was intense. "What am I saying? I must be crazy. Isn't this exactly what I've always dreamed of? Endless food, a warm bed, and a man who truly understands me. Why can't I just be straightforward?" Listening to her inner struggle, Rainer considerately left the room, giving her space to think. He found Nora, who was chatting with Junies, and pulled her aside. "Master, are you really going to do this?" Nora, who had overheard everything, asked softly. "Do you agree?" Nora nodded earnestly. "Of course I agree. Martina is a wonderful woman, and I hope you treat her as well as you treat me. She has no other family. Besides," she added shyly, "in our demi-human culture, it's common for a strong male to have multiple females. Moreover, Master is still too overwhelming for me. Having Martina to share the burden would be a relief." Rainer pulled the petite maid with endurance D but perception S into his arms, gently stroking her hair. "Master, do you want me to help you?" "No, let her make her own decision." "All right, I'll do as you say." A few days quietly passed by. Martina's personality seemed to have changed. Her usual liveliness was nowhere to be found. Whenever she accompanied Rainer outside the city for lessons, she would sit alone on the grass, lost in thought, with a furrowed brow. "Master." Nora gently tapped Rainer on the shoulder and asked in a low voice. "Martina hasn't been talking much lately. Did you two have a falling out?" Rainer shook his head. He knew Martina too well and understood that she was racking her brains over something, but her thoughts always seemed to go astray. At that moment, Martina's inner voice reached Rainer's ears again. "How should I talk to Rainer? Maybe I should go to him after my bath tonight, like Nora does, and say I'm cold and want to sleep together." "No, no, that's a terrible idea. I need to think of another way." As she was lost in thought, she stole a glance at Rainer. When their eyes met, she quickly pretended to be looking at Nora, as if she had only accidentally glanced at Rainer. "Caught again. Just act like I'm looking elsewhere," she thought to herself. Rainer sighed and closed his wind magic book. It seemed he had to take the initiative. Martina, come here, Rainer called out. I've learned 2 new wind spells. I'll teach you now. Huh? Okay. Martina stood up and sat down next to Rainer. Stop daydreaming and focus on repeating the incantation with me, Rainer began chanting. The tip of his staff emitted a nearly invisible wind blade that effortlessly sliced a small piece of bark from a nearby pine tree. Junice and Nora applauded, while Martina remained distracted. This is called Wind Blade, Rainer patiently explained. It's the most powerful spell I've learned so far, capable of surprising attacks on nearby enemies. But it consumes a lot of magic. Try repeating the incantation. Martina hesitated for a moment, then mumbled through the spell, glossing over the parts she couldn't remember. Not bad, you're learning fast, Rainer praised her on purpose. This was his teaching strategy for Martina. Although she wasn't fond of studying, she would become motivated with enough encouragement. Sure enough, Martina immediately puffed out her chest and replied proudly, of course, I'm so smart. Under Rainer's guidance, Martina quickly memorized the spell and began practicing on the pine tree repeatedly. By the afternoon, Rainer switched to teaching Junice a foreign language. Junice was exceptionally gifted, mastering a new language in just 2 months. Are you learning Barnetian because you plan to live there? Rainer asked. Junice nodded with a smile, but a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, too fleeting for Rainer to catch. Just then, the nearby pine tree shook, and a few branches fell. Ha! Martina laughed out loud, thrilled to have finally cast the spell successfully. Finally did it. Magic isn't that big of a deal after all, Martina exclaimed excitedly. The slight sway of the branches was the only change Rainer noticed, but he still genuinely praised. Great job, Martina. This progress took Rainer by surprise. After all, Nora had been struggling to cast Fireball, yet Martina mastered Windblade in such a short time. You're amazing, Martina, Nora said with admiration in her voice. Of course. Naturally, Martina replied, lifting her head proudly with a sparkle of confidence in her eyes. Try it again. Martina nodded and started chanting the spell once more. However, this time, the magic didn't form, and she mumbled in confusion. Huh, I just did it a moment ago. Standing beside her, Rainer gently reassured. Calm down, don't rush. It's normal to be inconsistent at first. With more practice, your success rate will improve. Hearing this, Martina nodded firmly. After a few more attempts, she finally managed to cast the wind blade again, slicing through some branches. See, I did it again, she exclaimed excitedly. Rainer patted her leg gently. I always knew you could do it. Try to absorb a bit more wind element to replenish yourself later. Okay. Martina sighed with relief and plopped down on the ground. Their eyes met briefly, and Martina's cheeks flushed with a sudden thought. You remind me so much of my mom. This thought amused Rainer. Being a burly man, he found it hard to see any resemblance to a woman. Rainer, you remind me of my mom, Martina suddenly said. Tell me more. When I was little, I couldn't find berry bushes when I went out picking berries. My mom would patiently teach me how to find them and encourage me, she said, her voice dropping. But my dad always hit me, saying I was useless. Her ears drooped as she continued. After my parents passed away, I lived with others, but they thought I ate too much and found too little food, so they abandoned me. I've always known I'm silly and annoying, but you never mind me and always encourage me. Thank you. Seeing her forlorn expression, Rainer felt a wave of sympathy. You're not silly, at least not when it comes to learning magic. I wasn't much faster than you when I learned Fireball. He gently patted her head. You're quite likable. At least I like you a lot. Martina's face turned scarlet, and she stared at Rainer. Thank you for comforting me. I'm just being honest, Rainer continued to stroke her ears. You always charge ahead in battles, not only strong but also clever. You're a very capable person. Oh, Martina replied softly, carefully inching closer to Rainer. Her thoughts drifted. Rainer is so nice. Life has felt like a dream lately. I wish time could stop here. Mom and Dad, lend me your strength. Seizing the moment, Rainer gently asked, the question I asked you before. Several days have passed, and you still haven't answered me. Martina was silent for a few seconds before finally summoning the courage to respond. Rainer, I want to be your woman. On the way back, Martina held Lena's hand tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. She kept her head down, with the same thought echoing in her mind. Finally having a place to belong. How she wished her parents could see how happy she was now. She secretly resolved that tonight's operation plan must succeed, and she wanted to give him a strong child. Lena listened to her thoughts, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. What kind of cute reaction would this proud horse girl have later? As soon as they got home, Martina darted into the small bathroom like a startled fawn. Meanwhile, Lena noticed Nora tidying up the bed, holding her pillow. What's up? Where are you going? Lena asked. I'm going to sleep with Mom tonight, Nora said while arranging the bed. It's getting colder, and it's warmer with 2 people. Plus, I haven't chatted with Mom much lately. Lena nodded. All right, but don't forget to let me touch your ears before bed. Maybe another time, Nora replied with a sly smile, leaving with her pillow. Internally, she rejoiced. Tomorrow, I can finally tease Martina. Watching Nora's retreating figure, Lena pondered. This little cat sure holds grudges. She's remembered this for so long. Soon, Martina finished her bath. Wearing a white cotton outfit, she cast a secret glance at Lena as she passed by, then quickly dashed into Nora's room, shutting the door with a bang. Lena quietly pressed his ear against the door, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. The door suddenly opened, and Nora pouted. "You're so sneaky, master. I was just passing by." "Carry on," Lena said, wisely retreating to his room. Much later, the two girls emerged from the room. Nora's face had a faint blush, while Martina's was as red as a ripe apple. "Nora, these are all the amazing skills I've learned recently. They'll definitely come in handy," Martina whispered. "Oh my gosh, this is too much. How can they do this?" "It's terrifying," Nora exclaimed. Sitting alone in his room, Lena grew increasingly curious about their conversation. But the two bestiared girls were busy with their tasks, showing no intention of seeking him out. He let out a long sigh, thinking, "I'll find out tonight." At night, Lena lay in bed, engrossed in studying a wind magic book, intending to master all the spells before returning it to Anna. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in." Expecting Nora, he was surprised to see Martina standing at the door, clutching a pillow, her face flushed as if it might start dripping blood. Her thoughts unwillingly reached Lena's ears. "Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. It would be great if I could have a baby right away. I need to be bold later." Nora said he likes passionate women. "Do you need something?" Lena asked deliberately. Martina tried to maintain her composure, pointing outside. "It's gotten cold, and Nora kicked me out. It's too cold to sleep alone, so I came to find you. Of course, it's not because I like you that I'm here, and we're just sleeping together. Nothing will happen, so don't expect anything." All right, all right, Lena chuckled internally. These two are using the same excuse. They're such good friends. At that moment, Martina's frustrated thoughts came through again. "I'm such an idiot. Why can't I be honest? I came over to become his woman, didn't I? All that mental preparation was for nothing." Lena waved dismissively. "Then don't just stand there, come over." Martina quietly closed the door and windows, then walked to the bedside. She carefully arranged the pillow, pulled back the covers, and slipped in. They each lay on their respective sides of the bed, leaving a noticeable gap between them, as if they had an unspoken agreement to keep their distance. "How are we supposed to keep warm from so far apart?" Lena reached out, touched her arm, and set his book aside to pull her closer. "You're so warm," he thought to himself, surprised by her higher body temperature compared to Nora, radiating heat, as if she wasn't the type to feel cold. Martina met his gaze unexpectedly and quickly looked away, stammering. "Three snore and move around in my sleep." "Lena, you shouldn't. Then you should sleep on the inside, so you don't roll off the bed," Lena interrupted her, matter-of-factly. Martina swallowed the rest of her words, her eyes glistening with tears as she suddenly hugged Lena tightly. "Easy there, don't strangle me." "Sorry, I tend to do that when I get excited." Martina quickly released him. "It's all right, just get comfortable." Lena gently nudged her further in and soothingly patted her back. "I have all these muscles, not an ounce of femininity, and I'm not pretty. My skin isn't even fair," Martina murmured. Lena observed her closely. Though beast folk were naturally robust, Martina wasn't as rugged as she imagined herself to be. She was tall with beautifully defined muscles, yet she remained soft in all the right places, much like the athletic seniors from the university track team. "Nonsense, you're perfect," Lena asserted. "Look at those beautiful abs and that nearly flawless silhouette." "Stop it, I'm not that beautiful. Men are really good at sweet-talking." Lena chuckled silently and reached out to blow out the candle. "Why did you blow out the candle?" Martina suddenly sounded anxious. "Did you want to keep it lit?" Lena recalled how Nora used to insist on blowing out the candle due to shyness. He was already accustomed to intimacy in the dark. "It's just darkness, not much difference." Martina pondered for a moment and softly replied, "Let's blow the candle out." They lay facing each other. Martina was silent for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Lena, thank you for being so kind to me. I like you the most. Become my family." She pinched her thigh and added, "Lena, from now on, treat me like a real woman. I want to have a child with you." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Lena turned and embraced her, gently pressing her beneath him. "Slow down," Martina stammered, her nervousness making her even more endearing. Lena gently lifted her chin. "Don't be nervous, just relax. I'm going to kiss you now." "Okay." Martina nervously tucked her hands to her chest. Soon, they were wrapped in each other's arms. Suddenly, Martina flipped him over. "Lena, take this." "Such long legs. You're playing with fire, woman." After a playful tussle, Lena ultimately took the lead. Wait. I'm not ready yet." Martina gently pushed against Lena, clutching the sheets with her other hand. That night, heavy snow began to fall outside the window. In the morning, Rainer found himself tightly held in Martina's embrace, almost unable to breathe. It took considerable effort to free himself, and as soon as he did, Martina whimpered softly like a playful kitten, "Hug." Rainer was amazed by the softness of her voice, coming from the usually composed Martina. He quickly pulled her back into his arms and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Outside, snow was falling heavily, and the temperature had dropped to 10 degrees below zero, marking the quiet arrival of the cold winter. In the warmth of his embrace, Martina slowly opened her eyes and gazed intently at Rainer, softly calling, "Darling." The endearment sent a shiver down Rainer's spine. It seemed unbelievable, yet the sweetness of her words filled him with delight. "Kiss me," Rainer whispered. Martina obediently leaned in and kissed him. She clung to his arm, her eyes shining with desire. She thought to herself, Rainer is such a handsome man, and she regretted not making a move sooner. From now on, she finally had a man of her own. Martina squirmed in Rainer's arms, playfully saying, "Darling, you're amazing." Her leg gently brushed against his, full of suggestive intent. Rainer began to wonder if she was possessed, as her mind seemed entirely preoccupied with such thoughts. This was nothing like Nora. The contrast was striking. "I thought you'd be more serious. Why the sudden change?" Rainer couldn't help but ask. Martina blushed deeply, hiding under the covers, and mumbled, "Nora said you liked this." If Rainer couldn't hear her thoughts, he might have believed her. It was clearly her own wish. Faced with Martina's perfect figure, what else could he do as her husband but indulge her? The room was once again filled with sounds of joy. Much later, they got dressed and got out of bed. Martina energetically opened the door, exclaiming, "I'm starving." At the dining table, Nora and Daisy had already finished breakfast and looked away awkwardly when they saw the pair. Daisy stood up, saying, "I'll heat up your breakfast." Meanwhile, Nora's thoughts echoed. "Oh my, Martina looks so radiant. Last night's noise was outrageous, like a slaughterhouse, with no sense of discretion. It's so embarrassing." Nora's face turned as red as an apple. As Rainer passed the table, he playfully rubbed Nora's cat ears. Martina immediately chimed in. "Darling, rub my ears too." The affectionate term still felt a bit unfamiliar to Rainer. Her overnight transformation was astonishing. Nora thought to herself, "You used to tease me, and now look at you." Rainer could only oblige, one hand on each, before taking Martina to wash up. Martina clung to him, as if she couldn't bear to be apart until they had to separate for breakfast. As soon as they sat down, Nora teased, "Martina, you weren't like this before. Now you're even clingier than I am." Martina blinked and put down her bread, shyly responding, I didn't know anything before, but now I do. It's your fault for not telling me how enjoyable it is sooner." Now it was Nora's turn to blush furiously. How could anyone say something so shameless? Martina's bold statement left everyone in the room speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit awkward, Daisy walked over with a steaming bowl of soup, a hint of worry on her face. "All the vegetables in the backyard have frozen to death. Not a single one survived," she sighed. While nibbling on a soft piece of white bread, Lena pondered a solution. "In that case, why not convert the backyard into a stable? Now that we have some extra funds, it's time to consider getting a horse. We can't rely on walking every time we need to travel far." He turned to Nora and Martina. "Do either of you know how to ride?" Before they could answer, a knock at the door interrupted them. Lena got up to open it and found Junie's wrapped in a snow-white cloak, snowflakes thick on her shoulders, with a horse in tow. "Good morning, Lena," she greeted him. "This weather is absolutely awful. Are you here to study with me despite this heavy snow?" Junie shook her head, a touch of reluctance in her expression. "I'm not here to study, Lena. I'm here to say goodbye." Lena noticed the suitcase in her hand and was momentarily stunned. "You're leaving Mellowed?" "Yes, I'm leaving soon." "In such heavy snow, can't you wait until it stops?" Lena asked, glancing at the thick snow on the street with concern. "No, I have to go now," Junie's replied firmly. "Is anyone traveling with you?" "I'm going alone." "Alone? What if you encounter bandits?" Junie smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I can handle myself. I've traveled to many places before." "Then I wish you a safe journey." Junie stepped forward and gave Lena a gentle hug. "I thought about it and decided to come say goodbye. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be the most renowned mage on this continent." "You too." She pulled out a light red fire magic book from her cloak and handed it to Lena. "This is a farewell gift." Lena hesitated. "This is too valuable." "Take it," Junie's insisted with a smile, hands on her hips. "You're great at fire magic, and this is exactly what you need. I've already mastered practical fire spells and plan to specialize in water magic from now on." Lena carefully accepted the book, then ran into the room to fetch a pouch containing 20 gold coins. "Since you're traveling, take this money. It might come in handy." Junie's initially wanted to refuse, but with Lena's insistence, she eventually accepted. "Thank you, Lena. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. Watching Junie's figure slowly disappear into the distance, Lena fell into deep thought. The teacher who had mentored him for nearly 3 months was leaving just like that. What troubled him more was that he would no longer be able to borrow her water magic books. The winter market was quiet and desolate as Rainer, accompanied by Nora and Martina, arrived at the nearly deserted horse stable. The usual bustling scene was replaced by just a dozen or so horses standing quietly in their stalls. The horse trader, quick to spot potential customers, hurried over. Recognizing Rainer, He plastered a flattering smile on his face. Master Rainer, are you here to buy a horse? Rainer nodded. Yes. Do you have any recommendations? Preferably something affordable. The trader rubbed his hands together, squinting his eyes. That depends on your needs. Pack horses are cheaper, travel horses are moderately priced, and war horses are the most expensive, but you'll have to wait until spring for those. How much would 3 travel horses cost? Rainer inquired. The cheapest would be around 20 gold coins, the trader replied, picking up a brush to groom a nearby black horse. It mainly depends on the breed. For instance, this Rosno steppe horse is sturdy and thick-coated, suitable for hauling, travel, and even battle. However, it's quite pricey at 15 gold coins each. He pointed to another chestnut horse. This is a diest warm blood, fast, enduring, with a gentle temperament, well-rounded in every aspect, and costs only 12 gold coins. Finally, he gestured towards a few gray horses in the corner. The cheapest are these Osiaka ancient horses. They're not large, but they have strong limbs, perfect for cross-country and very resilient, ideal for beginners. Only 7 gold coins each. Rainer squinted, scrutinizing them. Why are they so cheap? The trader explained, these horses are widespread in the Western continent, almost everywhere, so naturally, they're cheaper. Many people like to buy them. Even some financially strapped knights choose them as their mounts. Rainer stroked his chin and asked, You won't sell me a sick horse, will you? The trader broke into a sweat, laughing awkwardly. Sir, we merchants value our reputation above all. If we were dishonest, this stable wouldn't have lasted this long. Rainer thought for a moment and agreed, as the stable had been there since he arrived in this world. He decided, I'll take 3 Osiaka ancient horses. Led them aside so we can choose ourselves. Once the trader led the horses away, Rainer told Nora and Martina, You two pick for yourselves. Be sharpied and don't choose a sick one. Martina nodded emphatically and started selecting first. She gently stroked a horse's mane, whispering in a soft tone, good horse, let me take a look. Nora followed closely, observing carefully. None of the 3 had any experience with horses, so they had to rely on themselves. As Rainer walked by the horses, one of them gently nuzzled his cheek. Do you want to come home with me? Rainer asked. The horse snorted warm air at him, and then suddenly began to chew on his hair. It then bounced around the pen like a madman. Interesting, Rainer murmured. The trader approached, speaking earnestly. Master Rainer, this horse is rather mischievous. I suggest you choose another. Rainer patted the horse's head, smiling. It seems quite spirited. I'll take this one. The horse trader scratched his head in a friendly manner and handed the reins to Lena, then squatted down to expertly attach the stirrups. The 2 besteered girls had already chosen their preferred mounts. Martina picked a strong horse that matched her sturdy build with well-defined muscles, while Nora favored a slightly smaller but more agile horse. Watch me, dear. Martina shouted as she leaped onto the horse's back. The sudden weight caught the horse off guard, causing it to take several quick steps in an attempt to shake her off. It was no surprise, as Martina's equipment alone weighed over 40 pounds, and combined with her body weight, the nearly 200-pound load made the horse wobble. Seeing the horse's unease, Martina raised her fist, as large as a sandbag, and shook it in front of the horse's head. Keep acting up, and you'll feel my wrath. The threat worked instantly, and the horse calmed down. Why be so harsh? Take care not to hurt it, Lena remarked disapprovingly. Don't worry, it's tough, Martina replied nonchalantly with a wave of her hand. In stark contrast, Nora gracefully climbed onto her horse and gently stroked its head. Good boy. Not being skilled in riding, Lena decided against mounting a horse himself for now. He planned to keep the horses at home for a while and consider learning to ride in the winter. He was neither as agile as Nora nor as strong as Martina, and feared he might face some hard falls. After handing the bag of gold coins to the horse trader, Lena was left penniless. Observing the recent good weather, he planned to visit the Adventurers Guild in the afternoon to take on some tasks and earn more money. As the 3 led their horses to the front door, Lena spotted a familiar figure from a distance. Anna was crouched by the door, rubbing her shoulders reddened by the cold wind. Despite the frigid weather, she was still wearing that old fur coat. Lena, you're finally back. I was about to freeze, Anna exclaimed, running over as soon as she saw him. Why not wait inside? I just came out and saw you returning. Lena led the horses to the stable in the backyard. It seemed spacious when it was built yesterday, but now with 3 horses, it felt a bit cramped. However, given the current winter season, a little crowding would do for now. Expansion could wait until later. Are you here about the nonverbal magic? Lena asked. Anna shrugged. No, I've been practicing for almost half a month and made some progress, but I'm still far from mastering it. I wanted to ask if you've seen Junies recently. Why do you ask? Lena was puzzled. Junies had just said goodbye a few days ago, and might have already left. I asked her. Considering she had been learning Barnetian, that might be her destination. Truthfully, Lena did miss Junies, one of his few friends. Someone's been asking around about Junies. They've already come to me, and they'll likely come to you soon, Anna said just as the sound of galloping horses approached from afar. Lena went to the front of the house and saw a group of fully armed knights speeding towards them. Judging by the style of their armor, these knights were likely not from the kingdom of Diaster. The foreign knight removed his helmet, revealing a face strikingly similar to Junie's fair skin, golden hair, and captivating blue eyes. He gracefully dismounted his horse and strode confidently towards Reiner. His sharp eyes first glanced over Anna before settling on Reiner. "You must be Reiner?" Just as Reiner was about to speak, the knight interrupted. "I am Yul Poitulurdeta, a knight of the kingdom of Rosno." His expression remained unchanged, as if he wore an invisible mask. Reiner sighed inwardly, deducing the man's identity from his noble surname. Since his arrival in this world, whether it was Demas or other nobles, their first meetings always carried an air of superiority. "Come in, let's talk." Reiner turned and led Yul into the living room, taking a seat at the dining table. "I'll just call you Yul from now on." Yul neither nodded nor shook his head, responding only with silence. "So, you're here looking for Junies?" "Yes," Yul replied, lifting his chin slightly. "The local adventurers guild informed me that she spends most of her time with you." At that moment, Daisy approached with a cup of hot water. Yul glanced down and politely declined in fluent beastman language. "Thank you, but I don't need it." His sudden use of the language left the three beast-eared girls momentarily stunned. Reiner grew cautious, realizing that this knight must have a close relationship with Junies. "Who are you to Junies?" "I am her brother." This answer took Reiner by surprise. Junies' surname was Baker, entirely different from this man. However, it was likely a false name she used to keep a low profile. Her real name was probably Junies Poitulurdeta. "So, why are you looking for me?" Yul's voice turned cold. "I am here on our father's orders. She has been away for 2 years and needs to return. Since you are her closest friend, you must know where she is." Reiner knew that Junies must have her reasons for avoiding her family. Although he was aware of her whereabouts, he would never betray his magic mentor. "I really don't know," Reiner feigned ignorance, scratching his head. "Even though she is my magic mentor, I haven't seen her since the snow started falling. But I think she might still be nearby." Yul narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Reiner before producing a bulging bag of gold coins. "Just tell me where she is, and this money will be yours once I find her." Internally, Reiner scoffed. Junies was his magic teacher. He would never betray a friend for money. But he put on a show of being swayed by the offer. "All mine? Really?" Yul nodded, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seeing his plan working, Reiner continued. "A few days ago, Junies came to say goodbye. She mentioned being a traveler and intended to head to the kingdom of Niasis. She also said someone might come looking for me, and it seems she was right. If you leave now, you should be able to catch up with her quickly. Niasis is 100,000 and 8,000 miles away from the kingdom of Barnet, separated by vast mountains and rivers, in completely opposite directions." Lena stood in the dim room, a smug smile playing on his lips. If Junice really headed towards Barnet as he suggested, Yul would never catch up with her. "Sir, can I get the money now?" Lena rubbed his hands together, sidling up like a sycophantic fly seeking food. Yul rose slowly, no longer hiding the disdain in his eyes. "Betraying your teacher for money," he said coldly. Junice is still as naive as ever, trusting people so easily. This played right into Lena's hands. He put on a sly, mercenary demeanor and replied with feigned servility. "Anyone who doesn't make money is a fool. You're a nobleman. Of course you wouldn't understand us common folk who struggle to make ends meet. You're just greedy," Yul said, turning towards the door. "Once she's caught, someone will bring the money to you." Lena watched him leave, the enigmatic smile still on his face. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the room's silence. Anna slammed the table in anger. Lena jumped, startled, as two beast-eared girls stepped up beside him, flanking him on either side. "Give me back my book," Anna demanded furiously. "Junice told me more than once that you were her best friend here, yet you betrayed her for money. I used to admire you." Lena walked over to the window, ensuring Yul and his group were gone before shutting the door. "Calm down, let me explain," he said, pouring Anna a glass of water. "Junice is my friend. I would never truly betray her." Those words were just to get her brother off her trail. Anna paused, lowering her arms and softening her tone. "I see. But your expression earlier didn't look like you were acting. If it didn't look convincing, how would he believe me?" Lena nodded emphatically. This was the only way he could help Junice for now, buying her some time. Just then, a system notification rang in Lena's ear. "Task update. Find Junice. Task reward, 1 gold coin." After half a month of peaceful living, receiving a task was timely. He had just bought 3 horses, ready for a long journey. Lena took out the wind magic book and said to Anna, "You can take the book back." "No need," Anna said, stepping back repeatedly. "I only got angry because I misunderstood you. You should keep the book. I'm going on a trip, and such a valuable thing isn't safe at home, nor is it convenient to carry." "Are you going to find Junice?" Anna asked, a knowing look in her eyes. "What else?" Lena replied, instructing the beast-eared girls to pack. He would set out to find Junice the next day. "You two have quite a special relationship," Anna remarked with a meaningful smile. Just ordinary friends, Lena denied with a wave of his hand. There are plenty of people pursuing Junice. Are you really content to just be her friend? Not thinking of taking it further? Not planning to at the moment. Don't overthink it, Lena shrugged. Anna's lips curled into a slight smile, and she said no more. The four riders set off on the path to Barnet, with Liner intentionally bringing Daisy along, seating her behind Martina. He gently soothed his unruly mount with a brush, hoping to calm it down. The horse had been restless the entire journey, leaving Liner exhausted. Martina rode up beside Liner, playfully suggesting she could discipline the unruly horse with her fist. Liner politely declined, fearing she might hurt the horse with her strength. Martina then leaned over and gave Liner a quick peck on the cheek, playfully complaining, "You haven't kissed me all day." Liner realized he had neglected Martina after sharing a room with Nora the previous night. He glanced at Martina's armor-clad figure, silently vowing to make it up to her that evening. Just then, Nora slowed her pace, drawing close to Liner and glancing back warily. She whispered that someone was tailing them, likely a spy sent by the person from yesterday. Though Liner saw nothing, he trusted Nora's keen senses. He quickly set a trap behind them. First, he used water magic to dampen the ground, followed by an earthquake spell to create a quagmire, and finally covered it with a thin layer of soil for concealment. This simple trap wasn't lethal, but was enough to delay their pursuer. Liner urged his horse to speed up, promising it a treat later. Snorting, the horse picked up the pace. After a while, Nora confirmed they had lost their tail, allowing them to slow down. Suddenly, Nora perked up, reaching for her pouch with heightened alertness. She warned Liner in a low voice about bandits lying in ambush ahead and volunteered to handle the threat. Liner decided to accompany her, instructing that they try to capture the bandits alive. He handed the reins to Martina, instructing her and Daisy to stay put, with Daisy in charge of decisions. Liner and Nora stealthily moved into the underbrush, though they couldn't completely silence their movements. Soon, they spotted several bandits crouched in the grass, with a rope laid out to trip horses. Liner gave concise orders. "Leave two alive. Deal with the rest as you see fit." Nora agreed, and they prepared to take action. On the left side of the road, two men lay in ambush, while three more were hidden on the right. In the dim light, Nora and Lena moved like silent phantoms behind the five bandits. With a shared glance, they seamlessly initiated their attack. Nora's form blurred as her hands swiftly moved, and a cold gleam flashed. Two throwing knives whizzed through the air, embedding precisely into the vital spots of the bandits on the left. Simultaneously, Lena's staff came crashing down with a dull thud, shattering the skull of one of the bandits on the right, who collapsed limply to the ground. In an instant, only two bandits remained breathing. Lena raised an eyebrow and tapped the bloodstained staff lightly on the head of one of the remaining bandits, speaking in a mocking tone. "Look at you, sitting here, up to no good, aren't you?" The two bandits dropped to their knees, pale with fear. One of them, trembling and having wet himself, stammered as he looked at the bodies of his companions. "Spare us, sir. We were just trying to get by. We had no choice." Lena coldly cut off their excuses. If everyone resorted to crime because of hardship, the world would be in chaos. Enough talk. For days ago, did you see a woman in a white cloak riding a horse pass by? The two bandits exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. Lena gave Nora a look, and with a flash of steel, the bandit with stronger nerves fell with his skull split open, gray matter clearly visible. "Spare me, sir. I'll tell you everything," the remaining bandit begged, collapsing to the ground. Lena crouched down, offering a gentle smile. "This is your last chance. Have you seen that woman?" "Yes. For days ago," the bandit stammered. "We tried to rob her after tripping her horse, but she drove us back with fire. In the end," he pointed to the corpse with the shattered skull, "he shot her with an arrow, but she got away." Lena understood. Junice had chosen to head to Barnet to avoid Yule and her group. She must have planned her route while learning foreign languages from him. However, at the end of the year, bandits were eager to make their earnings, making the journey especially dangerous. She should have found someone to travel with. "Where is her horse?" Lena asked. The bandit pointed into the depths of the bushes, tied up at the camp. "Lead the way," Lena warned, "and don't think about running. You know the consequences." The bandit stumbled and crawled ahead to lead them. Not far away, a makeshift camp came into view, with a white horse tethered near a campfire. It was clear they had intercepted Junice. "Did you take anything from her?" Lena inquired. The bandit frantically scrambled into a tent, dragging out a mud-covered wooden box. The box had clearly been rummaged through, its contents of clothes and personal items in disarray. At that moment, Nora frowned and whispered a few words into Lena's ear. Suppressing his anger, Lena asked calmly, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's everything. There's nothing else, it's all here." Before the words finished, Nora's dagger had already pierced the bandit's skull. Liner searched the camp thoroughly, but only found a couple dozen copper coins. He decisively set the camp ablaze and led Junice's horse away. By the roadside, Daisy was waiting quietly. Liner handed her the reins. "You ride this horse for now." "All right." Daisy said as she mounted the horse. Liner turned to Nora, frowning slightly. Can you track Juni's scent now? The snow has covered it up. Nora shook her head, her ears drooping slightly. I'm afraid not. The situation was not looking good. They were currently over 60 kilometers from the border town of Mellet. To reach the remote town of Barnet, they would need to traverse a forest even larger than the Dawn Forest, a journey of nearly 200 miles. Liner calculated in his mind. Logically, Juni's, being injured, shouldn't choose to continue forward. Yet, there was no sign of her on the way back. Could she really risk entering the forest and becoming prey for wild beasts? Without a horse, the 200-kilometer journey would take at least 10 days, assuming her injuries allowed it. Although Juni's was an experienced adventurer, Liner couldn't help but worry. Master, the forest is just ahead. Nora pointed to the dense trees ahead. Should we keep going? Let's go a bit further and then set up camp. Liner exhaled deeply. Traveling after dark is too dangerous. We'll rest for the night. Nora quickly found a flat area sheltered by rocks for their camp. They sat in a circle, warming themselves by the fire. As the cold wind swept through, Liner shivered, wondering how Juni's could possibly navigate this monster-infested, bandit-ridden forest in the dead of winter. Just then, Martina began removing her armor, placing each piece neatly aside. She approached Liner, her face full of genuine concern. Dear, you must be so cold. Let me warm you up now that you've taken off your armor. Seeing her earnest expression, Liner felt a warmth in his heart. There was no use worrying now. It was better to enjoy the company of those present. Considering how bored Martina must be from traveling all day, he removed his plate armor and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Her body was soft and warm, making Liner feel the happiness of having a wife. Martina closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. Liner realized how much she had changed from the carefree, monster-hunting Martina she used to be. Love indeed seemed to be the fastest catalyst for change. You used to tease me, Nora joked from the side. But now you're clinging to the master even more than I do. Blushing, Martina nestled in Liner's arms and whispered, Liner is my only family now. Liner gently stroked her warm, flexible horse ears. Nora is your family too. Nora's only half family, Martina replied without hesitation. Liner is my man. You sound like you want to keep him all to yourself, Nora teased, nudging Martina aside. The master hasn't kissed me today. Don't be so selfish. You're still in armor. It's freezing. Martina muttered. Besides, you were with the master yesterday, so it's my turn today. Listening to their banter, Liner became more convinced that his decision was right. Just two women were already vying for his attention. Adding more would turn everything upside down. As he let his mind wander, he suddenly felt a gentle poke on his chest. The two bee-steered girls stared intently at Lena, their expressions serious. The flickering light of the campfire danced on their faces, adding a touch of drama to the scene. Martina leaned forward, deliberately showcasing her impressive figure, and asked, Who do you think is prettier, me or Nora? Although Nora remained silent, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Lena's response. Lena sighed softly and replied diplomatically, You both are equally important to me, so there's no need to argue. Daisy, sitting across the campfire, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his response. As the night deepened, Lena gently stroked the ears of the two bee-steered girls and instructed softly, Nora, you should rest first. Martina and I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and then you and Daisy can take over. Nora nodded in agreement. All right, I'll get some sleep. She removed her sturdy breastplate and snuggled up to Daisy like a child. Lena gently patted Martina's back, coaxing her to sleep. However, Martina was restless, playfully nibbling on Lena's ear. After a moment, she became more daring. Nora and Daisy are asleep. Martina whispered breathily into Lena's ear. Let's start, Lena. It's not good for you to hold back. Lena cautiously scanned the surroundings and firmly refused. Don't mess around. I'm not interested in such things out here in the wilderness. Martina persisted, teasingly calling him master in an attempt to provoke him. Exasperated, Lena reminded her. You didn't used to call me that. You always just used my name. Under the firelight, Martina's cheeks flushed enticingly. It's different now. You're my man. I'll do whatever makes you happy. Lena sternly instructed. Stop fooling around and focus on keeping watch. This place is dangerous, and we can talk about this when we're somewhere safe. All right, I'll do as you say, master. Martina planted a light kiss on Lena's cheek. After a while, she asked, Master, what's your surname? Lena looked at her quizzically. Why do you ask? Martina explained. In our beastkin tribe, when we find a male partner, we take on his surname. Didn't Nora tell you that? Lena shook his head, indicating that Nora had never mentioned it. Then tell me now. Martina looked at him expectantly. Lena paused, recalling his surname, and said slowly, My surname is Lee. Lee. Martina repeated, puzzled. Lena nodded and picked up a stick to write the character Lee in the dirt. Martina's eyes widened. So, your name is Lena Lee? No, Lena clarified. Lena is just an alias. I come from a very distant place. Martina nestled against him again. I don't really understand, but I'm sure you have your reasons. Lena explained softly. My real name is too difficult to pronounce and draws too much attention here, so I just made up a name. Then I'll be Martina Lee from now on, Martina said excitedly. Lena patted her on the head. Whatever makes you happy. In my homeland, we don't have the custom of changing surnames. All right, you should get some rest too, Lena said gently. I'll keep watch, and I'll wake Nora when it's time. Martina insisted. Let me chat with you. I want to know more about you. Lena chuckled. You're quite different now. Martina pouted. I was just immature before. Please don't tease me about it. She hugged Lena tightly and, after a brief pause, whispered, I want to have lots and lots of children with you one day. In the morning, Martina donned her armor with a spirited demeanor and swiftly mounted her warhorse. She glanced at Nora with a meaningful smile on her lips. Nora, busy stuffing half a loaf of white bread into her pocket, mockingly remarked, that sly look on your face gives you away. Something good must have happened last night for you to be grinning like that. Martina didn't retort, simply putting on her helmet in silence. Yet, inwardly she mused, I've got a step ahead of you. I even know the master's surname. Lena watched the two banter and sighed helplessly. After a brief rest, the team continued their journey, facing a snow-covered pine forest. Barnet was a country surrounded by forests, and traversing this expanse of woodland should lead them to the border city. Lena yawned and unfolded the map for a careful check. Confirming their direction, he led the group deeper into the forest. Nora, if you notice anything unusual, report to me immediately, he instructed. Understood, Master, Nora responded. Lena lifted his visor, blowing warm air on his nearly frozen hands. After walking for a while, he sensed something odd about the surroundings. Such a dense forest should be home to various magical creatures, whether tree spirits, snow wolves, or goblins. Yet after nearly half an hour, they hadn't encountered even a single bouncing slime. Nora, do you feel something's off? Lena asked in a low voice. It's unusually quiet here. Nora looked up warily, scanning the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, her ears perked up. Master, there's something in the trees. Before she finished speaking, an arrow shot from the shadows, aimed directly at Lena's life. Quick as a flash, Nora threw a knife, deflecting the arrow's path. Without her sharp instincts, Lena might have perished then and there. Lena quickly replaced his visor and shouted, Who's there? When no one answered, he immediately raised his staff, conjuring a large fireball, ready to counterattack. At that moment, two figures appeared before them. They wore gray robes, were slender and tall, with hair of varying colors, and had sharp, elongated ears. One held a bow, the other a metal staff, their cold eyes fixed on Lena. Martina immediately gripped her sword with one hand, positioning herself in front of Lena, and whispered, Dear, these long-eared ones are not to be trifled with. Be it demi-humans or monsters, they steer clear of them. We must handle this carefully. You've encountered them before? Lena inquired. No, my father told me about them. He said to avoid harming plants and trees, or else the long-eared ones will cause trouble, Martina explained. Lena squinted, scrutinizing the two elves before him. As a lover of nature, he knew better than to anger the elves. After a moment's thought, he addressed them in fluent Elvish. We have no quarrel with you. Why attack us? The green-haired elf's face showed a flash of surprise before returning to calm. She spoke expressionlessly. Lena, this is just a lesson. If you dare show disrespect to the forest again, the consequences will be far worse. You know my name? Lena asked in surprise. The elf did not answer, only observing him closely with sharp eyes. Seeing her silence, Lena thought for a moment and said, I have always respected the forest and didn't mean to offend you. I don't understand your beliefs and traditions. Please tell me, and I will be more cautious in the future. The Dawn Forest, the elf said coldly. You set fire to a large part of it, and since then, we have been watching you. Lena immediately recalled the battle with the goblin priest and the tyrant. In the urgency of the situation, he had accidentally set a small patch of the forest ablaze, but he and Junice had quickly extinguished it with water magic. These elves seemed overly strict, ignoring the goblins who cut down large swathes of the Dawn Forest to build houses, yet coming after him for accidentally burning a few trees while eliminating the goblins. Although he felt a bit aggrieved, remembering that Martine had mentioned the elves' formidable power, Lena decided that peace was the better path. A man should have a broader perspective. I'll be more careful in the future, Lena said gently. However, those goblins not only tried to burn us alive, but also cut down many trees to build their settlement. By eliminating them, I was, in a way, protecting the forest. Removing these destroyers benefits the forest more than harms it, don't you think? The two elves exchanged a glance, and after a long silence, responded briefly, Yes. Then why give me a lesson? Lena asked, spreading his hands in exasperation. The blue-haired elf, who had been silent, finally spoke. Actions have consequences. While you did protect the forest in some way, you undeniably harmed it too. We will remember your help and repay you in secret. Lena wanted to comment on their rigid mindset, but held back, not wanting to make enemies unnecessarily. Seeing the two elves about to leave, he quickly asked, "Have you seen a blonde girl these past few days? She's wearing a white robe, slightly injured, and she's an important friend of mine." The green-haired elf glanced back at him. Junice is still wandering in this forest, heading towards the human town. With that, the two elves vanished into the dense woods. Relieved to know Junice was safe for now, Lena let out a sigh of relief. Martine clung to Lena's arm, puzzled. "What were you talking about just now? I didn't understand a word." "That was Elvish. I can teach you if you like." "I have no interest in learning that." Martine shook her head in disgust. "I don't like dealing with them. They look pretty, but their hearts are as cold as can be." Nora nodded in agreement. Daisy, on the other hand, said, "When I was a child fleeing with my father, I met some of the long-eared folk. They may be inflexible, but they're kind. I was rescued by them more than once." Lena shrugged and led the group deeper into the forest. The four of them rode their horses leisurely along the forest path. Thick snow blanketed the uneven road, and the branches of pine trees on either side were heavy with white snow. The horses' hooves made a soft crunching sound as they moved, still faster than walking despite being hindered by the snow. By the afternoon, noticing his companions were showing signs of fatigue, Raynor decided they should rest there for the night and continue their journey the next day. Martine leaned against a pine tree, stretching with a relaxed tone. "This forest is surprisingly safe. We've walked all day without seeing a single monster or bandit. Maybe the elves are keeping things in order." "That's a good thing," Raynor remarked, placing the breath of the red dragon on the ground. The fire magic stone at the top of his staff immediately ignited, casting a warm glow that drove away the cold. Daisy quickly gathered some branches, cleaned them, and arranged them over the fire to toast the rock-hard white bread. As the four prepared to enjoy their dinner, Martine suddenly turned to stare at the pine tree behind her and punched it without hesitation. "Is there a bug?" Raynor asked, puzzled. "No. Dear, come and see this." "What is it?" Martine's voice carried a hint of caution. Raynor got up to check, and to his surprise, the pine tree had a human face carved into it, with the nose now crooked from Martine's punch. Initially, he thought it was a prank, until the corner of the face's mouth twitched. Martine immediately drew the great sword from her back and raised it above her head. "Monster, prepare to die." "Wait." Raynor quickly restrained her. At that moment, the face on the tree let out a disgruntled hum and muttered in Elvish. "Who is it? Waking me up is one thing, but hitting me, ouch." Raynor gently patted Martine's back to calm her down and explained, "It's a tree spirit, not a monster." "Really?" Martine skeptically leaned in for a closer look. "It sure looks like a monster to me." Raynor approached cautiously, helping the tree spirit straighten its wooden nose. "Sorry, this is our first time seeing a tree spirit." She got a bit excited. He then cast a healing spell, unsure if it would work on a tree spirit. "Oh, it's been about 200 years since I last saw a human who could speak Elvish. That's quite rare." The old tree spirit chuckled. "No need to heal me. This nose will straighten out in time." Raynor stepped back a few paces, carefully observing this peculiar creature. Apart from the large face on the trunk, it looked like any ordinary pine tree, standing quietly rooted in the ground. While Raynor was lost in thought, the tree spirit spoke. "I've slept for too long. It's time to stretch my legs." As soon as the words left its mouth, the ground began to tremble gently. The tree spirit pulled its root-covered legs from the earth and stood up awkwardly. Its massive form caused the ground to shake slightly with each step. Nora, witnessing a tree walking for the first time, widened her eyes in astonishment. After a moment, the tree spirit returned to its original spot, rebared its legs, and sighed. "The snow is really heavy this year." "Yes," Raynor replied. "Last year, there was only a thin layer of snow, not as cold as this year." The old tree spirit kept its eyes half closed, maintaining a kindly expression. It slowly asked, "Outside, can humans and other races coexist peacefully now?" Raynor shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed. "No, the whole world is still hunting demi-humans," he said with a hint of resignation in his voice. The old tree spirit's leaves rustled gently. "It's still the same as it was 200 years ago," it said, its voice deep and timeless. Raynor was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. A slight awkwardness hung in the air. Sensing the tension, the tree spirit spoke again. "It seems you're not much of a talker, are you?" Raynor nodded slightly, admitting, "Yeah, I'm not very good at speaking." He slowly sat down, crossing his legs. As soon as he settled, two bee-steered girls eagerly scrambled into his lap, pushing and shoving each other noisily. The tree spirit's golden eyes glimmered with curiosity. "What are they doing?" it asked. Gently stroking the two girls' hair, Raynor explained, "They're competing to sit in my lap and rest." He turned to Martina and said softly, "All right, it was you yesterday, so today it's Nora's turn. One day each, fair and square, no favoritism." Martina's horse-like ears drooped, her cheeks puffed out in displeasure as she reluctantly moved next to Daisy. The tree spirit chuckled dryly and continued, "They must be your slaves too, right? It's rare to see them compete for attention." Raynor straightened up, responding seriously, "Of course, I'm a rare good man. The tree spirit laughed again, its branches trembling. After a moment, it asked, so, why have you come to this forest? Just passing through? Or are you here for an adventure? With Nora in his arms, Rainer replied, I'm looking for a friend and happened to pass through this forest. A woman? The tree spirit inquired further. Yes, Rainer nodded emphatically. A particularly beautiful woman, with golden hair and blue eyes, very gentle and patient. She's not only my friend, but also my magical mentor. This time, the tree spirit opened its golden eyes, teasing. Two women aren't enough, and you're looking for a third? Rainer scratched his face unconsciously, his gaze wandering. Well, I haven't really thought about it. I'm mainly looking for her because I have something important to discuss. Where are you from? The tree spirit continued its questioning. Diest, a small town called Melot. I wonder if you've heard of it, Rainer replied. The tree spirit's voice took on a nostalgic tone. Of course, I once had a human friend who lived there, but that was more than 200 years ago. He's probably dead by now. It paused, its tone turning somber. You humans are so fragile, living barely 100 years. As Rainer stroked Nora in his arms, he casually asked, is there any magic that can make someone immortal? The tree spirit shook its head gently, causing snow to fall softly from its branches. As far as I know, there isn't. But don't be disappointed. Living too long isn't necessarily a good thing. It sighed. I now sleep more than I'm awake, and in a few hundred years, I'll probably be gone too. My only hope now is to find someone to talk to when I wake. Curious, Rainer asked. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been alive? I've been in this forest for thousands of years, the tree spirit replied softly. Rainer's eyes widened in surprise. So you even lived through the old Empire era? Indeed, I even participated in human wars back then, the tree spirit said, suddenly extending a withered arm. Honestly, the days spent with humans are quite memorable, but now I'm old. Rainer only then noticed that the tree spirit had arms, usually hidden among the dense pine needles. This discovery piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to ask more about the origins of demi-humans. But before he could, the tree spirit suddenly said, I found the lady you mentioned earlier. She's not far from here. The old tree spirit scratched its crooked nose, which had been knocked askew by Martina, with its rough bark fingers. A sly glint flashed in its eyes. Are you talking about Junie's? Blonde hair, blue eyes, quite beautiful, that must be her. Lena frowned slightly, puzzled. Haven't you been here the whole time? How did you find her? He gently patted Nora, who was on his lap, signaling her to get up. The tree spirit let out a raspy chuckle. You humans can't see the little fairies, but I can not only see them, I can also converse with them and learn about events happening miles away. Where is she now? Lena asked urgently. The tree spirit extended branch-like fingers, pointing deeper into the forest. Keep going forward, about 2 miles, and you'll see her. Lena quickly gathered his things. Thank you. I'll visit again when I have the chance. I must go now. He waved goodbye to the old tree spirit, who responded by swaying its branches. Martina asked in confusion, Darling, are we traveling at night too? Nora impatiently knocked on her head. Obviously, there's news, you idiot. Hurry up and put on your armor. Lena explained succinctly. Yes, the tree spirit said Junie's is camped 2 miles away. Let's go find her directly. He mounted his horse, which seemed reluctant to travel at night, and began to fidget. Lena pulled a carrot from his pocket and fed it to the horse, calming it down. Martina muttered softly, Master, do you really like Junie's that much? Lena rubbed her ears. No, it's too complicated to explain right now. We just need to find her quickly. Martina crossed her arms and said seriously, All right, but as long as you don't neglect me, I wouldn't mind if you wanted another woman. Before she finished, Nora knocked on her head again. Lena lit his staff for illumination and led his companions in the direction the tree spirit had indicated. The sound of hooves echoed through the silent night forest until a small flicker of firelight appeared ahead. Nora sniffed the air intensely. Junie's is there. I can smell her scent. Lena nodded and continued towards Junie's camp. Suddenly, a figure peeked from behind a tree, cautiously assessing the newcomers. When she recognized Lena, she rubbed her eyes in surprise. Lena, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things. Junie's quickly approached, looking ragged and wearing torn clothes, clearly having had a rough few days. Lena smiled and said, I also found your horse. Junie's gratefully patted the white horse. Thank you. I was robbed by bandits and injured, and I couldn't take care of it. I didn't expect you to find it for me. Lena explained, just lucky. If it had been 2 days later, those bandits would have sold it. At that moment, Junie's stomach let out a grumble. She clutched her staff with some embarrassment. Do you have any food? The bandits took all of mine, and I've been surviving on wild grass. Of course. Lena invited everyone to sit by the campfire and pulled 2 pieces of white bread from his bag, handing them to Junie's. Her eyes lit up, and she began to eat ravenously, her hunger evident. Lena watched quietly as Junie's devoured the bread, and then the system's voice chimed in again. Lena felt the sudden increase in the weight of his money pouch. He reached inside and quickly touched a uniquely textured coin. This newly acquired coin was engraved with an ancient, leafy tree, distinctly different from the design on the diaster coins. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment, announcing the completion of the task and the reward distribution. Lena carefully examined the coin, known as the Barnet coin, which was one of the basic currency units of the Barnet Kingdom. He gently caressed the intricate patterns on the coin before cautiously placing it back into the pouch. This is too inconvenient, Lena thought to himself. This continent needs someone to unify the currency. Just then, the system prompted another notification. A new task appeared. Escort Junice to the city of Cannon, with the reward being another Barnet coin. Lena recalled the location of Cannon. It was situated on the border of Barnet, and passing through the forest would lead them there. He guessed that this was likely Junice's intended destination. By the campfire, Junice curled up, rubbing her slightly bulging stomach and expressing gratitude. I'm so full. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I'd be exhausted just looking for food. Lena sighed and reminded her. We still have plenty of black bread. If you're still hungry, have some more to fill your stomach. After washing her hands with water, Junice reached out to Lena, her eyes filled with anticipation. A bit more, please. Thank you. Lena walked over to the horses, retrieved a large piece of black bread from the saddlebag, and handed it to Junice. She immediately started to eat, but suddenly seemed to remember something important. She looked up at Lena and asked, By the way, Lena, how did you find me? Lena pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Wasn't I worried about you? The weather is so harsh, and there are bandits and thieves along the way. It's too dangerous for you to travel alone. Junice paused, squinting at Lena as if trying to determine the truth of his words. Seeing this, Lena spoke earnestly. All right, Miss Junice Puerto Liradeta, I did have other reasons for finding you. Hearing her full name, a hint of surprise crossed Junice's face. Lena continued. Has someone already come looking for you? Yes, your brother Yul found me and asked about your whereabouts. He wants to find you. And then? Junice asked eagerly. Lena recounted the events of that day in detail. Junice burst into laughter. Lena, you're a genius. Ha ha. Lena shook his head with a wry smile. Not really. I feel like I didn't succeed. Your brother had people tailing me. There were spies following me when I left the city. Although I managed to shake them off, this is the nearest route to Barnet. It's not hard for him to guess my path. Junice sighed and shook her head. The two fell into a brief silence before she suddenly asked, Lena, can you understand me? Understand what? I don't even know why you ran away from home. Lena replied honestly. Junice lowered her head and slowly shared her story. My father is a count in the Rosno kingdom. He plans to marry me off to a marquis's eldest son to improve their relations. Lena quickly interrupted her and summarized. In short, it's a political marriage, and you don't agree with it. You want to take control of your own life, so you ran away, right? Junice gazed at Lena, remaining silent for a long time before finally nodding heavily, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. In this world, the status of women is incredibly low, especially for noble women like Junice. Their marriages often become tools for political alliances, used to maintain family interests. Even though Junice is a renowned magician, she cannot escape such a fate. Staring at the campfire, Junice's eyes gleamed with determination as she confided in Lena. I don't want to blindly marry a man I've never met, get pregnant early, and spend my life like that. Lena, can you understand me? Lena nodded, his eyes filled with sympathy. He knew Junice was a woman worthy of respect, kind, just, independent, and resilient. Such qualities were rare, even in his own world. I completely understand your thoughts, Lena said softly. Though living so rationally in this era isn't simple, I admire your courage even more. Junice smiled and gently shook Lena's shoulder. Thank you, Lena. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. If my brother really comes, I definitely won't go back with them. She turned her gaze, filled with longing. My dream is to become the most famous and powerful water magician on this continent. What about you, Lena? Lena glanced back at Nora and Martina and said earnestly, My dream is to help my women achieve their dreams. He poked Nora in the waist. What's your dream? Nora licked her lips and answered without hesitation. To eat white bread with jam. Lena gently hugged her, rubbing her cheeks. Can you think of something bigger? Nora blinked and, after thinking, replied, White bread with jam every meal, and occasionally smoked chicken. Lena turned to Martina. And you? To have children with you. Martina's eyes became dreamy, as if she would pounce on Lena at any moment. Lena gently poked her belly. That's it? Can you think of something bigger? Martina raised her head excitedly. Then I want to have many, many children with you, hoping each one becomes the strongest warrior. Junice hugged her knees tightly, watching the scene with wide eyes. After a moment of thought, Lena continued. Based on that, I want to master all 4 elements of magic. Junice asked curiously. Aren't you able to use 5 types of magic? Why only master 4? Lena answered seriously. Don't you want to become the strongest water magician? I'll leave the water element to you. I'll focus on the other 4. Junice smiled and patted Lena's shoulder firmly in gratitude. As night deepened, the group huddled by the fire to rest. The next morning, Junice was the first to wake, opening her eyes to greet the new day. She mounted her horse, her gaze sweeping over Rainer and the others, a slight smile on her lips. Are you coming with me to Barnet? Rainer nodded in agreement. Yes, we'll accompany you for a while. He had a feeling that the upcoming system tasks would likely revolve around Junice. It seemed that returning to Melod would be out of the question for now. He thought to himself that it might be a good opportunity to experience the culture and landscapes of other regions. Junice squinted her eyes, smiling warmly. Thank you, Rainer. The group of 5 entered the forest, chatting and laughing along the way, the atmosphere light and cheerful. Just as Rainer was considering a short break at noon, Nora, who was leading the group, suddenly perked up her ears and stopped. Master, there's something ahead, Nora said cautiously. Rainer quickly donned his mask, asking alertly, what is it? A monster? Nora narrowed her eyes, sensing carefully for a few seconds, then shook her head gently. No, it seems like a spirit. Rainer quickly recalled his actions from the day, wondering how he might have offended the spirits to attract trouble again. As he pondered, a spirit suddenly appeared, blocking the group's path. A petite, blue-haired spirit stood before them, holding a staff entwined with sturdy branches, topped with a brilliant blue gem. Unlike the 2 lifeless spirits they encountered the day before, this one had slightly upturned eyes, a proud expression, full of youthful energy, like a lively little girl. Before Rainer could speak, the spirit excitedly shouted, Rainer, take me on your adventure. Rainer looked bewildered, glancing at his companions and shrugging innocently. Junice examined the spirit closely, asking curiously, do you know this spirit? No, I don't. Rainer shook his head, turning to the spirit. Who are you? The blue-haired spirit placed her hands on her hips, proudly introducing herself. I'm Eliana, a stargazer. Take me on your adventure. I can definitely help. Rainer didn't want to invite trouble, worried that more spirits might appear, accusing him of kidnapping. He shook his head, politely declining. Sorry, I don't have time to look after children. Eliana widened her eyes, stomping her foot. I'm not a child, I don't need your care. Rainer dismounted and approached her, gesturing with his hand. Eliana barely reached his neck, standing about 1.45 meters tall, bundled up like a little potato. Rainer looked around at the surrounding pine trees, shouting in spirit language, whose child is lost? No sooner had he spoken than Eliana struck Rainer's knee with her staff, puffing up with indignation. I told you, I'm not a child. I'm 18, I'm an adult. Seeing no response, Rainer looked her over again. Could she really be 18? A legal lowly? But considering the lifespan differences between spirits and humans, often spanning thousands of years, she might be telling the truth. Rainer met Eliana's eyes, asking, can't you find other adventurers? Eliana shook her head vigorously. Other adventurers don't speak spirit language. They can't understand me. Take me with you. I can be very helpful. You won't regret it. Rainer sighed deeply as he noticed Eliana persistently following him. He pulled the reins to stop the horse, then reached out to pull the little elf girl onto the horse with a gesture that was rough yet gentle. This scene caught the attention of the 2 bee-steered girls, and their thoughts drifted into Rainer's mind. Nora muttered to herself. Looks like the master is going to have another woman. If only there could be fewer. Martina, on the other hand, was unconvinced. Why would Rainer be interested in such an ordinary little kid? At least she should be as grown-up as Nora. Rainer glanced back at the 2 bee-steered girls, thinking that although Martina wasn't particularly smart, she had a unique perspective. He had always preferred women with mature appearances and usually felt nothing for little girls like Eliana. Noticing Rainer's distraction, Eliana's pointed ears twitched as she asked in a lively and cute manner, Are you willing to take me with you now? Rainer snapped back to reality and decided to take this opportunity to learn about the elves of this world. He asked seriously, First, I need to know, did you tell your parents or friends about your plan to go adventuring? Eliana nodded vigorously. Of course. I got permission to go out and gain experience. Rainer stared into her eyes. As expected, after a few seconds, she began to avoid his gaze guiltily. Get down. I don't want to get involved with you elves, Rainer said calmly. Suddenly, Eliana lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Rainer's waist. No, take me on an adventure. Rainer hurriedly tried to pry her hands off. Wait, are we that close? How do we get to hugging? Nora's thoughts floated over again. Sigh. If only the master wasn't so charming, attracting women wherever he goes. Eliana held on even tighter. I won't let go until you agree. Seeing this, Rainer called for backup. Martina. As soon as he spoke, a strong hand pulled Eliana away from Rainer. Martina lifted Eliana like a chick and placed her behind herself. Eliana looked at them with grievance, her cherry lips pouting slightly. Rainer continued to question, Why are you so determined to follow me? My sister said the outside world is vast and interesting, Eliana mumbled. I want to see it and learn more, not stay in this boring forest. Rainer realized she was a runaway good girl. He saw a resemblance to Juni's in Eliana, though Juni's acted out of necessity, while Eliana seemed to be seeking fun. If I take you with me, what can you do for me? Reiner asked. Eliana perked up immediately, lightly waving her staff from behind Martina. I can enchant your weapons and armor. It's really powerful and useful. Reiner's interest was piqued. Can you give a quick demonstration? Of course. Eliana reached for the large sword on Martina's back, but stopped when Martina shot her a glare. She quickly withdrew her hand like a child caught doing something wrong. Remembering Martina's earlier mention of disliking elves, Reiner suggested to the others, let's rest here for a while, and continue our journey in the afternoon. With that, he dismounted and helped Eliana to the ground as well. As the group sat around eating, Lena handed Martina's great sword to Eliana, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let me see what you can do, he said, glancing at Martina who was watching curiously. Lowering his voice, Lena added, be careful with it. That sword is her lifeline. If you damage it, she'll definitely lose her temper. Eliana nodded solemnly and struggled to lift the heavy greatsword. She placed it on the snow, then clasped her hands together and slowly closed her eyes. A melodious song flowed from her lips, echoing through the silent snowy landscape. However, the sword showed no apparent change. Junais quietly approached Lena and whispered, is she singing? Lena nodded thoughtfully, replying, I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be some kind of enchanting ritual for the equipment. Several seconds later, under the refracted sunlight, the smooth blade suddenly emitted a pure glow. Lena recalled seeing a similar light on the knight's armor when they battled the necromancer in the ruins. But the brilliance from Eliana's enchanted weapon was noticeably more dazzling. Eliana opened her eyes, filled with confidence. There, give it a try. Lena picked up the greatsword and swung it a few times in the air. Noticing the weight seemed unchanged, he examined the blade closely and finally spotted the difference. The noticeable nicks from Martina's heavy use had slightly smoothed out. Is repairing our gear all you can do? Lena raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with disappointment. The enchantment's effect was not what he had imagined. Eliana put her hands on her hips, looking serious. You could try casting a spell on it and see what happens. Turning around, Lena called out, Martina, be the target. Martina quickly came over, took her great sword, and swung it around. Lena instructed, just hold it steady. I'll try hitting it with a water ball spell. Got it. Martina replied, taking her stance. Lena raised his staff, and a water ball shot out with a whoosh. However, instead of hitting the target dead center, the water ball was deflected by an invisible force, crashing into a nearby pine tree. This effect reminded Lena of the defensive mechanisms on goblin priests and necromancers. Lena's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, if you enchant armor, does that mean the wearer could be immune to magical damage? He suddenly realized the value of Eliana's abilities. For warriors like Martina, while armor could protect against physical harm, magical attacks from creatures were a critical weakness. Lena recalled how the necromancer had once burned half of Martina's body while they were fleeing. How long does this effect last? How many magical attacks can it withstand? Lena inquired, his voice brimming with curiosity. Eliana's pointed ears twitched slightly, and she replied with a hint of pride. The duration depends on how long I enchant it. If it doesn't face magical attacks, the enchantment will gradually fade within 15 days. Her eyes shone with confidence. With me around, you can enjoy free equipment and enchanting services. Tempted? Lena watched as Martina held the great sword with affection. After a moment of thought, he said, Miss Eliana, you've been accepted. Accepted? A hint of confusion flashed in Eliana's eyes. Lena explained, it means I'm willing to travel with you. In return, you'll need to enchant our equipment during downtime. Eliana, holding her staff, beamed brightly. I understand. Lena looked around at the surrounding pine trees and added, however, you must inform your guardian. I don't want any unnecessary trouble. Eliana pouted slightly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm not a child. I just don't want to be mistaken for a kidnapper, Lena insisted. Despite her reluctance, Eliana clasped her hands and closed her eyes. Moments later, Nora's cat ears perked up, and she said cautiously, Master, something's approaching. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold wind swept through, and a white figure materialized in the middle of the snowy field. Another elf, she wore a thick white robe, and her light blue hair was strikingly similar to Eliana's. Her deep eyes seemed to see through one's soul, and though she appeared youthful, her exact age was hard to determine. Eliana joyfully ran to her, whining, Mom, I want to go on an adventure with them. She then proudly introduced Lena. Lena, this is my mom, Selena, the most skilled stargazer among us. Lena, though unsure of what a stargazer was, saw the staff in Selena's hand and guessed it might be a magical role among elves. Selena introduced herself politely. Hello, I'm Selena. Hello, I'm Lena, he replied, thinking that this elf seemed more courteous than the two he met yesterday. Selena looked down at Eliana in her arms and pondered, gaining experience outside is good, but I hope you'll wait a bit longer. No, Eliana retorted defiantly. Not many humans speak Elvish. Who knows how long I'd have to wait if I missed this chance. Her excitement was akin to a schoolchild anticipating a field trip. After a long silence, Selena slowly said, "You could learn the human language first before going on adventures." Eliana shook her head firmly. "I can't wait. I want to go now." Selena fell into deep thought again, then turned to Lena and asked, "Mr. Lena, would it be convenient for you to take her along on your travels? I can offer compensation." Lena crossed his arms, smiling broadly. "That would be great. As for the compensation, having her enchant our gear will do." Selena nodded slightly. "Then I'll entrust Eliana to you for this time." With that, she turned and disappeared into the forest, carried away by the wind. Lena admired her graceful exit, wishing he could learn such an impressive way to come and go. Eliana looked up at Lena, saying excitedly, "It's settled. Take me with you." Lena nodded in agreement. With the obstacles cleared, there was no reason to refuse her. Another person just meant another mouth to feed. "Oh, by the way," Lena asked curiously, "you mentioned your mom is the most skilled stargazer. What exactly is a stargazer?" Eliana pondered for a moment before speaking. Magic warriors are a versatile class. They not only master various forms of magic, but, like me, can enchant equipment. More impressively, they can cast powerful long-range attack spells. She paused, then continued, "My father was a blade dancer, agile and formidable. Before I was born, he single-handedly slew a land dragon that threatened the forest." A flicker of admiration crossed Eliana's eyes. Then there are the Whisperers, known for their patience. They excel at using bows and daggers, adept in reconnaissance and ambushes. Some races of Whisperers can even turn invisible during the day or night. Lena nodded thoughtfully, recalling the two elves he encountered yesterday. The green-haired elf with the bow must be a Whisperer, right? Eliana confirmed. "That's right, those are the three main types." Lena suddenly asked, "Would you get upset if I accidentally stepped on some flowers or grass?" Eliana awkwardly scratched her face. "I've heard about your situation. Some of our more traditional kin might find strange reasons to make trouble, but generally, those under 500 years old are more open-minded and won't force humans to protect plants." Lena sighed in relief, then invited Eliana to sit by the campfire and handed her a piece of dark bread. "This is our usual staple food." Eliana took the bread, curiously squeezed it, and found it as hard as a rock. She looked at Lena with confusion. "Is this really edible?" Her attention then shifted to Martina, who was devouring it ravenously. Eliana tried to take a bite, only to leave a neat row of teeth marks on the bread. Seeing this, Lena helped by slicing the bread thinly with a dagger. Eliana tasted it and immediately frowned. "It's sour and salty. Not good." Before she finished speaking, Martina snatched the bread from her hand and stuffed it into her own mouth. Lena asked curiously, "What do elves usually eat?" Eliana replied without hesitation, "Wild fruits, mushrooms, nuts, roasted fish." Lena nodded, thinking that their diet was indeed more refined than most people's. He took out a piece of white bread, sliced it, and handed it to Eliana. "Try this." Eliana took a bite, her eyes lighting up. "This is delicious. It's still hard, but it tastes much better than the dark bread." As Lena continued slicing for her, he explained, "Of course, the price difference is tenfold. This little piece costs as much as 20 pieces of dark bread." Eliana shrugged and continued to savor the white bread in small bites. Meanwhile, Lena gathered Martina and Nora's gear, quickly piling it into a small mountain in front of Eliana. Once Eliana finished eating, Lena raised an eyebrow at her, his gaze full of implication. "No need for words. You know what to do." The group had been traveling through the forest for 5 days, and the dense trees were gradually becoming sparse, signaling their approach to the border city of Canaan in the kingdom of Barnet. Lena glanced back at Junies, a hint of concern in his eyes. "What if your brother comes looking for you?" Junie sighed softly, her fingers absent-mindedly stroking the saddle. "If he does come, there's nothing I can do. I can't hide from him forever. We'll see if we can talk things over, but I might need a small favor from you." "A favor from me?" Lena raised an eyebrow. "What could I possibly do?" Junies gave a mysterious smile. "You'll find out when the time comes." Just then, an adorable whimper came from behind Junies. Ilyana clung tightly to Juni's waist, a hint of unease on her face. She whispered, "This is my first time leaving the forest." Lena couldn't resist teasing. "You might as well turn back now if you're going to start crying later." Ilyana immediately puffed out her cheeks and jabbed Lena's rear with her staff. I'm not a child anymore. I won't cry." As they continued onward, the scenery began to change. Occasionally, they encountered hunters in the area, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of outsiders. Suddenly, their view opened up, and they emerged completely from the forest. In front of them was a low city wall constructed from rubble. The road leading into the city was flanked by snow, and the path itself was unpaved. The residents mostly wore coarse, thick animal skin clothing, simple shoes made from woven grass, and adorned themselves with jewelry crafted from animal bones. Junie squinted, in disbelief. "Isn't Barnet supposed to be the third most powerful kingdom on this continent? Did we come to the wrong place?" Lena unfolded the map and compared it carefully before laughing in relief. We should be in the right place. Maybe there's just a big disparity between the cities here. Some are really wealthy, while others are quite poor. Junie scratched her cheek. Let's hope that's the case. Sitting behind her, Ilyana was thrilled, her eyes wide with amazement. Is this the outside world? How fascinating. She eagerly jumped off her horse, clutching her staff as she ran to the front of the group, eyes full of curiosity for new experiences. Lena turned to Nora and Martina. We might be staying here for a while. Do you like it? Nora shrugged. Wherever my master is, that's where I like to be. Martina was about to speak, but was cut off by Nora's words, leaving her to grumble. Clever Nora, hogging all the favor. Sensing a bit of tension between them, Lena quickly maneuvered his horse between the two to prevent any arguments. All right, let's not fight. We've traveled a long way. Let's find a place to rest for a bit. Okay. The two bee-steered girls responded in unison, but soon their individual thoughts floated over. Martina thought, it's Nora's turn today. She's so lucky, getting all the good stuff. Nora, on the other hand, was thinking, I hope we find a place to stay soon. It's been days since I've had a bath, and I really need to clean up. Listening to their thoughts, a slight smile crept onto Lena's lips. It looks like we need to find a place to stay as soon as possible. Liner gently lifted Ilyana with both hands and carefully placed her behind him. Let's go. Let's check out the town. The streets of Cannon City were almost deserted in the winter, with the biting cold wind howling through. Liner led the group around the city for quite a while, before finally finding what appeared to be a tavern in a secluded corner. As they pushed open the creaky wooden door, they were hit by the strong aroma of alcohol and stewed dishes. A few bearded patrons were gathered around a shabby wooden table, hungrily devouring the steaming stew. As soon as they stepped into the tavern, they felt several eyes fall on the women in the group. Ilyana uneasily shrank back, quickly pulling up her hood and keeping her head down as she stayed close behind Liner. She whispered, Liner, what is this place? I hate it here. Liner explained softly. This is a tavern, an excellent place to gather information. In an unfamiliar town, the first task is to visit the tavern to learn about the local situation. Tavern owners are well informed and have extensive connections. I want to rent a spacious house to rest in. We might need to stay here for a while. Ilyana nodded thoughtfully. It seems kind of interesting. Liner's gaze swept across the tavern and noticed a group of unusual travelers gathered in a corner. Spotting the middle-aged man behind the counter and the notice board covered in postings, he suddenly realized something. Turning to Junice, he said, That looks like the local adventurers guild. Junice looked closely and agreed. It certainly does. Liner, you go inquire about accommodations, and I'll check out that area. Liner approached the tavern owner to ask about places to stay. He quickly learned of a two-story house on the outskirts of town with 5 bedrooms, perfectly suited to their needs. Liner's family of 4 would only need 2 bedrooms, while Junice and Ilyana could each have their own, and the remaining small room could be converted into a bathroom. The purchasing power of Barnet coin seems pretty good, Liner thought. Such a big house only costs 1 coin to rent for a year. He tentatively asked, Can we rent it for just half a year? I'm not sure how long we'll be staying. Of course, that would be half a coin. The tavern owner agreed readily. Liner pulled out his money pouch and handed over a coin. Can foreign currency be used? The tavern owner examined the coin closely. Diaster coin? The gold content is surprisingly low. We don't accept this. You can go to the guild next door and find that old bald man to exchange money. He's a currency trader. Oh, I also have Barnet coins. Liner fished out a coin with an ancient tree engraved on it from his pouch. Just exchange the rest for silver coins. To Liner's surprise, the tavern owner didn't hesitate to take a small guillotine and cut the coin in half, handing one half back to him. No, dude. Liner was dumbfounded. You're an outsider, aren't you? The tavern owner chuckled. Don't be so surprised. That's how we do it here. Gold and silver coins can be cut freely. Only copper coins remain intact. Liner let out a long sigh, reluctantly accepting this peculiar custom. The tavern owner rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and handed him a rusty iron key. I'll have someone take you over there in a bit. Just then, Junice walked over with a spring in her step, a bulging money pouch in hand, and a cheerful smile on her face. The group arrived at the house rented by the tavern owner, and as they pushed open the creaky wooden door, a musty smell of a long uninhabited space hit them. Inside, clutter piled high and thick dust covered everything, as if time had stood still. The bee-steered girls immediately began cleaning the room without a word, deftly sorting and organizing the clutter. While helping to move heavy wooden crates, Liner listened to Junice explaining Barnet's popular coin-splitting method. She spoke with a hint of pride in her voice. This way of splitting coins was originally invented by small traders to deal with complex currency exchange rates. Now, the whole of Barnet does it. She took a coin pouch from her waist and shook it lightly, producing a faint metallic jingle. But remember, each coin can only be split into a maximum of 8 pieces. Any smaller, and they can't be used. Then you'd have to go to a blacksmith to recast them into a whole. Liner took the pouch, feeling the irregular metal fragments inside, and couldn't help but sigh. He still preferred whole coins with their smooth feel and crisp sound. Suddenly, Junice put her hands on her hips, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Hey, do you want a room with us? Room together? Laner didn't catch on immediately. This place is quite big, Junice said, glancing around. Once we organize it, there'll be an extra room. You can live with us for just a little money. Laner raised an eyebrow. How much? I rented it for half a year, and it only cost me half a coin. How about you pay a quarter? Deal. Laner agreed readily. Junice took a small piece of gold from her pouch and handed it to Laner. But I have one request. I want to choose my room. Sure. Junice's gaze wandered around the house before settling on Laner. Where's your room? First room on the left upstairs. Then I'll take the room on the right when you enter downstairs. Junice decided without hesitation. Laner curiously asked, is there a reason? Junice raised an eyebrow, lowered her voice, and a sly look crossed her eyes. Think about it. You and Nora are staying together. If I were next to your room, I'd hear everything, wouldn't I? Not very convenient. She seemed to be stifling a laugh, and her teasing expression made Laner a bit embarrassed. Nora's okay, Junice continued. But Martina, she's like a screaming pig. We'll have to find a way to keep her quiet. At this moment, Eliana gently tugged at Laner's sleeve and asked softly, where do I stay? Pick whichever you like, Laner replied casually. Eliana blinked and walked straight into the kitchen. Laner was momentarily stunned, then quickly pulled her out. Back home, no one lives in the kitchen. Pick another room. This time, Eliana went into the room next to the kitchen. I'll stay here. All right, Laner nodded. You can tidy it up yourself. If there's still time later, I'll find a bed for you. Watching Eliana struggle to move clutter, Laner suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. He stepped forward. Never mind, let me help you. In no time, he cleared the clutter and swept away the thick dust. Eliana stood quietly by, clutching her staff, and when the room was tidy, she shyly whispered, thank you. Laner looked at the petite figure before him and curiously asked, how old are you exactly? You're so small. 18, Eliana replied softly. Laner squinted slightly, attempting to use an identification magic to find out more. Raynor let out a long sigh. His gaze fixed on the system's attribute evaluation results and endless string of unknowns. He should have guessed that this identification ability was useless on non-human races, just like when he tried to evaluate Junies before. It seemed like he would only be able to use this skill on demi-humans for the rest of his life. Is the outside world not quite what you imagined? Raynor turned to Eliana, noticing an unusual tone in her voice. Eliana nodded heavily, tears glistening in her eyes. Raynor immediately leaned closer, asking with concern, are you crying? Really crying? I'm not, Eliana said, widening her eyes, trying hard to hide her emotions. Raynor patted her shoulder gently, speaking softly. It's okay. If you want to cry, just cry. At most, I'll tease you a bit. I used to cry a lot when I was a kid too. With that, he turned and left the room, planning to check on how Nora was doing with her room arrangements. Opening the door, Raynor saw Nora fiddling with a pile of broken wooden planks, seemingly trying to piece together a bed. He shook his head and said, don't bother with that. Let's head to the market to see if we can find a wooden bed for sale. If not, I can always use rock magic to make a stone bed. Nora thought for a moment and suggested, let's go with the stone bed then. We shouldn't waste money. It seems like you're a bit tight on funds lately. Raynor had to admit she was right. After giving Junie some money and buying 3 horses, his wallet was indeed a bit thin. He rubbed Nora's cat ears, half-jokingly saying, sleeping on a stone bed for too long might give you rheumatism. Nora looked puzzled. What is rheumatism? Don't worry. We can just use more blankets. Let's just make do for now, and we'll get a new bed when we can afford it, Raynor relented. Nora nodded. All right, I'll go pack our things, and you should take a break. With that, she quickly left the room. At that moment, the long silent system finally stirred. Raynor's attention was drawn to the sudden system notification. Task: escort Junies to the city of Cannon. Current status: completed. Reward has been issued. A gold coin appeared in Raynor's hand out of thin air, and he casually dropped it into his coin pouch. Immediately after, a new task notification appeared. Task update: assist local residents in repelling an orc tribe attack. Task reward: 20 Barnite gold coins. Work already, huh? Raynor mused to himself. Looks like the upcoming tasks will all be centered around this area. I probably won't be returning to Melod anytime soon. As he was deep in thought, the door was gently pushed open. Martina peeked her head in, cautiously observing Raynor. Is the room all set up? Raynor asked. Martina shook her head, slowly walking over to Raynor's side, her voice sweet as honey. Darling. That one word made Raynor's bones melt. He suppressed the flutter in his heart, shifting slightly to the side. I know what you're going to say, but no matter what, you should take a bath first. Nora's in there, and if I wait for her to finish, I won't get a chance, Martina said urgently. Raynor waved his hand. Then tomorrow it is. Martina's face fell, her lips pouting as she threatened, you'll regret it tomorrow night. The morning chill seeped into the bones as Nora snuggled into Lena's warm embrace, murmuring playfully, "Master, it's so cold." Her gaze drifted to the swirling snow outside the window. Lena tightened his arms around her and softly said, "Then sleep a little longer. We can get up when the snow stops." Though Cannon and Melod are only 300 kilometers apart, the cold here seemed more biting. Nora shook her head gently, muttering, "I should get up. Aren't we supposed to work today? I can't hold us back." Lena chuckled and kissed her lightly. "Why are you acting like Martina? Our goal is to enjoy life while making money. If we mix up our priorities, life just gets exhausting." Nora opened her magical eyes, staring directly at Lena, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Master, why are you so good to me? I can't figure it out. You've already gotten what was valuable from me, so you shouldn't be this nice anymore." "It's simple. I like cute cat girls," Lena replied, straightforward and direct. "You're a slime master," Nora whispered, her cheeks gradually flushing. Lena couldn't resist kissing her again, asking softly, "Do you want to warm up?" "How?" Nora asked in a hushed voice, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. An hour later, Nora came downstairs, her face flushed. Junies had already finished breakfast and was engrossed in a water magic book. She glanced up at Lena with a teasing look. "Up so late?" "There was a little urgent matter," Lena casually explained. Junies narrowed her eyes, giving a knowing smile. "Oh, really?" Lena went to the dining table and saw Eliana eating a bowl of black mush, her cheeks rosy. It was the result of overcooked black bread, something Daisy had tried before, but the taste was so unappetizing that Lena had put a stop to it. Daisy explained earnestly, "Lena, this elf spoke to me, but I couldn't understand her. She couldn't bite the black bread, so I made it into mush for her. Take this away and give her white bread from now on," Lena instructed. "Yes," Daisy replied, taking the black mush away and replacing it with white bread on a wooden tray. Eliana looked up at Lena, pouting. Lena apologized. "My fault for not telling them earlier. It won't happen again. Not being able to communicate is such a hassle. They don't understand Elvish," Eliana said, struggling to chew the white bread. "Why don't you teach me some common languages?" Lena suggested. "I recommend learning some human languages, especially since you like adventures. Rosno, Diest, and Barnet languages are good to start with, as those countries are close to your forest." "Which one do you use?" Eliana asked curiously. "Junies and I usually speak Diest, but I recommend you learn Barnet for now since I've temporarily left Diest," Lena explained. "Then I'll follow your advice. I'll come to your room to study every evening," Eliana proposed innocently. "Evening?" Lena shook his head quickly. "I'm usually busy at night. I'll teach you when I have free time." "Aren't you in your room at night?" "I just want to study before you sleep," Eliana asked, puzzled. Lena broke into a sweat, unable to explain to the innocent young elf. He vaguely replied, "You'll understand when you're older. I'll teach you when I have time." Eliana, still confused, nodded obediently. After breakfast, Lena led everyone to the local adventurers guild to start a new day. Junie stood in front of the notice board, her eyes scanning the familiar rows of tasks. She turned to Rainer and said, "The adventurers in this city seem to have gotten lazy. The tasks from yesterday and today are exactly the same, and no one has taken them." Rainer glanced around at the empty streets. He explained, "Winter's here, and no one wants to go outside." Noticing Nora rubbing her hands and blowing warm air on them, Rainer quickly cast a fireball spell, enveloping her hands in a warm glow. Martina came over, pouting, "I want some too." Despite her tall frame wrapped in thick cotton clothes that made her seem impervious to the cold, Rainer indulgently cast the spell for her as well. "You all warm up together while I look at the tasks," Rainer said, continuing to browse the notice board. Eventually, he accepted a commission to clear a wolf pack north of the city, for a reward of 5 Barnet silver coins. The pay wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The group arrived at the designated location, tied their horses in the village, and then ventured into the small woods on the edge of the forest to search for signs of the wolves. Rainer gently stroked Nora's cat ears and asked, "Can you catch the scent?" Nora replied, "The snow masks the scent, but I can try." She sniffed the air intently and then led the way forward. Eliana lightly tugged on Rainer's sleeve, curiously asking, "Rainer, where are we going?" Rainer explained, "There's been a recent spate of wolf attacks killing people around here. We're here to deal with the pack." "Do we have to kill them?" Eliana asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Rainer paused, then squinted and replied, "What else?" Eliana suggested, "I could try to drive them away." Remembering that elves have a fondness for animals, Rainer asked, "You don't happen to like wolves, do you?" Eliana shook her head, denying it. "No, I find them sly and greedy. I prefer deer or horses, but I can help. I can ask the little spirits to find the wolf pack for me." With that, she closed her eyes, as if in prayer. Nora urged, "Master, if we don't go soon, the scent will fade." Rainer patted Eliana's shoulder. "Next time, let Nora handle it this time." The group pressed on. In front of a patch of grass, Nora suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "You all wait here. I'll handle it myself." "How many wolves are there?" Raynor asked. Seems like there are about a dozen. Don't worry, I can manage, Nora replied, drawing a mithril dagger from her waist. Raynor cautioned. Be careful, and call us if you run into trouble. He knew that with her magic eye and invisibility abilities, Nora could easily handle the wolves. Nora nodded and slipped into the bushes. Martina questioned, are you sure it's okay to let Nora go alone? What if something happens? Daisy's inner voice echoed. Does he not love Nora anymore? Raynor hurriedly reassured them. Don't worry, Nora is much more capable than you think. She'll be back soon. The group found themselves on a forest path. Martine gazed at the wolf carcasses scattered across the ground and marveled. Nora is amazing. No matter how agile, it's impossible to kill so many wolves at once, right? They should have run away. Nora silently wiped the blood off her blade, a slight smile playing on her lips. Daisy anxiously checked Nora all over and, confirming she was unharmed, hugged her tightly. Meanwhile, Raynor expertly crouched down to start skinning the wolves. He calculated that with temperatures dropping and demand for fur rising, these dozen or so intact wolf pelts plus the bounty could fetch around 10 silver coins. Eliana clutched her staff and hid to one side, avoiding the gruesome scene in fear. Raynor glanced at her, thinking that as long as she could enchant the weapons, that would be enough. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through, and Nora closed her eyes, sniffing the air intently. She abruptly opened her eyes and exchanged a look with Raynor before quickly jogging over to grab his hand. Master, come with me, she said urgently. You all stay here, I'll be right back. The two of them swiftly slipped into the underbrush, activating their invisibility. Moments later, the grass not far from them rustled slightly, and two tall men clad in fur appeared. Initially, Raynor thought they were hunters, but a closer look revealed their greenish skin and boar-like tusks. They were undoubtedly orcs. Raynor felt a surge of relief. The system had just issued a task, and the targets had presented themselves. He gripped Nora's arm tightly, signaling to wait. Given the difficulty of communicating while invisible, Raynor devised a few simple gestures. A pat on the arm meant relax, pressing down indicated danger, and 3 quick taps signaled readiness to act. The two orcs passed by them, oblivious, conversing in their tongue. Buck, are you sure there are wolves here? The scrawnier orc asked anxiously. This is human territory, it's not time to attack yet. We should keep our distance. Fool, Buck sneered. By the time we arrived, the wolves had already run off. You're such a coward. I'm worried about being discovered, the scrawny orc defended. If humans find out early and set traps, we'll endanger everyone. Stop, Buck suddenly hissed. There's someone ahead. The two orcs crouched down, stealthily observing the forest path. Buck squinted excitedly. There are 4 humans, no, 1 human, 2 half-humans, and an elf? Where's the elf? The scrawny orc asked in confusion. Buck pointed into the distance. See that small one? She's an elf. I recognize the scent of elves. The scrawny orc panicked. Then we should go back. Elves are trouble. Buck glared fiercely at his companion, roaring. Useless coward. Go back and drink your mother's milk. He licked his lips, eyes glinting with greed. The priest said even elves have unseen places. Just one elf scared you like this? Look at those soft-skinned women. They make my mouth water. Another orc shrank back, murmuring, don't say that. I'm just worried. What should we do later? I'll follow your lead. Buck waved his hand impatiently. Once we're close, throw the ropes and catch 2 of them first. Then we each take one out. He pointed into the distance. The tall woman in armor is yours. I'll deal with the other short ones. He threatened. If you let any humans escape and ruin our plan, I'll have my father kill you. All right, I'm ready. His companion nodded in agreement. Seeing no other orcs following behind, Lena lightly tapped Nora 3 times and suddenly appeared behind them. Nora swiftly struck, her blade silently piercing one orc's throat. The orc fell, struggling in vain. Buck, Lena, before the other orc could react, precisely shattered his kneecap with a staff. The orc stumbled to the ground, looking at Lena in terror. Cunning human. I will. The orc's words were cut off as Lena gathered a wind blade at the tip of her staff. Speak honestly. When are you planning to attack the town? Tell me, and I'll spare your life, Lena said coldly, the wind blade flickering at her staff's tip. The orc was stunned, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A human can speak our language? Then, the fear in his eyes vanished, and his right hand reached for the axe at his waist. Lena reacted swiftly, the wind blade whistling out and instantly severing the orc's right arm. The orc fell, wailing, and reached for his waist with his left hand. Lena, without hesitation, struck again, removing his left arm. Kill me. I won't say a word, the orc shouted through gritted teeth. Lena looked at him coldly, secretly admiring his toughness. She noticed the orc's gaze repeatedly darting to a stone on the ground and realized he intended to commit suicide. Acting decisively, she quickly disabled the orc's legs, completely subduing him. Come over here, Lena called to her companions. Martina arrived first, carrying several bloody wolf pelts on her shoulder. She was initially startled by the sight of the orc reduced to a helpless state, then kicked him hard twice. Big green-skinned monster. It's not a green-skinned monster. It's an orc, Lena explained. Smarter and stronger than goblins, they should be quite tough to deal with. Junies pushed through the bushes, eyes wide. Orcs? Have you seen them before? No, I've just heard about them. Lena shook her head. They live in the far north of the continent, in the freezing lands. I don't know why they're here. She continued. Let's stop its bleeding and take it back for the soldiers to interrogate. I overheard them saying they plan to attack Cannon soon. Junies looked at Lena in surprise. You understand Orcish? Lena cleaned the blood with the breath of the red dragon, replying. Didn't I tell you before? I thought you were bluffing. Junies shook her head. Never mind. You know Elvish too, so Orcish isn't that surprising. Let's get him back to the city, and I'll definitely study you when I have the time. Orc. They've captured an orc. A live one. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Kill that beast, someone shouted loudly. Lena dragged the orc's limp body along the street towards the city center. Onlookers paused, some retreating in fear, others gathering out of curiosity. He stopped before a soldier and released the rope from his grip. Here you go, Lena said, panting. They were planning to attack the city. Interrogate it quickly, so we don't miss the chance to prevent any significant damage. The soldier, carrying a long-handled axe, took the rope and nodded in gratitude. Thank you. May I ask your name? Lena, an adventurer traveling through this city, he replied. I usually hang out at the tavern. If there's any reward, you can leave it with the tavern keeper for me. The soldier nodded blankly. Lena thought to himself that he had made a good profit today and planned to head to the Adventurers Guild to exchange money, then visit the tavern for a good meal. He also wanted to buy something for Nora, as she had been a great help today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but kiss Nora on the cheek. Just then, Eliana tugged at Lena's sleeve, a serious expression on her face. Lena, did they say they're planning to attack the town? Yes, why? Lena asked, puzzled. We need to stay alert, Eliana explained. If the orcs realize one of their own is missing, they might launch an attack sooner. Really? Lena was surprised. In recent years, the orcs have attacked us several times, Eliana continued. But they suffered heavy losses and stopped bothering us, so I know. No sooner had Eliana finished speaking than Nora perked up her ears. They all heard the blaring sound of a horn and instinctively looked up. In the sky, burning boulders rained down on the town like a storm. Eliana reacted quickly, raising her staff as a complex magic array unfolded into a shimmering blue barrier. The boulders crashed into the town, shaking the ground violently. The stone walls, built from piled rocks, crumbled under the impact, leaving a massive breach. Screams erupted all around. Eliana's barrier flickered as burning stones passed through, turning to dust and showering them. Her barrier shimmered but held. Eliana gritted her teeth, maintaining the shield until the stone rain ceased. Breathing heavily, Eliana said, Lena, the orcs are charging. We need to escape. Lena's eyes darted to the breach in the wall, where several orcs had already stormed in, roaring savagely and charging towards the crowd. In an instant, Lena sprang into action. A solid earthen wall rose from the ground, sealing the breach. However, some small, nimble goblin-like orcs, riding black wolves, agilely leaped onto the wall. Armed with long spears, they swiftly dispatched the soldiers on the wall. Daisy, you and Eliana find a safe place to hide. Avoid getting involved in the fight, Lena commanded decisively. Understood, Daisy replied, pulling Eliana away. Wait, I can help. Eliana began, but Daisy dragged her off. Lena turned to Martina. You can fight freely, but don't stray too far from us. Got it, Martina responded, quickly donning her helmet and charging into battle. Martina soon set her sights on a towering, muscular orc. Expecting a fierce duel, she deftly feinted, exploited the orc's exposed weakness, and felled the orc warrior with a single strike. The alarm rang out abruptly from the city walls as soldiers clad in chainmail and wielding long-handled axes rushed in from all directions to provide support. The chaos was quickly brought under control, but the battle was far from over. Junies turned to Lena, her eyes glinting with strategic insight. We need to find their commander. These orcs aren't just a rabble, someone is giving them orders. Find him, take him out, and the fight will end. Lena nodded in agreement, swiftly gathering magic to form a stone staircase beneath her feet. She climbed onto the wall, scanning the battlefield, and spotted several low siege engines slowly emerging from the dense forest. Seeing this, Junies began chanting a spell, launching a searing fireball from her fingertips straight toward the siege engines. The fireball hit its mark, engulfing the orcs, pushing the engines in flames. But surprisingly, the siege engines themselves remained unscathed. Junies squinted, noticing the gleam of droplets on the wheel tracks, suddenly realizing, those cunning fiends, they soaked the siege engines in water. She turned to Lena, a sly gleam in her eyes. In this cold weather, if we freeze the wooden wheels, they won't be able to move. Focus on the orcs, keep them from pushing the engines closer to the walls. Just as Lena was about to cast a spell, Nora tugged on his shoulder, pointing deep into the forest. There, several tall banners fluttered in the wind. The sound of horns soon followed, and the orc banners began to sway gently. Lena's heart skipped a beat. This might be where the enemy leader was. He was about to gather magic to unleash a powerful fireball when Junis let out a cry of pain next to him. An arrow had mercilessly pierced her right arm. Lena reacted quickly, pulling her down as they took cover behind the wall. He cautiously peeked out, beginning to gather energy for the fireball spell. At that moment, a loud crash resonated. The city gate was under a fierce assault from the siege engines, causing the entire wall to tremble, with debris continually falling off. Without worrying about the potential damage to the forest, Lena looked up sharply, launching a fireball larger than half his body toward the direction of the fluttering banners. The fireball traced a dazzling arc through the air, and moments later, a violent explosion erupted deep in the forest. Although Lena's aim was slightly off, the towering vortex of flames consumed the enemy's banners within 5 seconds. Crouching behind the wall, Lena cautiously peeked out to observe the battle. It was his first time witnessing the full force of his attack, and the sight left him in awe. The sea of flames spanned at least 200 meters, nearly devouring the entire forest. As Lena silently thanked his luck that no elves had witnessed the scene, the dull sound of horns echoed again. However, this time the sound lacked its previous fervor, carrying a hint of despair. Lena noticed the orc soldiers beginning to scatter in panic, dropping their axes as they fled back into the depths of the forest. Simultaneously, the forest fire miraculously extinguished. It was as if an invisible dew had descended from the sky, instantly snuffing out all the flames. Even more astonishing, the surrounded orc soldiers unhesitatingly slit their own throats with their axes, acting with such decisiveness that it seemed they had no fear at all. The human soldiers on the wall erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing each other in celebration of their victory. Martina returned to the group, her armor stained with orc blood. Lena couldn't help but remark, "These orcs were quite clever." Martina raised her head proudly, a hint of smugness in her voice. "They were too weak. My greatsword cut through them effortlessly." Lena surveyed the surroundings, noticing the bodies of several fallen soldiers who had defended the city. He thought to himself that it wasn't the orcs being too weak, but rather Martina being exceptionally strong. Ordinary human soldiers required several people to take down a single orc warrior, while Martina could easily dispatch them one by one. Just then, Junis suddenly collapsed against Lena without warning. Her face was deathly pale, and her life force was rapidly fading. Lena was startled, realizing that the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Raynor sat on the ground holding Junis, his eyes fixed on her pale face, a growing worry in his heart. A local healer from Cannon was gently applying a green herbal paste to Junis' injured arm with practiced ease. The orcs often poison their arrows. If not treated in time, the consequences can be dire, the healer explained as she worked. But with this herb, a few days of rest should see her healed. Over the years, I've become quite adept at treating such wounds, as orc attacks on our town have been frequent. With that, she picked up her wooden box and moved on to tend to other wounded. Seeing this, Raynor joined the healing efforts, his water healing technique proving to be astonishingly efficient, far surpassing traditional methods. "Amazing," the healer exclaimed. "Your healing is so fast, there's no need for stitches. Doesn't this city have any mages?" Raynor asked as he continued his work. The healer shook her head, concentrating on her bandaging. "Mages? In a small place like ours, those are rare." At that moment, Daisy and Eliana returned, looking worn out. Eliana collapsed next to Junis, clearly exhausted. "Are you okay?" Raynor asked with concern. "I'm fine. Just overused my magic," Eliana replied, curling up, her eyelids heavy. "If I'm not awake by evening, remember to have Aunt Daisy feed me," she mumbled before drifting into sleep. "Martina, take them back home with Daisy. It's too cold outside," Raynor instructed. Martina complied, lifting each of them with ease and heading towards home, with Daisy following at a distance. Just as Raynor was about to resume his healing, a group of half-armored cavalry carrying massive axes galloped down the central street. They were covered in blood, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Leading them was a burly man with a red beard, wearing a bearskin coat and a distinctive iron helmet. He locked eyes with Raynor. Raynor quickly bowed. "My lord." He guessed this man was likely a noble from Barnet. "Sorcerer, was that explosion earlier you're doing?" came the gruff voice. Though Raynor wanted to correct the title, he held back. "Yes, I saw a flag waving over there and launched a fireball." "Impressive power," the man praised. "I think you took out the orc chieftain or priest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated so hastily." Raynor doubted it was that simple, thinking such formidable foes wouldn't be so easily defeated. But he only gave a vague response. "You're not from around here, are you?" the man asked, scrutinizing Raynor. "No, I'm a traveling adventurer," Raynor replied. "What's your name?" "Raynor, sir. And yours?" "Aiden Mac Campbell, the lord of this city," the man declared, lifting his head proudly. "You were a great help earlier. Without you, our losses would have been greater." Aiden nodded slightly, and a mounted attendant handed Raynor a bag of coins. Then, they turned and left. Rainer handed the coin bag to Nora beside him and continued focusing on treating the injured. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finished all his work. Exhausted, he finally had a chance to check the coin bag, finding it filled with barnet gold coins, about 30 in total. Rainer felt a surge of energy, thinking, the Lord is indeed generous. Liner wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two bee-steered girls, a pleased smile on his face. Let's go to the tavern and see what good food they have. We should treat ourselves today, he suggested, his tone filled with anticipation. Martina's eyes glinted with mischief as she boldly leaned in to whisper in Liner's ear, Darling, tonight I want white bread in you. Her words were full of innuendo. She quickly added, the white bread here in Cannon may not be as good as in Melod, but it's bigger and made with real ingredients, which I like. Liner gently poked Nora's side and asked softly, what about you? What do you want to eat? Nora, as usual, remained silent, only speaking when directly asked. She quietly replied, I like anything with meat. After making their purchases, the three returned home with bags full of food. Daisy, who was cleaning, immediately put down her work and came forward. Thank you for your hard work, she said as Liner handed her the food. At that moment, Junice's door slowly opened. She emerged looking pale and unsteady, clearly still very weak. Liner asked with concern, Are you awake? Junice leaned against the wall to steady herself. Yes, but my head is still dizzy, and I feel terrible, she replied. Liner reached out to support her swaying body. It's good that you're awake. Rest a little longer. The doctor said the arrow was poisoned, so you still need to stay in bed for a while. Martina, observing the scene, caught a hint of displeasure in her gaze. She thought to herself, he still has energy to flirt. Nora is useless today, watch me. With that, she quickly removed her armor, changed into lighter clothes, and slipped into the small cubicle. Junice waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, I'll just go back to my room and lie down for a while. Liner nodded in agreement. Go ahead. After seeing Junice off, he went upstairs alone. As soon as he closed the door, the system's voice chimed in. Mission, assist local residents in repelling an orc tribe attack. Mission reward, 20 barnet gold coins. Current status, completed, reward issued. 20 shiny gold coins appeared out of thin air on the bed. Liner carefully stored them away, gently shaking the money pouch and listening to the crisp sound inside, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With this money, they could comfortably make it through the winter. The system's voice spoke again. Mission update, slay a Minotaur chieftain. Mission reward, a book of unknown era's lightning magic. Liner's eyes lit up. Activate Bull Hunter. The lightning magic book was finally within reach. With this book, he could become a versatile mage mastering various elements. However, he knew his current strength was still lacking. Tomorrow, once Eliana wakes up, I must learn magic from her, he resolved. As night fell, the door quietly opened. Martina stealthily hid behind the door, secretly watching Liner. Come in and sleep. It's so cold outside, Liner said gently. Martina giggled and quickly slipped into the room. She was wearing only a thin linen garment, her face flushed from the cold. Why are you wearing so little in this cold weather? What if you get sick? Liner scolded slightly. It's convenient. Martina replied with a mischievous wink, then began to act coy. Darling, I'm so tired today. Can you give me a shoulder rub? I told you yesterday, I won't let you off easily today. Who's letting whom off is yet to be seen. Liner replied with a slight smile, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Martina pouted, a little haughty. You're my man, you're supposed to be stronger than me, and you're not much stronger than I am. Enough talk, let's have a showdown, Liner declared, reaching over to blow out the candle by the bed. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Early in the morning, a group of people sat around the table enjoying breakfast. Ba took a few bites, then stopped, frowning slightly, clearly not having much appetite. After pondering for a moment, she looked up and said to Lena, I want the small white bread. This one doesn't taste very good. Hearing this, Lena thought to himself that this child really had a picky palate. The white bread was just a bit coarse and lacked some milk flavor, but there wasn't much difference in essence. He had a sudden idea, got up, and went to the kitchen. He took some jam from the cabinet that he had bought yesterday, scooped out a spoonful with a knife, spread it evenly on the bread, and then passed the jam around to everyone else. When Eliana saw this, her eyes lit up, and she seemed to start salivating. She said eagerly, You had something this good and didn't bring it out sooner. It smells amazing. She took a gentle bite, but the sparkle in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of disappointment. She pouted slightly and complained, It doesn't taste like it smells. It's so sour. Lena turned to look at Nora and Martina, who were eating with relish. Junice and Daisy also seemed to enjoy the jam quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, he said, I think I saw some honey at the bakery yesterday. I'll buy some, or I could get some sugar from a local healer. Eliana nodded gently, responding with a hint of apology. That would be really helpful. As they were enjoying breakfast, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly came from outside, followed by a loud knock on the door. Nora's ears perked up instantly. She lifted her head and sniffed hard. then said cautiously, "It's the knights from last time. They've caught up." Junice was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized who Nora was referring to. Lena asked, "Do you want to hide?" Junice shook her head and replied calmly, "No point. I can't hide from this. Yesterday you repelled the orc attack, so there are bound to be rumors about you, and with a little inquiry, he'll know I'm here too." With that, she stuffed the last piece of white bread into her mouth and said softly, "All right then." Lena got up and walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. As expected, it was Yul standing outside. His armor was covered in mud, indicating the long journey had taken its toll. The two squires behind him looked far less composed, their faces showing barely contained anger. One of them was covered in mud from head to toe, hair matted, likely the tracker Nora had mentioned earlier. Yul spoke slowly, with a hint of resignation in his voice. "Lena, you've really led us in circles. If I hadn't felt something was off, we might have ended up all the way in South Assis." Lena thought to himself that this knight's reaction was indeed a bit slow. The common folk in Melod had mostly positive things to say about him, so why would Yul's personal search lead to such a discrepancy? A little thought should reveal the oddity. Lena stepped back and made an inviting gesture. "It's cold outside. Want to come in and sit?" Yul entered without hesitation and walked straight to the table where Junice sat. The reunion between the siblings was not as warm as Lena had imagined. Instead, it was so calm that it was unsettling. Yul spoke, his tone as neutral as ever. "Come back with me." Junice shook her head without hesitation, her voice firm. "No. If I go back now, I'll never get out again." Yul frowned and said, "The family needs you now." Junice's voice became even more resolute. "That makes it even more impossible for me to return." Lena sat back down, chewing his food slowly while carefully observing the expressions of the siblings. Junice remained as usual, but her face showed less emotion. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Lena, meeting his eyes. An ominous feeling surged through Lena's mind like a tide. Just then, Junice suddenly linked her arm with his, her gesture both natural and affectionate, as if they were truly a loving couple. She turned to Yul, wearing a confident smile, and introduced in a clear voice, "This is my husband, Lena. He is knowledgeable and extraordinarily gifted, and will undoubtedly become the most renowned magician on this continent." Lena was taken aback, but to go along with Junice's impromptu performance, he stiffened his resolve and continued the act. He put on a gentle smile, lightly holding Junice's hand, pretending to be a loving couple. At that moment, two inner voices simultaneously echoed in Lena's mind. Nora's voice carried a hint of surprise and approval. "Indeed, she's the master's woman, but she's different from other humans. She's acceptable." Martina's thoughts were filled with anxiety and unease. "What? Already holding hands? I don't want another one. I don't want to wait 3 days for my turn." Lena secretly noted this, planning to explain later that it was just Junice's spontaneous act. Yul's mouth twitched slightly, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, "You've started learning to lie." Junice remained unfazed, responding earnestly, "You know, I never lie to deceive people." As she finished speaking, Junice suddenly leaned forward and gave Lena a light kiss on the lips. The kiss was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water, and she quickly pulled back as if nothing had happened. With a clatter, the white bread in Martina's hand fell onto her plate, her eyes wide with shock. "Kissed. She kissed him. This woman is no good. She just kissed him in front of everyone," she thought indignantly. Yul's eyes also widened, his voice tinged with clear displeasure. "This isn't something to joke about." Seeing the act had gone this far, Lena decided to continue playing along. He said with feigned sincerity, "We wouldn't say such things lightly. We truly love each other." Junice nodded gently beside him, tacitly agreeing with his words. Yul closed his eyes, silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Finally, he spoke. "Let's talk somewhere else." Junice shook her head without hesitation. "It doesn't matter where we talk. Unless I'm dead, I won't go back with you." Yul's expression darkened, and he turned to look out the window, his voice carrying a hint of resentment. "You'd rather stay in this place full of savages than go back with me?" Junice nodded lightly, her tone firm. "Of course, this place is much more interesting than that gloomy old castle." The two of them locked eyes in a silent standoff for a while, neither speaking. Eventually, Yul abruptly stood up and headed for the door. Without looking back, he said, 2 years, no more than 2 years. If you haven't made a name for yourself by then, come back with me." Junice replied with a smile. "In 2 years, we might already have a child." Yul ignored her and left directly. Lena, while stuffing white bread into his mouth, curiously asked, "Your brother left so easily?" "If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered stopping him." Junice explained with a smile. "What else? Do you think he could drag me back? I'd escape halfway." The table fell into silence. Nora and Martina focused on eating their white bread, pretending to be busy. Lena squinted at Junice, half jokingly, half seriously asking, "So, from now on, are you my wife too?" Junice laughed in a tongue unfamiliar to Lena. "Martina won't agree to that." Martina pouted, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. I didn't say anything. As long as Lena is happy, it doesn't matter to me. As long as you both like each other, that's fine. I can't beat you anyway. Junai shook her head, seemingly unconvinced by Martina's words. Martina gritted her teeth, her tone carrying a touch of defiance. Even if I can't beat you, I'll accept it. After you were left, everyone finished their breakfast and returned to their rooms to rest. Lena intended to take a nap until noon, but his plans were interrupted by Ilyana. The elf girl entered Lena's room with her staff in hand, paying no mind to the fact that they were of opposite genders. She glanced at Martina, who was lazily sprawled on the bed, and without hesitation, sat down on the edge of Lena's bed. I want to learn Barnet language and become an outstanding adventurer, Ilyana said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with a longing for adventure. Martina, noticing this, was immediately displeased. She reached over, pulled Ilyana towards her, and playfully pinned her down. You annoying elf, ruining my plans again. If it weren't for you, I could have had another meal by noon, she grumbled irritably. Ilyana merely twitched her pointed ears and laughed. That tickles. What are you looking for on me? I don't have any bread, you know. The two spoke past each other, like a chicken talking to a duck. After having her fun, Martina retreated to the corner of the bed, pouting as she watched the others. Lena gently tidied Ilyana's messy blue hair and softly suggested, how about you teach me in the morning, and I'll teach you in the afternoon? Ilyana blinked, puzzled. What can I teach you? Lena recalled the defensive magic Ilyana had cast the previous day, powerful enough to turn boulders into fine sand. Teach me that spell you used yesterday. Ilyana the teacher, Lena said with a smile. Mastering such a powerful defensive spell might mean he no longer needed Nora's constant protection. Ilyana blushed slightly, shrinking back towards the wall and murmuring, I can't teach you that. Only we elves can learn it. Nonsense. How do you know if you haven't tried? Lena insisted, hands on his hips. What element is it? I think I can learn it. Ilyana gently pressed her staff against Lena's chest and moved back to lean against Martina. That's light magic. Humans can't absorb light elements, so even if you learn the incantation, you won't be able to use it. Light magic? Lena exclaimed in surprise. Didn't Junai say there are only 5 types of magic? Ilyana, holding her staff, raised her head with a hint of pride. That's incorrect. To be precise, humans can only learn 5 types of natural magic. Besides fire, water, rock, wind, and lightning, we elves are adept at light magic and dark magic. The beast and demon races have black magic and blood magic, and the ancient dragon race has spatial magic. Humans can only learn the 5 basic elemental magics. The rest are unique to each race. Understand? Lena pondered. So, being human, I'm at a disadvantage? Not exactly. Ilyana felt something soft beneath her and turned to find it was Martina's chest. Humans are the most numerous on this continent, and there's strength in numbers. Lena rubbed his chin, squinting his eyes. Seems like Junai's lessons weren't comprehensive. Ilyana gently patted Lena's hair, comforting him. It's okay, Lena. You're already impressive. I've never met a human who knows so many languages. Rainer took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, looked up at Ilyana with a hint of anticipation in his voice. How about letting me give it a try? Ilyana squinted her eyes slightly, and a teasing smile played on her lips. You just won't give up, will you? She said with a touch of helplessness in her voice, yet there was a hint of curiosity too. Rainer's eyes flickered with determination as he replied urgently, Of course not. I don't want to miss out on something so amazing. Can you help me awaken it? His voice brimmed with longing, like a child pleading for a beloved toy. Ilyana sighed, her brow furrowing slightly in exasperation. Awakening? That term was used back when humans knew nothing about natural magic. Light magic is an innate gift of us elves. It's not something I can awaken in you. Rainer, however, was relentless. He grasped Ilyana's arm and pleaded, Just try. It won't take long. His eyes sparkled with the eagerness of a puppy eager to learn a new trick. Ilyana let out a long sigh, her face a picture of resignation. I suppose I have no choice but to give it a try. She said softly, taking Rainer's hand in hers and beginning to chant a spell, her voice gentle like a breeze rustling through leaves. At that moment, Martina's thoughts echoed with a hint of unease. Why are they holding hands? No. Rainer turned at the sound, meeting Martina's gaze. She quickly looked down, pretending to be busy as if nothing had happened. Ilyana noticed and tapped Rainer lightly on the head with her staff, her tone serious. Focus. Rainer closed his eyes in response, concentrating fully on the subtle changes he felt in his hand. Deep within his consciousness, the magic crystal at the center of the darkness absorbed various elements, taking on a kaleidoscope of colors. Suddenly, a voice rang in Rainer's ear, detecting other elements, awakening new elemental powers for the host. Within seconds, the magic crystal in the darkness was illuminated by a bright light. The light quickly gathered into a mass, like a shooting star, and merged into the multicolored magic crystal. It's happening, Rainer thought joyfully. You can open your eyes now, Ilyana said softly, looking at Rainer with a gentle smile. She patted his head reassuringly. How is it? You probably didn't see anything, right? It's okay. You're already amazing. Raynor's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I suppose, as long as I know the incantation, I can make it work without anything else, right? Eliana replied softly, with a hint of hesitation. Well, that's true. But, Raynor interrupted eagerly. Just tell me, let me try it. With another long sigh, Eliana's face was full of helplessness. All right, you're relentless. I'll tell you the incantation, and you can try it yourself. She then began to softly chant the spell. Raynor listened intently, memorizing each syllable. With his exceptional talent, he quickly grasped the essence. A faint warmth spread from the center of his palm, like a small flame flickering. Eliana, now resting in Martina's embrace, watched Raynor with interest. She murmured, Martina is so warm and comfortable. I'll nap here for a while. Wake me in the afternoon. Raynor interrupted her urgently. Don't sleep yet. Look, is this right? He began to chant the spell, and soon a magic circle formed in his hand. A brilliant blue barrier unfolded, enveloping him completely. Eliana was stunned, rubbing her eyes repeatedly to make sure she wasn't seeing things. She exclaimed in surprise, wow. Raynor couldn't suppress his grin, his voice carrying a hint of smugness. So, is this it? Eliana remained speechless for a long time, simply staring in a daze. Raynor suddenly shivered, feeling as if something was watching him. The air was thick with a strange atmosphere, as if unseen eyes were observing him. After what felt like ages, Eliana finally spoke, her voice tinged with shock and curiosity. Raynor, you can't be human, can you? Raynor stepped into an open field outside the city, ready to practice the new magic he had just learned with Junice. He cast a defensive barrier, and Junice's fireball exploded on contact, leaving Raynor unharmed behind the shield. Although the magic's defensive capabilities were impressive, it had a significant drawback: it drained his magical energy rapidly. After only 2 uses, Raynor's light element reserves were nearly depleted. Eliana, watching nearby, explained, Don't worry, light elements are everywhere during the day. Just take a moment to absorb them calmly, and you'll be able to use your magic again. Turning to Martina with a teasing challenge, Raynor said, Come on, mate, give it a try and hit me. Martina hesitated, a trace of reluctance in her eyes. She muttered, Even though he's always a flirt, I can't really just slash him. But eventually, she nodded in agreement. Raynor sought reassurance from Eliana, asking, Are you sure this barrier can withstand an attack? Eliana cautiously replied, The barrier's strength is tied to your magical power and can block specific objects at your will. But I can't promise it'll hold against Martina's strength. Don't blame me if you get hurt. After a moment of thought, Raynor felt a surge of confidence and thumped his chest, saying, Go ahead, I can handle it. Martina didn't hesitate any longer. She drew the large sword from her back, quickly assumed a stance, her fingers gripping the hilt firmly, muscles in her arms tensing. With a battle cry, she swung the sharp sword down. Raynor felt as if death was looming over him and instinctively stepped back. He watched as Martina's blade sliced through the barrier. If he hadn't moved in time, he might have met his end there. Nora rushed over, angrily knocking Martina on the head twice, scolding, Martina, you idiot. You have no sense of restraint. Martina clutched her head, feeling wronged, and replied, But Raynor asked me to. We never hold back in our sparring. Fool. Nora scolded again. Raynor exhaled deeply, realizing he couldn't treat Martina like an ordinary opponent. Her strength was immense, and Eliana had enchanted the sword, making it even more powerful. Junice approached to offer comfort. Just be more careful next time. Raynor turned to Nora. How about you give it a try? Nora nodded and pulled out a dagger. She first gently tested the barrier, then gradually applied more force. After several unsuccessful attempts, she gathered her strength and delivered a powerful thrust. Seeing the barrier remain unbroken, Nora said, With my current strength, I can't pierce it. Overjoyed, Raynor embraced Nora and gave her a kiss, then turned to Martina and did the same. He was about to do the same to Junice, but stopped just in time. Junice squinted, a meaningful smile on her face, and teased in a lilting tone. Raynor, are you still not satisfied? At this, Martina's eyes widened in surprise. The thoughts of the 2 bee-steered girls were clear. Nora thought, I suspected as much. After all, he's so exceptional, it's understandable. Martina, on the other hand, was indignant. He's been charmed by a wild woman. Raynor awkwardly mumbled under his breath. It was just a spuro-fement thing. Junice chuckled softly and gently patted Raynor's shoulder with her slender fingers. She blinked and said, I already kissed you this morning. Even if it was just on the cheek, isn't that enough for now? Raynor nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze to Eliana. Eliana stepped back a few paces like a startled deer, waving her hands frantically. I don't want to. You 2 can kiss. I don't want to. Raynor raised an eyebrow and asked earnestly, Who said I was going to kiss you? I'm just curious. What have you been so focused on watching? Eliana looked directly at Raynor and replied without hesitation, I just feel like you're not human. Raynor couldn't help but retort. You're the one who's not human. He knew she meant no harm, but it still sounded like an insult. Eliana nodded seriously, explaining, I'm not human. I'm an elf. I've never heard of a human being able to use our elven light magic. It's beyond rare. If I told my mom or sister, they'd be shocked too. Raynor pleaded. Then please keep it a secret for me. I don't want too many people to know about this. All right, Raynor. Eliana agreed. Raynor continued to inquire. So, elf, can you tell me what this light magic is called? After a moment of thought, Eliana answered. It's called the Radiant Barrier. It's one of the most commonly used defensive spells among us elves. I've known it since I was a child. Raynor silently noted the name. Although the spell consumed a lot of mana, its defensive capabilities were quite good. Once mastered, it could be cast instantly without incantation. As for the mana consumption, it wasn't a problem for Raynor. He just needed to absorb more light elements during the day. Just then, Raynor caught sight of a group of warriors emerging from cannon, heading toward them. Leading the group was a red-haired man wearing a horned helmet and carrying a hefty double-bladed axe, exuding an intimidating aura. The man approached Raynor and shouted, You're Raynor, right? As he spoke, the air was filled with a strong scent of onions. I am Raynor. May I ask who you are? Raynor inquired politely. Connor Mac Campbell. You met my brother yesterday. I witnessed your bravery firsthand. Looking at the dozen or so warriors behind him, Raynor asked, Sir, what brings you to me? Connor said excitedly. We've found the location of the orc tribe. They must pay for what they did yesterday. I've lost dozens of brothers. He gestured to the warriors behind him. These are the strongest warriors from Cannon. But even with their support, I still need your help. Raynor frowned. Sir, we are too few in number. It's easy to fail and suffer losses. There were at least 300 orcs responsible for attacking the town yesterday. Connor said enthusiastically. That's why I need your help. You hit their tribe with a powerful spell, and then we run. Ha ha. Raynor fell into contemplation. To be honest, he wasn't lacking money at the moment. With nearly 60 gold coins, given the current spending rate, and without buying equipment, it was enough for a family to live comfortably for a year or two. However, if he wanted to establish himself here long-term, he would certainly need the support of these nobles. Consider it a favor to expand his network. Connor glanced back at Junice and Eliana, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why bring women and children? We don't need them for the battle. They should be in a safe place. Raynor replied seriously, Don't worry, sir. They are formidable warriors. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Eliana. The small figure, resembling a potato, was taking quick steps to keep up with the group. Her youthful face and petite stature made it hard to believe she was already 18. Eliana was happily humming a tune, occasionally bouncing in excitement, completely immersed in the joy of her first adventure. Noticing Raynor's gaze, she looked up and asked, Why are you staring at me? Raynor teased. He said you're short like a potato. Eliana immediately puffed her cheeks and poked Raynor's side with her staff in annoyance. You're the potato. You must have said that yourself. Raynor thought to himself, at least she's not as gullible as Martina. He suggested, You should drink more milk. No way. Eliana retorted with a pout. Drinking it will help you grow taller and become more ladylike. That way, people won't call you a child anymore, Raynor coaxed. Eliana was intrigued. Really? Of course, have I ever lied to you? Raynor continued. Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll buy you a cup of milk every morning. But in return, you need to teach me some elven magic. Raynor was secretly plotting, convinced that Eliana had more powerful magic hidden within her, and he needed to learn as much as possible while she was interested in the outside world. Just then, Eliana gently poked his side with her staff again, blushing slightly as she asked, Do I not have any femininity? Don't doubt it. Not at all, Raynor replied, patting her head. You're just a kid. Why worry about being ladylike? Raynor, Eliana exclaimed, raising her staff in mock anger, ready to strike him. Raynor nimbly dodged and quickly moved to Connor's side. Sir, what's the plan? Connor looked puzzled. Plan? Of course, it's to harass the orc tribe and make them pay for what they did yesterday. And the more detailed steps? Raynor pressed, like where we should infiltrate, how to retreat after achieving our goal, and how to handle unexpected situations along the way. Connor shrugged. No detailed plan, just fight if we're discovered, and retreat if we can't win. Raynor glanced back at Junice, and both fell into silence. After a moment, he asked, Does Lord Aiden know about this? Of course, I told him yesterday, and he agreed. Connor confirmed with a nod. Raynor pondered for a moment before softly saying, Sir, can I take a look at the map? I want to see where the orc tribe is. Maybe I can offer some better suggestions. Certainly. Connor handed over a leather map. Raynor unfolded the map and examined it closely. The map centered around Cannon, detailing the surrounding environment. The forest south of Cannon, Eliana's home, was marked as Elven territory. The northern forest was marked as Orc territory, dotted with black spots indicating the specific locations of various tribes. Connor pointed at the map, his brows furrowed. The number of Orc tribes in this forest has surged in recent years, from just one or two to over a dozen. The colder climate has forced them to migrate south from the northern lands. Raynor stared at the map, asking, "Which tribe are we targeting for revenge?" Connor's finger landed on a black dot near the forest's edge. "The Black Wolf clan. They attacked our town and are the largest orc tribe in this forest." Raynor rubbed his chin, quickly calculating. If they can send out 300 warriors for a raid, their total population might be around 3,000. He glanced at the mere 20 people around him and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Any good suggestions?" "The numbers are too mismatched. If we encounter orcs, we should retreat," Raynor replied, steeling himself as he already began planning an escape with his wives. Connor nodded in agreement and put away the map. "We're only 10 kilometers from the orc tribe, very close." Just as Raynor was about to propose a scouting mission, Connor waved him off. "No need, we have scouts ahead." Raynor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued with the main group. He turned to the girls behind him and instructed, "Be careful later. If things go wrong, retreat quickly." He poked Eliana on the cheek. "Especially you, understand?" "Of course. I'm not an idiot," Eliana grumbled in annoyance. The group pressed on and soon came across an orc corpse. Its shoulder was nearly cleaved in two, with steam still rising from the blood. Raynor marveled. "Wow, these scouts use heavy weapons." Behind him, Martina scoffed. "What's the big deal? I can do that too." Raynor paused, realizing he'd just spoken in Dishchan. "You understand what I'm saying?" "A little," Martina said proudly. "Living together for so long, you pick things up." Raynor gently pinched her ear, approvingly saying, "Nice, keep it up. Learning a new language is a good thing." He handed her a helmet. "Put it on. There might be danger ahead." No sooner had he spoken than a scout, covered in orc blood, hurried over and whispered in Connor's ear. After a brief exchange, Connor quickly instructed everyone to hide in the bushes on the left. The group stealthily moved through the dense underbrush for quite some time. The scouts silently eliminated many patrolling orc warriors along the way, casually tossing their bodies into the thick bushes. Lena carefully observed these Barnet warriors, noting how different they were from ordinary soldiers. Each one moved with swift and powerful precision, akin to elite fighters capable of handling challenges on their own. Facing the patrolling orcs, these warriors showed no fear and attacked without hesitation. Their slashing moves were as quick as lightning, often decapitating the orcs before they could even react. Lena had to admit that he had underestimated these warriors' prowess. He recalled the city soldiers who needed multiple men to bring down a single orc warrior and was amazed by these barbarian warriors in beast-skin coats, who could easily take down the strong orcs with just a sneak attack. Connor proudly explained, "It's no surprise. They are the 15 strongest warriors of Canaan. Killing these orcs is a piece of cake for them." As they ventured deeper, Lena noticed an increasing number of patrolling orc warriors, while the available cover from the bushes became sparser. All he could see were barren stumps left behind from extensive logging. "We're here," Connor said, adjusting the horned helmet on his head and scanning the depths of the forest with eagle-like sharpness. Following his gaze, Lena saw groups of orcs patrolling, occasionally spotting burly female orcs carrying buckets of ice toward the tribe. The orc settlement was sprawling, consisting of bunker-like structures surrounded by sharp wooden spikes. To construct these bunkers, the orcs had nearly cleared the surrounding trees. In the distance, a team of robust male orcs tirelessly continued chopping down the remaining trees with their axes. Lena glanced at Eliana, who, unsurprisingly, was puffing her cheeks in anger. "Don't be mad," Lena softly reassured her. "We'll avenge the trees soon." Connor crouched low, carefully observing before saying, "There are too many patrolling orcs. It won't be long before we're exposed. Just cast your spell, and we'll make a run for it." Before he could finish, a roar from an orc erupted behind them. Clearly, the discarded bodies had been discovered by the patrolling orc warriors. The orcs rallied, causing a commotion within the tribe, and nearby patrols rushed toward the source of the noise. At that moment, an orc passed by the thicket and caught a glimpse of Lena and his companions. Although Nora quickly threw a dagger, accurately piercing its throat, the sound of its fall alerted the other orcs. "There! The humans are here. Everyone come. Kill them. Don't let them escape." The orcs' angry shouts echoed. Connor gripped his double-head axe tightly as the orcs swarmed like a tide. "Damn it! They're faster than I expected," he gritted his teeth. "Lena, hurry up. We'll hold off the orcs for you." The barbarian warriors quickly formed a circle, shielding Lena in the center. Although their combat skills far exceeded those of ordinary soldiers, the sheer number of orc warriors would be difficult to withstand for long. Lena raised his staff high, the tip gradually forming a bright golden fireball, ready to unleash a powerful spell. In the midst of the chaos of war, Junies and Martina threw themselves into the battle without hesitation. Lena focused intently on compressing his magic into a fireball, while Eliana unexpectedly began chanting a spell. In an instant, the surrounding pine trees seemed to come alive. Their bark cracked open to grow arms, and their roots transformed into legs. These towering tree spirits made the ground tremble with each step, and after a brief pause, they launched a fierce attack on the orcs. The rough, sturdy arms of the tree spirits easily pierced through the bodies of the orc warriors, lifting them high before hurling them far away. The pressure on the barbarian warriors was greatly reduced. Connor gazed up at the massive tree spirits, muttering in astonishment. What are these? Lena had no time to explain. He watched the fireball at the tip of his staff, now a shade of purple-blue, and shouted, Sir, it's time to retreat. With that, he aimed his staff at the orc camp and launched the fireball with force. A thunderous explosion followed, with a wave of scorching heat sweeping in from the distance. The group watched in awe as a vortex of flames ravaged the camp. Even in the cold winter, the orcs felt a wave of warmth. The quarter of their bunkers were set ablaze, marking the success of their mission. Retreat! Connor yelled, swinging his battle axe to carve a bloody path through the enemies, with Martina and the tree spirits providing cover. Lena glanced around, ensuring his wives were with him, then quickly led them in retreat. Eliana directed the tree spirits to hold the rear, clutching her staff as she followed Lena, laughing excitedly like a mischievous child. They ran wildly for an indeterminate time until they finally burst out of the forest teeming with orcs. Throughout the escape, Lena was anxious, fearing he might lose any of his wives. Panting, Junis clutched her staff and said, I thought we were finished. Orcs were everywhere. It was terrifying. In contrast, the experienced Nora and Martina showed no signs of fatigue. Nora confidently said, If I had been scouting, I could have taken out the orcs quietly without being detected so soon. Martina, not to be outdone, added, Even on my own, I could have led Lena to break through. Lena wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently vowing never to take such risks again. Eliana stood straight, looking proud. How about that? Wasn't I particularly useful just now? Those tree spirits were impressive, right? Lena nodded repeatedly. They were indeed amazing. Teach me when we get back. Eliana squinted her eyes and replied, Humph, you should master the radiant barrier first. I saw you struggling to cast it several times. Lena explained that it was due to his lack of practice and the urgency of the escape. Fortunately, Martina had used her shield to fend off the approaching orcs in time. Connor counted the group, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. He embraced Lena excitedly, shouting, We didn't lose a single brother. This victory is unprecedented, considering how dire the situation was. Let's go? Let's hit the tavern and celebrate. Drinks are on me today. Roy, we're out of beer. Bring 2 more barrels. Connor shouted, standing on a chair and waving his wooden mug at the tavern owner. The tavern was filled with the raucous laughter of warriors, who alternated between singing loudly in circles and wrestling each other with joyful faces. In the midst of this lively crowd, Reiner felt out of place. To blend in, he occasionally joined in the shouting and raised his glass to drink. The strong smell of beer was overwhelming, its taste a mix of bitterness, sourness, and sweetness, with a hint of woody residue. For a college student not used to drinking, this beer wasn't exactly delicious. Worse still, the alcohol content was surprisingly high, leaving Reiner dizzy and flushed after just a few sips. Everyone around seemed to be seasoned drinkers, downing their drinks without even a bite of food. Junis, swaying slightly, hooked her arm around Reiner's shoulder, pushing her mug towards his face with drunken eyes. Reiner, drink up, why did you stop? This beer is so good. Hurrah! Reiner frowned at the obviously inebriated Junis and took her mug, placing it on the table. You should slow down, you're already quite drunk. He thought to himself that the town wasn't safe, and at least one of them needed to stay sober. Junis dismissed his concerns. It's fine, isn't it? You can take care of me, and later Martina can carry me home. Hick. With that, she picked up her mug and continued drinking. Reiner sighed and ordered some stewed beans, gesturing for Martina and Nora to eat something. Martina eyed the beer curiously. Reiner, what's that yellow liquid? It smells really nice, like wheat. Beer. Have you ever tried it before? Reiner asked. Martina shook her head vigorously. No, can I taste it? Reiner hesitated. Not now? I can buy a barrel for the house another day, and you can try it then. He worried that Martina might get drunk, and with her size and strength, if she lost control, it would take several people to manage her. Turning to the quiet Nora, Reiner said, If you're interested, you can have a sip. Nora took the mug cautiously, sipping it gently and savoring the taste. Before Reiner could say anything, Martina eagerly asked, How is it? Nora replied thoughtfully, It's got a strange taste. I don't particularly like it, but it does smell nice. Hearing this, Martina became even more eager. She clung to Reiner's arm, pleading like a child wanting candy. Please, I want to try it too. Just one sip. Unable to resist her, Reiner handed over the mug. Martina peeked inside and suddenly gave a sly smile. Hee hee, I'm going to drink it all. Watching Martina's adorable antics, Reiner couldn't bring himself to stop her, even though he knew her intentions. He simply watched her fondly, a smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, Martina downed the entire mug in one go, then let out a satisfied burp, mumbling, So good. Reiner couldn't help but pinch her cheek. If they weren't in such a public setting, He would have loved to tease Martina a bit more. These horse girls are just too adorable. Martina's cheeks flushed, and her eyes grew hazy, clearly overtaken by the effects of alcohol. As a first-time drinker, her tolerance was surprisingly low. Nora, keep an eye on her. Don't let her have any more to drink, Lena instructed. Got it, Nora replied. Just then, the tavern maid brought over several barrels exuding a rich malt aroma and expertly pried them open. Connor and the others eagerly raised their mugs, the scent of the beer filling the air. Martina licked her lips, about to step forward, but Nora grabbed her tail. Enough, you fool, Nora said sternly. Lena gently patted Martina's shoulder, comforting her. If you like it, I'll buy you a barrel tomorrow. But for now, you need to hold back, okay? All good things come to those who wait. Martina pouted and obediently lay her head on the table. Meanwhile, Connor strolled over, offering a mug to Lena, and said cheerfully, keep drinking. Don't stop. Our cannon beer is top-notch. Even folks from the big city can't get it. All right, one more round. Lena accepted the mug and clinked it with Connor's. The two of them, arms around each other's shoulders, made a circuit around the tavern. As night fell, the patrons gradually departed. Junice was already passed out, snoring on the table and occasionally mumbling. A tipsy Connor grabbed Lena, insisting he stay. Don't go, Connor shouted. I'll take you to a great place for the night. You'll love it. All right, I'll go wherever you go, Lena agreed helplessly. The group staggered out of the tavern into the chilly street. Martina carried Junice, with Nora following closely behind. Connor led them through narrow alleyways until they reached a dimly lit but bustling back street. At first, Lena didn't realize where they were. It wasn't until he saw the women clad in thick furs and heavy makeup lining the street that it dawned on him. Connor, still drunk, said, our cannon girls are all full of charm. Pick a few you like. Let's have some fun. Hick. Lena frowned. I'm not really interested in this. He looked at the voluptuous women and felt no appetite. Connor hiccuped and said earnestly, you're still young. When you're my age, you'll understand. Hick. Women are like wine, they get better with age. With that, he stumbled into a small shop. A burly woman approached, built like a tank, yet with a surprisingly seductive gaze. I thought you'd forgotten about me. It's been so long, she said, her eyes falling on Lena, making him shiver. Connor drunkenly waved her off. Take care of him. Morning. Won't forget your money. Behind him, Martina and Nora shared their thoughts. Martina thought, I can't compete with women like that. Am I not good enough? While Nora worried, I don't want the master to go in. Lena turned to look at them, and Nora said dejectedly, then Martina and I will head back. Master, enjoy yourself. Lena quickly waved his hands. I never said I was going in. None of them compare to my sweet, soft wife. These round women clearly weren't his type. Connor, I'll be heading back now. I'll join you next time, Lena said politely. Next time? All right, ugh. Connor didn't finish his sentence before vomiting on the ground. Lena quickly stepped back, bid a simple farewell, and hurriedly led the group away from the unsettling backstreet. Raynor steadied Martina's wobbly shoulders, watching her stagger ahead. Her tolerance for alcohol was truly abysmal. Just one drink, and she was already in this state. In contrast, though Raynor had drunk much more, he felt only slightly dizzy and could still walk in a straight line. At that moment, Junie suddenly spoke up. When the wind blows, I feel like my body is floating. She almost fell as she finished speaking. Raynor quickly reached out to support her, sighing. All right, let me carry you, Junice. You don't want to fall. Raynor hoisted Junice onto his back. Although she appeared slender, she was surprisingly heavy. He never asked her weight, but carrying her, he guessed she weighed around 120 pounds. As Raynor adjusted to the weight, Junice stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Raynor, she asked softly. It's me, Raynor replied. Junice's lips curled into a smile, and she let out a series of endearing giggles. He. Raynor couldn't help but comment. What are you laughing at? When Connor asked if we wanted to go to the tavern, you agreed so eagerly. I thought you could hold your liquor. But after just 2 drinks, you're out. What if you got drunk and someone took you away? Junice murmured, but you're here. With that, she drifted back to sleep, muttering softly on Raynor's shoulder. Just then, Nora's thoughts reached Raynor's ears. So close. They're practically glued together. Raynor turned and met Nora's gaze. She quickly said, you carry Junice. I'm a bit tired. Saying this, she moved aside with Martina, putting some distance between them. No need, you can carry her. It's bound to happen sooner or later, Nora suddenly remarked. That's nonsense. We're just friends, Raynor quickly denied. I don't believe you. Didn't Martina also consider you a friend at first? And look how that turned out. Nora sighed, seeming to understand. After all, you're a capable male. I get it. Raynor was speechless. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Nora edged closer to Raynor, nudging him with her elbow, then whispered. It probably won't be long before it's more than just 2. There's nothing to it. You're just making things up, Raynor retorted. Nora fell silent, but her worries still lingered in Raynor's mind. She seemed concerned about being abandoned. Raynor craned his neck and gently kissed Nora, softly reassuring her. Don't overthink it. You're my woman, and I won't abandon you. I want to have children with you and spend our lives together. Blushing, Nora shyly nodded. The group finally returned home, where Eliana immediately rushed over. Her soft fists pummeled Raynor as she exclaimed, You left me at home. I hate you. I'm never playing with you again. Raynor helplessly explained, Adults were drinking. What would a kid do there? I'm not a kid. Eliana puffed up her cheeks in anger and grabbed a staff from the shelf, threatening to hit Raynor. Say I'm a kid again, and I'll fight you. Ah. Seeing she was genuinely upset, Raynor quickly shut his mouth. He carefully carried Junice into the room, gently laying her on the bed, removing her shoes and outer cloak, and finally tucking her in. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Junice mumbling something in her sleep. He paused and leaned in to listen to her dreamy whispers. He crouched by the bedside, listening intently. In her sleep, Junice murmured, Lena, don't go, stay with me. Her brow furrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched, indicating discomfort. Lena quickly conjured fire and water spells, pouring warm water into a wooden cup and carefully feeding it to her. Junice curled up against Lena like a small animal, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. After a while, she seemed more at ease and fell asleep as soon as she lay back on the bed. Just as Lena was about to get up, she grabbed his clothes. What are you doing? Lena teased. Here we are, a man and a woman alone. You're drunk, and so am I. Aren't you afraid I might do something inappropriate? Junice mumbled. You're my husband. Lena opened her eyelids, finding her unconscious yet still muttering. Do you want to stop here? I wasn't lying this morning. I've actually fallen for you. You have no idea how helpless I felt alone in the forest, and then you appeared. Lena, you're such a dense man. Surprised, Lena poked her cheek. Is this a drunken confession? Junice's voice grew fainter until it was barely audible. Suddenly, she struggled to sit up, grabbed Lena's shoulders, and clumsily kissed him. As Lena was savoring her sweetness, he suddenly heard a strange noise, followed by a nauseating taste in his mouth. Junice, like a fountain, began to projectile vomit porridge. Nora and Martina rushed in at the commotion and screamed simultaneously at the sight. The next morning after breakfast, Lena said to Junice, who was reading at the dining table, Junice, I hate you. She clutched her staff and asked in confusion, Why? Do you remember what happened last night? No, my head still hurts. I shouldn't have drunk so much, Junice replied, rubbing her forehead and taking a sip of water. I just remember drinking, then nothing. Lena said wistfully. You threw up. Junice chuckled. No wonder the bed's been changed, and there's a faint sour smell in the room. Sorry for the trouble. She squinted, a slight smile on her lips. Did I throw up on you? Lena replied, feeling aggrieved. I won't forgive you. Just thinking about it is painful. Junice looked apologetic. I'm so sorry. Where are the dirty clothes? I'll wash them for you. You didn't throw up on my clothes. Junice looked even more puzzled. Then where did I throw up? In my mouth. Junice blinked, finally voicing a question that had plagued her all morning. How did I end up throwing up in your mouth? Did I drunkenly pry your mouth open and throw up in it? Raynor was absorbed in reading the tasks on the notice board and answered absent-mindedly. What do you think? His tone suggested a reluctance to relive the events of the previous night. Seeing Raynor's evasiveness, Junice turned to Martina and Nora, urgently asking, Do you know how I threw up in his mouth? Nora shook her head and explained earnestly, No idea. By the time we got there, you were already vomiting everywhere in the bed, on yourself. My mom took you to bathe, and Martina and I cleaned up before going to sleep. Junice looked apologetic. I'm really sorry for all the trouble. I overestimated my drinking capacity. The drink was delicious at first, so I had a few more glasses, not realizing its kick. Martina, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a teasing tone. Isn't it obvious? Raynor tried to steal a kiss, and you threw up on him. As soon as she said that, Nora elbowed her sharply. To everyone's surprise, Junice reacted calmly, her lips curving into a slight smile. Is it true? Did you try to take advantage of me while I was out of it? Only to get a mouthful of vomit? Raynor shook his head in denial. I think you're twisting the story. Junice nudged Raynor's side with her staff and pressed. So, what really happened? Raynor leaned in and whispered the whole incident in her ear. Junice's expression shifted from initial amusement to a mix of emotions, her cheeks growing redder by the moment. Well, do you understand now? Raynor asked with a squint. Embarrassed, Junice looked down and suddenly jabbed Raynor with her staff. You're making it up. There's no way I said something so embarrassing. Raynor felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself. That's the reaction I expected. Those must have been her honest thoughts. Trying to maintain her composure, Junice insisted, I deny it. I never said such things. Yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Raynor patted her shoulder and changed the subject. All right, I was just joking. Let's head out. There's a job in the small village outside town slime cleaning. The reward is a silver coin. Junice puffed her cheeks, gave Raynor a light kick, and followed the group out of town. She channeled her frustration into the slimes, blasting them apart with fireballs until even their magic cores were hard to find. Rainer reminded her, "Easy there. Without the slime cores, we can't get paid." Junice put her hands on her hips and huffed. "Got it. You annoying Rainer." Rainer glanced around and finally focused on Eliana, who was sitting on a stump, fishing with her staff in hand. As Rainer approached, Eliana became alert, burying half her face in her scarf and staring at him intently, asking cautiously, "What do you want?" Lena shifted aside to make room for Eliana. He noticed her wary gaze and couldn't help but find it amusing. "What? Do I owe you money? Is that why you're staring at me like that?" Lena teased. Eliana's face flushed red with indignation. "If you dare make fun of my height, I'll fight you." Lena squinted his eyes with a mischievous grin. "Fight me? Like a potato biting incident? What's so funny? You're so annoying. I'm not playing with you anymore." Eliana pouted, lowering her head in frustration. Lena quickly changed the subject. "No way. I went to the market this morning in the freezing cold to buy you fresh milk, warmed it up, and even added honey for extra nutrition. Aren't you going to keep your promise?" Eliana huffed and playfully punched Lena's arm with her small fist. "All right, what do you want to learn?" "That magic you used yesterday, the one that turned the surrounding pine trees into tree spirits," Lena replied eagerly. Eliana's eyes sparkled with innocence. "Oh, that one? You can't learn it. Ordinary tree spirits won't obey humans." "Really?" Lena was skeptical. "I knew you wouldn't believe me. Come on, I'll show you," Eliana said, walking lightly towards a pine tree and beginning to chant. Soon, the pine tree started to transform. With a shiver, the dark bark cracked, and slender arms emerged from the trunk. A complete tree spirit stood there motionlessly. Eliana communicated with the tree spirit in Elvish. "Reach out your hand. I want to stand on it." The tree spirit obediently knelt, placing its arm on the ground. Eliana gracefully stepped onto it and was effortlessly lifted. Seeing this, Lena tried to mimic Eliana, speaking in Elvish. "I want to stand on it too." Instantly, the air froze. The tree spirit remained unmoved, not even glancing at Lena. "Darn it," Lena grumbled. Eliana smugly said, "See? Even if you learn it, it's useless. You should learn something else." She gently patted the tree spirit and softly said, "Thank you. You can go back to sleep now." "So what else can you teach me?" Lena yawned, feeling a bit disappointed. Eliana trotted over to Lena, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "How about learning light healing? It's way more powerful than your water healing. Even if a limb is severed, it can be reattached with enough treatment." She added, "Of course, according to the law of conservation, any powerful magic will have its drawbacks. It might take a long time to charge or consume a lot of mana." Lena's eyes lit up. Water healing had limited healing effects, and he desperately needed a more powerful healing spell. "I'm very interested, Teacher Eliana. Please teach me." "All right, let's start with." Eliana began, but Nora's voice suddenly interrupted in Lena's ear. "Hold on, something's up," Lena interrupted Eliana, quickly running over to Nora. "What's going on? Have you discovered something?" "There are 7 beastmen hiding in the bushes. They seem to be watching us," Nora whispered. "Which direction?" Lena asked just as the bushes rustled violently. A female beastman, with delicate features resembling a human, emerged. Martina reacted swiftly, her sword pointed directly at the beastwoman's forehead, ready to charge. Seeing this, the beastwoman quickly raised her hands and pleaded in broken Barnite. "I mean no harm. Please don't attack me." Seeing her speak Barnet, Liner and Junies widened their eyes in surprise. An orc capable of learning another race's language? This realization made them reevaluate the situation before them. Liner decided to give her a chance and gently tapped Martina's hand, signaling her to lower her sword. "So what do you want with us?" Liner asked, scrutinizing the female orc. Her limbs were long and slender, unlike other orcs, exuding a unique beauty. Her ample chest was particularly striking, even surpassing Martina's, which was quite astonishing. Liner's gaze was inadvertently drawn to her, but he quickly realized his faux pas and glanced at Martina. Their eyes met, and Liner defensively thought to himself, "It's just a normal physiological reaction, no other intentions." Although this orc woman had an impressive figure, her looks were still slightly inferior to Nora and Martina. In Liner's mind, Nora scored a 90, Martina an 85, and this orc woman only an 80. As Liner's thoughts wandered, the orc woman began to speak slowly. Her halting Barnet required Liner and Junie some time to comprehend. "I am the priestess of the Stoneclaw clan. We are enemies of the Black Wolf clan. I witnessed your battle with them yesterday. I hope to join forces with you to defeat the Black Wolf clan and drive them out of this forest." Liner shrugged, thinking, orcs fighting among themselves? Let's see how this unfolds. Seeing their lukewarm response, the orc woman began to doubt herself, murmuring, "Could it be? They don't understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be the case." Liner suddenly spoke fluent orc. "Just use Orcish. I can understand." The orc woman was initially startled, then widened her eyes. "You can speak Orcish." "That's right. What's your name?" Liner asked. "Fiona Sandfox. I'm a halforc. My father is an orc, and my mother is human. That's why I look different from most orcs and know human languages. Ah, a half-blood. No wonder she looks different from other female orcs. Noticeably more attractive, Liner thought. I'm Liner, he introduced himself, then nodded toward her. No need to hide. Let your companions come out. Fiona hesitated slightly before calling over her shoulder. Come out, everyone. With her words, several orc warriors emerged from the bushes. They held short-handled axes, their expressions tinged with fear. An older orc spoke. Fiona, let's go. Humans are deceitful and untrustworthy. Let me handle this. Fiona said firmly. Our clan is at a critical juncture. If we don't seek help, we face certain doom. Hearing this, the orcs fell silent, a tense and hesitant atmosphere hanging in the air. Alina Nana mentioned that orcs are mostly in opposition to humans and elves, and they wouldn't seek human help unless absolutely necessary. Fiona slowly approached Lena, raising her hands to show she meant no harm. She stopped 3 meters away, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. You mentioned cooperation earlier. What exactly do you mean by that? Fiona's voice carried a hint of caution. Lena gazed at the orc woman, contemplating how to respond. They were only 5 people, hardly enough to be of any real assistance. He decided he must discuss this with Connor. The Black Wolf clan is the largest in this forest, Fiona continued. They are brutal and bloodthirsty, posing a significant threat to both humans and orcs. I hope we can work together to drive them out of the forest. Lena raised an eyebrow. And what else is in it for us? Fiona took a deep breath. If you agree, our Rocky Ridge clan promises to stay peaceful for the next 20 years, not infringing on human territories. Lena looked around, his gaze settling on the orcs present. Where is your chieftain? Maybe we should meet and discuss. Fiona's expression darkened instantly. He was killed in a battle with the Black Wolf clan a week ago. Now, I'm the only one left with any authority in the tribe. Lena felt a pang, realizing this orc tribe might be on the brink of extinction. He gestured for Fiona to follow. Come with me. I'll take you to someone who can make decisions. Just as Fiona was about to nod, a guard pulled her back. Don't trust them, the guard growled. Entering a human city is a death trap. Without our protection, these cunning humans could betray us at any moment. Lena sneered. 7 orcs, 6 of them guards. If I wanted to, I could kill you all in half a minute. Running won't help. Fiona quickly waved her hands. We're not here to fight. I'm willing to go with you. Lena handed her a black cloak. Cover your face. Most humans aren't friendly towards orcs. Fiona obediently donned the cloak and turned to her guards. You all go back. I'll be fine. A guard pleaded. Priestess, you must return. We only have you left. Fiona nodded and followed Lena. Along the way, Martina and Nora flanked her, ready to act at any moment. Lena glanced back at Fiona. You're brave, not only for talking to us but for entering the city with us. I admire that. Fiona lowered her head, a hint of resignation in her eyes. It's my only option. The future of the Rocky Ridge clan rests on my shoulders. I have to do this. Lena reassured her. Don't worry, I'll do my best to keep you safe. In a whisper, Junice asked Lena, can we trust her? Not sure, Lena replied softly. Let's leave it to Lord Connor to handle. I'm just the translator. With the cloak's cover and the group's protection, Fiona successfully entered the city. Lena, relying on memory, found the alley from the previous night, guessing that the drunken Connor might still be there. They reached the street, and Lena approached a plump woman, asking, Is Lord Connor still here? Take me to him. I have urgent matters to report. Lena and Fiona followed the lady into a spacious and luxurious room. As they opened the door, they were greeted by a shocking sight. Connor lay sprawled in the center of the bed, shirtless, with 2 equally unclad women on either side of him, snoring loudly. Despite it being nearly noon, Connor was still asleep, clearly having indulged in revelry until dawn. Nora and Martina couldn't help but show their disdain upon seeing this scene. Perhaps sensing someone had entered, Connor rubbed his sleepy eyes and propped himself up with effort. He mumbled, Why are you here? Didn't you say you didn't like the women here? As he spoke, he crudely groped the voluptuous body of the woman beside him. I don't get why you like those skin and bone women. These women, who are built to bear children, are far more enjoyable. Lehner was at a loss for words. Their aesthetic preferences were worlds apart. He had no interest in these middle-aged, plump women. Besides, Nora was not skin and bone. Months of care had given her a perfectly balanced figure, slim where it should be and full where it needed to be, truly exceptional. Shaking his head, Lehner said seriously, I have important matters to discuss with you, more important than finding women. Important matters? Connor immediately became serious, roughly waking the women on either side and gesturing for them to leave. Once the room was empty, Connor sat up, saying, Go on. Lehner gently pulled back Fiona's hood, revealing her unique green skin. Fiona bowed her head slightly, speaking politely. Greetings, sir. I am Fiona, a priestess from the Mountain Rock clan. I come seeking your assistance. Connor instantly became alert, jumping out of bed stark naked, and grabbed a battle axe, moving closer to scrutinize Fiona. He turned to Lehner, surprised. You caught another orc? And she speaks our language. Frightened, Fiona took a few steps back, instinctively hiding behind Laner. Laner explained, she wasn't captured. She came seeking an alliance. An alliance? Connor's interest was piqued. As he got dressed, he said, tell me more. Laner briefly explained Fiona's purpose. Connor pondered, the Mountain Rock clan. I remember it being the strongest orc tribe in the north 20 years ago. I didn't expect it to decline so quickly. How many of your people are left? 1,000. 500. A hint of sadness crossed Fiona's eyes as she softly replied. Fewer and fewer, which is why we've come to seek cooperation. Fully dressed, and with his axe in hand, Connor approached them. I need to discuss this with my brother. The Black Wolf clan is indeed a serious threat, but whether we cooperate isn't up to me. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Find a way to contact Laner. If there's a decision, I'll reach out to him. Fiona nodded in agreement. Connor patted Laner's shoulder. Join me at the tavern tonight for drinks, my treat. Again, Laner quickly shook his head. No, I really can't drink anymore. You all go ahead. Is that all you can handle? What a shame. Connor sighed, shaking his head. Laner helped Fiona put her hood back on and followed Connor out of the room. Finally, they parted ways at the street corner. Laner escorted Fiona out of the city, embarking on their journey back. As they reached the northern woods, 6 orc guards emerged from the thicket one by one. Their watchful eyes were fixed on Lena, weapons ready to strike at any moment. Lena rested his staff on his shoulder, yawned tiredly, and said, you can head back now. Whether or not there's any news, I'll return in 3 days. Fiona nodded in acknowledgement and, after a brief farewell, led the orc guards away. Martina watched them leave and murmured, I never expected orcs to have internal conflicts. It's quite surprising. Gently caressing her cheek, Lena explained, it's quite normal. Each of the clans has its own traditions and beliefs, much like human nations that can go to war. Connor's reaction suggests that the Stone clan might never have attacked humans. If we can work together to eliminate the aggressive Black Wolf clan, it would benefit everyone. Junies nodded in agreement. Lena turned to Eliana and asked, has this clan ever attacked your elves? Eliana thought for a moment and shook her head. No, it's mostly just the Black Wolf clan that dares to provoke us. Lena shrugged and continued leading the group to hunt slimes in the area. After completing their mission, they returned to the city. 3 days later, at dawn, a rapid knocking on the door woke Lena. He opened it to find Aiden and Connor mounted on horses, with a group of Barnet warriors behind them. Aiden's expression was stern, and he spoke with authority. Take me to see that orc. I want to speak with them personally. Lena quickly gathered his team and led the way to the meeting spot. Fiona emerged from the trees with several orcs. The guards on both sides raised their weapons cautiously until their leaders signaled them to stand down. Aiden commanded coldly, lower your weapons, and don't make a move without my orders. He and Connor dismounted, gesturing for Lena to follow. You'll act as the translator. Let's talk over there. After half an hour of negotiations, Fiona promised that after the Black Wolf clan was dealt with, they would not invade human territories and would supply food monthly. Aiden agreed to the alliance, planning a raid in 2 days. Aiden's team would launch a frontal attack, while Fiona's would cut off the enemy's retreat. As the negotiations concluded, Aiden turned to Lena and said, Lena, we're going to need your help. Can we really manage this on our own? Junies whispered to Raynor, crouching beside him. The moonlight draped like gauze over the bushes surrounding the orc camp. They hid there, holding their breaths under the cover of night. Occasionally, orc warriors patrolled by, their footsteps piercing the silence, yet unaware of the humans lurking nearby. Raynor replied in a low voice, we can give it a shot. When Aiden launches his attack, the orc chieftain and the shaman will have to come out to lead. That's when we'll strike. In close combat, Martina might really be able to take them down. Aiden had tasked them with taking advantage of the chaos to decapitate the enemy leaders. This task of killing the Minotaur chieftain has been dragging on forever, Junies mused. I wonder if the chieftain of the Black Wolf clan is the one we're after. Martina gripped her great sword, excitement glinting in her eyes. With me here, there's no problem. Just a bunch of orcs. I can take them down with a single swing, she said confidently. Raynor turned to Eliana, his concern evident. Once the battle starts, focus on summoning trance to create chaos and keep yourself safe. We might not be able to watch out for you in the heat of battle. To him, Eliana seemed like an innocent child. If it were up to him, he would have preferred to leave her somewhere safe. I'm not a kid. Don't underestimate me, Eliana muttered, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Raynor's gaze drifted downwards, and he thought to himself, flat as a board, just like a child. Just be careful, Raynor advised, absent-mindedly playing with Nola's tail. Until Nola complained through their telepathic link. I can't focus with my tail being touched, master. Stop it. Save it for later. Only then did he reluctantly let go. They lay in wait for a long time until a commotion erupted in the distance. The cry of an orc sentry pierced the night sky. Those cunning humans are back. Everyone get up. Soon, small fires flickered within the orc camp. Disheveled orcs rushed out, axes in hand, torches driving away the darkness. Rainer and the others pressed themselves lower, and Martina even flattened herself against the ground. Junice's eyes widened in shock. My god, at least 400 orcs are heading towards Aiden. It's like they're all soldiers. She hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly exclaimed, "Look out! Raiders incoming." Raiders referred to the gnome-sized orcs riding black wolves, known for their speed and surprise attacks. Rainer squinted, observing closely through the leaves. A raider passed right in front of him, and the black wolf seemed to sense something, pausing to sniff the air near the bushes. The gnome orc on the wolf's back impatiently urged, "What are you dawdling for? This isn't the time for a stroll move." In that critical moment, a flash of cold steel appeared. Nola's dagger struck like a viper, piercing the gnome orc's throat. With swift movements, she turned the blade on the wolf's head. The creature fell silent before it could howl. Nola dragged the bodies into the bushes, while Rainer expertly used water to wash away the blood. They held their breath, continuing to lie in wait. After a while, an eerie green light flickered within the orc camp. Rainer and the others exchanged glances, knowing the crucial moment was approaching. Lena gazed into the distance, the familiar fell green light stinging his eyes. In an instant, a dozen orc warriors, glowing with a green aura, charged out of the horde. Their faces were twisted with rage, their eyes wild with frenzy, as they sprinted southward into the forest. It was clear they were going to cause trouble for Aiden. Lena wasn't worried. He knew Aiden had already gathered 400 battle-hardened warriors to prepare for the night's raid. Though the orc warriors were formidable, they would likely be no match for Aiden's forces. Just then, Nora whispered a warning. Something's coming. Before she finished speaking, Lena spotted a gaunt figure slowly emerging from the horde. It was an orc shaman, draped in a black robe, face veiled, holding a stone staff. His limbs were wrapped in milky white bandages, and he wobbled as he walked, as if he might collapse at any moment. Martina lay on the ground, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the scene outside. She whispered, "Should I go now?" Lena replied softly, "Wait a little longer, the time isn't right." At that moment, the orc horde suddenly erupted with the sound of stirring horns, followed by deafening drums. As if summoned, the orc warriors surged out like a tide, their eyes burning with a bloodthirsty desire. 4 towering minotaurs marched out of the horde's gates, raising their horns and playing a rousing battle song. Moments later, a massive figure appeared before Thema Colossal Minotaur, his eyes blazing with fury, his upper body muscled like granite. A heavy copper drum hung at his waist. Lena's heart skipped a beat. This was undoubtedly his mission: target the Minotaur chieftain. Killing it would earn him a precious tome of thunder magic. As Lena pondered, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his eardrums. Boom, boom, boom. The Minotaur chieftain began to beat the drum, and with each strike, Lena could feel his heart pounding violently. The voices of 2 bee-steered girls echoed in his mind, clearly affected as well. "Nora, what is this awful sound? It's hurting my ears." "Martina, are we going to fight that guy?" Their voices were filled with fear. Lena realized the drumbeat seemed to have a mind-altering power. Thankfully, since Nora acquired the magic eye, her mental attributes had improved from AD to AB, allowing her to better resist such effects. Lena turned to the 2 mages, asking, "Junice, Eliana, are you both all right?" As mages, their magic resistance should be higher than that of the bee-steered girls. Junice replied, "The drumbeat makes me anxious, but there's no other effect." Eliana agreed. "Same here, just anxiety, nothing else." As the enemy drew closer, Lena quickly devised a battle plan. "Most of the orcs are on the front line now. Martina and I will handle the Minotaur chieftain. Nora, find a way to take out the orc shaman. Junice and Eliana, assist as needed. If possible, help me keep those 4 horn-blowing Minotaurs busy. Once we complete our tasks, we'll come to assist you right away." With everyone's agreement, Lena looked down at Martina. He noticed beads of sweat on her forehead, indicating her fear of facing the Minotaur chieftain. Lena offered gentle reassurance. "Martina, you're the best warrior among us. The Minotaur chieftain is just a bug under your feet. You can definitely defeat it. Even if you can't, remember, I've always got your back." This encouragement seemed to bolster Martina's resolve. She gritted her teeth and declared confidently, "I can do it." Martina charged forward with her shield, resembling a human tank, knocking 2 minotaurs blocking her path to the ground. She let out a deafening battle cry, her greatsword cutting through the air towards the Minotaur chieftain. However, the massive creature was unexpectedly agile, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. The chieftain's iron hammer gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he swung it with force, the sound of the air being torn apart stinging everyone's ears. Martina barely managed to block it, but the immense impact still sent her stumbling back several meters before she regained her balance. Rainer's eyes narrowed, realizing he had severely underestimated the might of this formidable creature. He stayed alert, fearing that his comrades might make a fatal mistake. To suppress the enemy, Rainer quickly gathered his magical energy, launching a fireball. However, the hastily cast spell was weak, merely raising a wisp of smoke on the Minotaur chieftain's body, akin to a mosquito bite. The chieftain disdainfully brushed off the embers on his shoulder, taunting in a gruff Orcish voice. Is that all you've got? Martina charged again with a roar, her sword tracing a fierce arc. Unfortunately, her attacks, although fierce, were always a fraction too slow, easily neutralized by the chieftain. Good strength, but still not enough. The chieftain grinned, raising his hammer high. He feinted slightly, and Martina, tense and on edge, exposed a flaw. A vicious kick sent her flying like a ragdoll. She tumbled across the ground, stopping only when she collided with a sturdy pine tree. The Minotaur chieftain was about to press the attack when Junus' water spear forced him back. Annoying fly, he cursed, bending down to scoop up a clump of mud, which he hurled with precision at Junus' face, disrupting her spellcasting. Meanwhile, the surrounding pine trees seemed to come to life, clumsily moving their massive bodies to attack the four horn-bearing Minotaur guards. Yet, despite their ability to easily crush ordinary orc warriors, they struggled against the strongest bull guards and were defeated in just 2 rounds. Thankfully, Eliana, in the heart of the forest, continually summoned new tree spirits to join the battle. I'll help you. The orc priest began chanting a spell, a bright fireball forming at the tip of his staff. However, just as he aimed at Eliana, a glimmering mithril dagger silently pierced his chest, causing the fireball to dissipate instantly. When did this? The priest's eyes glowed an eerie green, hinting at a final trick up his sleeve. Nora gave him no chance, swiftly delivering 2 stabs to the heart and 1 to the head. Yet, even so, the priest's body stood again in an unnaturally contorted posture. Without hesitation, Nora stabbed him repeatedly once more, finally ending his life for good. With the situation momentarily under control, Raynor focused all his attention on the Minotaur chieftain. Martina had rejoined the fight, but her movements were noticeably sluggish, stuck in a defensive mode. Raynor suspected she might have been injured in the earlier clash. As Martina engaged the chieftain, Raynor gathered his magic, forming a sharp wind blade. This spell, usually capable of slicing through branches with ease, only left a deep gash on the chieftain's leg. The Minotaur chieftain staggered back, but his wound began to heal at a visible pace. Now's our chance, Martina shouted, charging with all her might. Yet, it was a trap. The chieftain had deliberately exposed a weakness. As she raised her sword, her right hand was struck hard by the hammer. Martina retreated to Raynor's side, shaking her injured right hand and switching her sword to her left. She whispered, I can't beat him. Raynor realized that the chieftain's strength and speed far surpassed Martina's. He quickly adjusted his strategy, launching water orbs at the chieftain. However, these merely bounced off the chieftain's thick skin, as ineffective as a tickle. Junice quickly understood Raynor's intention. She abandoned holding off the other Minotaurs and focused her attacks on the Minotaur chieftain, unleashing a barrage of water spells. Watch out! Ariane's warning pierced the air. Raynor whipped around to see a Minotaur charging like a rampaging bull, its raised horn glinting in the sunlight. At the last moment, Raynor raised his hands, forming a radiant barrier just in time. The heavy blow was absorbed, and Raynor felt a surge of satisfaction from his recent intense training. Taking advantage of the Minotaur's stumble, Raynor quickly formed hand seals, sending a sharp wind blade slicing through the air, decapitating the enemy in an instant. However, the tide of battle shifted rapidly. As Raynor turned his attention back to Martina, his heart sank at the sight Martina was seized by the Minotaur chieftain, who hurled her like a ragdoll deep into the forest. A loud crash followed by the sound of trees toppling echoed from afar. Martina! Raynor instinctively shouted. The Minotaur chieftain's blood-red eyes locked onto Raynor, its voice dripping with malice, thundered. Worry about yourself first, human. A system warning buzzed in Raynor's ear. Warning! You are being targeted by the Minotaur chieftain. The chieftain's leg muscles tensed like bowstrings ready to snap. In the next moment, it launched itself at Raynor like an arrow from a bow. In the nick of time, Raynor slammed his hands onto the ground, triggering an earthquake spell. The waterlogged earth transformed into a quagmire, and the charging chieftain sank deeper the more it struggled. Realizing the tables had turned, the chieftain roared hysterically. Despicable human, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Enough with the chatter, Raynor exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding. As the dust of battle began to settle, Nora approached with a brief report. The orc priest is dead, decapitated. The other 3 Minotaurs are down as well. The chieftain, still trapped and thrashing in the mire, seemed to find a way to escape. Seeing this, Raynor continued to pour water into the bog and maintained his earthquake spell, finally burying the troublesome foe in the mud. It's over, what a tough adversary, Raynor murmured to himself. Martina limped over, scanning the area with her greatsword in hand, asking irritably, Where's that bull? Raynor pointed to the bog before him and replied succinctly, Buried alive. Martina sat down with a pout, beginning to rest. Junice and Ariane soon joined them, giving brief reports on their conditions. Raynor turned to the orc village, now overrun by a group of stone-clan orcs with tan armbands. Soon, this place would be their new home. Just then, Connor arrived with a few bloodied warriors. They bore the marks of a fierce battle, covered in orc blood. Raynor, you took down their chieftain? Connor shouted. Raynor nodded, summarizing the difficult fight. Connor laughed heartily, praising Raynor's prowess, and reported their side of the battle. Thanks to Raynor's distraction of the chieftain, the leaderless orcs quickly fell apart. The Black Wolf clan should be finished now. The men are dead on the battlefield, leaving only women and children in the camp, Connor concluded. My brother will handle the rest. Let's go drink. At that moment, Martina's inner voice reached Raynor's ears. I'm so weak. I couldn't even beat that guy. I have to find a way to get stronger. Raynor turned to look at Martina. She was deep in thought, her eyes filled with determined resolve. Raynor opened his sleepy eyes, only to find the person next to him somewhat unfamiliar. Last night, he had returned home drunk and fallen asleep with Martina, but now it was Nora lying beside him. He frowned slightly, his mind not yet fully awake. Nora, like a curious kitten, opened her eyes wide, carefully observing Raynor's face. Her inner voice quietly emerged. Master is so handsome. The more I look, the more I like him. I just want to bite him. Before Raynor could react, she closed her eyes and kissed him. Their lips lingered together for a while before parting. Good morning, Master. Nora greeted sweetly, then looked a bit puzzled. My head feels a little dizzy. What are you doing in the room? Nora lowered her head and carefully explained. I originally planned to wake you up, but you suddenly hugged me, so I ended up sleeping under the covers for a while too. Raynor gently stroked her belly. For months ago, when he brought Nora home, she was just skin and bones. Now, there was a thin layer of fat on her belly. You've gained some weight, he said softly. Nora was momentarily surprised, then shyly responded. It's because I've been eating well. Ever since being with you, I've never gone hungry. Naturally, I've put on some weight. If you don't like it, I can eat less and slim down again. No need, just stay healthy, Raynor said tenderly. A bit of softness is nice to hold. You can decide for yourself. I'll love you no matter what. Nora nodded softly, her cheeks flushing red. Even after spending so much time together, Raynor's sweet words still made her blush with shyness. Raynor thought to himself, how adorable. Where's Martina? Raynor asked. Nora reached out to tidy Raynor's hair, speaking gently. She got up earlier than I did. She seemed a bit upset. Maybe you should go check on her. Upset? Raynor pondered, frowning. It's probably because of last night's fight with the Minotaur chief. She didn't win, so she's sulking. Even when Connor and I went to the tavern to celebrate, she was still downcast. Not even her favorite beer could lift her spirits. I'll go check on her, Raynor said, getting dressed and heading outside. He found Martina doing push-ups on the ground, with the petite Eliana sitting on her back to add weight. Martina's right hand was wrapped in bandages. What are you doing? Raynor hurried over to help her up. Your hand is injured. You should be resting, not pushing yourself like this. Martina looked directly at Raynor, speaking earnestly. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. Don't worry about me. That's not acceptable, Raynor insisted. You're my woman. If I don't worry about you, who will? He wiped the sweat from her forehead and led her by the hand to the dining table. If something's bothering you, tell me. It'll make me happy to help. Martina glanced at him, pouting. I'm not upset. Though she said that, her true feelings reached Raynor's ears. I'm still too weak. Raynor is so much stronger than me, and I don't want to hold him back. Raynor understood. It was indeed that issue. He consoled her. The Minotaur chief's stats are off the charts. If we could see its stats, its strength and endurance would probably be at S level, and its agility at A. You can't compare yourself to it. Take a couple of days to rest, and then I'll teach you something powerful. Something powerful? Martina's eyes lit up with hope. Raynor nodded, a mysterious smile on his face. Raynor estimated that since the Minotaur chief had been defeated, the rewards should soon be distributed. He planned in his mind that once he obtained the Thunder Magic book, he would first learn some powerful spells and then teach them to Martina. After all, any increase in her strength would undoubtedly make the girl happy. After breakfast, Raynor returned to his room alone. He sat on the edge of the bed and deliberately cleared his throat, trying to get the system's attention. Sure enough, the system's voice soon echoed in his ear, announcing that the task was complete and the reward had been issued. His eyes were immediately drawn to a brand new dark purple book that had suddenly appeared on his bedside table. He eagerly picked it up and began to flip through it. The book was written in the Daist language, which didn't seem too ancient. The system explained that this Thunder Magic book, originally written in Elvish 5,000 years ago, had been translated into Daist for easier reading. Raynor shrugged, reminding the system that he could translate Elvish himself. The system pointed out that since Martina didn't understand Elvish, this arrangement had been made. Raynor realized this, but then noted that Martina didn't understand Daist either. The system paused for a moment before the magic book vanished, reappearing as a version in demi-human language. Raynor smiled slightly, then shook his head, implying that Martina might not be literate. The system fell silent once more, and Raynor simply expressed his thanks and accepted the demi-human version. He carefully read through the table of contents, and quickly found a particularly intriguing spell: Thunderlight Armor Casting. This spell could channel lightning into the caster's body, enhancing physical strength, endurance, and speed, while also increasing resistance to physical and magical attacks. Importantly, it only needed to be cast once to last until the magic energy was depleted. Raynor thought it was practically tailor-made for Martina. The girl was so focused on fighting that she often forgot to use her learned wind blades. However, when he read the warning at the end, his excitement slightly cooled. Overuse could cause physical harm to the caster, requiring strict control over the duration of use. Closing the book, Raynor fell into thought. Martina's impulsive nature could lead her to ignore the time limits in the heat of battle. Perhaps it would be best to reserve this spell as a last resort. He decided to first learn and test the spell himself, ensuring that the side effects were manageable before teaching it to Martina. Having made up his mind, Raynor opened the magic book again and immersed himself in studying, preparing to personally experiment with the powerful yet perilous Thunderlight Armor Casting. Martina excitedly found Lena and eagerly said, "Lena, my hand is healed. You promised to teach me something powerful. Now show me." Lena had been deeply immersed in his magical studies over the past few days. He had made initial progress in mastering the lightning armor technique and completed the basic experiments. However, using it continuously for 3 hours left him feeling as if every inch of his skin was pierced by countless needles, causing unbearable pain. He realized that the longer he used it, the more severe the damage to his body would be. Considering Martina's safety, Lena decided not to teach her the full version of the lightning armor technique. After hours of contemplation, he finally devised a simplified version. This version, though only half as effective as the original, was much safer and more reliable. After personally testing it, Lena found that using the simplified version did not cause any bodily pain. "Of course, I'll keep my promise," Lena said. "Get your gear on quickly, and I'll demonstrate it to you once we're outside the city." Hearing this, Martina cheered and ran out of the room like an excited child. Half an hour later, Lena led a group to a snowy area outside the city. Martina, carrying a large sword, watched him with anticipation. Lena began to cast the spell, chanting briefly, and then gently turned his fingers. In an instant, thunder roared in their ears, and purple lightning enveloped his body. Lena could clearly feel the currents moving between his body and armor. Two bestiared girls were so startled by the scene that they stepped back a few paces, clapping in awe for Lena. Martina's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It looks pretty amazing." Lena explained, "This is just the simplified version. It only enhances physical strength without any defensive capabilities. The original version completely envelopes the body in lightning, forming an armor that can block attacks." As he finished speaking, his body slightly bent, and with astonishing speed, he suddenly lunged forward. A staff struck heavily on a pine tree, shattering a large chunk of the trunk. Without the lightning armor technique, Lena could at most knock off a small piece of bark. Junai squinted and marveled. "This is truly an incredible magic, remarkably boosting speed." Lena added, "This magic doesn't just enhance speed, it also improves strength and endurance. And once cast, it lasts until the lightning element is depleted, making it perfect for Martina." Before he could finish, Martina, overjoyed, ran over and shook Lena's shoulders vigorously. "Darling, I love this. I want to learn it. Teach me." Seeing her impatient eagerness, Lena felt secretly pleased and teasingly said, "Kiss me." Without a second thought, Martina kissed him, even giving him a playful lick. "Covered me in drool," Lena said helplessly. "Now I can teach you." He nodded and continued to explain. "However, this magic is quite challenging to learn. Before you start, you need to master 2 other spells. First is the simplest, Lightning Strike, and then the slightly more complex, Charge Lightning. Once you've learned these 2 spells, use Charge Lightning first, then cast Lightning Strike on yourself. The lightning will be stored in a special form within the caster's body, continuously stimulating the muscles to provide enhancement." Lena paused and added, "Actually, by adding one more spell, Lightning Release, you can unleash the full lightning armor. But it's this final discharge step that causes harm to the user's body." In short, the principle of this magic is to first use Charge Lightning to turn the caster into a sort of power bank. Lena was explaining the secrets of the Thunder Armor technique to Martina, his voice low and patient. "First, use the Lightning Strike to charge up. This will give your body a slight enhancement. Then, use the Thunder Release to unleash all the electricity in a short time for a more powerful boost, but it will wear out your power source." Martina's mouth was slightly open, her eyes shining with curiosity. She nodded, then shook her head, saying, "I don't completely understand, but it sounds amazing." After a moment of silence, Lena decided to teach her the incantations directly. "Come over and memorize the spells. Learn the Lightning Strike first, then the Thunder Charge. Just reverse the order when you use them." "All right." Martina blinked hard, focusing intently. Lena patiently taught her the incantations, allowing her to explore on her own. After a while, she curiously asked, "What's this magic called?" Lena's lips curled into a slight smile. "The full version of the Thunder Armor technique." Is there an incomplete version? Martina blinked innocently. Lena gently kissed her forehead, continuing to tease her. Of course, the incomplete version isn't as powerful, so I won't teach you that. Okay, I'll keep practicing. Martina stood tall, repeatedly chanting the spells at a pine tree. Lena wearily sat down beside Eliana. Days of studying magic had left him exhausted, and he felt drowsy as soon as he relaxed. Eliana complained, "Don't lean on me. You're too heavy." Yawning, Lena replied, "Don't be stingy. I've been so busy lately, but still made sure to get you milk. I haven't even taught you the light therapy yet. I don't want to. Let me rest for a while." "No way." Suddenly, Lena felt a chill and instinctively looked at Nora. The little cat was drawing in the snow with a stick by herself. He looked around and was startled by Junice behind him. "When did you get here?" Junice silently sat next to them, making the tree stump crowded. She wore a mischievous smile. "You flirtatious man, planning to make a move on the little elf?" Lena denied it decisively. "No matter what, I won't lay a hand on a child. Who knows? Isn't the little elf of age? Are you questioning my taste?" As he spoke, the bushes suddenly rustled. A green-skinned orc emerged, and the group immediately became alert. The orc hurriedly retreated, shouting in broken Barnet, "I, good orc, here to offer tribute." A familiar figure appeared. Fiona. She quietly explained, "Lord Lena, we are here to offer food as tribute. After forming an alliance, we have to regularly deliver food to Lord Aiden. Please allow us to pass." Several orcs carrying wooden crates squeezed through the bushes, waiting for Martina to make way. Lena pulled the horse girl aside, silently watching the orcs move food back and forth. Fiona respectfully bowed to Lena and softly said, "Lord Lena, I have something important to discuss. Could we speak in private?" Lena nodded slightly and gestured briefly to Nora and the others before following Fiona away. When they had walked a short distance, Fiona suddenly stopped and bowed deeply. "Lord Lena, please allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude." Lena raised an eyebrow. "Thank me? I'm just a translator." Fiona looked up, her eyes shining with reverence. "You are too modest. The chieftain of the Black Wolf clan was incredibly powerful and slaughtered countless members of my Mountain Rock clan. If it weren't for your intervention in taking him down, we would still be facing this formidable enemy." Lena remained silent, scrutinizing Fiona's expression with piercing eyes. He was accustomed to communicating by eavesdropping on the thoughts of Nora and Martina, and now he couldn't help but wonder about Fiona's inner thoughts. "You didn't come just to thank me, did you?" Lena asked bluntly. Fiona nodded emphatically, hesitated for a moment, and then confessed, "I want to ask for your help. You are the most powerful human I've ever met, and I hope to have your assistance. I aim to unify the orc tribes in this forest. With the Black Wolf clan now part of us, our strength is unprecedented. I want to seize this opportunity to bring the other tribes under our fold." Lena tilted his head slightly, indicating for her to continue. Fiona lowered her voice. "There are a few chieftains who stand in our way. I need them eliminated for the tribe to advance." Lena understood it was a request to hire them as assassins. With Nora's invisibility, assassinating unguarded orc chieftains wouldn't be difficult. However, even though Fiona's tribe was temporarily allied with Aiden, who knew when they might break the agreement, helping her could potentially be dangerous. Sensing Lena's concerns, Fiona softly explained, "Rest assured, for at least 40 years, we will not infringe on human territory. Lord Lena, you need not worry about becoming an accomplice. I believe that peaceful development and trade between races is the way forward, benefiting both orcs and humans. Even if conflicts arise with outsiders, and even if we have the upper hand, I would prefer to resolve issues through peace, cooperation, and negotiation. War is always the least efficient means. No one wants to sacrifice lives." Lena narrowed his eyes. "Words alone aren't enough for me to trust you." Fiona lowered her stance. "How can I earn your trust?" Lena looked directly into her eyes. "Have you heard of the human master-servant contract magic?" Fiona nodded. "I've heard a little about it. Once the contract is signed, not only is one's life controlled, but they cannot disobey the caster's will." Lena continued, "We've only met a few times. If you want me to trust you, it would take at least this level of magic. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom, but your actions would be subject to my oversight. While there is a risk of being controlled by me, you would also gain my support. Are you willing to take that risk?" Fiona bowed her head, struggling internally for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "For the future of the tribe, I am willing to trust you." Liner leaned against the pine tree, a sly smile playing on his lips. He looked at Fiona, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Of course, no problem. So, are you really planning to hire me to assassinate those stubborn, old-fashioned chieftains?" Fiona's expression turned serious as she lowered her voice. "If the negotiations break down and we can't reach an agreement, that's the only step left. In recent years, our orcs' living conditions have deteriorated, and those warlike, bloodthirsty chieftains are largely to blame." She paused before continuing. "Lord Liner, if you're willing to help, I'll not only sign a contract with you, but also offer a generous reward." Liner's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "A reward?" I've heard you orcs are skilled in black magic and blood magic. Can you teach me? Ever since witnessing Eliana's magic, he had developed a keen interest in the magic of other races. Fiona couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. Lord Liner, you're human. Even if you know the spells, you can't use black magic. Liner waved it off dismissively. Don't worry about that. I have my ways. When the time comes, just guide me a bit. He thought to himself that the system would surely unlock a new magic for him. Fiona looked at him with interest. All right, if Lord Liner can learn black magic, it would truly be a miracle. I'd be delighted to witness such a miracle. She laughed heartily, clearly not taking Liner's words seriously. Liner raised an eyebrow. I'm not joking. Wanna bet I can learn black magic? Fiona shrugged, her tone confident. Feel free. I don't think I'll lose, since there's no precedent for this. As a priestess, I have some basic knowledge of magic. That confident? Liner squinted. What if I really manage to learn it? Fiona replied nonchalantly. Then I'm at your disposal. Hearing those words, Liner looked her up and down. He had to admit, this orc woman had an impressive figure. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, Do you have a man? The question seemed to hit a sore spot for Fiona. Her expression darkened, and she shook her head with a bitter smile. I look unattractive. No male would fancy me. Besides, reproduction isn't my concern. I have more important missions, like considering the future of my clan. Liner couldn't help but counter. Unattractive? Among orcs, your looks are one of a kind. They just don't appreciate it. Fiona asked skeptically, Really? I've heard humans don't like slender women either. While the tribe respects me, that's all there is to it. Liner thought to himself, Fiona wasn't just slender. She was shapely and extraordinary. Due to differing aesthetics, her figure might not be popular among orcs. Take Connor, for example. He preferred women who were robust and sturdy. Liner mused that if Fiona could lose the small tusks at her mouth and turn her skin white, she'd be a beautiful woman. He sincerely said, You have a lot of charm. Fiona chuckled, scratching her head. This is the first time anyone's complimented me like that. Liner, you don't have to say flattering things just to spare my feelings. I'm just speaking the truth, Liner said candidly. Perhaps realizing the conversation was straying off course, Fiona stopped sharing her personal thoughts. She turned to see the orc squad transporting tributes had moved on and quickened her pace to catch up. Let's leave it here for now. I'll come to find you in the next few days. Goodbye, Fiona said as she walked away. Liner waved her off. Once Fiona was out of sight, the bushes nearby rustled. Nora poked her head out, with 2 golden leaves stuck in her hair. Why did you follow me? Liner asked. Nora replied expressionlessly. I need to ensure my master's safety. Though she said that, her thoughts were entirely different. Master sure has an appetite for anything, even interested in orcs. But that female orc is indeed quite pretty. Junies, Eliana, and now that female orc. Liner brushed the leaves off her head and gave her cat ears a firm rub. What are you imagining? Nothing. Nora suddenly opened her mouth and bit Liner's hand hard before dashing away. Why isn't Martina here for dinner yet? Normally, as soon as the meal starts, she'd be the first one at the table. But now, not even white bread can tempt her. Nora bit into a chicken leg, frowning in thought. The enticing aroma wafted around the table, yet Martina's seat remained empty. She's been buried in studying the lightning armor technique for days now, Nora said after swallowing her food. Lately, she's not been keen on eating, sleeping, or even bathing. All her energy is focused on learning. It's clear she's reached the point of being completely absorbed in becoming stronger. Lena nodded. Although he also liked magic, he wasn't as obsessed as Martina. Daisy slowly got up. I'll go upstairs and call her down. Lena stopped her. No need. Let her immerse herself. It's rare for her to be so interested in something. As long as she doesn't starve, it's fine. After lunch, Martina still hadn't appeared. Lena grabbed 2 pieces of white bread and decided to check on her himself. Just as he was about to knock, a peculiar laugh echoed from her room. Ha ha ha. Lena knocked on the door and asked through it. What's up with you? Laughing so creepily all of a sudden. The door swung open, and Martina stood there, her body crackling with bright blue lightning. Her hair stood on end like a porcupine, and she moved so quickly she left after images. Clearly, she had mastered a version of the lightning armor technique. Lena was amazed. Learning such a complex spell in just a few days showed Martina's aptitude, especially compared to Nora, who still hadn't mastered the fireball spell despite knowing the incantation by heart. Darling, I did it, Martina exclaimed excitedly. I feel like I have endless energy now. She grabbed the white bread and took a huge bite, barely able to speak through her mouth full. Hurry, let's go outside and spar. Lena pretended to be upset, wiping away imaginary tears. Did you study magic so diligently just to beat up your husband? Women's hands are meant to conquer the world, not to hit men. I'm heartbroken. In truth, he was more concerned that he might not be able to beat this energetic powerhouse. Before she learned the lightning armor, he could have used Earthquake to counter her. But now, she could probably leap 20 meters with a running start, making Earthquake's effectiveness uncertain. Martina paused, squinting as she said, It's just a spar to test the effects. I have to be stronger than anyone to protect you. Lena thought that it should be him saying that. In the afternoon, under the bright sun, Lena led everyone out of the city to spar with Martina and test her new skills. All the way, Martina was grinning foolishly, her inner thoughts clear to Lena. Just thinking about sparring with Lena made her laugh. Lena glanced at her, unable to resist teasing. Do you really want to beat me up that badly? Martina quickly denied it. No, I just want to spar. But her thoughts betrayed her. A little beating during the spar wouldn't hurt. Lena narrowed his eyes, growing wary. Upon reaching their destination, Martina planted her great sword into the ground and began warming up. She chanted an incantation, then roared as she activated the lightning armor. Junis gasped, pulling Eliana and Nora to sit on a nearby tree stump, their eyes wide in anticipation of the match. Nora pulled out half a loaf of white bread from her pocket and began to eat it with relish. As she chewed, she seemed to remember something and mumbled, Martina, take it easy. Don't be too rough and end up hurting the master. Martina nodded in agreement. Got it. I'll hold back. With that, she swiftly retreated dozens of meters, putting some distance between herself and Lena. Seeing this, Lena frowned and said, move back a bit more. Give me some time to react. Martina nodded slightly and took a few more steps back. Now, there was about a 30-meter gap between them. Lena estimated that this distance should give him enough time to respond to Martina's movements. Suddenly, Martina's smile disappeared, and the temperature around them seemed to drop sharply, sending a chill through the air. Lena couldn't help but shiver, thinking, Martina can be pretty intimidating when she's serious. However, Lena didn't panic, as he had already devised a plan. Thinking about the strategy he was about to employ, he couldn't help but smirk. Noticing Lena's smile, Martina asked with curiosity, what are you smiling about? Do you have some secret weapon I don't know about? She added, aren't you going to use your lightning armor? I'm pretty strong now. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, ready for action. Lena shook his head calmly and replied, there's no need for that. He turned to Junice and said, you be the referee. Junice responded, all right. Lena silently chanted a spell, preparing to cast his magic. As soon as Junice gave the signal, he unleashed a seismic spell. However, Martina vanished from sight in an instant. Instinctively, Lena activated a radiant barrier. Just as it formed, it took a solid punch, causing ripples across its surface. Lena was startled, thinking. She almost broke through with her bare hands. Martina moved so quickly that Lena's eyes could barely track her. He was relieved, thinking, it's a good thing I had her step back. If she were any closer, I wouldn't have had time to react. And she only used her fists if this were a real fight. My barrier wouldn't stop her great sword. Nora witnessed the scene, her jaw dropping in amazement, exclaiming, so fast. Martina pounded on the barrier, frustrated that she couldn't break it with her fists, and shouted, coward. Lena didn't dare drop the barrier and quickly conceded. I give up. I can't beat you. Martina huffed. You're running away without a fight. Lena explained helplessly. Come on, I can't just stand here and let you use me as a punching bag, can I? We've only been together for a short while, and you're already thinking of domestic abuse. Martina calmed down and suggested earnestly, why don't you use that magic too, and we'll have a fair fight. Lena sighed and reluctantly agreed. All right, but step back first. No sudden attacks. Wait until I'm ready. Don't beat me to death. We still have a contract. Martina nodded in agreement. Junice and Eliana covered their eyes, unable to watch. The referee role naturally fell to Nora. Lena also used the lightning armor. Once ready, at Nora's signal, Martina disappeared again. This time, Lena could see Martina's movements, but her speed was still a beat faster. As her fist approached, he instinctively protected his head, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw her move like lightning to his side. Oh no, Lena thought, bracing for impact, but after a few seconds, he didn't feel the expected blow. Instead, something soft lightly touched his cheek. He opened his eyes in surprise to find Martina had kissed him. Martina placed her hands on her hips, a smug smile spreading across her face as she locked eyes with Rainer. She bit her lip lightly, and after a moment's pause, she said, you're my man, I can't bear to hit you. As soon as she finished speaking, the lightning armor surrounding Rainer slowly dissipated. He dusted off his clothes with a slight smirk, smart move. Nora, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Martina is so cheesy, doing something like that. She used to mock me just for touching an ear, and now she's even bolder than I ever was. Hearing this, Martina kept her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes in response. That was then, this is now. At that moment, Junice and Eliana both opened their eyes and, noticing the harmonious scene, curiously asked, looks like we missed something interesting? Rainer nodded in agreement. Yeah, she took a bite out of me, and I lost. He had anticipated losing before he came, but he didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. Ever since Martina mastered the lightning armor, her strength had increased dramatically. She could probably take down an entire orc tribe by herself now. Rainer was secretly relieved that the Minotaur chieftain was no longer around. Otherwise, he might have had an existential crisis facing the current Martina. Suddenly, Martina spread her arms wide and embraced Rainer tightly, softly saying, "I'm your woman, and my strength is your strength too." Rainer squinted, scrutinizing her, thinking she's getting more and more smooth-talking. He whispered in Martina's ear, "You bullied me earlier, so tonight when we rest, it'll be my turn to bully you." As soon as he said this, he raised an eyebrow. Martina's lips curled into a slight smile, nonchalantly replying, "Go ahead, I've been holding back for days." As the two were flirting, Nora's thoughts suddenly intruded. There are orcs coming. She quickly walked over to Rainer, gently tapping his shoulder and whispering, "Master, your orc friend is hiding in the bushes. Should I bring her over?" Rainer followed the direction of Nora's pointing. Just then, Fiona emerged from the bushes, puzzled. "Lord Rainer, were you having a sparring match?" Rainer paused briefly and explained, "Yes, she learned a powerful magic, so I was helping her practice." He added, "Just call me Rainer. No need for the Lord part. It sounds awkward." Fiona nodded in agreement, but didn't speak immediately, as if she was gathering her thoughts. Rainer observed her expression closely and said softly, "Say what you need to." Fiona took a deep breath and slowly revealed her predicament. "I've been trying to unite the orcs lately, often negotiating with various orc clans. But last night, a warlike clan launched a surprise attack on our tribe under the cover of darkness, causing us significant losses." She lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Rainer, please help me with this, and I'm willing to sign a contract with you, to be under your supervision from now on." Rainer ran his fingers through his hair, tousled by the cold wind, and asked, "So how do you need me to help you?" Fiona pulled out a map from her cloak, pointing to an area in the western forest, and after a moment of silence, she said softly, "The Lionclaw clan. Their banner is a tawny lion, and their tribe is quite strong. According to my informant within the Lionclaw clan, the chieftain likes to go hunting in the early morning, usually with 4 elite guards." Rainer frowned in thought. "With that kind of intel, wouldn't it be easy for you to ambush and kill him?" Fiona shook her head, sighing softly. "It's difficult. They're strong, and too many people would alert them, while too few would risk him escaping. We only have one chance, and if the assassination fails, he'll be on guard, making it even harder to get another chance." Rainer furrowed his brow further. "Just how strong are they?" Liner leaned against the pine tree, yawning wearily. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his tired face as he squinted at Fiona beside him. "You've met the chieftain of the Black Wolf clan, right? Between the two, who do you think is stronger?" Liner asked lazily. Without hesitation, Fiona replied, "The chieftain of the Black Wolf clan is much stronger." Liner nodded, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Then there's no problem. I bet Martina could kill him easier than squashing an ant." He paused before continuing. "All right, the deal's set. I'll help you get rid of the orc chieftain. Besides the contract and dark magic lessons, what else will you offer me as payment?" Fiona squinted, retorting, "Still haven't given up? I thought you were joking." She pondered for a moment and then said, "Recently, the laborers in the tribe found a hidden, abandoned ancient gold mine. I'm willing to pay you in gold." Upon hearing gold, Liner's eyes lit up. He feigned composure, clearing his throat before asking, "How much can you give?" After some thought, Fiona answered, "I've seen your coins. If crafted in the same style, I could give you about 100 pieces." Liner swallowed hard, thinking this place was indeed a gold mine. Fiona added, "I've heard humans like to wear gold jewelry. If you want, I can have a craftsman make you a set." Liner shook his head. To him, jewelry without any added effects was just flashy. He recalled how Junie's always covered the gem at her staff's tip with black cloth to avoid attracting thieves. "Forget the jewelry." Liner raised 2 fingers, 70 pieces the size of Balnia coins, "and the rest can be your fee for being my dark magic mentor." Fiona sighed lightly. "Still not giving up, huh? If you can't learn it, don't blame me. It's unheard of for humans to study dark magic." She hesitated. "Besides, I'm quite busy and may not have much time to teach you dark magic. How about my father? He's an even better priest than I am." Liner replied seriously, "I prefer a beautiful woman as my teacher." He added, "Mainly because some orc beliefs are very different from ours." Fiona awkwardly scratched her cheek. "Please, stop teasing me. Let's leave it at that for now. Go attend to your own matters." She paused. "Also, if possible, I'd prefer it if he could disappear without a trace." With that, Fiona gave a slight bow before disappearing into the bushes, leaving a "please" Liner behind. Liner yawned again, thinking it would be easy for him. Just then, Martina approached, curiously asking, "What were you two talking about?" Liner explained briefly, "She's hiring us to deal with a political rival." Martina's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Does that mean we get to kill orcs again?" Clearly, she was eager to test the combat capabilities of her thunder armor. Liner reassured her, "Let's head back and rest first. We'll act in the morning." Martina replied, somewhat disappointed, "All right." Suddenly, she grabbed Liner's shoulder, looking at him intently. "What is it?" Liner asked, puzzled. Martina spoke slowly. Dear, if you're too much of a flirt, Nora and I won't feel good. She was referring to Fiona. Martina continued. Junice probably feels the same, but she's shy and won't say it out loud. Junice quickly interjected. I admit Liner is outstanding. Not only funny and charming, but talented too. We were just acting. You're just being stubborn. My intuition is sharp. You can't fool me. Martina stepped in front of Junice, her eyes wide open as she stared at her. Say that again. Junice parted her lips slightly, but kept glancing away, unable to meet Martina's gaze. Rainer, along with Junice and Eliana, hid in the bushes, cautiously scanning their surroundings. They had just settled down when Martina returned with Nora, both covered in blood, a smug smile on Nora's face. Rainer focused on Nora and urgently asked, Is it done? Did you get the right people? Do the descriptions match? Nora confidently replied, Rest assured, Master, everything matches. I kept watch to make sure no one noticed. There were only 6 guards, no one else followed. She paused and added, As per your instructions, their bodies will never be found. Fiona specifically instructed that they disappear without a trace. Where did you hide them? Rainer pressed. Buried them, Nora answered succinctly. Martina dug quickly and deep. We've taken care of it. Rainer noticed the dirt on Martina's large sword, guessing she might have used it as a shovel. How's the new magic working? Rainer inquired. Martina said nothing but arrogantly held up one finger. Her thoughts echoed. I took out 7 orcs in an instant. Rainer was not surprised. Martina had shown this speed during their sparring yesterday. Martina, Nora, you did great, he sincerely praised. Though the bee-steered girls appeared calm, they secretly rejoiced. Rainer used water magic to wash the blood off Martina and fire magic to warm her. Seeing Martina's uncontrollable smile, Rainer couldn't help but ask, What are you smiling about? Martina beamed. I'm so strong, and you're so skilled in magic. Our offspring would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Nora didn't speak, but her thoughts quietly echoed. Mine would be quite clever too. A cold wind blew, and Rainer shivered. He gently stroked their ears, eager to leave the icy landscape. Let's go, get something to eat at the tavern. We're almost out of white bread and running low on meat. I saw some beef and lamb for sale a few days ago. Let's change things up today. Eliana suddenly chimed in. Rainer, we're out of honey too. Buy some honey. Rainer looked at her in surprise. You can understand the beast language? Eliana nodded and explained. After living together for so long, I picked it up. You often talk about white bread and jam at the table, so over time, I understood some words. You just mentioned white bread and chicken, and I noticed the white bread in the kitchen is almost gone, so I could guess. Rainer thought to himself, this little elf, despite being like a potato, is quite sharp. Considering the rising price of honey in winter and Eliana's role as a semi-teacher, he decided to buy some honey. Got it, he said, patting Eliana's head. The group arrived at the tavern, where Junice took Nora and the others to shop, while Rainer headed to the notice board in the corner. Liner stood in front of the Adventurers Guild notice board, his eyes scanning the stacks of yellow quest sheets piled high. He carefully flipped through a few and frowned, noticing that many of the tasks were overdue. Reflecting on his initial confusion when he arrived in Canon, he had once thought the backlog was due to seasonal reasons. However, after deeper investigation, the truth emerged it was a shortage of adventurers, with demand consistently exceeding supply. Liner couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he had been in Canon when he first crossed over, he might have already made a fortune from these tasks. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a bald man handed him a quest sheet, interrupting his reverie. What's this? Liner took the sheet and first looked at the reward section. He was surprised to see that the reward for this quest had risen from 5 silver coins to a gold coin, yet still no one had taken it. The quest was from a group of market merchants, with their destination being Melod and Diest. They had been waiting for nearly a week, and, if no adventurer was found soon, would have to seek help from the Lord. Liner recalled the route to Melod he had traveled before and frowned. It was indeed a dangerous path, involving a trek through a complex forest often plagued by bandits. He gently shook the quest sheet in his hand, pondering why no one had accepted it. The bald man seemed to notice his confusion and explained, The difficulty is part of it, but mainly it's because we have too few adventurers here. Only about a dozen. I've been to Diest, and they have way more adventurers than we do. Liner scratched his chin thoughtfully, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He had barely spent any money recently, and still had 55 Barnet gold coins. With the substantial amount Fiona was about to send him, a bold idea formed in his mind by slaves. Give them basic training, and have them take on the quests. I'll take this quest, Liner decided, rolling up the quest sheet and tucking it into his coat. The bald man nodded approvingly, saying it was a good thing. Just then, Junice returned with food and curiously asked, Still looking at quests? Liner leaned in close to her ear and whispered, I found a business opportunity. A business opportunity? Are you going to start making money? Junice asked, surprised. Liner nodded confidently. Of course, who wouldn't want more money in their pocket? Noticing 2 demi-human girls playing nearby, Liner suggested, Let's check out the slave market here later. Nora and Martina eagerly agreed in unison. Ever since Daisy had been bought, they understood that being chosen by Liner meant a dramatic change in fate. At least they no longer had to endure hunger, which was a rare fortune in a world so cruel to demi-humans. Liner's expression turned serious as he said, "Also, I want you to understand that I will only buy slaves with good potential, not just anyone. I won't invest emotionally in them as I do with you." The two demi-human girls paused, and Nora cautiously asked, "Will they have enough to eat?" Liner assured them, "They will have enough food, warmth, and a place to sleep. I will ensure these basic needs are met." Nora and Martina exchanged a smile and genuinely said, "That's already quite good. Thank you, master." Liner stood in a corner of the slave market with a few attendants, the biting cold wind cutting through the air. His gaze swept over the market, and he couldn't help but frown. The place was not only pitifully small, but there were also very few slaves for sale. Most were humans, followed by beast folk, with demi-humans being exceedingly rare. Despite the frigid weather, the slaves were dressed in shockingly thin clothing. To prevent them from freezing to death, the slavers had them huddle together around a bonfire for warmth. Liner sighed inwardly, feeling no interest in other types of slaves. After all, his prize slave appraisal system and mind-reading system were ineffective on non-demi-humans. He was only interested in purchasing high-quality demi-human slaves. With a glimmer of hope, Liner approached and asked, "Are these the only demi-human slaves you have?" The slaver turned to Liner, exhaling a white puff of breath, and replied with a hint of helplessness, "We hardly have any demi-humans here. They mostly live in the southern continent, and we can't capture them here." This response caught Liner off guard, touching on a gap in his knowledge. He paused briefly before asking, "What about these humans? How did they become slaves?" The slaver pointed to a woman curled up in a corner and explained, "Some are bandits, some are prisoners of war, and others were sold because they couldn't repay their debts." Liner sighed, realizing he would have to head south to select demi-human slaves. He had just accepted a commission to escort merchants and decided that on his return to Melode, he would make sure to bring back several demi-human slaves. Looking down at the few listless demi-human slaves, Liner used his appraisal ability. The results were disappointing. They were all inferior slaves, far below his standards. Just then, Nora gently tapped Liner on the shoulder and asked expectantly, "Are you going to buy them, master?" "No, there's nothing impressive here." Liner shook his head. "All right," Nora replied, sounding a bit disappointed. With a touch of regret, Liner led his attendants back home. The next day, clinging to a last shred of hope, Liner went outside the city once more to see if Fiona would appear. Since he was set to escort a caravan to Melode the next day, it might be weeks before he returned to Cannon. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before Fiona emerged from the bushes. Her expression was a mix of gratitude and concern. "Liner, you work fast." A beast folk placed a heavy bag in front of Liner. Upon opening it, he found it filled with gleaming gold coins, each engraved with intricate ancient tree patterns. Judging by their appearance, these were genuine Barnet coins. "Where did this money come from?" Liner asked curiously. Fiona replied softly, "We made them ourselves. After saying goodbye to you the other day, I asked Lord Aiden for a mold to mint coins. From now on, our tribe is officially connecting with humans." With that, she turned to the beast folk guards behind her and said, "You can go back. I'll return later on my own." The beast folk guards glanced at Liner, then turned and disappeared back into the bushes. Once they were gone, Fiona carefully looked at Liner and said softly, "Let's go. I'm here to fulfill my promise and establish a contract with you. I hope we can cooperate more in the future." Liner nodded, handing the money bag to Martina behind him, with a touch of admiration in his voice. "You've made quite a sacrifice for your tribe." Fiona lowered her head, her voice firm and resolute. "It's fine, it's just me. As long as our beast tribe can become strong, I'm willing to do it." To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lena wrapped a black cloak around herself. Aiden had already informed the city guards about her, so they wouldn't usually stop her. However, she preferred not to attract attention, so a disguise was still necessary. As far as she knew, even though they had formed an alliance, the locals still held some prejudice against them. Lena nodded in understanding and quickly led the group through the city gate, heading straight for the slave market. The market was bustling with noise, and Lena swiftly located a slave trader. After a brief explanation, she led him to a secluded room. "Sir, where would you like the seal to be placed?" the slave trader asked respectfully. Lena unfastened her thick wool coat, revealing her arm. "Here will do." Her arm already bore 3 seals, belonging to Nora, Martina, and Daisy. Now, a fourth was about to be added. The slave trader expertly applied the seal, and then looked over Fiona, asking, "Where should this seal be placed on your slave?" Lena pondered for a moment, then extended her hand to the trader. "Please step outside for a moment, this won't take long." Though puzzled, the trader handed over the seal to Lena and left the room. Inside, Lena turned to Fiona. "Where would you like it? It's best to choose a discreet spot, otherwise, if your tribe finds out, it could cause significant trouble." Fiona thought for a moment, her cheeks turning slightly red. Could one of your women help me with this? It might be awkward for you. Lena agreed and handed the seal to the most trustworthy, Nora, giving her a few simple instructions before turning away. Moments later, Fiona's startled cry broke the brief silence. When Lena turned back, Fiona was collapsed on the floor, and Nora was helping her adjust her clothing. At this point, Eliana approached with her staff, her eyes fixed on Lena's arm. What interested in me? Lena teased. Eliana shook her head. No, I'm just curious about the patterns on your arm. These are seals, Lena explained. Each time I buy a slave, I get one. They're magical markings used to control slaves. Eliana reached out with her cold fingers, lightly touching the seals on Lena's arm. Just then, a voice echoed in Lena's mind. Other elements detected, awakening new elemental powers. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the use of dark elements. Lena hummed happily to herself, pleased to have gained another magical attribute. Eliana suddenly spoke up. As I suspected, this is just a rudimentary control magic. Storing magic in a seal for human use, quite clever of you. Lena's eyes lit up. So, you know how to do this too? He was considering that if he could learn control magic, it would save him some money. After all, getting a seal in Mellowed usually cost a silver coin. Of course, Eliana replied. And the incantations are quite simple. It's just a shame you can't use dark magic. A cold breeze swept through, and Lena shivered, pulling his coat tighter. Anything's possible. Just teach me, he said nonchalantly. You can't possibly mean you can use dark magic too? Eliana asked in surprise. It's rare enough for an astrologer like me to awaken both light and dark attributes. For a human to have light magic is already extraordinary. If you were to awaken dark attributes as well. Lena cut her off. Just teach me and let me handle the rest. Lena closed his eyes and chanted a spell, feeling a sudden heat in his palm. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mysterious black pattern appear on his hand. To his amazement, the pattern changed shape with his thoughts, sometimes turning into vivid animals, and at other times transforming into graceful plants. Eliana watched in astonishment and murmured, Lena, are you sure you're human? Lena chuckled and retorted, you're calling me names again? You're the one who's not human. I just have a bit of talent. Eliana squinted at Lena, scrutinizing him before continuing to ask, you can use the 5 natural spells of wind, water, thunder, rock, and fire, and even the light and dark spells unique to us elves. Is this really just a coincidence? Lena nodded nonchalantly. I suppose so. Then, he looked at the mark on his hand and suddenly suggested to Eliana, how about you let me control you for a bit? Let's do an experiment. Eliana's face fell, and she raised her staff to strike Lena. However, her blow was easily blocked by a barrier Lena conjured. Frustrated and embarrassed, Eliana threatened, if you bully me, I'll tell my mom, and you'll be in big trouble. Lena was unfazed and teased, typical child, always bringing up their mom. This comment completely infuriated Eliana. She cursed at Lena and turned to leave, slamming the door behind her. Seeing this, Lena hurried to stop her, apologizing profusely. Don't go. I'm sorry, I won't upset you anymore. With a huff, Eliana returned to the room and sat on the bed. Sensing an opportunity, Lena asked, how exactly do you use the control magic? Eliana, could you teach me? Eliana thought for a moment and explained, set the rules and conditions in your mind. Use it on yourself first, and then apply it to the target. Compared to those slavers' marks, the control magic I taught you is more flexible and convenient. Lena pondered and asked, how do I break the current contract? Using Nora as an example, Eliana explained, flush your own mark with dark elements. As the master in the contract, you can unilaterally dissolve it, and the contract on Nora will also be invalidated. Then you just put a new one on top. It's that simple. Lena asked for more details. Can you be more specific? What does flushing mean? Eliana patiently clarified. Since you can use control magic, you should feel the dark elements flowing inside you, right? Lena nodded. Of course. Eliana continued. Gather the flowing dark elements beneath the mark you want to remove, and soon you can burn the mark away. You can practice on Nora. Lena was a bit concerned. If I fail, will there be any negative effects? Eliana shook her head and reassured him. It will just be ineffective, nothing else. After thinking for a moment, Lena decided against it, but chose to practice on Fiona instead. He told Eliana, you can go out, and if Fiona wakes up, call her up for me. Eliana seemed a bit incredulous. I don't speak Orcish. Lena explained, just call me, that's all. All right, Eliana said as she slowly made her way downstairs. A few minutes later, she shouted, she's awake. Lena switched to Orcish and called out loudly, Fiona, come up here, I need to talk to you. Soon, Fiona opened the door and stood respectfully in front of Lena. Lena asked with concern, is your dizziness better? Fiona held her forehead and replied, much better. I can walk on my own now. Just a bit more rest, and I'll be completely fine. Lena patted the edge of the bed, motioning for her to sit. Fiona obediently sat down, her tired eyes looking at Lena. Lena first erased the mark on himself, then created a fong-shaped pattern on his palm. Following Eliana's instructions, Liner gently pressed against himself before turning to Fiona, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I'm going to give you a new contract, Mark. See where you'd prefer it, he said with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Fiona paused, her brow furrowing in brief contemplation. After a moment, she slowly untied the cloth wrapped around her waist and lifted a corner of her thick woolen garment with her fingertips. It doesn't matter, she sighed, turning her face slightly to the side, a faint trace of disappointment in her voice. I'm not exactly a likable female. Since you're not interested in me, Liner, there's no need for me to guard against you. Liner's gaze involuntarily fell on Fiona's long legs. She was unlike the robust beast women he was used to, possessing both Nora's slender grace and Martina's striking presence, a perfect combination. If it were 6 months ago, Liner would have had a nosebleed at such a sight. However, after enduring the training from Martina and Nora, he had become a man of strong will. Faced with such temptation now, he didn't even blink. You're as captivating as an emerald, Liner said sincerely. Fiona's cheeks flushed instantly, clearly defenseless against such cheesy compliments. Her eyes began to dart around, her tone carrying a hint of annoyance. Stop joking. If my people heard you, they'd laugh their heads off. I'm not joking, Liner replied, leaning closer to examine the contract mark on her. You might not even realize your own allure. I'm going to test the new contract mark now. Fiona nodded gently. Go ahead. With that, Liner focused his mind, and Fiona, receiving the command, trembled slightly before collapsing softly onto the bed. He wanted to test the power of his control magic, so he feigned a mischievous demeanor, slowly approaching her. Liner, what are you doing? Fiona's voice quivered. Take a guess, Liner answered mysteriously. Fiona parted her lips slightly, looking at Liner with pitiful eyes, clutching her clothes tighter. I agreed to the contract for other reasons, not for this kind of nonsense. Please, don't. Liner continued to approach, playfully pinching her cheek. The contract is signed, and the final interpretation is up to me. Hee hee. Fiona lay on the bed as if resigned, muttering to herself. Fine. If it's Lord Liner, then I suppose I'm willing. You could at least pretend to resist. I'm testing here, Liner remarked in surprise. I tried, but I can't resist. My dark magic is useless now. Go ahead. Fiona replied with a hint of expectation in her voice. Sensing things were taking a wrong turn, Liner quickly lifted the control. Once Fiona returned to normal, she clutched her chest, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face. She murmured to herself. As expected, no male would fancy me, not even when I'm completely still. After a moment of thought, Liner replied. You're beautiful, others just don't appreciate it. But as a connoisseur, I can see your charm at a glance. Fiona shifted slightly away, whispering. Liner, you're teasing me again. Just then, two familiar-sounding coughs echoed from behind. Ahem, ahem. Liner slowly turned around, just in time to see 4 people peeking through the crack of the door. The group followed the caravan on the road to Mellet. 6 women on horseback led the way, with the caravan's wagons trailing behind. In the dense forest, they twisted and turned until they found a road suitable for the wagons to pass. This forest was nearly devoid of magical creatures, with only beasts like tigers, wolves, and bears posing any threat, so their guard was not particularly high. Along the way, Junies and Martina teased Lena about his behavior the previous day. Martina, expressionless, warned, Honey, if you keep messing around, I'll elbow you. Junies laughed and praised. Lena not only has exceptional magical talent, but also a knack for finding women quickly. In just a few days, he set his sights on an orc priestess. But honestly, she's the most beautiful female orc I've ever seen. Martina crossed her arms and responded indifferently. Not as beautiful as me. Junies teased. You each have your strengths. Lena scratched his cheek, trying to explain. I was just trying to tease her. I didn't plan to take it further. Martina smirked sarcastically. Who knows, by the time we got up there, you might have been done already. Lena immediately retorted. That's a complete slander. 10 minutes isn't enough for me to finish a battle. Martina continued. I admit you're better at that sort of thing than me, but a quick finish isn't necessarily bad. Lena squinted, thinking her intelligence was focused on peculiar matters. Don't overthink it. I'll make it up to you some other day. Lena tried to appease. Martina huffed lightly, casually breaking a branch and tossing it at Nora, who was leading the way. Why don't you say something? Nora looked back at them and replied seriously. I need to concentrate on scouting. I've heard everything you've said, but it doesn't matter to me. I just want the master to be happy. Martina complained. How can it not matter? When it comes around only once every 10 days or so, you'll be singing a different tune. Nora chuckled. It really doesn't matter to me. Once every 2 weeks is fine. Overdoing it isn't good for the body, and it makes you tired the next day. Martina squinted, her cheeks slightly flushed. You might be fine with it, but I can't sleep without Lena holding me. Though Nora said nothing, she secretly mocked Martina in her mind. She remembered how Martina used to mock her, and now she seemed like a completely different person, having forgotten her previous words. Nora shook her head. No way. It's too cold in winter. I want to cuddle with the master. Then you can give me summer, Martina suggested. No, you're so annoying. Nora waved her hand, refusing to continue the exchange. Lena watched the two, a slight smile on his lips. Just then, he felt the arms around his waist loosen. Lena steadied Eliana, who was about to fall, with his left hand and asked, "Didn't you rest well yesterday? You're falling asleep." Eliana covered half her face with a scarf, her eyes half closed, looking sleepy. "No, I just get drowsy easily when I'm not busy." Her tired demeanor made her look particularly adorable. Liner led the caravan through the dense forest, with Eliana clinging tightly to his waist, looking around excitedly. When he suggested sending her back home, the little elf firmly shook her head in refusal. "I haven't had enough yet. The outside world is too fascinating." Liner sighed softly and stopped trying to persuade her. The caravan continued on, and 5 days later, they arrived at a clearing, the very place where he had first found Junies. As night fell, Liner decided to camp there for the night. Under the glow of the campfire, the group sat around, munching on white bread. Junies looked around thoughtfully, catching Liner's attention. "Remember this place?" Liner asked while spreading honey on his bread. Junies nodded, recalling her predicament back then. "I wanted to hunt for food to take to Cannon, but I overestimated my abilities. Luckily, you came looking for me, or I might have starved in this forest." She paused, looking directly into Liner's eyes. "So, were you really worried about me back then?" Liner admitted candidly. "Of course, we're friends, and you were my first magic teacher." Junie smiled, reflecting. Making more friends was definitely the right choice. Time flies, a month has passed just like that. As night deepened, Martina snuggled into Liner's arms playfully. He gently stroked her ears, leaning against a tree to keep watch. Junies quietly came over to sit beside Liner, hugging her knees. She gazed at the sleeping Martina and whispered, "She looks so happy." Just as Liner was about to respond, Junies suddenly interrupted. "Liner, what exactly is our relationship?" Her face flushed slightly, revealing that this question had been on her mind for a long time. Liner was taken aback. "What a strange question." Junies gave a wry smile. "You're right. You treat them the same way." "I was being foolish." Liner quickly clarified. "I mean, I have always considered you the closest person to me." A few days later, the group arrived in Mellet. Liner slid off his horse, utterly exhausted, his body aching from nearly 10 days of travel. Although the escort mission was well paid, it was undeniably grueling, and all he wanted was to return home for a good rest. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Liner led the group into the city. Eliana looked around with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, this city is beautiful. I really like it." Indeed, Melod was more prosperous than Cannon, with its roads paved with pebbles, which were much cleaner and more attractive than muddy paths. Seeing Eliana's excitement, Liner grew curious about where elves lived. "By the way, do elves have towns in the forest?" he asked. Eliana pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Would you believe me if I told you that we elves actually live in trees and don't have towns as you know them?" Liner was taken aback. "Live in trees? How do you manage that? Do you carve out a hollow and crawl in, or perch on branches like birds?" He tried to imagine living quarters in trees, but found it hard to see how either tree hollows or branch-top houses could be practical. Eliana playfully punched him with her small fist and teased, "You're the one who's a bird." As they spoke, a patrolling guard greeted Liner warmly. Eliana remarked with surprise, "You seem to be quite famous here." Liner modestly explained, "Not really. It's just that there are few mages around here, and after completing a few jobs, I've made a bit of a name for myself." Eliana pulled out a piece of white bread from her pocket and nibbled at it, looking particularly adorable with her youthful demeanor. Liner ruffled her blue hair and said, "Grow up quickly." 10 minutes later, the group arrived at Liner's home. The house was as it had been, with the backyard converted into a stable that could only accommodate 3 horses. Liner pointed to the wooden fence and said, "Tie the extra horses here. I'll get a blanket for them later, and tomorrow I'll expand the stable." Upon entering the house, Liner saw Daisy cleaning the dust that had accumulated over the months. Eliana looked around curiously and then tugged at Liner's sleeve. "Where will I stay tonight?" she asked. Liner glanced at the storage room, filled with clutter. "We'll tidy that up, and you can stay there for now," he replied. Eliana nodded and immediately began organizing. Liner joined in the cleaning, using water magic to wash wooden cups and fill them with hot water. The tiring journey was over, but a new chapter of life was just beginning. At that moment, Junice suddenly stood up, catching Rainer's attention. "I won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow," she said, turning to leave. Rainer quickly got up and blocked her path. "Where are you going?" he asked urgently, a hint of unease in his eyes. Junice yawned, exhaustion evident on her face. "To the inn for some rest. It's been a tiring few days." Without hesitation, Rainer suggested, "The inn's conditions are too poor. Why don't you stay with us?" Junice glanced around, her brow furrowed. "Stay with you? But there are only 4 rooms here," she questioned, sounding doubtful. Rainer's lips curved into a sly smile. "That's easy to solve. Nora and Daisy can share a room. Martina and I can share another. The little elf can have their own, and that leaves one room free. Junice leaned closer to Rainer, whispering, "Is that all right?" Rainer confidently explained, "Of course. We usually keep one room free, and if we tidy up the storage room, we'll have two. It's just like when we were in canon. With you and the little elf, it shouldn't be a problem." Junice scratched her head thoughtfully, then turned her gaze to Martina, who was removing her armor. "You're sharing a room with Rainer tonight?" she asked tentatively. Martina paused, scratching her cheek, and replied with a hint of teasing, "What do you mean? Are you trying to take Rainer for yourself?" The room fell silent at Martina's words. Junice laughed awkwardly and quickly clarified, "What are you talking about? Rainer and I are just friends." She couldn't help but glance at Rainer, adding, "Very close friends, actually." Martina shrugged, her tone playful. "Doesn't matter. At this rate, you'll probably become his woman soon enough." Martina's bluntness left Junice momentarily speechless. Seeing her silence, Martina pressed on, "Am I wrong? The way you look at Rainer is full of trust, dependence, admiration, just like Nora." Junice tried to argue, "You're overthinking it." You're more stubborn than I thought," Martina said, placing her armor into a wooden box. Seeing Junice's face turning red, Rainer quickly diverted Martina. "Go help Nora tidy up the room." Once Martina left, he muttered, "She really doesn't know when to hold back. How could she just expose things like that?" Junice turned to leave, but Rainer caught her wrist again. "There's a free room." "Where are you going?" he asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Junice lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Martina misunderstood us. I should stay out." Rainer took a deep breath, summoning his courage. "It's not really a misunderstanding. I do have feelings for you." They locked eyes, tension hanging in the air. After a moment, Junice spoke. "Rainer, just to be sure, do you like me?" "Yes," Rainer answered firmly. "I'd like to take our friendship to the next level. What do you think?" Junice's face turned crimson, her gaze evasive. "You already have Nora and Martina. I consider them friends, and I don't want them to be upset." She hesitated, then added, "Maybe we could try it for a while." Junice lowered her head and softly said, "I need to have a serious talk with them." With that, she turned and entered Martina's room, giving Rainer a deep look before closing the door firmly. Time seemed to freeze as Rainer anxiously waited outside. Finally, Junice emerged from the room. "How did it go?" Rainer asked eagerly, his heart racing. Junice gently set down her staff, her voice quiet. "We can try it out for now." The next morning, Rainer quickly swallowed a few bites of dry bread and led the group out the door. The snow on the streets was beginning to melt, and the air was filled with the scent of winter's end. Their first stop was the tavern, where they sought out the resident money changer. Rainer pulled out nearly 50 Barnet gold coins from his pocket, their faint glimmer visible in the dim light. The money changer took the coins, counted them deftly, and handed Rainer a heavy bag of diced coins. Although Barnet coins were more valuable, with an exchange rate of about 1 minute and 2.5 seconds, the merchant skillfully extracted a significant commission. In the end, Rainer was left with only 120 diced coins. He weighed the heavy money bag, listening to the clinking of the coins inside, then handed it to Nora for safekeeping. With this money, the group immediately headed to the slave market. Junice followed closely beside Rainer, suddenly letting out a small sneeze. Concerned, Rainer said, "Wear more clothes if you're cold, don't catch a cold." Junice replied softly, "I know." She wanted to hold Rainer's hand, but noticed Martina watching from the side and decided against it. Though their relationship was already established, Junice often felt a sense of guilt. Conversations with Rainer that once flowed naturally now made her hesitant to speak. Rainer noticed her hesitance and took her hand. Martina, seeing this, made a mocking noise at the couple. Rainer thought to himself, "She needs a good talking to tonight." As the snow melted, the slave market became more crowded. Nobles, servants, and adventurers moved among the stalls, selecting various slaves. Martina and Nora stood quietly to the side, discomfort evident in their eyes. Martina, in particular, felt deep empathy, and witnessing fellow beings in misery distressed her. Rainer decided that next time he visited the slave market, he'd leave them at home to spare them the pain of seeing their kind being traded. He thought, "What else can I do with my wives but spoil them? I'm going to start picking people. Why don't you find a place to rest for a bit?" Rainer suggested, raising an eyebrow. Junice understood, and, taking Martina and Nora by the hand, led them out of the market. "We'll wait for you at the entrance." The little elf, Eliana, glanced back at Junice, but resolutely ran to Rainer. She tugged gently at his sleeve and asked, "Why did you split up?" Rainer shrugged indifferently. "There's no need for them to come in. They wouldn't know how to pick anyway." "All right then, I'll go in with you," Eliana said, sticking close to him. Rainer's criteria for purchasing slaves were straightforward. They needed to have at least a rare level of talent or possess special skills that warranted an exception. For instance, keen senses or a high mental level. Intelligence could be a bit lower since being too smart wasn't always beneficial. Additionally, he preferred female demi-humans, as the system's achievements easily earned him the favor of bestiared girls. Besides, He felt there wasn't much difference between the genders among them. Raynor approached the cheapest group of slaves, inspecting them closely, hoping to find an overlooked gem. After about 10 minutes of searching, his efforts paid off, discovered a hidden treasure with rare talent. The slave was named Roxanne, a snake-type demi-human. She was slender and frail, her face showing signs of malnutrition. When she noticed Raynor's gaze, she instinctively flicked her forked tongue and made a soft hissing sound. Her limbs were covered in brown snake scales that shimmered coldly in the dim light, giving her an aura that was both mysterious and slightly unsettling. In terms of innate attributes, Roxanne's perception reached a level, and her agility was at a level similar to Nora, making her suitable to serve as a scout. She scrutinized Lena with her cold vertical pupils, and a thought drifted into her mind. This person's scent is quite appealing. Lena realized that this might be the achievement system at work. He decisively purchased Roxanne, handing the slaver a bag of jangling coins. No need for a contract seal, he said, looking directly into Roxanne's eyes as he cast a domination spell. Follow me and don't try to run away. I've already used a domination spell on you. Roxanne nodded slightly, thinking to herself, he actually understands our language. Lena glanced at her, deciding to deal with this matter after buying other slaves. Eliana lightly poked Lena's side with her staff and laughed. Already using the magic I taught you recently? Lena shrugged. Otherwise, it would have been for nothing. And avoiding the contract seal saves money. After browsing through the lower grade slave area, Lena turned to the medium grade lineup. As the prices increased, so did the quality of the slaves. He moved through the crowd and quickly spotted 5 rare grade female demi-human slaves, purchasing them all for 20 gold coins. Seeing a big spender, the slavers swarmed to promote their goods. Sir, this slave is great. She's beautiful and a virgin. This one has the strength of an ox. Eats little and is very strong. Only 4 gold coins. Lena nodded absent-mindedly, secretly using his appraisal ability on these slaves. The results were disappointing. They appeared fine but hid various ailments, from infectious diseases to lameness. Such swindlers, Lena cursed inwardly. Finally, Lena arrived at the high-grade slave section. Here, the slaves were predominantly female, attractive, and well-kept, clearly having undergone careful breeding and training. Each slave wore a tag on their chest listing their skills and strengths, with prices starting at 10 gold coins. Some demi-human slaves even understood the Daist language. After a careful appraisal, Lena found there were 34 slaves in total, 2 inferior, 9 common, 19 rare, 3 epic, and 1 legendary. He counted his remaining coins, over 90, enough to purchase the epic and legendary slaves. He selected 4 female demi-human slaves, all females, luckily. The 3 epic-level demi-humans were of the bull, wolf, and fish varieties, each with unique strengths. The bull type had immense strength, rated S level. The wolf type was well-rounded, with strength, agility, and endurance all at a level. The fish type, though average in strength and endurance, had a level perception and spirit, likely proficient in water magic. Finally, Lena approached the legendary demi-human slave. She was a white-furred fox, wearing a charming smile that made one take a second look. Raynor leaned closer to Peggy, carefully examining the tag around her neck. It clearly read, Foxkin demi-human, proficient in Daist language, skilled in fire magic, virgin. He quickly completed his assessment. Peggy DeVille, 21 years old, female, Foxkin demi-human. Health status, good. Talent detail strength D, endurance C, agility B, perception B, spirit S, intelligence S. Measurements, 814990. Raynor raised an eyebrow slightly. Aside from Daisy, this was the first time he had encountered a high-intelligence demi-human with both spirit and intelligence at S level. Just as he was pondering, Peggy let out a sweet laugh, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth. Her fluffy tail gently swayed behind her, giving her an innocent and naive appearance. Raynor couldn't help but be affected by her smile, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. At that moment, Eliana prodded his side with her staff, teasing, Are you smitten already? Don't you think this one is particularly pretty? Not as much as me, Raynor replied offhandedly. You? You're just a potato. Eliana retorted before launching a playful assault on Raynor with her staff. Amidst the chaos, Peggy's thoughts drifted into Raynor's mind. What language is this? Blue hair and pointed ears, looks a bit like an elf. This guy seems wealthy, buying so many demi-humans at once. His manners are quite proper. He could be a useful stepping stone. With a little manipulation, I might be able to use him. Raynor paused, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. It seemed this fox spirit had plenty of schemes. But with his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, even the cleverest plans were futile. Peggy spoke first, flattering in Daist language. Can you be my master? I really like you, and I want to go home with you. Buy me, please. Yet internally, she was shouting, Pathetic human, I'll have you wrapped around my finger in no time. Raynor squinted, displaying a subtly mischievous smile. At this moment, the slave trader approached, raising 3 fingers with a sly grin. This demi-human slave is a premium product, requiring at least 30 gold coins. If you're familiar with demi-humans, you must have heard of foxskin. They're naturally enchanting and know how to please men. Taking one home is a decision you won't regret. Before he finished speaking, Peggy's inner voice came through. Damn slave trader. Please, men. Once I break free from the binding, the first thing I'll do is come back and kill you. On the surface, Peggy continued wagging her tail, her smile unwavering. Master, take me home with you. I can do so many things for you. Raynor's lips curled slightly, thinking this fox spirit indeed had two faces, which was quite amusing. He decided to let Martina go for today and focus on dealing with this cunning fox. Just then, the slave trader leaned in closer to Raynor, lowering his voice. Lord Raynor, if you're going to buy her, I must warn you, she's actually very cunning. Don't take her words at face value. Peggy covered her mouth, giggling. I have no such schemes. I'm sincere. Yet inside, she was raging. You're dead meat. The slave trader continued. Back in the forest, she single-handedly had us running in circles. I had 50 demi-human guards, and she managed to lure and kill half of them. If it weren't for using her sister as bait, we might not have caught her at all. Peggy's inner fury burned. Despicable humans. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Such disgusting people must be eliminated. Raynor spoke in fluent demi-human language, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. To kill your own kind without hesitation, you truly are ruthless. Compared to this slave trader, you're even more heartless. Peggy was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Raynor to speak the demi-human language. She quickly adjusted her expression and responded in the same language, her voice sweet yet tinged with a hint of grievance. How could I do such a thing? I'm just a cute little fox. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Falling into human hands is a fate worse than death. Being exploited by day and used as a tool for venting at night. For them, death is a release. How could mere humans possibly understand? Peggy's expression instantly returned to one of gentle cuteness, her smile bright as she looked at Raynor and the slave trader. Raynor marveled at her ability to disguise herself, thinking, this woman is filled with murderous intent, yet can switch expressions so effortlessly. Her hatred for humans is deeply ingrained. Trying to change her would be nearly impossible. To control her, one must exploit her weaknesses. Raynor turned to the slave trader and asked, does she have a sister? The slave trader nodded in confirmation. Yes, but she escaped later, and we haven't been able to catch her. Raynor smirked slightly, pulling out money to buy several beast-eared girls. His supply of Dias gold coins was running low, with only a little over 30 remaining. Follow me, Raynor said. I'll mark you with a contract seal. Especially this fox demi-human, she needs multiple seals. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile crossed Peggy's face, and she thought to herself. Foolish. I've almost cracked these simple seals already. I'll break free in at most a month. However, Raynor said, no need, I know a bit about it. He tapped Peggy's arm, instantly imprinting the contract seal. The seal's conditions were set to be unbreakable and life-linked. Peggy quickly sensed something was wrong. She scratched at the seal on her shoulder, her brow furrowing. This seal was different, complex and sturdy, unlike the ones used by the slave trader. She looked at Raynor in alarm, not speaking, but internally in turmoil. How did he do it? I can't break it. Raynor smiled and said, this is an improved control magic from the elves. Only the caster or an elf can undo it. No matter how much you struggle, it's futile. Peggy feigned composure, sweetly saying, Master, you're amazing, knowing everything. Raynor squinted, a slight smile on his lips. Flattery won't work. Come with me, and I'll give you 100 draws. Peggy felt scornful inside. Draw me? You're finished. There's no man I can't enchant. With a little effort, I can have them wrapped around my finger. Raynor inwardly chuckled. If it weren't for his ability to overhear thoughts and overwhelming advantage might have been fooled by this cunning woman. He decided she needed proper discipline. What's your name? Raynor asked. Peggy, and you, master? Her tail wagged enthusiastically as she feigned innocence. My name is Raynor, he said, stepping closer and patting Peggy's shoulder, whispering in her ear. And I advise you, don't play tricks on me. You may think you're clever, but against me. He gave a meaningful smile. Child, you still have a lot to learn. After leaving the slave market, Raynor immediately took the 10 demi-human girls to the market to buy blankets and clothing. The biting cold wind made their thin clothing insufficient against the lingering winter chill, causing them to shiver. Nora and Martina were pleased to see Raynor bring back so many demi-humans, thinking silently that these poor souls finally had a place to call home, at least where they could be warm and well-fed. Raynor had clearly spent a considerable amount, but his kindness spared these fortunate ones from further suffering. Most of the newly purchased demi-human slaves were quite docile, having been warned by the slave traders about the power of the contract marks. They knew well that even if they fled to the ends of the earth, Raynor could summon them back with a mere thought. The desire to escape had already vanished before the dominance mark was even imprinted. However, at the end of the group, the fox spirit Peggy appeared particularly wary. glancing around like a thief, her eyes filled with vigilance. This was identical to when Nora was first bought. Liner leaned close to Nora's ear and whispered, "Keep an eye on that white fox. Let me know if you notice anything unusual. If she dares to attack you, you can kill her outright. She's good at disguises, so don't be fooled by her sweet talk." Although Liner could perceive Peggy's thoughts, he still needed a backup plan for peace of mind. Nora nodded in agreement, then slowed her pace to naturally walk beside Peggy. Peggy immediately tried to engage her, saying, "Your eyes are beautiful, they're so lovely." Nora merely responded with a cold, and said no more. Peggy probed further, "Your armor is pretty, did the master buy it for you?" The taciturn Nora glanced at her and replied expressionlessly, "Don't try to get close to me." Liner nodded to himself, thinking that entrusting this task to Nora was indeed the right choice. Peggy feigned a look of grievance, lowering her head. If Liner couldn't hear her thoughts, he might have been deceived. "Human lapdog," Peggy cursed inwardly. "I don't know what he offered you to make you so loyal. You'll be done for if I get the chance." Suddenly, Liner remembered something and returned to Nora, placing a dominance mark on her. "Master, what is this for?" Nora asked, puzzled. Liner explained, "Just in case, this mark allows me to control the fox. Also, if she kills you, she'll die too." Peggy panicked, grabbing Liner's sleeve and pleaded, "I just want the master to be my master." She thought to herself, "Why is this human so wary of me? I've tried so hard to please him. No one has ever treated me like this before." Liner slightly smiled and shook his head gently, saying, "Poor Peggy, I'm sorry, but for now, I won't be your only master. Get used to it." With that, he clapped his hands and returned to the front of the group. Peggy cursed him inwardly but dared not act out, only managing a few secret glares at Liner. Martina comforted the other demi-humans. "You're very lucky. Liner is known as a great benefactor in this area, and he treats us demi-humans especially well. You might not believe it now, but in time you'll all be willing to serve him faithfully." I must admit, Martina's social skills are indeed a notch above Nora's. Her seemingly naive demeanor actually makes the demi-human slaves feel more at ease around her. The epic ox cautiously approached Martina, her eyes filled with both anticipation and anxiety. "Will we get to eat every day?" "Of course," Martina assured, patting her chest confidently. "3 meals a day, with at least 2 pieces of black bread bigger than your face at each meal." The epic fish immediately followed up with another question. "Will we be mistreated? I've heard that those bought by humans don't usually end up well." Martina paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No, you won't. Lena is the kindest man I've ever met. He's always patient in teaching me, and even in dangerous situations, he never abandoned me. As long as you don't do anything excessive, he won't mistreat you." Roxanne flicked her tongue out, her long, brown snake tail gently swaying behind her. "He doesn't seem bad. I can smell the scent of people. Scumbags always smell bad, but he smells sweet." This comparison felt a bit odd to Lena, but it was a positive assessment nonetheless. Just as he was secretly relieved, the epic wolf hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. "Will he do strange things to us?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously chattering demi-humans fell silent and pricked up their ears, waiting for Martina's response. The epic ox instinctively covered her impressive chest, fearing Lena might have untoward intentions. The epic wolf quickly waved his hands to clarify. "I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it." Martina snorted lightly, wishful thinking. Having food, drink, and shelter is already good enough, and you still want a man to pamper you. With that, she suddenly turned around, walked to the center of the group, raised her hands, and loudly announced, "Everyone, eyes on me. I have an announcement." Not only did the demi-human slaves turn their attention to her, but even the passers-by on the street, though unable to understand the demi-human language, were drawn to her actions. Suddenly, Lena and his group became the center of attention. Martina continued to shout, "Lena is mine. Anyone who wants to be his woman must go through me first. If you can't even beat me, you're not worthy of him." Watching Martina's display, Lena couldn't help but admire her seemingly simple yet wise nature. Although her words effectively blocked others from pursuing him, he was content. After all, too many women could lead to trouble. After making her declaration, Martina returned to Lena's side, pointing at a few demi-human slaves and warning, "I, Martina, value 2 things above all, food and Lena. If you think about him, don't blame me for beating you up." Hearing that he was on par with food in Martina's heart, Lena felt a mix of emotions, both gratified and somewhat melancholic. The demi-human slaves nodded in agreement. Typically, without special circumstances, demi-humans wouldn't be interested in humans. Likewise, Lena had no interest in any of them, as they were merely tools for making money. Nora, Martina, and Junies were more than enough for him. At the market, Lena selected clothes and bedding for the bestiared girls, then had Nora and Martina distribute them. It was then that Peggy's inner voice floated in. "It's surprising he's buying us these things. Better keep observing. This might just be a sugar-coated trap." The demi-human slaves clutched the clothing and bedding they had just bought from the market, their eyes filled with disbelief. This scene made them start to wonder if Lena was really as terrifying as Martina had described. After completing the shopping, Lena led the newly freed slaves to find a place to rent. He already had 16 bestiared girls under his care, and the small house they originally had could only accommodate 6 people at most. Clearly, cramming 10 bestiared girls into the living room to sleep on the floor was unrealistic. Are there any vacant houses near the east side of the city? Lena asked the tavern owner, who was wiping the wooden table in front of him with a cloth. Not that I know of, but there are plenty of empty houses on the west side. Would you consider that? The owner suggested. Lena shook his head and politely declined. No, the west side is too far from where I live. He fell into thought, realizing his stay in Melod was still uncertain. He might soon have to return to Canona, a place that was backward but offered more opportunities. Sighing, Lena pondered carefully. His residence was located in the eastern corner of the city, where houses were sparse, and there was a nearly 10-square-meter patch of overgrown land between the backyard and the walls. With his rock magic, he could easily and quickly build an employee dormitory there. However, almost every inch of land in the city belonged to the Lord, and building without permission could be seen as a provocation. Junies, take them home first. I need to find Demas and ask him, Lena decided. Come back soon, Junies replied. Nora and Martina wanted to go with him, but Lena assigned them a task. Keep an eye on these slaves for me, especially the white fox. Make sure to watch her closely. Nora nodded obediently, returning to Junies' side and keeping a close watch on Peggy. The cat and the fox stared at each other intently. Martina pouted, grumbling. Are you trying to get rid of us so you can go find other women? Lena pulled Eliana over and said, if I were going out to find women, I certainly wouldn't bring a tag along, would I? The little elf, not understanding their conversation, scratched her head in confusion. Martina squinted her eyes, thought for a moment, then nodded. I'll reluctantly believe you. Come back soon, don't make me miss you. Lena parted ways with them and headed straight out of the tavern. About 10 minutes later, he reached the city gate. From a distance, he spotted Demas. Clad in full plate armor, Demas was standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance, his figure seemingly more robust than a month ago. Lord Demas. Lena called out. Demas turned at the sound, and their eyes met. Surprisingly, the usually reticent Demas spoke first, with a hint of joy in his voice. Lena, I heard you were back. I was just about to look for you. Noticing the blue-haired elf beside Lena, Demas curiously asked, and who might this be? Lena explained. She's an elf from the unnamed great forest north of the Dawn Forest. An elf? Demas descended the stone steps from the city wall and stood in front of Eliana, examining her closely. This is my first time seeing one in person. Aside from the hair color, she doesn't seem much different from humans. There's really not much difference, Lena agreed, while contemplating how to broach the subject of building with Demas. Eliana clung to Lena's clothes like a shy little girl, half of her body hidden behind him. This gesture undoubtedly confirmed her introverted nature. Seeing this, Demas continued to inquire. So you've been staying in that forest all this time? Lena shook his head and explained, no, I've been in Cannon, in Barnet, which is on the other side of the nameless forest. Cannon? Demas raised an eyebrow. That's quite far from here. Lena nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's over 300 kilometers away. Plus, the forest paths are tough to navigate, so just getting here takes over 10 days. Eliana gently held onto Lena's arm, swaying slightly, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. Lena thought to himself, this introverted elf, yet so fond of traveling and adventure, is paradoxical and intriguing. He softly shifted the topic. Let's talk business. You mentioned you were looking for me. What's going on? Demas immediately sat up straight, his tone becoming serious. There are rumors of a red dragon near the Forest of Dawn, claimed by slave traders. Several hunters have already gone missing there, and I want you to investigate to confirm the truth. If there are signs of a dragon, I'll organize an army to deal with it, and we might need your help. A red dragon? Lena instinctively glanced at the dragon's breath in his hand, pondering if there might be a connection. After a moment of contemplation, he said, if the opportunity arises, I might be able to handle it for you. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice echoed in Lena's ear. Quest update. Investigate the Forest of Dawn. Quest reward. 5 bottles of holy water for healing. Lena was delighted. Though exploration quests can be tedious, the reward of 5 bottles of all-healing holy water made him smile broadly. His water-healing magic could treat large wounds, while Eliana's light magic excelled in precise, small-scale healing. Despite the excellence of these healing techniques, they sometimes fell short against severe injuries. Having holy water as a backup was a great relief and might come in handy someday. As Lena was lost in thought, Eliana gently tapped his waist with her staff, bringing him back to reality. Lena, what are you grinning about? They're asking you a question. Hey. Lena snapped back to attention, realizing Demas was looking at him with a puzzled expression. He awkwardly explained, sorry, I was just thinking about something else and got a bit distracted. What did you say? Demas shook his head and patiently repeated, dragons aren't ordinary creatures. Each one is incredibly difficult to deal with. Although you're strong, I don't want you to take this risk. Lena reassured. If it truly gets dangerous, I'll retreat. Demas nodded, suddenly remembering something, and asked, You must have had a reason to come to me, too, right? Lena was straightforward. There's a patch of land with weeds in my backyard. Can I rent that space? I just bought many demi-humans from the slave market and need to build them a place to stay. How large is that area? Demas inquired. Lena thought for a moment and replied, About 10 by 10 roughly 1,000 square feet. Just under 1,000 feet. Demas shrugged indifferently. Go ahead and use it. If any soldiers ask, just say I gave you permission. Lena felt pleased, realizing that going directly to Demas saved him a lot of hassle. He nodded gratefully and, after bidding farewell to Demas, headed home, already planning how to utilize the newly acquired land. Lena first cleared the backyard of weeds with flames, then placed his hands on the ground and instantly summoned 4 sturdy stone pillars that rose from the earth. The beast-eared girls watching were dumbfounded, exclaiming in amazement. Clearly, these demi-human slaves rarely witnessed such magical feats. Martina proudly raised her head and boasted to her companions, Don't be so surprised. Lena knows a lot of magic. Plus, he's my man. Just then, a discordant thought drifted by. Fire and earth attributes? That's interesting, but he might not be able to surpass me. My fire magic is one of the best in our community, and if it comes to a sneak attack, I might have the upper hand. Lena recognized this as Peggy's thought and mused, This troublesome one again. Once the house is built, I'll have to teach her a lesson. Lena then focused back on building the house. Though construction wasn't his forte, he skillfully applied knowledge from a certain block-building game. He started by erecting a square frame, then fixed thin stone slabs onto it. Before long, a spacious matchbox structure stood before him. Lena tapped the outer wall, finding it reasonably sturdy, though the thinness of the walls made him doubt its insulation. Oh well, it's not for long anyway. It'll have to do for now, he muttered to himself. Walking inside and looking around, Lena felt something was missing. After a moment's thought, he decisively removed some sections of stone, creating circular openings that served as windows, allowing sunlight to flood the interior. He then crafted 10 stone beds. Though hard, they could be made tolerable with blankets. This is just a temporary setup. Their living conditions can improve over time, he thought. To have them willingly work for me, I can't skimp on their basic needs. Surveying the area, Lena erected 2 stone walls inside the house to separate the sleeping area from the living room and left a small section for a bathroom and toilet. This employee dormitory is basically complete. Just need to buy a few doors. He stood at the entrance and called to the bee-steered girls. Come in and take a look. This will be your living space for now. The girls looked at each other hesitantly, like timid little animals, huddling together and not daring to step forward. Lena dropped his gentle demeanor and sternly commanded, Come over here. At his words, the demi-humans rushed inside, with Peggy smiling as she lingered at the back. She placed her hand on Lena's shoulder and whispered, Master is amazing, truly my idol. I adore you. Her outward flattery was at odds with her inner thoughts. Huh. Men, males, they're all the same. Praise them a little and they get carried away. It won't be long before he's smitten with me. Noticing Lena caressing her hand, Peggy smirked slightly, showing a hint of smugness. But the next moment, she was pressed heavily to the ground. Ouch. It hurts. Master, why are you doing this to me? Peggy looked pitifully at Lena, tears welling in her eyes, and her fluffy white tail deftly wrapped around Lena's arm. Her pitiful appearance might have deceived him if Lena couldn't hear her thoughts. Rainer stated seriously, Don't touch me without permission. Before he even finished speaking, Martina excitedly jumped in, her horse ears twitching wildly, clearly pleased with Rainer's actions. Great. Rainer, you're amazing. Truly my man. Her voice was full of pride. At that moment, Peggy's inner thoughts quietly emerged. What's wrong with this guy? Are his clothes made of gold? And this woman too. They're both not normal. Despite her disdain, Peggy maintained a perfect facade. She pleaded submissively, Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me sob sob. Rainer noticed the attention from the surrounding demi-human slaves. He slowly released his grip, allowing Peggy to stand up. Peggy pretended to dust herself off, pouting slightly while secretly plotting. What an act you're done for. Just wait until I get back at you for laying a hand on me. Rainer continued nonchalantly. You don't need to go in, you'll be staying with us. Peggy was momentarily taken aback, then deliberately raised her voice. Master, didn't you promise not to do that sort of thing? I've always respected you as the most honorable man, yet tonight you're so eager to. Rainer immediately interrupted her, matching her volume. No, no, no. You must have misunderstood. We sleep in the bedroom, you in the living room. Keeping you with us is just to keep an eye on you because you're not trustworthy. Also, there's a faint smell of urine on you, and I don't like women with strong body odors. Peggy blushed, but forced a smile. It's a shame not to please the master, but I'm truly loyal, while inwardly fuming. What smell? How rude. Just wait until I find my chance. Raynor knew full well that Peggy didn't have any odor. He just insulted her because she seemed to deserve it. He waved his hand. Enough, come with me. Peggy followed Raynor lightly into his room. Raynor pointed to a corner near the kitchen. You'll sleep here tonight. Lay your blanket on the floor. I'll bring you another one later. Okay, master. Peggy feigned obedience, crouching to spread her blanket, then took off her straw shoes and sat on it. She pretended to snuggle into the blanket, murmuring, so warm, master, while inwardly thinking, ugh, disgusting, but men fall for this. Raynor questioned, you're smart and cute, but you need practice with me. Peggy was momentarily puzzled, glancing down briefly, wondering, is something wrong with him? Even I can't charm him. But she said, I'll try to be the kind of woman the master likes. Raynor shook his head, pulling a chair to sit in front of Peggy, looking serious. I like women who wear their hearts on their sleeves. Your scheming is too deep, not likable. I heard you have a sister. Where is she? Peggy shook her head in denial. I don't know. Raynor pressed on. It's still winter, it's cold outside. Are you sure you want her surviving alone in the wild? Peggy shook her head again. I really don't know where she is. Please believe me, master. But Raynor's words clearly affected her, and she thought, Neve is already grown up. She can survive on her own, even if she's away from me. This guy is trying to scare me. Neve. Raynor's lips curled slightly, thinking he had just extracted some valuable information. Raynor sat with his legs crossed, fixing his sharp gaze on Peggy as he continued his questioning. Come clean, where exactly is your sister? His voice carried an undeniable authority. With his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, extracting information from Peggy was a breeze for Raynor. A little prodding would cause her thoughts to spill uncontrollably, allowing Raynor to effortlessly glean key details. Peggy shook her head, her slender fingers almost pleading as they lightly tapped Raynor's knee. Her voice quivered slightly. Master, I really don't know where she went. She's my sister, and I'm worried for her safety. I just want to find her even more than you do. Raynor's lips curled into a knowing smile. All right, I'll grant you that wish, he said, feigning nonchalance. Honestly, there aren't many places to hide around this city. Either it's the wilderness surrounding the city or the woods near the small village to the east. Peggy lowered her head, pretending to be deep in thought, while she had already devised a plan in her mind. Her inner monologue was clear to Raynor. Pretend not to tell him, let him boast a bit, then act like I believe him and give him a fake location. After going back and forth, if she can't find her, he'll likely give up. Raynor narrowed his eyes, quietly amused. The power granted by the system was becoming increasingly enjoyable, and watching Peggy's performance was particularly entertaining. No matter how cunning she was, in front of Raynor, she was like an open book, with nowhere to hide. Master, she's my sister. Peggy suddenly exclaimed. You could never understand the bond between sisters. Raynor nodded, continuing to coax more information out of her. After a round of back-and-forth exchanges, Peggy finally feigned submission, whispering, Master, why do you need to find her so badly? Isn't it obvious? Raynor straightened up, speaking earnestly. I'm a member of the Demi-Human Protection Society, dedicating my life to protecting demi-humans. Peggy clasped her hands together over her chest, looking at Raynor with an expression of admiration. Master, you're so noble. Yet internally, she mocked. Who would believe that? Maybe others would be fooled, but not me. All these sweet promises are just ways to win people over. Before humans started persecuting us, life in the forest was far better. Raynor realized that trying to win over someone as smart as her wouldn't be easy. He didn't have time to keep playing games with her and decided to directly pressure her into revealing her sister's whereabouts. Although a bit underhanded, it was the best way to control her at the moment. So, are you going to tell me? Raynor asked bluntly. Peggy hesitated. You have to promise. Once you find my sister, you'll treat her well. I promise, Raynor declared firmly. All right. Peggy took a deep breath. She's actually hiding in the small forest to the east of the city. That location was right next to the small village where Raynor had first arrived. The forest not only housed various magical creatures, but also hid many bandits. Letting a demi-human hide there. Raynor didn't need to hear her thoughts to know she was lying. Is that so? Raynor said thoughtfully. But I feel like there should be a better hiding place. You're a clever fox. You must have thought of it. The wilderness to the west. Peggy remained silent, her expression suggesting he had hit a nerve. Yet internally, she calculated. He's acting like he knows, just like it's real. If I keep silent and refuse to communicate, he might think he's guessed the right location. Raynor chuckled softly, countering her move. Not saying anything means you're denying it. Peggy's internal alarms were ringing. Something's off about this guy. But at moments like this, she couldn't afford to show any cracks. As long as she stayed silent, even if he guessed the location, he couldn't be sure of its truth, so it wouldn't matter. She maintained a blank expression, closing her white fox ears. Observing this, Raynor started listing potential hiding spots he thought might be suitable, continuing his probing. Peggy's expression was inscrutable, shifting from silence to nodding and smiling, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. It wasn't until Raynor mentioned the crucial location Dawnlight Forest that her demeanor changed. Alarm bells rang in Peggy's mind. Stay calm. I've already admitted several times. Continuing to do so might actually mislead him more. She forced herself to remain composed. A glint of triumph flashed in Raynor's eyes. He was convinced Peggy's sister was hiding in Dawnlight Forest. However, he remembered Demas's warning. The forest was not only home to goblins, but possibly a fearsome red dragon, making it extremely dangerous. Two tasks could be completed at once, Raynor thought with a hint of relief. With a gentle smile, Peggy slowly said, "You guessed it right, my sister is indeed in Dawnlight Forest." "Then I must be smart," Raynor said smugly. "We'll set off for Dawnlight Forest tomorrow." With that, he quickly stood up, replaced the stool, and walked into the kitchen, leaving Peggy momentarily stunned. Moments later, Raynor returned with 3 pieces of bread, handing 1 piece of black bread to the still-dazed Peggy. Peggy forced herself to stay calm, knowing that remaining composed was the best choice. If she hurried to explain, this unusual man might easily see through her. She nibbled on the black bread, pretending to have a good appetite, while calculating internally. No matter what I say, the master won't believe me, so I might as well go along with it. Raynor crouched in front of her, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What's wrong? Not happy? Is your sister not in Dawnlight Forest?" Peggy smiled, feigning innocence as she replied, "What? Don't you get it? Your tricks don't work on me. You need a few more years of practice." Raynor remained unfazed. "Aren't you tired? Always acting." Peggy blinked, continuing to play dumb. "What tricks? I don't understand." Yet inside, a storm raged. Who is this man? I've been perfectly disguised from the start, yet he sees through me effortlessly. Other men have always been putty in my hands, but he seems to read my thoughts perfectly. Could it be mind reading? Such magic is only in legends. He can't possibly know it, but something about him feels so strange. Raynor took a sharp breath, thinking, she's the first beast-eared girl to vaguely sense her thoughts being overheard. Being too smart is certainly no blessing. Peggy smiled gently, breaking off a piece of the black bread and casually offering it to Raynor. "You must be hungry too, master. Have some." Raynor sighed inwardly. Peggy really knows how to act. Even knowing she's playing a role, there's still a risk of being charmed by her. Suddenly, he understood King Zhou a bit better. Just then, Martina silently appeared behind Raynor and unexpectedly flicked his forehead. Startled, Raynor complained, "What was that for?" "I was in the middle of questioning." Martina puffed up her cheeks, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "What do you think?" Your eyes were practically glued to her. She suddenly grabbed Peggy's collar, demanding, "Are you trying to steal my man?" Peggy smiled, her tone ingratiating. The master is so outstanding. It's natural for a woman to be drawn to him. But in her heart, she thought, there's no shortage of men in this world. I'm not interested in him. You can have him all to yourself. Raynor was about to say, flattery won't help. We'll head out to find your sister tomorrow. But before he could finish, the somewhat excited Martina dragged him into the room. The next morning, Raynor led the group on horseback, reaching the Forest of Dawn in just 2 hours. As he gazed at the lush greenery before them, a smile played on Raynor's lips, his spirits lifted. However, Peggy, seated behind him, was quite the opposite, anxiously biting her nails. Throughout the journey, Peggy's facade began to crumble. When Raynor glanced back at her, she glared in return, her eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Raynor chuckled. "Why the glare? This forest is dangerous, with goblins, slavers, and even rumors of a red dragon. For safety's sake, we must find your sister." Peggy retorted coldly, "I'm not stupid. I know what you're after." Her gaze grew sharper, all traces of feigned innocence gone. Raynor remarked with interest, "This is the real you. I prefer your defiant side." Peggy asked directly, "What do you want from me?" Raynor replied with a suggestive tone, "Your body, of course." Peggy immediately shielded her chest, eyes filled with disgust. "Beast. I'd rather die than give in to you." Martina coughed twice, warning Raynor. He clarified, "I meant I need your help to make money. Once we've earned enough, you're free to go." Peggy scoffed, "As if I'd believe you." Raynor reminisced about the past, prompting Martina to ask curiously, "Are you talking about Nora?" Nora merely smiled without a word. Peggy coldly interjected, "Don't compare me to them. I don't buy it." Junice attempted to lighten the mood. "Raynor's actually quite kind. You'll see over time." Peggy sneered, "I don't trust anything humans say." Turning to Nora, Raynor asked, "The snow has melted. Can you track the scent?" Nora nodded, closed her eyes to concentrate, then said, "I should be able to." She walked over to Peggy and carefully sniffed her scent. Peggy gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. Pointing at Nora, her voice shook with rage. "You traitor to your kind. Helping humans betray your own kind. You despicable half-breed." Nora glanced at Peggy coldly, her face expressionless as she replied, "You'll thank me later." With that, she turned and walked ahead alone, scouting the path for the group. Her small frame appeared especially solitary in the wilderness. Lena watched Nora's retreating figure, a hint of worry rising in his heart. He pulled Peggy off her horse and instructed Martina, Keep an eye on her. If she tries to escape, use the bond to control her. Martina nodded in agreement. Lena quickly caught up with Nora, speaking softly. There might be a red dragon nearby. I'll accompany you, just to be safe. At that moment, Eliana ran over, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Lena, let me come with you. I've fought dragons before and can offer some help. Lena looked at her in surprise. You fought dragons? Eliana straightened up proudly. Red dragons, thunder dragons, earth dragons. I've faced them all. Don't be fooled by my size. I'm actually quite formidable. Curious, Lena asked. Are they powerful? How big are they? Eliana nodded emphatically, her eyes glimmering with awe. Of course they're powerful. My dad, such a strong warrior, could barely take down an earth dragon. She spread her arms wide to illustrate. An earth dragon, without wings, stands about 10 to 20 meters high and is roughly 60 meters long, not counting the tail. She paused before continuing. As for red dragons, they're much larger, ranging from dozens to over 100 meters. An adult red dragon's wing beats can create winds strong enough to sway an entire lush forest, and its fiery breath can ignite a square mile of trees in an instant. Lena listened in shock, his mouth half open in silence. He thought to himself, blaming the dragon's breath staff for making him underestimate the real red dragons. According to Eliana's description, if they encountered a red dragon, his best move would be to call for reinforcements immediately. However, he soon realized that based on past missions with Demas, he doubted anyone in Melod could kill a red dragon. Sending more ordinary people would only make the dragon's meal larger. Eliana seemed to sense Lena's concern and reassured him, but don't worry, Lena. Red dragons need to live for several hundred years to reach adulthood, and there aren't many of them. A young red dragon, on the other hand, is much easier to handle. Lena pondered. So, your dad killed a young earth dragon? Eliana shook her head firmly. No way, it was definitely an adult earth dragon. Lena glanced back at Martina, who was holding Peggy, and asked, how many Martinez do you think your dad could defeat? Eliana considered for a moment before replying. That's hard to say. From what I've observed, my dad's strength and speed are faster than Martina's, even with that blue glowing magic. Plus, he's skilled in light magic, much stronger than her, probably equivalent to 3 or 4 Martinez. Lena continued, what about your mom? Eliana's eyes shone with pride. There's no comparison. My mom is the pride of our elves, the strongest starseer. Even 1,000 years ago, during the ancient empire, she was one of the most powerful mages on this continent. In a serious fight, hundreds of Martinez wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing this, Lena squinted slightly, a thoughtful smile appearing on his face. Eliana, noticing the change in his expression, tapped his knee with her staff, warning, why are you smiling so wickedly? What are you planning? I don't like humans, so don't get any ideas about me. Feigning indifference, Lena teased. Who would be interested in a potato? If anything, I should set my sights on a more mature woman, like. Before he could finish, Eliana launched a playful barrage of punches, her small fists raining down on Lena. Dodging and laughing, Lena ran with Eliana chasing after him, leaving a trail of joyous laughter across the wilderness. Nora crouched on the ground, her keen nose sniffing the air. Suddenly, she spun around and exclaimed excitedly, Master, I caught her scent. She's not far from us. The group had been searching the dense forest all morning, yet they hadn't found Peggy's sister, Neve, nor had they encountered the legendary dragon. Exhausted, Eliana yawned widely and leaned heavily against Lena. Finally, a clue, she murmured. If we don't find her soon, I might just ask the fairies for help. Lena gently stroked Eliana's hair and softly asked, could you help me locate the red dragon? Eliana pouted, complaining softly. You always make me ask the fairies. They're probably tired of me by now. As she spoke, she tapped Lena's knee with her staff. Lena coaxed her with a smile. Please help, and I'll buy you something delicious on the way back. This was his usual tactic. Whenever Eliana was reluctant to do something, he would tempt her with food. Bribing me with food again, Eliana said helplessly. I can't resist you. She took hold of Lena's coat, slowly closed her eyes, and said, let's keep going. I'll guide you. The group continued forward, following Nora's lead. The forest grew denser until Martina suddenly called for a halt. Lena, it's too dense here. The horse can't get through. Looking back, they saw a horse stuck between 2 trees, unable to move. Tie the horses up. We'll go on foot, Lena decided decisively. Before long, Martina and Junies caught up with them. Peggy lagged behind, her face clouded as she pondered her options. This place is too safe. We've been walking for so long without encountering a single magical creature. This human must be lying to me. I can't let him find Neve. But I can't attack suddenly either. I'm unarmed. Enchanting spells takes time and would be noticed. That fool is watching me so closely. She could subdue me in an instant if she wanted to. Lena sensed Peggy's unease and glanced back at her, deliberately asking, what's wrong? Still plotting against me? Peggy was momentarily taken aback, her fierce expression gradually softening. Her beastly ears drooped as she spoke in a low, pleading voice. Master, I'll do anything you ask, just please don't harm my sister. She's a kind and innocent girl, I beg you. She spoke through gritted teeth. Lena replied calmly. I never said I would harm your sister. I just want you to help me make money. Beyond that, I have no interest in you demi-humans. Peggy nodded, but her eyes remained suspicious. Lena said no more, confident that someone as smart as her would understand in time. Suddenly, a chill swept over them, and they all shivered simultaneously. Junies moved closer to Lena, whispering uneasily, It feels like something's watching us. Just then, Eliana abruptly stopped, anchoring Lena and Junies with her grip. She closed her eyes, as if listening to something, then said, The fairies say there's indeed a young red dragon nearby. It's not very large, probably just over 20 meters long. Master, Nora, leading the way, waved them over, pointing to a deep pit in the snow. Behind the pit, a series of faint claw marks led into the depths of the forest. These tracks are fresh. The red dragon might have just left. Lena hurried forward, crouching to examine the tracks closely. He compared them with his hand, and was surprised to find that the claw print was nearly as large as half of his body. After a careful observation, Eliana said with certainty, There's no mistake. These are the claw marks of a red dragon. I've seen them a few times before. Peggy joined the group, her eyes falling on the massive claw marks. Shock registered on her face as she murmured, Such huge footprints. He wasn't lying. There really are dragons in this forest. If that's the case, Neve is in danger. She turned to Lena, gently tapping his shoulder. Peggy's voice was pleading, tears welling in her eyes, her white fluffy tail drooping. Master, please help me find my sister. She's the only family I have left. Lena glanced at her and slowly replied, I never said I wouldn't help. I'll do my best. Nora moved ahead, peering around before turning back to the group. The claw marks follow the scent. Should we follow them too? Yes. Let's see if we can find her sister first. Lena had barely finished speaking when he heard the system's voice in his ear. Task: Investigate the Dawn Forest. Current status: Completed. Reward granted. Lena felt his pouch grow heavier, reaching in to find 5 neatly arranged bottles of holy water. An ominous feeling crept over him. Based on past experience, the system rarely gave him useless items for no reason. With Nora, Martina, Junice, Eliana, and Peggy being exactly 5 people, it seemed too coincidental. What are you up to, system? Lena asked inwardly. Just a random reward. You're overthinking it, the system replied. Task update: Rescue Peggy's sister. Task reward: The enraged breath of the red dragon can transform into human form. Lena looked at his staff in confusion. This thing can turn into a human, he muttered. I can understand the words, but together they just seem so unfamiliar. Shaking his head, Lena decided not to dwell on it. Forget it. Let's just complete the task first. He turned to the group. Be ready. There might be a fight soon. Suddenly remembering something, Lena asked Eliana, Red dragons don't have any magical detection abilities, right? They don't. Just think of them as beasts, Eliana replied. Martina, cast lightning armor in advance, Lena instructed. Got it. Martina began chanting a spell. It took several attempts, like a sputtering lighter, before she managed to cast the magic. As the lightning appeared on her body, she slowly put on her helmet. The group huddled together, continuing to follow the claw marks. After a while, the marks abruptly vanished. Lena's heart raced as he whispered, Can you still smell that demi-human scent? Yes, she's probably hiding nearby. Nora closed her eyes to sense carefully, then opened them to look at a large, withered tree in the distance. I found her. Peggy scanned the area, and seeing no immediate danger, decisively headed towards Neve's hiding place. Hold on. Lena stopped her. Nora, and I will go with you. The red dragon might be lurking nearby, better safe than sorry. He looked back at Martina, Eliana, and the others. Stay alert, and keep your guard up. I'll follow your lead, Peggy said, grabbing Lena's clothes. The 3 hurried to the withered tree. Once there, Nora knocked on the trunk, finding it hollow. A moment later, a nervous voice came from inside. Who's there? Hearing the familiar voice, Peggy glanced back at Lena and whispered, Fufu, it's me. A crack appeared on the tree trunk with a dull thud, revealing a dark hollow. A short-haired, white-furred fox-eared girl peeked out, her eyes filled with joy, but upon seeing Lena, she quickly retreated. Peggy glanced back at Lena and introduced softly, This is my sister Neve. She's very wary of humans. Peggy gently tapped the tree trunk and coaxed softly, Come on out. He's different from other humans. He's a good person. We need to leave this forest quickly. The red dragon is dangerous. With her sister's reassurance, Neve cautiously emerged, clinging to Peggy's waist and hiding behind her, occasionally sneaking glances at Lena. The little one appeared to be in her teens, with lively eyes and in decent health, indicating she hadn't gone hungry recently. Lena examined the tree hollow, which was lined with dry leaves, with a pile of berries and half a wild rabbit in the corner. Neve timidly spoke, Sister, it's not safe around here. There are often monsters flying around. Peggy was about to reassure her when a flock of startled birds suddenly flew out of the woods. Nora perked up her ears and drew a dagger from her belt. Master, something's coming from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a red figure shooting up to the clouds, emitting a piercing roar. Nora covered her ears, looking tense. Peggy and Neve hugged each other tightly. Lena squinted. It resembled a giant red lizard with wings rather than a true dragon. The red dragon circled in the air before diving down, its chest and throat glowing with a blinding red light. Lena raised his staff, quickly conjuring a fireball to shoot at it. The fireball hit its mark but didn't slow the red dragon's charge. Fire magic doesn't seem to work on it. Wait, Peggy, don't run. Lena shouted. Peggy, frightened, pulled Neve aside to hide, but Nora quickly grabbed her, while Neve ran further away. Stay here and wait to die? Peggy shouted, struggling. Lena had no time to explain and could only call out to the fleeing fox. Neve, come back. Master. Nora reminded him again. Lena understood and quickly cast a radiant barrier to block the flames spewed by the red dragon. Seeing the flames were ineffective, the red dragon turned its attention to Neve. Lena reacted swiftly, shooting a large water ball at the fleeing Neve, drenching her. The next moment, flames rained down, igniting the surrounding trees instantly. Through the firelight, Lena saw Neve catch fire and roll on the ground. Neve! Everyone exclaimed, watching helplessly as the little fox was engulfed in the flames. Peggy shouted anxiously, struggling to break free from Nora's grip, only to be held back by Rainer. Don't go out yet, Rainer said gravely, quickly gathering his magic to shoot another water ball, extinguishing the remaining flames on Nifu. Through tears, Peggy said, my sister. She's usually so smart, but now. Her voice choked, clearly terrified by the situation. Rainer reassured her. I understand. Try to stay calm. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily, assessing the situation. In the distance, Junice raised her staff, chanting a spell. Instantly, clouds gathered in the sky, and a freezing rain poured down, gradually quenching the raging flames around them. The red dragon circled above, its sharp eyes locking onto the spell-casting Junice. It dove down, spewing a searing flame. However, Eliana quickly erected a radiant barrier, blocking the deadly attack. Seeing this, Rainer immediately concentrated a wind blade at the tip of his staff. As the red dragon soared back into the sky, preparing to strike again, he unhesitatingly launched the wind blade, precisely slicing the dragon's wing. The struck red dragon lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. It struggled to right itself, flapping its wings, but couldn't take flight again. Enraged, it opened its massive jaws, charging towards Rainer and his companions. Martina, quick to react, charged with her shield, crashing into the red dragon. Yet, the size difference was immense, and the towering dragon remained unmoved, while Martina was thrown back. As the dragon drew closer, Rainer thought quickly and cast an earthquake spell. Although the dragon's speed was reduced, it soon flapped its wings again, shakily flying towards Rainer. Rainer acted decisively, using another wind blade to cut a large hole in the dragon's delicate membrane wing, completely grounding it. The red dragon crashed heavily to the ground, and Martina seized the opportunity, leaping high and swinging her sword at its neck. However, the expected decapitation didn't occur. Her sharp blade only dislodged a few red scales. Its skin is so tough, Martina complained, continuing to slash fiercely. The dragon suddenly gripped the ground, its forelimb muscles trembling slightly, then swung its body, its powerful tail whipping towards Martina like a lash. Martina deftly dodged the attack, creating distance. Seeing this, the dragon spewed dragon fire at the group, then turned and quickly crawled towards the fallen Nifu. Oh no! Martina dropped her shield and sprinted, grabbing the dragon's tail to stop it, but was easily thrown off. Nora quickly pulled Rainer aside to avoid the airborne Martina. However, Peggy wasn't so lucky, getting knocked several meters away and crying out in pain. Rainer placed his hands on the ground, instantly raising several stone walls in front of the dragon. Nifu, run, he shouted. But the dazed Nifu reacted slowly, struggling to her feet seconds later. The stone walls crumbled like paper under the dragon's force. The defenseless Nifu was grabbed by the dragon, about to be devoured. In the nick of time, a blinding white light pierced through the dragon's head. The colossal creature collapsed with a thud. Rainer turned to see Eliana had delivered the fatal blow. Though he made a mental note to ask Eliana about her technique, there were more pressing matters at hand. Rainer rushed to Peggy's side, urgently asking, Are you okay? Peggy lay on the ground, groaning in pain, her mouth bloody and her white hair stained red, clearly seriously injured. She spoke haltingly, Master, please save my sister, please. Before she could finish, she coughed up more blood. Rainer quickly took out a bottle of holy water, uncorked it, and placed it at her lips, saying, Open your mouth and drink this. After administering the healing elixir to Peggy, Rainer immediately turned and approached Neve. The scene before him tightened his chest. Junice and Eliana were kneeling on the ground, concentrating solemnly as they tended to Neve's wounds. Neve's condition was horrifying. Her eyebrows were singed away by dragon fire. Her hair was charred and uneven, and blood continuously trickled from the corners of her mouth. Nora gently cradled Neve's head in her lap, soothing her with soft words. "How is she?" Raynor asked, his gaze fixed on the gaping, bloody wound in Neve's abdomen. Through the gruesome opening, her internal organs could be faintly seen pulsing feebly. He quickly retrieved 2 bottles of holy water from his pouch, but Junice shook her head, replying in Barnetian. "The burns are healed, but the abdominal wound is too severe, and she's been coughing up blood. There may be internal injuries. I'm afraid." Her voice trailed off. At that moment, Peggy hurried over. Upon seeing Neve's wretched state, she could no longer hold back her tears. Even though she hadn't made a sound when she was gravely injured herself, Peggy now broke down in front of her last remaining family member. She turned to Raynor, clutching his pant leg as if it were her last lifeline. "Master," Raynor nodded, quickly unscrewing a bottle of holy water and carefully administering it to Neve. Her breathing gradually steadied, and the wound on her abdomen began to heal slowly. Raynor then used light magic to expedite the healing process. Before long, the gruesome wound on Neve's abdomen was completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. To ensure everything was fine, Raynor performed an assessment on Neve. Rare. Name: Neve DeVille. Age: 18. Gender: female. Race: demi-human, foxskin. Current status: weak. Talent details: strength, B. Endurance, C. Agility, A. Perception, D. Spirit, C. Intelligence, E. She should be fine now, Raynor said with relief. She's just weak and needs some time to recover. However, he frowned. Her intelligence seems a bit off. Although they're sisters, the difference between her and Peggy is quite significant. She's okay now, Raynor informed everyone. Let's pack up and get ready to head back. Thank you. Peggy gently hugged Neve, wiping away her tears. Raynor instinctively glanced at Junice, and their eyes met. A flicker of curiosity passed through Junice's eyes, clearly pondering the healing elixir. Eliana, standing nearby, directly asked, "Raynor, what did you give her?" "It's miraculous, bringing someone back from the brink of death." Raynor shook his head, teasing, "A mature woman wouldn't ask so directly, even if she's dying to know." "Eliana, are you a mature woman?" Eliana pouted, tapping Raynor lightly with her staff. "There you go again. Tell me, or I'll hit you." Raynor shook his head once more, choosing to keep it a secret. "That's classified." Suddenly, strong arms wrapped tightly around Raynor from behind. It was Martina. She let out an adorable whimper. "Raynor, I'm hurting all over too. Everything aches." As she spoke, her thoughts echoed in Raynor's mind. "I was just thrown around and you didn't even check on me, making me act all weak and pitiful, so annoying." Raynor was momentarily speechless. Confronted with his wife, he could only indulge her. "You almost crushed Peggy when you were thrown," he half-joked. "I think you're not in pain, you're itching for some attention. I'll give you a nice shock therapy when we get back." He paused, unable to resist asking, "What were you thinking at that time? You're not even a tenth of its size, and you dared to pull the red dragon's tail." Raynor turned back to look at the massive corpse of the red dragon, and the sight made his pupils shrink. The breath of the red dragon stood beside the body, greedily absorbing the white mist rising from the dragon's corpse with the large fire magic stone. Raynor had witnessed adventurers having their souls extracted before, and he knew that the white substance was indeed a soul. Once it was done absorbing, the breath of the red dragon shook the fire magic stone vigorously before bouncing back to Raynor's side. Raynor frowned, staring at it. "What were you doing just now?" The breath of the red dragon remained motionless, as if it couldn't understand human speech. Raynor thought to himself that it should be able to transform by now. He bent down, placed the staff on the ground, and muttered a few incantations. "Transform for me. Mature, young, or cute." However, the staff remained unresponsive, like a lifeless object. Raynor shrugged helplessly. "Oh well, let's just take it as it comes. Maybe it will happen on its own someday." At that moment, Eliana approached. She lightly poked the dragon's corpse with her staff, a slight smile on her lips. "So, Raynor, aren't you glad you decided to bring me along?" Raynor's gaze fell on the neat hole in the dragon's head, and he couldn't help but marvel. That was impressive. What kind of magic was that? You should have used it sooner. He thought that if Eliana had acted earlier, they might not have needed to waste 2 bottles of precious healing holy water. Eliana proudly explained. "It's the Blazing Sun Spear, the most penetrating conventional spell of our elven kind. But it comes at a price. It requires a lot of magic and a long time to charge. Do you think I didn't want to use it? I was anxious when I saw you in danger. I was charging up, looking for the perfect opportunity to strike." "Teach me," Raynor said eagerly. Eliana squinted her eyes, her tone slightly teasing. "A mature man wouldn't ask about a spell even if he's curious." "Raynor, are you a mature man?" Raynor shook his head decisively. "A man remains a boy at heart until death, so no, I'm not." "Well, I won't teach you because it's a secret," Eliana huffed lightly. "You promised before, If I took you on an adventure, you'd teach me spells, Raynor insisted. Umph. I'll teach you when I'm in a good mood. Eliana pouted and gave Raynor a look before poking the dragon's corpse again. You should make good use of this body. Every part of a dragon is valuable. The scales can be forged into armor, the claws and horns can be shaped into weapons, and the bones and meat can be used as medicine. Raynor pushed against the dragon's corpse, which was as massive as a small mountain. Although its exact weight was hard to estimate, it was easily several tons. Martina tried as well, but even with the lightning armor spell, she could only move it slightly with all her might. Eliana stood with her hands on her hips, smiling as she suggested, "Sell it to us elves, and we'll split the money 50-50. Sell it to you?" Raynor was a bit surprised. Eliana nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'll have the little spirits tell my parents. They have ways to transport the dragon's body, and then we can split the money." Raynor thought that, strictly speaking, it was Eliana who killed the dragon, and they were just supporting. It felt great to have someone so powerful leading the charge. "All right, but leave me a dragon claw. I need to show something for our efforts." "No problem." Eliana closed her eyes and began communicating with the little spirits. Raynor gave Martina a few instructions, and she began the task of removing the dragon's claw with great effort. The heavy sword struck the dragon's claw repeatedly, and Martina couldn't help but mutter, "This darn dragon's claws are too hard. I can hardly cut through them." Raynor noticed that Martina's sword was already battered. The blade was full of nicks, the sword's body had several deep scratches, and the guard was missing. Clearly, the sword's lifespan was nearing its end. Raynor decisively asked, "How are the weapons forged by your elves?" Martina cheerfully carried the massive dragon claw at the front of the group. The city guards stared in awe at the intimidating trophy, whispering among themselves. Demas glanced between the dragon claw and Lena, incredulously asking, "Did you really kill that red dragon?" Lena humbly pointed to Eliana beside him and explained, "To be precise, it was this elf lady who killed it. I only played a supporting role." He knew well that Eliana dreamed of becoming a wandering adventurer, and reputation was crucial for her. Demas scrutinized Eliana, nodding in approval. "I see, the elf lady is indeed impressive." As he spoke, he handed a pouch of coins to Lena. "This is the reward for the investigation commission. Although the bounty for the red dragon hasn't been posted yet, you deserve this money since you've already slain it." Demas then pulled out another pouch, peeked inside, and his expression turned awkward. Clearly, he didn't have enough money on him. "Just a moment." He turned and called to a knight on the city wall. "Adney, do you have any money on you? Lend me some. This is all I have." Adney tossed a money pouch to Demas. After counting, Demas found it still insufficient and continued borrowing from other knights. "Curious," Lena asked, "roughly how much is the bounty?" "The bounty for such a creature is at least 100 gold coins. I'll gather it soon," Demas replied. Lena pondered for a moment, then had a new idea. "Demas, could you sell me that plot of land behind my house? I want to start a business." He had a plan to buy the house tomorrow. To develop a caravan escort business, there had to be a resting station for travelers. Otherwise, the beast-eared girls would travel for days and arrive in Melod with nowhere to stay, which was inhumane. As a member of the Beast-Eared Girl Protection Society, Lena couldn't allow that to happen. After thinking for a moment, Demas replied, "Borrowing or renting is fine, but I can't decide on selling it. I need to ask my father. However, considering your reputation and contributions here, I think he won't refuse." Lena nodded in understanding. "Then there's no rush for the money. If the Lord doesn't want to sell the land, you can pay me later." After Demas agreed, and there was nothing more to say, Lena took his leave decisively. "I'll head back now. It's been a long day, and I want to rest early." "What do you plan to do with the dragon claw and the dragon's body?" "They are quite valuable," Demas asked. "Hold on, I'll ask her opinion." As she killed the dragon, Lena turned to Eliana and asked in Elvish, "What do you want to do with it? Sell it or keep it?" "If you trust him, sell it," Eliana replied. "Isn't this a rare item? Wouldn't it be useful for me to keep it?" Lena was a bit confused. Having been here for over a year, he hadn't heard much about dragons, so he assumed it must be quite rare, at least a valuable commodity. "Dragon meat can be used for medicine, but it probably won't be useful for you," Eliana explained. Ariana gently twirled her blue hair with her staff, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She continued, "Dragons are rare, but they're not ancient-century creatures. We elves encounter them quite often. If you need one, I can help you buy one." Lena nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. To establish himself in this land, Demas's help was essential. Having him handle the dragon claw would be a favor. He said, "The red dragon's body has already been taken by the elves. I only have this dragon claw left. Would you like to help me deal with it? I trust your abilities." Demas's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Do you want me to exchange it for gold coins? Honestly, this is quite a bargain for me." Lena shrugged, saying casually, "No worries, just do what you see fit." He yawned and added, "I'll be off now. See you another day." After bidding each other farewell, Lena dragged his tired body home. He plopped onto a stool, completely exhausted. However, Martina was still full of energy, jogging back with the several hundred-pound dragon claw without breaking a sweat. Where's my weapon? Little elf, where's my weapon? Martina shouted, while Ariana looked at her blankly. Lena sighed and explained helplessly, you're asking that again. How many times have you asked on the way here? Forging a weapon takes time. At least don't ask for another half-month. I'll let you know as soon as it's ready. Martina pouted and gave Lena a punch in dissatisfaction. Lena rubbed the spot she hit and said, go take a bath first. I want to rest for a bit. Got it. Martina replied as she walked towards her room, taking off her armor. Ariana yawned, bumped into Lena on purpose, and shuffled back to her room, mumbling, I'm tired too. Call me for dinner. At this moment, Daisy brought over a cup of hot water. Lena took the cup and asked with concern, are the demi-human slaves okay? Daisy answered softly, they're fine. It's just that today was so calm. They're a bit unused to it. They'll start working soon, so let them enjoy this quiet time. Lena nodded, you're right. Suddenly, Nora silently appeared by Lena's side, leaning gently against him. Lena asked tenderly, what's up? Nora didn't answer, just rubbed her cheek against Lena's, her way of showing affection. Lena gently stroked Nora's furry cat ears and said softly, it's rare for you to be so proactive. Nora's cheeks flushed slightly, and she suddenly playfully bit Lena's arm, leaving a neat row of teeth marks. Then she stood up and said, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go tidy up the room. With that, Nora happily returned to her room. Lena had just closed his eyes when he heard a thought. They must be in that kind of relationship. Cat types are usually aloof, so if she likes him that much, it shouldn't be forced. He sat up abruptly, his gaze landing on the two white foxes in the corner of the room. Peggy was staring intently at him, while Neve was curled up resting in her sister's arms. Lena mustered his energy and said to Peggy, you both should rest together tonight. We'll buy your sister's blanket tomorrow. I'm tired and need some rest. Peggy nodded, then slowly spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity and caution. Who exactly are you? Lena shook his head and wearily laid his head on the table. However, when he heard Peggy address him as Sir, a slight smile crept onto his lips. This subtle change did not escape Peggy's notice, but she maintained her expressionless demeanor and continued. You demonstrated magic with 4 attributes: fire, wind, water, and earth, along with some spells I couldn't identify. Such multi-element control is unheard of. What's more surprising is that you hardly need to chant. You can cast various spells with just a lift of your staff. Your magical power seems inexhaustible. The scale of your fire magic would leave me exhausted after just a few attempts. And when you realized fire magic was ineffective against the dragon, you immediately switched to other attributes for sustained high-intensity attacks. Also, I've noticed you are fluent in at least 4 languages, and you seem younger than I am. Plus, your potion was miraculous. I was on the brink of death and yet revived with just a sip. Peggy finished her detailed observations in one breath, leaving Lena impressed. He replied tiredly, I need to correct one thing. I'm actually 2 years older than you. Peggy frowned slightly. I never revealed my age. How did you know? She shook her head. Never mind. With all the strange things happening, that's not so surprising. Stop with the sir business. It sounds awkward to me. Just call me Lena. I'll remember that. Peggy nodded solemnly. Seeing her respectful demeanor, Lena couldn't help but chuckle. I actually prefer your rebellious side. Peggy stepped in front of him, puzzled. I still don't understand why you chose to save me and my sister. Lena answered candidly. I saved you because you can help me make money. It would be a waste for you to be crushed by Martina. As for your sister, it was simply to better control you. The value of those 2 potions must exceed our worth, right? You're too smart to make a bad deal. Lena thought to himself that it was just an advantage of eavesdropping on thoughts. He replied with feigned seriousness, indeed. Just consider it that I couldn't bear to see you 2 die. After all, you're quite cute. I like furry little creatures. As a child, he dreamed of having a pet cat, dog, or fox, and although that never happened, a bestiared girl was close enough. With that thought, he nodded in satisfaction. Peggy abruptly asked, do you want to sleep with me? Lena was momentarily speechless. Did you have cotton in your ears? I said I like little animals. Don't twist my words. Peggy frowned slightly. You're right. With your abilities, you wouldn't lack for women. I misunderstood. Lena, resting his head on the table, squinted at her. After a brief silence, Peggy continued. I admit, I have a deep-seated hatred for humans, but you saved my sister. From now on, you're my benefactor. Lena quickly seized the moment. Can you call me benefactor then? Peggy hesitated for a moment and softly said, benefactor. Peggy's expression was somewhat complex. She furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, does this word have some special meaning? Lena nodded, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. In some stories from my hometown, a fox that has been saved calls its rescuer benefactor. Coincidentally, I think it's a nice term. So how do they usually repay the favor? Peggy asked curiously. Lena cleared his throat and said meaningfully, in all sorts of ways, but the most common method is, ahem. Peggy lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as she softly replied, I understand. If there's ever a chance. Lena immediately shook his head, interrupting her. Let's drop this topic. I'm quite content with things as they are and don't need you to do anything rash. Peggy said nothing, standing quietly in front of Lena with a complex look in her eyes. Lena, having overheard her thoughts, knew what she intended to say next. He gently said, just speak your mind. If it's reasonable, I'll agree. Peggy suddenly switched to Diasterian, her voice trembling slightly. Benefactor, could you please not imprint my sister with a seal? She's very important to me, and I swear I won't use this to do anything against you. Lena's gaze shifted to Neve, curled up in the corner. The little girl was as quiet as a statue, rarely revealing her thoughts. Lena asked tactfully, is she a bit slow? Yes, Peggy nodded softly. Because of humans? No, Peggy explained. She contracted a plague when she was young, and after surviving it, she became like this. But she can still take care of herself, though sometimes she struggles to think straight. Lena silently assessed her in his mind. Intelligence E, even more of a simpleton than Martina. He continued, are you planning to take care of her for life? Peggy nodded firmly. Yes, she's my only family in this world. I'd do anything for her. With that, she walked over to Neve, gently tapping her forehead. Silly girl, if you see a monster in the sky, why don't you run away? What if you get eaten? Neve blinked her big eyes and innocently replied, if I leave, my sister won't find me. Lena shrugged. All right, no seal then. But I warn you, don't exploit my kindness with any sneaky plans. Peggy resolutely answered, I would never. If you find me doing something like that, you can kill me. Lena gave an okay gesture and yawned. Since you've said everything, let me rest for a bit. I'm a bit tired today. He lay down on the table and quickly fell asleep. At dinner time, Junies gently woke Lena. He found a wool coat draped over him. Junies asked, puzzled, Lena, why don't you sleep in your room? Lena rubbed his eyes. Just a nap before dinner. I didn't feel like making the trip back and forth. His gaze swept to the corner where Peggy and her sister Neve were huddled together, resting. Daisy served heated white bread and handed black bread with fish paste to Peggy and Neve. The sisters devoured the bread hungrily. Sister, this is better than berries, Neve said with wide eyes, looking somewhat adorable. Lena took out a piece of white bread, carefully spreading honey over it, and handed it to Neve. Little kids eat this. Neve eyed Lena warily, hesitant to take the white bread. Peggy softly reassured her. Neve, he's one of the few good people in this world. Take the bread, and if I'm ever not around, consider him your brother. Neve blinked her eyes and tentatively called out, brother? The next morning, sunlight poured over the streets of Melod City. After finishing his breakfast, Lena gathered a group of bestiared girls and headed towards the blacksmith shop. This peculiar parade caught the attention of many passers-by. Some even approached Lena to greet him, clearly aware of his feat in slaying the red dragon, which had spread throughout the city. In the group, Junies quietly sidled up to Lena and murmured, I really envy you. I've been toiling away in Melod for months, and I'm still an unknown mage. Lena replied softly, you're much more skilled than I am. You just haven't had the right opportunity yet. Junies gave a wry smile and patted Lena on the shoulder. You're trying too hard to comfort me. Inside the blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith noticed the group of demi-humans with Lena. Though he wasn't pleased, he kept quiet out of respect for Lena. Lena organized the bestiared girls into groups of 3 to choose weapons. The first group consisted of the epic wolf, epic cow, and epic fish. Eudora, the epic cow, was thrilled as she swung a double-head hammer, clearly pleased with her choice. She shared much in common with Martina, a love for vegetables, great strength, a simple mind, and a robust build. Seeing this, Martina offered her greatsword to Eudora. The hammer is too short. It's not practical in combat. Use a greatsword like me. Most enemies just beg for mercy when they see me. Eudora tried the greatsword but shook her head. The hammer feels more comfortable. I don't like swords. Martina insisted. Hammers are for women, but a true female warrior should wield a greatsword that cuts through iron like butter. The two continued their debate tirelessly, while Lena sighed and shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Pasha, the epic fish, was staring intently at a dagger. She whispered to Lena, Master, I actually know a bit of magic. I might not need this weapon. Lena shrugged. That's okay. A staff will arrive for you soon. For now, keep the dagger for self-defense. Pasha nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Master. Lena had been observing the slave's strengths over the past few days to better plan the team's future roles. He had a plan in mind, pairing the introverted Pasha with the cheerful Eudora, along with the balanced and steady epic wolf, made for a well-suited trio. After selecting weapons, Lena led the bestiared girls to choose armor. Due to limited funds, only slaves of epic level or higher could receive half-plate armor similar to Nora and Martina's, while rare-level slaves would have to make do with chainmail and a simple helmet. The shop apprentice, frustrated by the communication barrier with the demi-humans, relied on Junies for assistance. Eliana stood nearby, looking even more displeased than the apprentice. She glanced at the weapons in the demi-human's hands and pouted. Lena, you don't expect me to enchant every piece of equipment, do you? Lena gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he praised. The clever elf lady is indeed perceptive. Chainmail alone isn't enough for defense, but with your enchantments, their protection will be significantly enhanced. Eliana wore a pained expression, lightly poking Lena's side with her staff. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of grievance, and her voice trembled slightly. I feel like I'm being seriously overworked. Lena couldn't help but smile, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. It's because our Eliana is so talented, isn't it? You're the only one who can enchant equipment, which is amazing. Let's save the enchanting for later when you have some free time. If you're tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. Eliana, with a puffed-up face, playfully knocked Lena on the head and silently squatted by the entrance of the armor shop. Just then, Peggy approached with an expressionless face, staring intently at Lena. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Lena asked, "Why are you staring at me? Buying all this stuff must have cost a lot, right?" "Not too bad," Lena shrugged. "Outfitting you all cost about 100 gold coins, which is within the budget. I still have 70 Barnet coins on hand, and I'll need to find time to exchange them." Peggy furrowed her brow slightly. "That's not a small amount, is it? I increasingly don't understand why you're doing this. These pieces of equipment should be worth more than we are." Lena thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That's true. Buying you all only costs 70 diest coins, cheaper than the equipment. It's hard to break even in the short term, but with Cannon's commission volume, 3 demi-human mercenary teams plus spoils of war can earn half a coin a day. Considering daily expenses, we'll barely break even in a year. After that, it's pure profit." He continued to explain, "This is just a small-scale trial. If it makes money, we'll expand. If not, we'll abandon it decisively." Lena added earnestly, "It's expensive, but being a mercenary is dangerous. Without armor, a small mistake could be fatal. My mother taught me to care for small animals, so we have to have all the necessary gear." Peggy was left speechless, finding this human both terrifying and endearing, increasingly intriguing. She glanced at Lena and nimbly slipped past him, her fluffy fox tail brushing lightly against his hand. Lena sighed inwardly, cunning fox. In the past, he might have been easily swayed, but after his experiences with Nora and Martina, he had grown into a more composed man, not easily. Junai strode over, exhaling deeply. "Phew, finally done. Measuring is such a hassle, especially with that snake demi-human named Roxanne, whose tail keeps moving around, making it really tough." A group of beast-eared girls who had finished their measurements followed her. Lena smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go home." As he spoke, he casually wrapped an arm around Junice's waist. Junice shivered slightly, and then froze. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere turned subtle. Lena's action was purely reflexive. Accustomed to wrapping his arm around Nora, and seeing Junice nearby, he instinctively reached out. Junice tucked her hair behind her ear, speaking softly. "Go ahead, hold me. You haven't really paid attention to me these past few days, and I almost forgot." Lena felt a stir in his heart. It was true that he had been busy lately, but now most of the work was done. On the way back to Cannon, he would have plenty of free time. It was time to take the initiative. On his way home, Lena stopped by the tavern to pick up a keg of beer, hoping to use it as an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Junice. As soon as he stepped through the door, Martina rushed over like a whirlwind, excitedly grabbing the keg and bouncing into the house. "Yay, we have beer." Martina's cheerful shout echoed inside. Eagerly, she knocked off the lid, scooped a cupful with a wooden mug from the table, and quickly took a sip. After tasting it, she smacked her lips and commented with slight disappointment. "The beer tastes a bit mild, but it's still pretty good." Lehner shook his head helplessly. "You're actually critiquing the beer. Put the lid back on. We'll have it with dinner." But Martina paid no attention and instead yelled out, "Daisy, Lehner says he's hungry and wants dinner early." "You little rascal." Lehner couldn't help but tap Martina on the head, but she just grinned cheekily. Soon, Daisy came out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming white bread, followed by honey and smoked chicken. Lehner called everyone to the table, only to find Martina already indulging herself with the keg. She had only poured half a cup for everyone, but fortunately, Lehner had anticipated this and secretly poured 2 cups for himself while she was changing clothes. Idiot. Save some for others. Nora suddenly leapt onto Martina's head, and the 2 beast-eared girls began to tussle over the beer. After dinner, everyone retreated to their rooms. Lehner settled the tipsy Martina and then carried 2 cups of beer to Junice's door, knocking softly. As he entered, a subtle floral scent greeted him. Junice had just finished her bath and was lying on the bed, engrossed in a magic book. Seeing Lehner enter, she closed the book and asked casually, "What's up? Want some beer?" Lehner offered, raising the cups in his hands. Junice propped herself up slightly, curiously inspecting the contents. "There's still some left? I thought Martina would have finished it all hugging that keg." Lehner chuckled proudly. "I had the foresight to set aside 2 cups before dinner." Junice shook her head. "If I get drunk, it'll be troublesome, and you'll have to deal with it." "A little won't hurt," Lehner reassured. "I noticed you seem to enjoy a drink, even if you do get tipsy easily. We can chat while we drink." All right. Junice agreed readily, taking the cup and sipping it slowly. She suddenly complained. You always seem so mysterious. We've known each other for so long, yet I still know nothing about you. That's normal. Everyone has their own secrets. Lena responded softly. The two engaged in lively conversation, losing track of time. As the beer took effect, especially on Junice, who had a low tolerance, she began to sway slightly, her words becoming more daring. Lena. Junice's eyes sparkled, her breathing heavy. Honestly, do you think I'm pretty? In the candlelight, Junice's golden curls shone brightly, making her look like a fairy tale princess, both noble and beautiful. You're beautiful inside and out, flawless, Lena praised sincerely. A hint of mischief flickered in Junice's eyes. Compared to Nora? Who's prettier, her or me? Lena swallowed nervously, cautiously replying. Nora is shy and proud, while you are intelligent and beautiful. Each of you has your own strengths. Junice giggled softly, her tone turning sweet. What a diplomatic answer, crafty Lena. To hide his embarrassment, Lena lowered his head and took a sip of his drink, letting the aroma fill his mouth. He looked up with concern and asked, Are you drunk? Junice smiled slightly, leaning closer to Lena, her breath carrying a faint hint of alcohol. Why do you ask? Hoping to get me drunk? One glass isn't enough. She squinted, leaning against the headboard, her expression becoming increasingly dreamy as the alcohol took effect, emboldening her. In a soft, alluring voice, Junice slowly spoke. Lena, we haven't officially kissed yet, have we? How about a kiss? She beckoned with her slender finger, her eyes glinting with a teasing light. Lena teased. You won't throw up in my mouth like last time, will you? Of course not. That was definitely an accident. Seeing Lena hesitate, Junice leaned in closer. Bolstered by the alcohol, she confessed, back in canon, when you invited me to stay with you, I thought you finally caught on. Lena no longer hesitated, cupping Junice's face, closing his eyes as he leaned in for a kiss. The intense aroma of the wine flowed between their lips. Junice let out a few soft hums, gripping Lena's shoulders tightly. After a long moment, they reluctantly parted. Delicious, Lena murmured. Honestly, have you had your eye on me for a while? Junice tugged lightly at Lena's earlobe. Yes, but you never made a move, so I didn't dare say anything. I didn't want to ruin our friendship. Her eyes held a touch of wistfulness. When my brother came, I even tested you a bit. You agreed, but then nothing happened. I was actually quite sad. Lena chuckled. Are you sure you're drunk? You're speaking so clearly. Half drunk, half awake. Junice yawned sleepily, then wrapped herself in the blanket. It's late. We've kissed. You should go now. Is this another test? Lena asked. Junice was momentarily stunned, then hastily protested. What are you saying? I'm not that kind of woman. Lena took a deep breath, gently sitting on the edge of the bed. A man should be a bit thick-skinned. Martina and Nora are asleep. I don't want to wake them. Please, kind Junice, let me stay the night. Junice's cheeks flushed as she nudged Lena's shoulder. Stop it. Even though we're close, it's too soon for that. And it's my first time. I'm not ready. No worries. You're my mentor in magic. And in this, I'm your mentor. Leave it to me. With that, Lena blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Junice exclaimed, Wait a minute. Lena, if you do this, I'll get mad. Lena used a spell to relight the room. Junice clutched the blanket tightly, stammering, That's not the point. Lena held Junice's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. Be my woman, Junice. I'm serious. Silence engulfed the room. Junice averted her gaze, her voice trembling. What if I accidentally get pregnant? Lena responded earnestly. Then I'll be a responsible father. Junice closed her eyes, silent for a long while. Finally, she wrapped her slender arms tightly around Lena, whispering softly, Remember what you just said. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Lena. He turned his head to see Junice still asleep, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Unable to resist, Lena reached out and gently pinched her soft, delicate cheek. No wonder she's a noble lady. Her skin is so exquisite, Lena thought, admiring Junice's refined features. Suddenly, Junice's eyelashes fluttered, and she let out a soft whimper before turning over. Lena held his breath, thinking she was still dreaming. But in the next moment, Junice's hand reached back, searching. When her hand touched Lena, Junice suddenly turned around, her eyes wide with surprise. Their eyes met, and Junice's gaze was full of astonishment. Lena was the first to break the silence with a gentle smile. Good morning. Junice's face turned bright red. She lifted a corner of the blanket, peeked inside, and then quickly covered herself again. She stammered, Why? Why are you in my room? Lena, what did you do to me? Lena raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his voice. Just a beer, and you already forgot? Junice rubbed her forehead, frowning slightly. Quickly, the memories of last night flooded back. She whispered, Sorry. I feel a bit dizzy. Now I remember. Just as she finished speaking, she sneezed. Lena said with concern, The weather is still a bit chilly. It's not good to catch a cold. With that, He wrapped his arm around Junice's waist, pulling her close. Junice curled up shyly, not daring to move. Lena softly asked, "Are you okay? Just rest for a bit." He nodded, inhaling Junice's subtle fragrance, and murmured in her ear, "Darling, you smell so nice." To his surprise, Junice calmly replied, "You smell nice too. I've always liked your scent. And a man's chest is so strong and warm. No wonder Nora always leans on you." Lena was a bit puzzled, thinking of himself as a rough guy who probably only smelled bad. But remembering that Nora and Martina had said similar things, he reluctantly accepted the compliment. Holding Junice tightly, he said, "You're my woman now." Junice softly replied, "Yes." "Lena, you're really something. You had me so flustered yesterday." Lena promised earnestly, "I'll keep my promise and be a good husband." Then he added, "But we shouldn't waste this beautiful time." Saying that, he gently grasped Junice's arm, holding it down. Junice, like a startled little animal, struggled slightly. Seeing she couldn't match Lena's strength, she gave up resisting and whispered, "Lena, you're so energetic early in the morning." "Honestly, I don't want kids so soon," Lena reassured her. "We probably won't be that lucky, right? Nora and Martina are fine." Junice shook her head. "You can't generalize human and non-human physiques." She hesitated, her face blushing, and softly said, "Okay, I won't spoil your fun. But after this, let's be more careful." Lena sighed. It's a hassle without a contraceptive. Half an hour later, they both emerged from the room. In the living room, Nora and Martina sat at the dining table, silently watching Lena. Peggy sat in the corner, hugging her knees, watching with interest. Her thoughts reached Lena. "This is too good. I want to see how he handles this." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Junice lowered her head and headed to the small washroom. "I'll go freshen up." Lena casually approached Martina, gently touching her hoarse ears, and asked with feigned confusion, "What's up, sweetheart? Something bothering you?" Martina coldly replied, "I knew there was a reason you suddenly bought me drinks. You planned to get me drunk for your convenience, didn't you?" Nora chimed in, not to be outdone. "Didn't you say Junice didn't mind?" Martina crossed her arms over her chest, her brow furrowed, speaking resolutely, "I don't care. Either way, it's your fault for not stopping Rainer." At that moment, Junice quietly stepped out from the other room. She looked around and realized it might not be right to leave Rainer alone in the living room. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and approached Martina. A faint blush colored Junice's cheeks, and her voice trembled slightly. "I like Rainer too, and I hope to get along with everyone. I'm fine with being after you all." Martina opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. Her brow suddenly relaxed, and a shrewd glint appeared in her eyes. "Wait a minute," she thought to herself. "If Nora's ahead of me, then I'll end up being second." She cleared her throat, adjusted her tone, and continued, "All right, since you also like Rainer, it means your taste is as great as mine. I'm not someone with a narrow mind." Nora, standing nearby, let out a cold snort and lightly tapped Martina on the head to express her displeasure. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Rainer's ears picked up the sound of hooves in the distance. Soon, a rapid knock on the door broke the silence inside. Rainer got up to open the door, revealing a very familiar figure, Demas. Demas smiled as he handed Rainer 2 rolled-up land deeds, speaking calmly, "These 2 plots are yours now." Rainer took the deeds, his brow furrowed. "Why 2?" Demas explained earnestly. "I took the liberty of buying this house from another noble for 20 gold coins, half the price. If you don't need it right now, I can take it back." Rainer recalled the white-haired old man mentioning that the house would sell for at least 40 gold coins. Demas's move saved him half of the cost. "Thank you, really appreciate it," Rainer said softly, his tone full of gratitude. Demas handed over a money pouch from his waist to Rainer. "Inside are 160 gold coins, 140 of which are from selling the dragon claw." Rainer took the pouch, surprise evident on his face. "That much?" Demas explained as he mounted his horse. "It's a rare high-level magical creature. Almost every part has value. I have to go train the militia outside the city now, so I'll leave you 2 to catch up." Catching up, Rainer looked in the direction Demas had come from and saw another familiar figure. Anna, still wearing that revealing animal skin outfit, seemed untouched by time. She gracefully dismounted, tied her horse, and approached Rainer with a gentle smile. "Rainer, long time no see. You've become even more handsome." Rainer smiled back, "And you've become even more charming. It's been about a month and a half, hasn't it?" Anna stood on her tiptoes, peering over Rainer's shoulder into the house. "More than that. Did you manage to win Junice back?" Her gaze landed on Junice, who was sitting at the dining table. Anna quickly entered the house, excitedly running to Junice. "You're really back. That's wonderful." After some pleasantries, Anna animatedly began matchmaking the 2. "You wouldn't believe it. After you left Melord, Rainer was so worried, trying everything to protect you, even lowering himself to mislead your brother." Junice smiled and waved her hand, speaking softly. "Rainer has already told me all about it." Anna's eyes curved into crescents as she sneaked a glance at Rainer, then leaned over to whisper in Junice's ear, making her burst into laughter. What's so funny? Hurry up, Anna urged. Even I can see it, can't you? Junice shook her head, calmly picked up a wooden cup, took a sip of water, and then replied unhurriedly. We're already together. Junice was taken out by Anna for a chat, giving the women some time alone. Lena, although eager to join, felt it would be inappropriate. With Junice gone, the room fell silent, leaving just Lena and Nora Martina sitting at the dining table, exchanging glances. Martina squinted her eyes, staring sharply at Lena, and muttered, Sneaky guy, getting me drunk to make a move on Junice. I won't touch another drop of alcohol. Lena awkwardly scratched his cheek, unsure how to respond. Just then, Nora calmly spoke up. Didn't Junice already discuss this with us? You didn't object back then. Martina's expression turned complicated. She fiddled with her fingernail, her voice tinged with unease. That's true, but I can't shake the feeling that Lena will lose interest in us once he has Junice. She's so beautiful, after all. Hearing the jealousy in Martina's words, Lena immediately moved his chair closer to her and grasped her hand tightly. Oh dear, you're feeling jealous. Our lovely racehorse girl is worried about something that will never happen. Martina drooped her ears, her voice low. Yes, I admit I'm worried. You're the only family I have left. Lena shook his head firmly. That will never happen. He silently vowed to spend more time with Martina in the future. At that moment, Nora spoke up with a hint of curiosity. Master, can I ask you something? What's up? In your eyes, is Junice really that much more beautiful than me? Lena broke out in a cold sweat, his heart racing. He realized Nora must have eavesdropped on their conversation last night. Why are you eavesdropping on us? You naughty little cat. Lena ruffled Nora's ears, trying to hide his embarrassment. Nora shrugged, explaining, Martina's snoring is like thunder. It kept me awake. I couldn't sleep, so I listened for a bit. I stopped after Junice started crying. Hearing this, Martina angrily scolded. Nora, you're useless. You'd rather eavesdrop than stop them. Do you have some strange hobby? Nora seemed unfazed. Doesn't matter. I actually think Junice is nice. I wouldn't mind if it were her. Martina immediately started to pout, gently punching Lena's shoulder. Oh, Lena, you flirt. You're mine. Before she could finish, Peggy, sitting in the corner, chimed in. I actually think you're wrong. Martina glanced at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Peggy replied earnestly. I believe any woman who likes him has the right to pursue him. You can't selfishly keep him to yourself. Lena belongs to everyone. Lena picked up on Peggy's inner thoughts. I should observe him a bit longer, and if he's suitable, I should try to pursue him too. Missing out on such an impressive man would be a mistake. But what kind of woman does he like? He doesn't seem very interested in me. Lena glanced at Peggy, thinking to himself, the demi-human's admiration for strength is indeed strong. She was adamant about not letting Lena take advantage of her, yet in just a few days, her thoughts have completely changed. Martina pouted at Peggy's words. Why should I agree? If you want to pursue Lena, you'll have to beat me in a duel. Peggy shook her head, her tone calm. I can't beat you. With that, she took out a comb and began carefully brushing Nif's hair, as if the conversation had never happened. As the group chatted, Eliana emerged from her room. She lazily took a seat at the dining table, picked up a slice of white bread, and casually dipped it in honey before taking a bite. Her sleepy eyes and slow movements indicated she was not fully awake yet. Noticing this, Martina gently poked Eliana's shoulder and curiously asked, Hey, little elf, is the weapon not ready yet? It's been days. Due to the language barrier, Eliana misunderstood Martina's question and mumbled. Sorry, Martina, I can't give you this bread. I haven't had breakfast yet. Seeing the confusion, Rainer stepped in as a translator and clarified. She was asking when the weapon will be ready. Eliana realized her mistake and replied awkwardly. Oh, that. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. Just then, Nora's furry cat ears perked up suddenly. She listened intently for a moment before saying, Someone's coming. Soon after, there was a gentle knock on the door. Rainer got up to answer it, but found no one outside. As he leaned forward to check, a blurred figure appeared before him. A blue-haired elf stood at the entrance. Rainer recognized her as Eliana's mother, Selena. Lady Selena, Rainer greeted respectfully. Selena smiled and corrected him. Just call me Selena, or Miss Selena. Thank you for looking after Eliana. Rainer humbly replied. I haven't really taken care of her. She's quite easy to get along with. Hearing her mother's voice, Eliana immediately jumped up from the table, still holding her half-eaten bread. She exclaimed excitedly, Mom, I missed you, and dashed into Selena's arms like a child. Selena gently stroked Eliana's silky long hair and asked with a smile, So, how's the outside world treating you? Eliana replied enthusiastically, It's much more fun than the forest. There are so many interesting people, and I love adventures. Rainer invited them in, saying, It's cold outside. Come in and let's talk. As Selena entered the living room, she glanced around the group and then waved her hand lightly. Instantly, dozens of weapons appeared behind her, mostly ebony staffs commonly used by elves. She told Rainer, These are what you need, and they're definitely worth it. Among the staffs, a conspicuous light green greatsword stood out. The sword's color shifted with the light, but its primary hue remained green. Martina, captivated by the sword, sprang to her feet and eagerly approached it, exclaiming, "Rainer, this greatsword is awesome. Is it made for me?" Rainer nodded with a smile. "Of course, give it a try and see if you like it." Without hesitation, Martina picked up the greatsword and gave it a light swing towards the wall. The whooshing sound was pleasing to the ears. Martina beamed with joy. "It feels great, and the weight is just right for me. It's fantastic. If I had this weapon back then, I might have easily slain that red dragon." Selena explained in fluent beastkin language. "Its name is Sylph's Fury, crafted entirely from mithril, and it has excellent synergy with wind elements. Only the finest blade dancers among us elves are worthy of wielding it." Martina's eyes sparkled, completely captivated by her new weapon, so much so that she didn't even respond to Selena. She turned, took Rainer's hand, and excitedly pleaded, "Darling, please come with me to try this sword outside the city. Please." It was a rare mother-daughter reunion. So Selena took Eliana away to an unknown location instead of joining the others outside the city. Meanwhile, Lena led Nora, Martina, and 4 beast-eared girls with magical talents to distribute wands to them. These 4 were Peggy from the fox tribe, Pasha from the fish tribe, and members from the sheep and bird tribes. They stood out as magical prodigies among the 10 beast-eared girls they had acquired. The others had mental attributes rated at D or E, showing little potential for learning magic. Lena noticed Nora and Martina selecting swords nearby, and his gaze fell on the ebony wand in his hand. The wand was adorned with a colorless, transparent gem at its tip and was quite exquisite in appearance. To test its effectiveness, Lena cast 5 different elemental spells toward a distant boulder. In an instant, the boulder shattered into pieces, leaving only fragments behind. The wand's performance was impressive, providing a significant boost to all 5 types of elemental magic, reducing consumption by half and doubling the power. While not as powerful as the breath of the red dragon, its quality was on par with Junis' wand, making it an exceptional tool. Turning around, Lena saw the beast-eared girls staring in awe. They were amazed by Lena's ability to use 5 types of magic without chanting spells, a display of power that left them astonished. Peggy, in particular, was taken aback, furrowing her brow in doubt about the world, as Lena could even use lightning magic, indicating mastery of 5 elements. She thought to herself that the mysteries surrounding their master were numerous, and she had grown accustomed to them. Lena called out, "Don't just stand there. Line up to receive your wands. These will be your weapons from now on, so take good care of them." The 4 beast-eared girls quickly formed a line, stepping forward one by one to collect their wands. They were polite, each thanking Lena after receiving their wand. Peggy, in particular, thanked him and cheekily brushed her tail against his hand. Lena noted that this little fox was quite mischievous, but he had other matters to attend to for now and would deal with her later. Lena asked, "Among the 4 of you, is there anyone who can't use magic?" Although their magical talents had been identified, various reasons might prevent someone from awakening their magic, so it was best to ask first. Sure enough, the beast-eared girls exchanged glances, and eventually, the sheep and bird tribe members both raised their hands. With a sigh, Lena, mimicking Junis' approach, prepared to guide them in awakening their magic. He said, "In a moment, you'll see a crystal and various colors of mist. Tell me the size of the crystal and the color of the mist." The 2 nodded in agreement and closed their eyes to concentrate. After a moment, the sheep tribe girl quietly said, "I see the crystal. It's like a round stone, just big enough to hold with outstretched arms. As for the mist, I only see an earthy yellow color." The bird tribe girl cautiously added, "I see the same, a crystal slightly larger than my body, and the mist is green." Lena gently patted their heads and softly encouraged, "Well done. Little sheep, you've awakened earth element magic, and little bird, you've awakened wind element magic." They nodded blankly, and Lena thought that when time allowed, he would teach them magic specific to their elements. Lena turned to Pasha, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What kind of magic do you know?" he asked, his voice tinged with a bit of anticipation. Pasha lowered her head, a little shyly, and replied, "I only know the basic water ball spell." Lena nodded and was about to speak when Peggy suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Benefactor," she said enthusiastically, "I know fireball, fire tornado, and firewall spells. Is there anything you'd like to teach me?" Lena was taken aback for a moment and murmured to himself, "You know more than I do." Although he indeed didn't know the incantations for these spells, Lena thought to himself that these spells didn't seem particularly special. A fireball under pressure could become a fire tornado, and the firewall spell was rather useless, offering almost no defense, only blocking same attribute magic and enemy advancement. In comparison, the radiant barrier he mastered was clearly superior. Seeing Lena's silence, Peggy moved closer, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. "Benefactor, you must be joking with me, right? I feel like there's nothing in this world you don't know." Her every move was laced with subtle intentions, trying to capture Laner's attention. Laner shook his head gently, his tone calm. You overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary person. He paused, taking out a book from his coat. However, I do have a book on fire magic. Do you understand the language here in Diest? If you do, I can lend it to you, but you must take good care of it. Peggy's eyes lit up, but then she showed a troubled expression. Benefactor, it seems I'll need your personal guidance. I can't read. She was secretly pleased, thinking this would allow her to spend more time with Laner and build a good relationship. Laner, sensing Peggy's little scheme, said expressionlessly, Peggy, do you like being deceived? Peggy, with her hands behind her back, answered decisively, of course not. Laner's tone turned serious. I don't like being deceived either. When you talk to me, remember to keep your little tricks to yourself. They only make me feel resentful. I prefer sincerity. Sweat beaded on Peggy's forehead as she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just joking. She was secretly shocked, feeling Laner's strong presence and realizing he seemed uninterested in her. Laner waved his hand. You don't need to change. You can wear your mask with others, but there's no need with me. With that, he handed the fire magic book to Peggy, reminding her repeatedly. This book was a gift from a blonde, blue-eyed female mage before she left. It's very important to me. If you don't take care of it, and I find out, then? Peggy covered her mouth, cautiously asking. Then what? Tie you up and give you 100 lashes, Laner said half-jokingly. Don't worry. I trust you'll take good care of it. Peggy nodded repeatedly. I definitely will, benefactor. Laner nodded in satisfaction and continued to play with the ebony staff in his hand, casually casting a few spells. Just then, Nora gently tapped his shoulder and pointed toward a tree in the distance. Following her gesture, Laner saw the crimson dragon's breath had somehow followed them, peeking its large fiery eyes from behind the tree, secretly observing them. Remarkable, Laner softly remarked, amused and helpless at the creature's peculiar behavior. As soon as Raynor stepped into his home, he was stunned by the scene before him. Daisy and Neve stood outside the door, anxiously peering inside. Seeing Raynor return, Daisy called out as if she had found a lifeline. Raynor, you're finally back. Something strange has broken into the house. It's biting your pillow and trying to attack us. Raynor immediately thought of the crimson dragon's breath. He quickly walked inside and pushed open the bedroom door that was ajar. What he saw was a shocking sight. A girl with pale skin, fiery red hair, horns on her head, and red dragon scales covering her arms and legs, was sitting on the bed, fiercely tearing into his white pillow. Soft, white velvet was scattered everywhere, and the entire room was in disarray. This was undoubtedly the now feminized crimson dragon's breath. Her staff lay quietly under the bed, and the large red fire magic stone had lost its usual luster. Raynor tentatively called out, Are you the crimson dragon's breath? While cautiously using his identification skill. The system's voice immediately rang in his ears. Identification complete. Current companion quality, legendary. Name, Frenzied Crimson Dragon's Breath modifiable. Age, unknown. Gender, female. Race, quest reward. Raynor thought to himself that the identification system, which was ineffective on Eliana, was surprisingly effective on the Crimson Dragon's Breath. The system seemed to understand his confusion and explained, because this is a reward I gave you. You have the right to know the detailed data. Isn't it because she's a demi-human? Raynor asked, puzzled. There are no dragon-type demi-humans in this world. The system replied succinctly. Having confirmed her identity, Raynor decided to begin his approach. He carefully took a step forward and softly said, There, don't move around. Let me touch your adorable self. The red dragon's breath glanced up at Lena without answering, continuing to gnaw on the pillow with white fluff sticking to her mouth. Seeing this, Lena cautiously took a couple of steps forward. Noticing Lena's approach, the red dragon's breath grabbed the pillow and hurled it at him fiercely. Her face was full of grievance, and she uttered a series of incomprehensible sounds. Wah, gaga, wah. Lena frowned in confusion, realizing that the translation function wasn't working. These sounds didn't seem to belong to any known language. He tentatively asked, Are you unable to speak? As he took a few more steps forward, the red dragon's breath made another couple of noises, ka-ka. Although she kept making strange sounds, she didn't attack Lena. Seeing this, Lena relaxed his guard a little and softly reassured her. Easy. Let me explain. I was only testing the staff at the time. I had no strange intentions towards them. Please forgive me this time. I won't touch any staff other than you again. The red dragon's breath made another sound. Ka. Seeing her calm down a bit, Lena reached out to touch her head. However, the red dragon's breath suddenly opened her large mouth and snapped at his hand. Luckily, Lena was quick to react, pulling his hand back just in time to avoid being bitten. Those teeth look sharp enough to take a chunk out of me, Lena thought with lingering fear, but he gathered his courage and reached out again. Don't be mad, all right? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lena finally managed to touch the red dragon's breath's red hair. Surprisingly, though it looked smooth and beautiful, it felt coarse and rigid, like stubble, not soft at all. Just then, Martina peeked her head through the window. curiously looking at the scene inside. Let me see what's going on, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in confusion. Wait, where did you find this wild woman? Lena explained. She's my staff. For some reason, she suddenly took on a human form. Martina pondered this, rubbing her chin. Seeing this, Lena added, You're overthinking it. My staff is special. After a moment of thought, he continued, Let Nora and the others come in. It should be safe now. With that, he resumed stroking the red dragon's breath's hair. How about I give you a name? Lena said to the red dragon's breath. But first let's confirm if you can understand me. If you can, make a sound. GA, responded the red dragon's breath. Great, great. Lena nodded. How about I call you Fran from now on? Make one sound if you agree, two if you don't. Ka. Fran made one sound, indicating her agreement. Lena studied Fran closely, noticing her arms and sides were connected by a layer of tough, translucent skin membrane wings likely used for flying. A sturdy tail extended from her back, gently swaying on the bed whenever Lena stroked her hair. Suddenly, Fran hummed a couple of times and wrapped her arms tightly around Lena. Ka. Lena was surprised to realize she actually knows how to be affectionate. He also noticed Fran's skin felt warm and thought, Nora would love a living hand warmer like this. Just as Lena was enjoying the warm embrace, footsteps approached from behind. Lena, I'm back, Junice's voice called out. Anna gave us her wind magic book as a gift, and you should take a look. Her words trailed off as she locked eyes with Fran, asking in confusion, And who might this woman be? Lena gave an awkward smile and explained, You won't believe it, but my staff somehow turned into a woman and now insists on clinging to me. Before he could finish speaking, Fran suddenly tackled Lena onto the bed, both of them falling together. Junice pushed the door open, and her eyes widened in surprise at the sight before her. The item that had been a staff when she left in the morning had now transformed into a living person. She carefully observed Fran, who was pinned down by Martina, and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Lena briefly explained the situation, leaving out the part about the system. After listening, Junice pondered and said, So, you're saying she turned into a human out of jealousy? Lena nodded in confirmation. Junice chuckled softly. I thought it was strange at first, but considering it's happening to you, it suddenly makes sense. She didn't press further and instead handed over a magic book. Anna gave this to you. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to establish a caravan transit station in Melod? If so, someone will need to manage it. What do you think about Anna? Lena paused, thinking it over. He hadn't interacted much with Anna, but remembered her as a person of character. Recalling Anna's reaction when she learned about Junice's brother's whereabouts, her anger seemed genuine. Lena cautiously replied, She's great as a friend, but I'm not sure about her business acumen. I've seen too many friends and family fall out over business, so I'm a bit concerned. He explained his original plan to have someone manage the transit station, but considered that having a human might be more practical given the status of demi-humans. I don't know her well enough to make a judgment. You're more familiar with her, so it's mainly up to you. Junice thought for a moment. She's trustworthy. Then let's do it, Lena agreed. By the way, I'm planning to head back to Cannon in the next couple of days. It's been nearly a month since we left. Go pack your things, and if there's anything you need to buy, I'll go to the market with you later. After Junice left, Lena turned his attention back to Fran. Martina was still playfully pinning her down. Lena reminded her, Don't bully her, she's our pet. Martina shrugged. It's fine, she's tough. Look at her hands. They're covered in dragon scales. I can't even hold her down. Lena then remembered he hadn't checked Fran's stats yet, so he used an appraisal skill. The data revealed that Fran was a system creation in an adolescent phase, with impressive attributes comparable to a legendary demi-human. Lena thought to himself that with some training, she could become a formidable warrior, though he wondered how much she could improve. As for the intriguing measurements, most of Fran's body was covered in dragon scales, making her silhouette only vaguely visible. Lena estimated she was about the size of a small bun, but since he considered Fran a pet, he wasn't particularly concerned about that. At that moment, Fran, pinned beneath Martina, let out a disgruntled complaint. Kaka. Full-on suddenly broke free from Martina's grip, sprang up, and dashed towards Lena. Her body, hard as stone, collided with his embrace with a force comparable to Martina's elbow strike. Lena couldn't help but mentally compare her to the soft, cotton-like kitten Nora, whose comforting presence in his arms was much more pleasant. Quack. Full-on made a strange noise. Lena curiously poked her nose. What are you babbling about? Full-on didn't respond but opened her mouth and lightly bit Lena's neck, leaving a series of uneven teeth marks. No biting, your teeth are too sharp. It hurts, Lena complained. Clack clack. Full-on tugged on Lena's shirt, pointing to another bruise with teeth marks on his shoulder, her eyes seemingly accusing him of unfairness. That was Junice yesterday, Lena explained. Martina leaned in for a look, excitedly saying, I want a bite too. It's my turn today. Her expression was as if she was afraid of missing out on something good. Lena sighed. If you enjoy it, go ahead and keep playing with Full-on. Just remember to tidy up the room later. I'm going to check on Nora. Martina huffed and grabbed Fulan's dragon-scaled tail to play with it. As Lena headed to the living room to go to Nora's room, Peggy, sitting in the corner, caught his pant leg. She pointed at a fire magic book and asked, "Benefactor, there are a few words I don't understand. Could you teach me?" Lena squatted down and took the book to examine it closely. This one, and this one, how should they be pronounced?" Peggy pointed to several words in the book. Lena patiently explained them to her, repeatedly reciting the spells. During this time, Peggy kept edging closer to Lena, intentionally creating physical contact. She would occasionally pretend to accidentally touch his hand or lean against him, even sneaking in a few sniffs. "I never noticed before, but he has such a unique fragrance. It smells so nice," Peggy thought to herself, suddenly realizing and glancing up at Lena. Their eyes met. "What are you doing?" Lena asked, puzzled. Peggy replied with a blank expression. "Sorry, I got a bit distracted, but I've memorized everything now." "Thank you, benefactor." Lena slowly stood up to leave, but Neve grabbed his pant leg tightly. Her eyes were serious. "Brother, play with me." Lena patted Neve's head. "Let your sister play with you for now. I need to pack some things. We're going on a trip in a couple of days." Peggy advised from the side. "Fufu, let go." Looking at the slightly silly Neve, Lena spoke in Daist language. "Perhaps we should mark your sister with a contract seal." Peggy shook her head vigorously, holding Lena's hand as she pleaded. "You promised me, benefactor. I'm willing to do anything. Please keep your promise." Lena explained. "I'm worried she might accidentally get caught by slave traders because, she's a bit slow, and I can give you control over her." Peggy countered. "But if something happens to me, wouldn't she be?" Lena interrupted. "This is called domination magic. I can set it based on my heart's intent, and I can remove this setting." He shrugged and continued. "The decision is yours. Personally, I think while staying at home is safe, the world is full of dangers, and it's better to be prepared." Peggy pondered. "If he wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't wait until now." "Then, please go ahead, benefactor." Lena nodded and placed contract seals on the two white foxes. Just as he was about to leave, Peggy grabbed his pants again. "What now?" Lena asked. Peggy swallowed and slowly spoke. "Benefactor, what kind of woman do you like the most?" Liner bought 2 strong horses and a cargo cart at the market to prepare for the upcoming journey. Early the next morning, he directed the demi-human slaves to board the wagon, ready to follow the caravan to Canaan. The little elf Eliana had just been returned by Selena yesterday. She had been gone the entire day, and although she had fun, she was exhausted. As soon as she got home, she went straight to her room and slept until the next morning. If it weren't for the imminent departure, she wouldn't have wanted to get up. Her clothes were packed by Martina and Daisy. "Liner, I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to rest for a bit," Eliana yawned. For safety, she tied herself to Liner with a rope. "Wake me up when it's time to eat." Liner, feeling uncomfortable with the rope, reluctantly said, "Why don't you sleep in the wagon? It would be nice to have the demi-human sisters take turns holding you." Eliana closed her eyes, her voice growing fainter. "No way. That demi-human sister named Roxanne looks so scary, like a snake. I don't want to be near her." Liner adjusted her slumped body and remarked, "Well, she is a snake-type demi-human. Actually, she's quite beautiful, except for being a bit cold. She doesn't have many flaws." "I don't want to. I want to stay with you. Don't let me fall." Eliana mumbled sleepily. At that moment, Martina rode over and curiously asked, "Darling, who did you say is beautiful?" Liner glanced at her and realized she could understand some Elvish, so he casually flattered, "Of course, it's you, my dear." Martina was pleased, hummed contentedly, and didn't pursue the matter further. She looked around and suddenly noticed. Where did that silly dragon go? Liner tapped the top of his staff where the fire magic stone had regained its luster and explained. "She went back into the staff to rest, probably tired from playing with you." Earlier that morning, Fran had transformed into a dazzling red light and entered the staff right in front of him. Martina leaned in to examine the fire magic stone closely and asked, puzzled, "How can she fit into such a small stone?" "That's magic for you. Don't overthink it," Liner said as he lit a flame in his hand to warm Martina's hands. As the weather gradually warmed, the roadside snow thinned, revealing large patches of black soil. Liner continued on the journey while teaching the demi-humans the Barnet language. Although a few understood the language of Tidiast, they would be living in Canaan for the long term and needed to continue learning. Peggy demonstrated exceptional learning ability, memorizing hundreds of words in just a few minutes, even making Junice envious. By comparison, the other demi-humans were learning much more slowly. At this pace, it would take about 3 to 4 months to become proficient in the Barnet language. Junice remarked, "This guy is amazing. If I had her learning ability, I might have learned the Barnet language from you in just a few days." Liner nodded in agreement. Being that smart is just how it is. Laner reached out and gently pinched Junice's soft cheek, his gaze unintentionally meeting Peggy's eyes. Peggy's heart raced, and she silently berated herself. Did he catch me staring at him? No, I noticed his gaze first. Laner, attuned to the little fox's shifting thoughts, chuckled inwardly. This girl has 800 tricks up her sleeve, at least 700 of which are focused on herself. Nevertheless, Laner generously praised her. Peggy, you did a great job, keep it up. This simple compliment made Peggy's eyes shine, as if she had received immense encouragement. Laner smiled slightly and rode to the front of the group, engaging in casual conversation with Nora. 2 days later, Laner led the group into the unnamed forest north of the Dawn Forest. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, then quickened his pace to reach the merchant leader's carriage, speaking softly. This forest isn't very safe. We need to take a longer route around it. The merchant leader, a frail, dark-skinned old man, stroked his graying beard and replied without hesitation. Lord Laner, you're more familiar with this place, so it's your call. Laner nodded in agreement and guided the group through a winding path in the forest. Eventually, they stopped at a clearing, deciding to camp there and rest before continuing the next day. If I remember correctly, it should be here, Laner murmured to himself, following Eliana to a towering pine tree. He touched the rough bark but received no response. Eliana spoke up. Grandpa Tree, stop napping. Laner's here to play with you. She tapped the trunk lightly with her staff, but still, there was no reaction. Laner began to doubt if he had remembered the location wrong. After all, the forest was vast and similar spots were abundant, with few landmarks to guide them. However, Eliana was confident. I'm sure this is the place. I come to visit Grandpa Tree every few years. It was he who told me through the sprites that there were humans who could speak Elvish here, which led me to find this place. I wouldn't mistake it. Just then, a distant, aged voice called out. Children, the place is right, but the tree is wrong. I'm over here. Laner followed the voice, seeing nothing but similar pine trees, unsure which one was the old tree spirit. He and Eliana searched each one until they found the old tree spirit with a human-like face. Over a month had passed, and the old tree spirit looked unchanged. Even the nose that had been knocked askew by Martina was healed. It joyfully said, You really came back to chat with me, and Eliana is here too. I'm glad to see you all getting along. By the way, did you find the blonde woman you mentioned? I fell asleep again shortly after you left. Laner gratefully replied. We found her. Thank you for pointing us in the right direction. He called Junice over and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Seeing the old tree spirit, Junice greeted it in clumsy Elvish. And I how? The old tree spirit chuckled and then asked, It seems you two have quite a connection, huh? Sensing the implication, Laner candidly replied, Yes, she has become my woman. He translated this for Junice, making her blush. Ah, the energy of young people, the old tree spirit said, stretching its withered branches. Then it added, But lately, things have been getting more restless in the northern part of the forest. You young folks should be careful. Laner immediately perked up, sensing a hint of omission. He pressed on, Restless? What do you mean? The old tree spirit chuckled mysteriously. You'll find out when you leave the forest. After nearly 10 days of arduous travel, Lena finally led the caravan out of the dense forest. The distant sight of crumbling stone walls came into view, and he instinctively pulled his clothes tighter as a chill swept over him. While Mellowed was already brimming with the signs of spring, Cannon remained blanketed in thick snow, with the cold air unable to move southward due to the barrier of the great forest behind. The beast-eared girls shivered and huddled around Peggy, who could use fire magic, for warmth. Roxanne, particularly sensitive to the cold, curled up motionless, as if ready to hibernate at any moment. The caravan leader, teeth chattering, exclaimed, Gosh, this place is unbelievably cold. It's a world apart from Mellowed. Lena nodded in agreement and pointed to the city not far away. That's Cannon. This is where we part ways. I wish you prosperous business. He glanced at Cannon again, surprised. In just a month, the city seemed even more dilapidated, with many workers repairing the crumbling stone walls. The caravan leader rubbed his frozen hands, pulled out 2 shiny diaster coins from his pocket, and handed them to Lena. BRR, thank you, Lord Lena, for escorting us all this way. This is your deserved reward. With that, he led the caravan towards the city. Watching the caravan disappear into the distance, Lena pondered for a moment before turning to Junice. Dear, find a place in the city to settle temporarily with the demi-humans. I need to head to the northern forest to find Fiona. A lot must have happened there in the past month. Junice nodded in agreement. All right, come back soon. Lena continued with his instructions. Martina, you go with Junice into the city. Nora, Peggy, you're coming with me. Martina's eyes widened, protesting. Wait. Why not take me? Lena patiently explained. Junice is a girl, and you're a strong female. In Barnet, women's social status is relatively low, and it wouldn't be safe for her to lead so many demi-humans alone. With you there, I'll feel secure. It's a crucial task, and you're the woman I trust the most, which is why I'm entrusting it to you. Martina scratched her head, a smile creeping up her face. Can't argue with that. Sometimes being too capable is a hassle, haha. She turned to Nora, advising. Nora, keep an eye on Lena and make sure he doesn't get into any mischief, okay? Nora raised an eyebrow, gently holding Lena's hand. No need for you to say that. Just take care of your own task. Eliana, seeing the group split into two, decisively joined Lena. You're going on an adventure again? And without me? Lena patted her head warmly. You can come along if you want. If the weather gets too cold, you can always head back to rest. Eliana put her hands on her hips and declared earnestly, Of course I'm coming with you. A little cold won't stop my adventurous spirit. As they spoke, the group reached the forest's edge. Suddenly, Nora perked up her ears, alert. There are 3 orcs in the bushes. No sooner had she spoken than a green-skinned orc poked his head out. You're Lord Lena, right? Finally, you're back. Peggy, startled by the sudden appearance of the orc, hid behind Lena, thinking to herself, so this is an orc? Just as hideous as described in books, like a monster. Nora and Eliana seemed unfazed by the sight. Lena got straight to the point. What happened during the month I was away? Sensing Peggy's fear, the orc took a few steps back and replied, Too many things happened. We can't explain it all. The chief has gone to find you. She'll explain everything in detail. Lena frowned slightly. The chief. Several tribes united to appoint Fiona, the former priestess and acting chieftain, as the chief of the alliance. This news took Lena by surprise. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of this female orc. While Lena was pondering, a sudden rustling sound came from the bushes. Fiona emerged, draped in a black cloak with a few green leaves clinging to her. Upon seeing Lena, a relieved smile spread across her face. You all can leave. I need to speak with Lord Lena alone, Fiona instructed. The accompanying orcs obeyed and quickly vanished into the dense foliage. Once they were out of sight, Fiona eagerly ran towards Lena, but she tripped on her black cloak and fell heavily into the snow. Peggy, nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Her thoughts echoed. This female orc is quite pretty, and she's really well built, but she seems a bit clumsy. Lena hurriedly stepped forward to help Fiona up, asking with concern, It seems like things haven't been easy for you lately. Fiona nodded heavily, looking dejected. While you were away, I formed an orc alliance, but now it's facing internal and external threats and is on the brink of collapse. Lena was impressed by Fiona's courage and tactics, but puzzled about how she ended up in such a situation. I remember when I left, you had already formed an alliance with Connor and others, absorbed the remnants of the Black Wolf clan, and united with other orc tribes. How did things deteriorate so quickly? Fiona explained with a serious expression. The Serpent clan to the north of the forest made a deal with demons, selling their souls for unparalleled power. 3 days ago, they attacked Cannon and our tribe, causing severe casualties, and even Lord Aiden was injured. Today, 2 more tribes left the alliance out of fear of the demons. Things are getting increasingly unfavorable for us. Lena realized why Cannon looked so bedraggled. It was due to another attack. He turned to Eliana and asked, Are demons really powerful? Eliana thought for a moment and replied, Demons? According to my mother, they're generally not that strong. But they were sealed in the extreme north of the continent thousands of years ago. Are you asking because some demons have broken the seal and escaped? I'll inquire further. Lena relayed Eliana's words to Fiona. Have demons escaped? Fiona nodded, looking troubled. Yes, they escaped many years ago. To avoid demon attacks, we orcs have been forced to migrate southward, eventually ending up here. But I didn't expect that as soon as we settled, those demons would catch up with us. The southern part of the continent is human territory, so we might have to migrate west. Are there many demons that escaped? Approximately how many? Lena pressed. The exact number is unclear, Fiona replied. I've only heard of 4 demons in total. The demon that made a deal with the Serpent clan is called Sotoros of the Flame. He's a demon skilled in fire magic, violent and fond of slaughter, with considerable strength. Lena turned to Eliana. Sotoros of the Flame. Have you heard of this guy? Fiona claims he's quite powerful. Eliana thought for a moment and gently shook her head. Never heard of him. Lena stroked his chin, planning to assess the situation personally. Where's the Serpent clan's tribe located? Let me see the map. I'll visit them tomorrow, he gestured to Fiona. Fiona pulled out a map from her cloak and pointed to a small circle north of the forest. In this area. Lord Lena, please be cautious. If you unfortunately encounter Sotoros of the Flame, don't hesitate, just run away. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.